Wang Haiming had clearly awakened as a paladin, yet he deliberately abandoned that path and insisted on switching to a priest, a decision that shocked the entire newbie village. Who had ever seen such a reckless move? He actually gave his paladin badge to Su Mumu in exchange for the priest badge. Was this a selfless act of devotion, or had he simply lost his mind? The townsfolk mocked him mercilessly. Some called him the ultimate simp. Others ridiculed how no one wanted to team up with him for dungeon runs anymore. Even he found himself isolated. At the entrance to Newbie Dungeon 72 in Lin City, Xia Kingdom, the crowd waited anxiously. Wang Hai stood among them, his eyes vacant as if transported to another world. After a few moments, he pieced together the memories of the original owner. 3 days ago, he had awakened as the rare paladin class, a respected future knight. Then his childhood friend Su Mumu appeared, tears streaming down her face, revealing her desperate struggle with dark corruption disease. The only chance to survive was by switching to the Holy Light class. Moved by her plea, the original owner naively swapped badges with her. But the next day, photos posted on social media ignited his fury. Su Mumu, leaning on a fully armored knight. Caption: new weapon feels so heavy. It was a merciless mockery of him. When confronted, Su Mumu coldly replied, "We're no longer in the same world," before harshly kicking him out. Heartbroken, the original owner resigned himself to becoming a priest, facing a future scorned. Wang Hai bitterly smiled at these memories. Everyone cursed the simp, yet he was the one trapped. If it were him, with a family income in the millions, he'd just pay big bucks for a mage and never settle for a priest with such limited offensive capability. What could a priest do besides heal? Was he really expected to stand on the battlefield, clacking a staff and shouting for healing? Just then, his talent tree suddenly glowed gold. The system detected an anomaly and initialized the body of Holy Light talent, unlocking an unprecedented new talent, Grace. Shocked, Wang Hai opened his status panel to study it in detail. Grace brought 3 revolutionary traits that shattered traditional class concepts. Healing cost no mana, had no cooldown, and no cast delay. Healed targets could randomly grant attribute boosts or even share their talents. And it allowed full insight into all healing targets' information. Each of these traits was a top-tier SS-grade talent. Coupled with nearly 0 mana cost healing spells, Wang Hai instantly realized this was a deluxe, unbeatable version of the priest. With this talent, he could heal continuously, steal talents, and possess countless hidden treasures of inherited power. Excited, he longed to jump into the dungeon to level up fast. But just as his enthusiasm peaked, a sneering voice cut through the air. "Priest? Can't even gather a party? Planning to whack goblins with your staff? But want to team with someone like you." Turning around, Wang Hai saw Su Mumu, a girl in a white dress with delicate features but a coldly sharp gaze. Memories surged. The woman who had deprived the original owner's paladin identity, the mastermind behind his isolation and ridicule. The tragic fate of the simp was her doing. Even when friends warned the original owner to stay away, he refused, leading to his downfall. Wang Hai felt no sympathy for the simp persona. Instead, he found fate's absurdity almost laughable. He calmly stared at Su Mumu, harboring a secret plan beneath his composed exterior. Though Su Mumu looked uneasy under his gaze, she saw only a priest and felt no real threat. She sneered, "I know you still cling to old feelings. This priest badge is my little joke on you. But we can never cross paths again. Since I helped you once, my boyfriend can help you now." Before her words finished, a massive sword materialized behind her. It was Li Yuan, who 3 days ago awakened the Shrank talent conceptual armament and the rare class Flame Knight. No one fully understood his talents, but his combat power was extraordinary. His sword was like his will, unstoppable. Li Yuan's presence instantly raised the tension. Taking advantage, Su Mumu offered, "Just stay behind us, throw some heals, and we'll carry you through. Don't expect anything else. Uncle Wang left you plenty of money. Just cash out some assets and grab a paladin skill set instead." Her words cut into Wang Hai's heart. Since getting the rare class, Su Mumu deliberately distanced herself from him. Just recalling her shameless betrayal gave him goosebumps. She had kicked the original owner out cold, but Li Yuan's warning haunted her nights. Wang Hai's parents died early, and the family might have substantial compensation money. Young and gullible, if Wang Hai lost that money, how tragic would it be? The scene was tense, yet beneath it all, Wang Hai's mind raced not with bitterness, but the stirring beginnings of a plan. Idiot. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed across the empty square. Su Mumu clutched the reddened side of her face. One of her carefully tied twin ponytails had come loose, and she staggered backward 2 steps. "Wang Hai, how dare you hit me?" Her voice was sharp, almost unhinged. "Looking for death." Li Yuan snorted coldly, gripping his massive sword as he lunged forward. The blade came down from above, aiming straight at Wang Hai's head. "Bye-bye. See you in the dungeon." Wang Hai waved casually, then vanished in an instant just as the sword's light was about to strike. The great sword crashed onto the concrete, shattering debris scattering everywhere. Li Yuan stared at the sword buried halfway in the ground, his eyes flashing with ruthless intensity. He had in-class talent and a hidden class, while Wang Hai was just a regular player. By all logic, Wang Hai should have no chance, but he had still slapped Su Mumu right in the face and then fled. Wang Hai obviously didn't take reckless risks, but in his eyes, Su Mumu was like an amino acid dehydrating and condensing into peptide bonds, exactly the kind of target to hit first as the dungeon opened and collect some interest on that slap, saving the real reckoning for later. My own mother's never hit me. How dare Wang Hai? Su Mumu's trembling fingers touched her burning cheek, a mix of anger and hurt swirling inside her. Li Yuan pulled his sword from the ground, brushed off the debris, and cast a cold glance toward the direction Wang Hai had disappeared. Mumu, don't worry. He can't get away. Once we finish the dungeon boss, he has to show himself. Yuinga, you have to help me get my revenge. That useless Wang Hai dare to hit me? It'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Relax. Li Yuan's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. He'll learn what happens when you mess with us. You have entered the beginner dungeon, Goblin Village. The glaring white light faded, and Wang Hai's figure took shape at the foot of the mountain. Knee-high weeds sprouted around him, and the air stank sharply. For a moment, he thought he had landed next to a dry toilet. Goblins ugly, foul creatures like these were somehow still better off than white knights who constantly fawned over others. From some storylines, those suck-ups didn't even get drawn, they were just the victims. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Wang Hai recalled the rules of the beginner dungeon. It was an artificial dungeon, divided into an outer ring and an inner ring. The outer ring was a separate space where monsters were spawned by the system to weed out freeloaders. Only after passing the outer ring's test could one access the shared inner ring. Without prior team formation, everyone's outer ring was unique, so he wasn't worried about running into Li Yuan right at the start. Suddenly, the bushes rustled softly. Wang Hai gripped his priest's staff tightly and took a small step back. The next moment, a small green-skinned goblin leapt out, brandishing a rough wooden club and screaming as it pounced toward him. Just in time, Wang Hai raised his hand, casting a healing spell. Trait 3's effect activated, and he instantly gained full information on the goblin. Goblin stats: Level 1, HP 50-50, Attack 10, Speed 5, Defense 0, Skill, wielding a big club passive ability, with a chance to stun the opponent when striking the head. Pretty tough, huh? As expected, the monsters in the beginner dungeon aren't very strong. Wang Hai thought to himself as he moved into position. He sidestepped the heavy wooden club and swung his staff backhanded, striking the goblin's forehead. 10. The health bar immediately dropped. The goblin didn't flinch. Instead, it roared and raised its club again. Wang Hai took 2 steps back to create space, then raised his hand and cast a basic healing spell. You cast basic healing, restoring 10 HP to the goblin. Overflowing 60 points, triggered trait 2's effect successfully. You gained 1 point of strength. A strong start. Wang Hai's eyes lit up as he struck the goblin's head again. 11. To trigger trait 2, the healing must actually take effect, so the target needs to lose HP first. The furious goblin didn't understand this mechanic and wildly swung its club without restraint. Wang Hai expertly dodged and cast healing again, fully restoring the goblin's health. You cast basic healing, restoring 11 HP to the goblin. Overflowing 59 points, triggered trait 2's effect successfully. You gained 1 point of strength. Minutes passed as he farmed attributes with delight. When the drop rate dropped, Wang Hai decided to finish it. Circling behind the goblin, he landed 3 strikes. 20, 20, 10. You killed the goblin and gained 5 XP. 3 quick hits took down 1 goblin. These basic attacks already matched those of an average warrior. His strength had risen to 20, constitution 14, agility 12, and spirit 11. Wang Hai gripped his staff, feeling quite satisfied. He continued up the mountain, dry leaves crunching beneath his feet. Nearby bushes shook violently, and 3 goblins lunged out. Wang Hai was too lazy to step back, weaving and dodging. He kept tossing healing spells to the goblins. Attributes piled up again until the drop rate fell. Then he struck decisively. 50, 50, 50. You killed 3 goblins and gained 15 XP. Not even level 2 yet, but his basic attacks already outperformed the mage's fireball. With this overpowered talent, what class couldn't he master? Proudly striding uphill, Wang Hai suddenly stopped. In the depths of the forest, noises rose upon goblin. 2, 3. A total of 20 goblins peered out. 20. His eye twitched. Who designed this level? This is just to mess with your mind. Any normal player would have broken down by now. Each goblin dealt 10 damage per hit. Though slow, they formed a 5-layer siege circle with no escape. Even a meat tank couldn't take that kind of punishment. Luckily, he had farmed some attributes before, or had have died before entering the dungeon. Now, that would have been embarrassing. Wang Hai raised his staff and struck down goblins one after another. With just 50 health points, these goblins were as fragile as freshly blown soap bubbles. One light touch from his staff sent them tumbling. Even a mere graze was enough to finish them off. Yet despite this, he still couldn't avoid taking some damage throughout the fight. His agility drops were too few, and when surrounded, his movements remained slightly sluggish. Fortunately, His healing spell had no cooldown and required no incantation. Whenever his health dropped, he would immediately restore it, or else holding the line alone would have been near impossible. In just a few minutes, he had cleared the battle zone down to only 8 goblins, planning to keep them around to farm attributes. Just as a smile crept onto his face, something unexpected happened. Whiz! A crude arrow zipped past his ear, lodging into the dirt at his feet, the shaft still vibrating. Had he not reacted so quickly, a wound would have been inevitable. More goblins? He muttered, glancing toward the arrow's origin. About 100 meters away, 5 goblins crouched on a tree branch, brandishing equally rough wooden bows. Their green-skinned faces were savage grins. With new foes appearing, Wang Hai reminded himself quietly, can't afford to be careless, almost got hit. The last wave wasn't even fully dealt with, and another was already charging. The level's designer clearly had a cruel sense of humor. Arrows continued to rain down. Wang Hai's footsteps danced as he weaved sideways, arrows grazing his robe, but missing their mark. As he dodged, he quickly assessed his surroundings. The archers were a serious threat, but had slow firing rates and poor accuracy. As long as he kept moving, hitting him would be difficult. The melee goblins were close by. If he didn't clear them first, they would slow him down. With his plan clear, he decided to finish off the melee monsters first while leaving the distant archers to farm attributes. The 8 remaining goblins panicked, but still charged with snarls. Wang Hai stepped lightly on his toes, darting between them. Each swing of his staff shattered a green skull with precision. Cracks rang out in quick succession, green blood splattering, but his movements remained relentless. When the last one fell, a system prompt appeared in his vision. You have killed 8 goblins. Experience 40. After dealing with 8 goblins, Wang Hai approached the goblin archer. Casually, he tapped the creature's forehead with a healing spell, and immediately, the system panel appeared. Goblin Archer. Level 2. HP, 100,100. Attack, 20. Speed, 10. Defense, 10. Skill Arrow Conjuring. Costs 3 mana to instantly create a normal arrow, cooldown 3 seconds. Talent Arrow Enhancement E. All fired arrows gain 30 attack damage. Take my arrow. The goblin snarled. Wait, it has a talent? That's pretty pathetic. Wang Hai's eyes lit up. It was his first time seeing a monster with a talent, though this one was underwhelming. If any player ever awakened this talent, their prospects looked bleak. But don't forget, this is a beginner dungeon. Fixed 50 damage plus a surprise ambush meant one arrow from the archer could slice off half a newbie's health. And there were 5 archers hidden in the bushes here, a veritable graveyard for beginners. Plenty of unlucky players would probably meet their end in this spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows sliced through the air as the goblins displayed rudimentary but decent marksmanship. Well, ranged enemies are always a nuisance. Still not playing nice, huh? Wang Hai muttered. He stripped some bark off a nearby tree, twisted it into thick ropes, climbed up, and with a few quick moves, hung all 5 goblins upside down from branches. Oh, Aya! Amid the stinging lashes and continuous healing spells, those 5 goblins quickly collapsed into a soggy mess. Meanwhile, Su Mumu and Li Yuan arrived in the same dungeon with a young priest in tow. What's there to be afraid of? Just stick behind us and heal, don't run around. I promise you'll clear it alive. Li Yuan scoffed when he noticed Zhang, he nervously fiddling with his staff. Brotherly, it's my first time in a dungeon. Our teacher said beginner dungeons are tough. Of course I'm nervous. Zhang he answered sheepishly. Can you really trust everything the teacher says? I've farmed newbie dungeons countless times. They're not hard. How can a beginner dungeon be a big deal? Li Yuan sneered. They had all awakened 3 days ago, but the gap between ordinary people and clan descendants was like a chasm already. The idea that beginner dungeons were hard only applied to civilians. For Li Yuan, born with a silver spoon, it was just an easy grind. If not for the level restrictions, he would have started at level 10. Only unworldly country bumpkins get scared. What's there to fear about a newbie dungeon? Su Mumu said with a faint sneer, glancing at Zhang He. If your sister hadn't begged us, we wouldn't have even brought a priest. Li Yuan swung his greatsword. Let's go, no wasting time. After clearing these mobs, we need to settle the score with that loser Wang Hai. Watch out, something's coming, the young priest whispered. Before the words were out, 3 goblins burst from the grass, swinging clubs and screaming. Humph, suicide mission. Li Yuan sneered and swung his greatsword. The first goblin split in 2 on the spot. These goblins are too weak, he huffed dismissively. But just as his blade fell, more footsteps pounded through the bushes in the distance. Not good, more goblins. Zhang He tensed up. Only 9 little pests. Li Yuan glanced and swung again, slicing all 9 charging goblins in half. Is that all? Li Yuan shook the blood off his greatsword. These newbie dungeon monsters were ridiculously weak, hardly worth his time. Around his feet lay 9 goblin corpses, each cleaved in half, the green blood snaking down the mountain path. Su Mumu chuckled softly and patted her spotless shoulder guard, saying, these goblins aren't even good enough practice for you, Inga. Zhang He gripped his staff tightly, quietly relieved. Brotherly, Sister Su, you're amazing. The three pressed onward up the narrow stone steps. A cool breeze rippled through the treetops, and suddenly 60 goblin heads poked out from behind a cliff wall, their blackened yellow fangs gleaming in saliva. "Be careful," Zhang He shouted just as the 60 goblins charged forward, brandishing wooden clubs. 60? Humph. Li Yuan's expression darkened only slightly. Then he sneered and crossed his greatsword in front of his chest. "Not enough to fill my teeth." Silently, Su Mumu stepped beside him, her longsword glowing with golden holy light. "Zhang He, fall back, don't get in the way." Zhang He nodded and pressed against the cliff, retreating with eyes fixed on his teammates' health bars, ready to heal. The battle erupted instantly. Li Yuan's greatsword descended, slicing 2 goblins in half at the waist. Before the blood mist cleared, more goblins pushed forward. Bang, one club slammed into his helmet, triggering a stun effect that froze his movements. 5 goblins rushed in, hammering him down until his health plummeted halfway. Holy light heal. Zhang He's staff glowed, restoring Li Yuan's health bar to full. Meanwhile, Su Mumu was knocked to the ground by a goblin whose sharp nails tore through her armor, nearly draining her health. Zhang He's healing spells barely kept her from falling. "Get out of my way," Li Yuan roared, flames bursting forth that instantly charred the encircling goblins to cinders. No time to rest before a whoosh of arrows tore the air. 15 bolt struck Zhang He from the distant woods, his health bar instantly zeroing out. The system's protection triggered, enveloping him in white light and teleporting him forcibly out of the dungeon. Damn it, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. He didn't care if Zhang He died, but having just boasted in front of Zhang Shi, now losing a teammate at the dungeon's edge was embarrassing. "Brother Yuan, help me," Su Mumu cried as 3 goblins pinned her down, clubs raised high. Li Yuan swung his sword in a wide arc, cutting down the 3 goblins along with the archers waiting at a distance. Su Mumu grabbed healing potions from her bag, downing several quickly with a sigh of frustration. "Zhang He is such dead weight. If he hadn't dragged us down, those 60 goblins would have been cleared long ago. We shouldn't have agreed to Zhang Zai's plan. She purposely sent us a weak link just to watch us flounder." She looked up anxiously. "One more thing," Brother Yuan rushed to the boss. "That useless Wang Hai is probably already broken through. If we're slow, we won't be able to stop him." Li Yuan scanned the scorched corpses and broken clubs littering the ground. "Proud, but not foolish," he said. 60 melee and 15 archers, just on the outskirts, that's nothing. The inner areas will be much tougher. Wang Hai is a small fry, not worth distracting ourselves over. Clearing the dungeon is the priority. The reward was extraordinary. Clearing the dungeon granted a high-quality skill perfectly suited to one's own profession. The Li family was wealthy, but his rare awakened class deserved rare skills, far beyond common ones. This skill, I absolutely must get it. On the other side, under Wang Hai's relentless healing bombardment, the barely surviving goblins finally triggered their talent. Trait effect 2 activated successfully. You have gained the talent Arrow Enhancement E. Huh, a talent actually popped out. Wang Hai glanced at the status panel, slightly surprised. He had only cast healing more than 20 times, so the drop rate was much higher than expected. His eyes scanned the ground, picking up scattered bows and arrows. Although he was a priest, since he had acquired a marksman-specific talent, a temporary switch to archer wouldn't hurt. He stepped back 10 meters, smoothly knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and released headshot. You killed a goblin archer, experience 10. Getting a headshot was satisfying, but hitting the originally targeted enemy would have been perfect. Wang Hai joked to himself, then fired 4 more arrows in rapid succession. The arrows skimmed just past the edges of the targets, demonstrating his excellent edge tracing technique. A priest should swing a staff hidden. Sneaking behind and shooting from afar isn't really my style. Tossing the bow aside casually, he calmly grabbed his staff and knocked down the 4 remaining goblins one by one. You killed 4 goblin archers, experience 40. Level 10. Talents: Grace, Arrow Enhancement E. Skill, Basic Healing LV1. Strength, 211. Constitution, 75. Agility, 40. Spirit, 21. Free attribute points, 0. You gain 5 free attribute points each level. Attribute bonuses: Health 10, Mana 10, Spell Power 2, Attack 1, Speed 1, Defense 0. Health, 750, Constitution Health Bonus. Mana, 117210 Spirit Mana Bonus. Spell Power, 42 Spirit Spell Power Bonus. Attack, 211 Strength Attack Bonus. Speed, 40 Agility Speed Bonus. Defense, 0 Constitution Defense Bonus. After slaughtering more than 20 goblins, his experience progress hadn't moved an inch. Wang Hai wasn't surprised. Experience in the dungeon only tallies after leaving. Spirit and agility drops are still rare. He stared at the panel, muttering to himself while making a judgment. The attribute drops probably align with the monster's own tendencies. Goblins favor strength, so strength drops are the most common. To farm spirit, he'd have to hunt ghost-type monsters. Taking a few dozen more steps, his body suddenly passed through an invisible barrier, and the scene before him changed abruptly. Is this where the actual dungeon starts? Wang Hai looked around. Impressed by the clever design of the Secret Realm's creator, there was no sense of disconnection moving from the outer to inner area. Without the sudden environmental shift, he wouldn't have noticed. Surrounding him was a gloomy forest, dense ancient trees blocking out the sky. The air reeked of a sharp, nauseating stench that made his eyes sting. What the heck is this place? Did I really fall into a latrine dungeon? Covering his mouth and nose, he stayed alert. Suddenly, a rustling sound. 3 goblins, noticeably larger and tougher than the ones outside, sprang out from the bushes. One was a goblin shaman holding a dark green staff. The other 2 were heavily muscled brutes. Looks like this really is an elite squad. Wang Hai grinned broadly. The goblin shaman struck first, sending a green beam about the thickness of a finger shooting from the tip of his staff. The beam hissed through the air and instantly hit Wang Hai's chest. The system alerted him immediately. You have taken poison damage, losing 5 health points per second for 30 seconds. That's it. He glanced down at his nearly untouched health bar, shrugged, and shook his head in disappointment. Losing that little health was nothing to him, a mere scratch. Even if he took the full damage, he could easily recover. Just then, 2 big biker goblins swung huge wooden clubs, trying to pinch him from front and back, kicking up a flurry of dry leaves. Finding their speed too slow to bother turning around, Wang Hai flicked his staff behind him with one hand. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones followed as one of the big bikers smashed like a bowling ball, knocking over 2 big trees before coming to a halt. The one in front suffered an even worse fate. Wang Hai raised his hand and delivered an upward strike, his staff smashing hard into its jaw, exploding the head into a messy mix of white and green pulp. Critical hit. You struck the goblin warrior's weak spot for 310 damage. You have slain a goblin warrior, experience 20. So fragile? Looks like I'll have to go easy. He casually plucked a leaf to wipe off the blood splattered on his staff. Sensing danger, the goblin shaman turned to flee. Wang Hai bent down, grabbed a massive club thicker than his arm from the ground, and threw it effortlessly, smashing the shaman's right leg into a twisted, unnatural angle. No need to rush, stay and help me grind some stats. He strolled over slowly, casting a soft holy light on the 2 wailing goblins, carving fresh wounds again and again, torturing them over and over. Goblin warrior. Level 3. Health 300,300. Attack 20. Speed 20. Defense 10. Skill. Swing big club passive. Chance to stun enemy when hitting the head. Talent. Fixed damage reduction. It reduces damage taken by 10. That big club is pretty tough. Goblin shaman. Level 3. Health 200,200. Attack 5. Spell power 30. Speed 10. Defense 0. Skill. Poison spread applies debuff on hit, dealing 5 damage per second. Duration 1 spell power. Talent. Spell cost reduction. It reduces spell cost by 1. Die wailing. 2 talents. Wang Hai's eyes lit up as he reviewed their stats. Although both were rank E, they were far more useful than the newly unlocked arrow enhancement talent. The shaman's spell cost reduction, especially, meant nothing to him since his mana was essentially unlimited. The holy light kept falling repeatedly, his new cuts tearing open again and again. After over 50 agonizing cycles, the system finally popped up. Trait 2 effect activated successfully. You have obtained talent fixed damage reduction E. Trait 2 effect activated successfully. You have obtained talent spell cost reduction E. Pretty good luck, didn't waste much time. Wang Hai casually cast a healing spell. His mana bar didn't budge at all. It had become a 0-cost skill. Really great talents. He nodded in satisfaction and raised his staff to put an end to the goblin's miserable torment. You have slain a goblin warrior, experience 20. You have slain a goblin shaman, experience 20. On the mountaintop, 2 white figures suddenly burst out from the dense forest, breathing in the fresh air tinged with the scent of earth. They had finally made it out alive. This is disgusting. Who on earth designed this dungeon? Sitting on a huge rock, the 2 young, beautiful girls wiped the sticky green goo off their clothes, their faces full of disgust. Once we get out, I'm definitely reporting him. Lin Jixia, with her high ponytail, suddenly raised her head alertly. Shuai, listen. Lin Tingxue immediately tensed up, holding her breath and focusing intently. From deep within the forest came a series of piercing goblin howls, chaotic and ebbing in distance, sounding like at least 30 in number. The 40 goblins at the outskirts already overwhelmed us, and now there are fewer, but their levels are higher and they're tougher, Lin Jixia said grimly. They had fought through countless enemies on the way here, and their health and mana were nearly drained. This battle was going to be even more dangerous. Suddenly, a howl filled with sobs echoed through the trees. Lin Tingxue frowned. Sis, something's off. Are these goblins crying? They exchanged a glance, both eyes flickering with confusion. Let's go check it out. Lin Jixia tightened her grip on her long sword, carefully pushing aside the bushes and peeking through. The scene before them left them stunned. A young man dressed in a priest's robe was waving his staff, chasing after a group of sobbing goblins running all over the hill. The goblins scattered in terror, some even dropping to their knees, begging. Wang Hai? They whispered in disbelief. So many goblins were being driven to tears by him. Class monitor, class rep, you're here too, Wang Hai called out, stopping his staff and turning without looking at them. Lin Jixia held her sword defensively, eyes wary as she stared at the trembling goblins. What are you doing? How can a priest subdue over 30 goblins? Her mind raced. Could it be that this guy's awakening wasn't actually a priest, but some kind of twisted class? Wang Hai chuckled softly without replying. He reached out and cast a healing spell on a goblin trying to sneak away. Bathed in gentle white light, the goblin's wounds healed instantly, yet the creature screamed and scrambled back to its comrades in panic. Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue exchanged bewildered looks. Isn't healing magic supposed to restore monsters' health? Before they could speak, Wang Hai's movements suddenly quickened. Like teleporting, he appeared beside the just-healed goblin and slammed his staff down with a whoosh. A terrible howl followed as the goblin was thrown back, its health dropping sharply. Lin Zixia's mouth twitched. This wasn't fighting at all. It was pure torment and harassment. She started wondering about Wang Hai's motive. Could he have been dumped by Su Mumu and now lost his mind? Thinking this, she instinctively took a step back. Lin Tingxue, however, seemed excited and asked eagerly, Wang Hai, are you taming these goblins? Wang Hai's actions were exactly to her liking. Those disgusting goblins deserved to be thoroughly tortured. About time, Wang Hai replied casually as he found a moment, pounding his staff into the ground to signal the bound goblins to behave. For him, taming goblins was about boosting combat strength, and torturing them was just another means to the same end. In other words, it was all the same thing. After finishing off the last screeching goblin, he shook off his sleeves, turned around, and cast a healing spell on the Lin sisters. A milky white glow gathered at the tip of his staff before suddenly transforming into two shining orbs of light that zipped toward the sisters. Ah, don't hit me. Startled by the sudden balls of light, Lin Jixia shrieked, instinctively crossing her hands over her chest. Her outburst caused both Wang Hai and Lin Tingxue to pause briefly, their gazes landing on her flushed face. Seeing their eyes on her, Lin Jixia grew even more embarrassed. When I saw that white light flying toward us, I thought you had finished torturing the goblins and were going to practice on us next. Wang Hai didn't bother explaining, simply raising a hand dismissively. Just healing magic. The white light merged into their bodies, sending a warm energy rippling through their meridians. Lin Tingxue reacted first, looking up in surprise. Such powerful healing magic. My HP is full already. She immediately pulled up her character panel to check, and Lin Jixia quickly followed suit. Lin Jixia. Level 10. Class, Swift Blade Swordsman. Talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Strength. Attack speed increased by 50, movement speed increased by 100, crit rate increased by 15, crit damage increased by 100. Each attack grants 1 sword heart mark. All damage dealt to marked targets increases by 15 per mark. At 10 stacks, the next attack guarantees true damage critical hit and clears marks. Skills. 1. Swift slash or rapid forward slash, dealing 200 attack power true damage in a 3-meter line. Costs 10 mana, 8-second cooldown. 2. Block parries the next attack, reducing damage taken by 100, 5-second cooldown. HP, 300. Mana, 200,300. Magic power, 10. Attack, 30. Speed, 30. Defense, 0. Lin Tingxue. Level, 10. Class, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Talent, Burning Blood. Strength can burn fixed HP to increase next attack damage by 5x the burn amount. When HP falls below 50, attack power doubles. When HP falls below 10, damage taken decreases by 90 and 1 lethal hit is nullified. Skills. 1. Bloodthirst. Passive. All attacks drain 2 life. 2. Blood Rage consumes 50 HP and 50 mana, adding 50 life steal to all attacks for 100 seconds. HP, 300. Mana, 100,100. Magic power, 10. Attack, 30. Speed, 10. Defense, 0. As Lin Tingxue confirmed the panel, she looked up in disbelief. Because of her talent, she usually kept her health around 30 points, but that single healing spell had instantly restored nearly 300 HP. In the newbie dungeon, you can only enter as a level 1 rookie, but your energy just refilled all at once. You'd need at least a level 5 priest to do that, right? Lin Jixia was stunned too, wondering silently. What hidden class has Wang Hai awakened? Wang Hai, meanwhile, scrutinized their panels with a gleam in his eyes. With these 2 strength talents, he could never let them go to waste. He put away his staff, twirling it casually in one hand, and tossed out a casual question. Want to team up? Forming a team? Well, Lin Jixia hesitated upon hearing that. Wang Hai was undeniably powerful, but his strange condition made her instinctively want to keep her distance. Before she could speak, Lin Tingxue was already nodding excitedly. Great, we're just missing a strong priest. She waved her hands, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Wang Hai fit her perfectly, and most importantly, he could perfectly cover her health bar weakness. Although Lin Tingxue had a vampire passive, it was inefficient, and her blood rage skill was so costly, she only used it against bosses or in life or death situations. Without being able to keep her blood burn active constantly, her monster-killing speed dropped sharply. If she had a top-tier priest supporting her health, she could confidently channel every attack in a maximum output, even boasting she could one-shot bosses. Lin Jixia opened her mouth, but swallowed the word no. Seeing her sister so excited, she sighed softly. Having a powerful priest escorting them meant a little more safety after all. Then it's settled. Lin Tingxue jumped up beside Wang Hai. As long as the healing's enough, I promise no monster will lay a finger on you. No sooner had she spoken than the goblins nearby suddenly stirred and all turned to face the north. A low, piercing roar echoed from the dense forest to the north, instantly ripping apart the brief calm. Shaking in fear after being beaten by Wang Hai, the goblins suddenly seemed energized, their terror replaced by frenzy. They growled low and scrambled to their feet, grabbing crude weapons scattered around, crazed as they charged toward the source of the sound. Something's wrong. Could that be the boss? Lin Jixia gripped her sword warily. Boss. Lin Tingxu's eyes gleamed instead. Perfect timing. Wang Hai, get your healing ready. Watch me take it down in seconds. She turned around only to find Wang Hai nowhere in sight. Looking around, all she saw were flashes of white moving about, followed by rows of fallen goblins. Wang Hai moved with terrifying speed, nothing like a priest at all. To the Lin sisters, only a trail of death effects remained. So strong. Is he really a priest? Lin Zixia's worldview was shaken. Even with her class talent sword-hard enlightenment, she couldn't keep up with that afterimage. My god, that attack power, that speed. Lin Tingxue was stunned, instinctively comparing. He seemed more like a berserker than her. Shwe, snap out of it. Chase after him, or else that boss will be soloed by him. Lin Jixia recovered and raised her sword, pursuing Wang Hai's disappearing figure. Atop the mountain, the sun blazed high in the sky. A three-ma turtle goblin wielding a massive stone axe was under joint assault from 5 figures. Under the relentless assault of the 5 warriors, the goblin boss health bar gradually shrank by 2/3. But in the next moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The towering 3-meter-high goblins suddenly donned a heavy silver armor. The metal plates clanked together like living creatures, wrapping both the beast and its snarling, tusked face in an impenetrable shell. Its crimson eyes blazed fiercely through the helmet's slits. The previously battered stone axe was now sheathed in a black iron coating that gleamed coldly, radiating a savage aura. Had just undergone an epic transformation. Watch out, it's entered a new form. Zhang Xin, the frontline warrior, reflexively raised his steel greatsword and swung it at the newly forged armor. Clang! Sparks exploded as the heavy metal rang out like thunder on a tin roof. The shockwave rattled down the blade and into Zhang Xin's arm, causing his palm to sting and his fingers go numb. The greatsword left only a faint scratch on the silver plating, practically no damage at all. A roar. The goblin boss howled, shaking the entire valley, and suddenly charged with a mighty overhead axe strike. Clenching his teeth, Zhang Xin raised his sword in defense. The next instant, both he and his sword were blasted backward, crashing heavily into the rocky wall. Boom! Stone shards flew and dust billowed. The steel greatsword bent into a terrifying arc, almost ruined. Captain! The staff-wielding girl in the back shouted out. Don't worry about me. Keep it under control. Zhang Xin forced himself up, his arm trembling uncontrollably, but a sinking dread filled his heart. How had the boss gotten so much stronger so fast? And that armor, it looked strangely familiar. The goblin boss had locked onto him. Its metal-shod boots stomped, causing the ground to hum and shake. The ironclad axe scraped sharply against stone and fired deadly sparks in a straight-line charge. Vine bind. The nature mage shouted an incantation, and thick vines burst from the earth, wrapping tightly around the boss' legs. Crack! With a powerful twist, the armored calves crushed and shredded the tough vines. The goblin halted briefly, then grew even more furious. Damn it, it's breaking free. The nature mage's face drained of color. Damn it, Li Yuan, is this your doing? Zhang Xin suddenly realized something and shouted angrily, scanning the surroundings. Heh, Zhang Xin, didn't expect you to be this sharp. A light laugh came from the shadows of the forest. Li Yuan brushed off his sleeves and stepped out alongside Su Mumu. I was going to let this goblin finish you off, then avenge you all. Such a lowlife from the start. Zhang Xin stumbled to avoid another charge and cursed at Li Yuan. Really rude. Su Mumu curled her lip. We didn't break any rules. You couldn't beat the boss yourselves, and now you're blaming us? So pathetic, seriously pathetic. The newbie dungeon forbade players from killing each author a rule, like a glass wall reflecting all their fury and helplessness back at Zhang Xin's team. They knew Li Yuan had buffed the boss defense and attack by exploiting a loophole without technically breaking any rules, but if they dared attack Li Yuan, their dungeon completion would be invalidated. The four exchanged grim looks, their faces pale. The boss now resembled a walking steel fortress. Their swords and arrows barely scratched its defense, while each swing of its axe carried the shadow of death. Captain, what do we do? Our attacks have no effect. The archer's rapid shots pinged off the armor with hopeless clangs echoing around them. Retreat. Abandon the boss. Focus on killing the smaller mobs. Zhang Xian finally made up his mind. Though reluctant, scoring well mattered more. Too late for that now. Li Yuan chuckled as he activated his Shrank Talent conceptual armament, pumping odd forces into the goblin boss. The silver armor's patterns glowed a deep crimson, boosting its strength and defense to new heights. Since hostilities were out in the open, he might as well go all in. He thought to himself, as long as Zhang Xin's group stayed in the dungeon, hiding in the shadows waiting to snatch the boss' final blow, he couldn't safely focus on fighting the boss at all. If Zhang Xin's team stayed, they'd probably lurk in hiding to steal the boss kill. As long as they remained in the dungeon, Li Yuan couldn't fight the boss in peace. Roaring once again, the goblin boss Snow, even more empowered, locked its blood-red eyes on Zhang Xian, fixating on the enemy who had attacked it first. The giant axe, covered in shattered stone plates, swung across in a violent arc, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, cutting off all of Zhang Xin's escape routes. His health bar instantly dropped to 0. The system's protection mechanism kicked in, enveloping him in a flash of white light and ejecting him from the dungeon. With the team leader eliminated, the remaining 4 members stood pale-faced, a wave of despair and anger churning inside them. Li Yuan, Su Mumu, you idiots. The nature mage girl's eyes were bloodshot, the green glow at the tip of her staff flickering wildly. Don't be impulsive. The archer beside her grabbed her arm. He's trying to provoke us into attacking, so the system will flag us for cheating. The 4 glared fiercely at each other but gritted their teeth and held back. One by one, they were crushed by the strengthened boss and sent out in defeat. TCH, pathetic rage, Li Yuan said, patting Su Mumu's slender waist with a disdainful smile. Now that it's quiet, Mumu, get ready to output. We're taking all the EXP and loot from this boss. Admiration flickered openly in Su Mumu's eyes as she swung her holy sword, a strand of sacred light flowing out to restore Li Yuan's mana. You're amazing, Yuenga. You beat the competition without shedding a drop of blood. Li Yuan didn't strike immediately, but waited quietly. After 60 seconds, the dark magical aura enveloping the boss shattered abruptly. The heavy armor turned to dust, and the once arrogant goblin leader instantly wilted. Concept Armament Steer Talent. 1. Consumes mana to conjure any equipment, granting its basic stats to self or others. Stats cannot exceed the caster's own attributes. 2. When equipping the concept armament, gains an additional buff. All attributes 300 for 60 seconds. 3. After the buff ends, enters an exhausted state. All attributes 50, during which concept armament cannot be equipped again. This is the terrifying power of an steer talent. Even a basic buff can multiply attributes. The higher the base stats, the greater the boost. Li Yuan knew that if he used concept armament on himself, he couldn't stand up to Zhang Xin's team of 5. But boosting the boss meant no one in the entire dungeon could stop it. At this moment, the goblin boss was barely clinging to life. Li Yuan raised his hand and cast identification. Goblin leader. Level 5. HP. 1524 10,000 exhausted state. HP halved. Attack. Spell power. Defense. Skills. Thanks to Zhang Xian and the others, or this 10,000 HP would have completely worn us down, Li Yuan muttered as he glanced at the stats. Even with the debuff having its HP, grinding down that remaining 5,000 would be brutal. Let's move. Mumu, apply buff swell, end this quickly. The moment he finished speaking, light exploded around him as a silver-black armor materialized out of thin air. A greatsword formed in his hands, its blade exuding a cold gleam. Got it, Yuenga. Su Mumu swung her holy sword briskly, gentle sacred light pouring onto Li Yuan, boosting his attack power and speed. The exhaustion state couldn't last long. They had to deal maximum damage before it wore off. Li Yuan pushed off the ground, sending shards of gravel flying as he launched himself like an arrow toward the goblin leader. His heavy sword raised high, then slammed it down fiercely. 50. Pale red numbers flashed briefly above the boss head. He still has such high defense. Li Yuan frowned, but didn't slow down. His heavy sword struck again and again, icy steel raining down in a relentless storm. On the other side, Su Mumu had also switched to damage output. She raised her hand and fired a holy light orb. The platinum-colored sphere whistled forward. Though weaker, it was enough to finish off wounded enemies. The goblin leader snarled lowly in its exhausted state. Its stone axe swung feebly, slow and clumsy with many openings. Li Yuan nimbly sidestepped, a slicing wind from his sword sweeping just past the axe blade. They attacked from front and back, gradually grinding down the boss health bar. The fight quickly settled into a steady attrition. At this pace, Li Yuan had enough mana left to wear down this tough boss before he ran out. He was roughly calculating the time when suddenly a startling change occurred. As the health dropped to 1,000, the goblin leader gave a long howl, a deep, guttural roar shaking the leaves around. Not good. It's about to call for reinforcements. Li Yuan's heart tightened as his hands moved faster. Ordinary goblins were no threat, but if it summoned other players then things would get complicated. If someone else stole the kill, it would all be for nothing. Thinking quickly, he decisively transferred the concept armament buff to Su Mumu and stacked triple enhancement on her. Mumu, your buffejo take the lead. Got it, Yuan. A surge of power flooded Su Mumu instantly, steadying her heart. She let out a sharp cry as her holy sword tip gathered an unprecedented, brilliant holy light. Go. 170. Even with modest base stats, backed by concept armament and a triple multiplier, her strike dealt nearly 200 damage. At this rate, a few more hits would surely kill the boss. But then, from deep in the forest, more than a dozen shafts of white light shot through the air, all landing on the boss head. Li Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. When he saw the boss hadn't been harmed, he finally breathed a little easier. Luckily, they aren't very skilled. They can't even steal the kill. He snorted coldly inside and stepped forward to finish it off but then froze instantly. The boss health bar above its head didn't drop, it actually increased, swelling like it had been inflated. The boss' nearly depleted health was now covered by a thick layer of green HP. A full 4,000 points. This boss just gained 4,000 health. How is that possible? Li Yuan shouted, almost certain his interface was glitching. Those dozen or so white lights weren't attacks, they were healing. Nearly 4,000 health restored in one go. This amount of healing was absurd. Where in a dungeon did a monster-level priest come from? The holy light orb hanging in midair paused as well. Su Mumu's mouth opened slightly, her excitement instantly turning to confusion. Yuan. Yuinga? The boss health, it's full again? Healing magic. Someone just added 4,000 HP to it. Li Yuan's voice cracked with anger. He spun around and gazed toward the direction of the white lights. At the forest's edge, shadows stirred among the trees, and three figures broke through the foliage. Leading them was none other than Wang Hai. Wang Hai. Li Yuan nearly spat the name through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with a mix of shock and anger. Confident in his plan, he had written off Zhang Xin's squad, never expecting Wang Hai to suddenly appear a monstrous figure capable of healing 4,000 points in a single breath. Such a level of healing was utterly out of place at this stage. Hey, it's an old acquaintance, Wang Hai said casually as he raised his hand, releasing a creamy, white healing wave. His tone was relaxed, as if he were just passing by for a chat. Wang Hai, are you proud of doing something so reckless and self-defeating? Su Mumu's face flushed red with anger as she pointed her holy sword straight at him, voice rising sharply. Healing the boss? Have you lost your mind? What are you trying to pull? Wang Hai glanced at her coolly, his eyes as calm as if watching noisy children, showing no interest in responding. His gaze quickly returned to the battlefield. That complete disregard was sharper than any insult. Su Mumu was about to shout again, but was stopped by Li Yuan grabbing her arm. Enough. Stop wasting words. Li Yuan's voice was low and cold, dripping like ice water. He saw clearer than anyone else. With Wang Hai joining, the Lin sisters' firepower, and that godlike healing the boss no longer belonged to them. Staying any longer was meaningless. They would only be wiped out by the boss's counterattack. Brother Yuan, are you just going to let it go like this? Su Mumu called out unwillingly as the glow from her conceptual armor dimmed rapidly and weakness surged over her. Stay and get swarmed by the minions? Or want the boss to personally finish you off? Li Yuan growled, slashing down two goblins rushing at them while pulling Su Mumu through a bloody escape route. His mana was almost gone, Su Mumu slipping into weakness, and the number of monsters multiplying. Any delay meant certain death. Meanwhile, Lin Tingsu's blood blade smashed against the goblin chief. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the two retreating hastily and scoffed coldly. TCH, they're running fast. They got off easy. Focus on the boss, Lin Zhixiao warned coolly, her sword flashing to block a sneak attack on her sister's flank. Her sharp gaze never left the battle's every move. The minions are multiplying. We need to finish this faster. I know, sis. With Wang Hai's terrifyingly reliable healing backing her up, Lin Tingsu unleashed herself completely. Her berserker rage reached its peak, Bloodblade dancing wildly as the boss's health plummeted. 1,080. 1,104. 1,098. High damage numbers streamed continuously, while Wang Hai's healing light followed precisely, instantly replenishing Lin Tingsu's life lost to blood frenzy, keeping her health always full. With only 100 HP left on the boss, Lin Tingsu and Lin Zhixiao exchanged a knowing look and simultaneously drew back. Alright, Wang Hai, this last hit is yours. Lin Tingsu wiped sweat from her brow, stepping back to give ground. Me? Wang Hai looked at the two of them with some surprise. Honestly, he wasn't too concerned about claiming ownership of this boss. The dozen or so healing spells he had cast earlier had already allowed him to successfully copy the talent damage reduction break. Reduces incoming damage by 20. That was by far the most valuable reward he gained from this entire beginner dungeon. If he could also copy the Lin sisters' talents, that would be even better, but thanks to the ample healing support, Lin Tingshu's burst damage had brought the boss down to low health within just a few strikes, so Wang Hai never once triggered a successful copy. Still, he wasn't anxious. They'd have plenty of chances to cooperate in the future, and there was no need to fuss over this newbie dungeon. Of course, Lin Jixia said with a smile. After all, you snatched this boss for yourself, and without your constant healing, Xiaoxua wouldn't have been able to dish out such high damage. Since the boss and loot are yours, we absolutely won't let you refuse next time we want to team up. Alright, then I won't hold back. Lin Tingxue chimed in with a radiant smile. Wang Hai decisively raised his staff and struck the goblin leader's head with a final blow. 109. Critical hit. As the bright red damage numbers flashed, the massive goblin leader instantly stiffened, his bloodshot eyes dimming, then collapsed with a heavy thud. His body dissolved into several glowing experience orbs, and a few enticingly shining items dropped on the ground. Announcement: Goblin leader has been slain. Final kill by Wang Hai. A surge of experience flowed into all three. Although Wang Hai delivered the finishing blow, Lin Tingxue had dealt the highest damage, taking nearly half the experience. How many levels they would gain would only be known after leaving the dungeon. Quick, let's see what good stuff dropped. Lin Tingxue couldn't contain her excitement and rushed toward the glowing orbs. As the light faded, 3 items hovered silently where the goblin leader fell, each radiating a distinct, faint glow. Wow, we got loot. Though straightforward, she knew the rules and didn't rush to grab them. Instead, she turned back to Wang Hai. Some special dungeon gear binds to the first person who touches it. This was rare in beginner dungeons, but experienced players always respected this unwritten rule. Wang Hai's gaze passed over the 3 items one by one. The first was a round shield shimmering with a pale blue sheen, its surface engraved with thorny patterns, both ancient and sturdy. Thorned round shield. Quality: fine. Equip requirements: warrior, knight classes. Attributes: defense 35, strength 8. Special: when successfully blocking, reflects 50 fixed damage back to melee attackers and restores 5 mana. A fine-grade shield with damage reflection and mana regen. Lin Tingshu's eyes lit up. Wang Hai, if you don't need it, you can sell it to my sister. I don't need it, take it. Wang Hai handed over the shield without hesitation. Lin Jixiao accepted the shield, feeling its weight, and quietly thanked him. This shield is a big upgrade for me. But like we said, it's your loot. I'll transfer the money to you after we leave the dungeon. Wang Hai didn't argue. He was too lazy for formalities over stuff like this. The second item was a pair of leather boots glowing faintly green. Boots of swiftness. Quality: excellent. Equip requirements: none. Attributes: agility 5, movement speed 10. Special: none. Speed boots, not bad. Wang Hai equipped them on the spot. While 5 agility wasn't huge, 10 movement speed was quite helpful for him. The last item was a skill book bound in pale gold leather. Skill book: group healing spell. Class requirements: priest, paladin, or other holy light classes. Effect: costs 100 mana to heal all allies within a 5x5 area for 30 plus 100 of spell power. Group healing spell. Lin Tingxue murmured, eyes full of envy. Wang Hai, your luck is incredible. As she marveled, she gave a thumbs-up gesture. This is a healer's early game ultimate skill. With it, you'll instantly go from a one-person healing freak to a strategic-level priest coveted by every team. Thinking about how guilds fought over top players, Lin Tingxue couldn't help but feel happy for Wang Hai. Lin Jixian nodded gently, her eyes sincere. Congratulations. Your spell power is unfathomable. This skill seems tailor-made for you. She could already picture the vivid scene green glow spreading over the battlefield, a burst of group healing instantly filling the squad's health bars. Wang Hai's heart surged as he reached out to touch the floating, glowing book. The pale golden pages shimmered into streams of light, piercing into his third eye. A system notification sounded in his ear. Skill learn: group healing spell LV1. Group healing spell LV1. Mana cost 1. Range 55 meters. Effect: restores 30 spell power 100 health points to all creatures in range. Wang Hai nodded silently. His talent grace had already reduced the original 100 mana cost to just 1 point. Coupled with the previously acquired spell cost E reduces mana cost by 1. This skill instantly became free to cast. As for the baseline heal of 30 points, may be ordinary to others, but trivial for him. He opened his personal stats panel. Name: Wang Hai. Level: 10. Class: priest. Talents: grace, arrow enhancement E, fixed damage reduction E, spell cost E, damage reduction B. Skills: basic healing LV1, group healing LV1. Strength: 604. Constitution: 201. Agility: 112.5. Spirit: 80. Health: 20102010. Constitution, health multiplier. Mana: 800,800. Spirit mana multiplier. Spell power: 160. Spirit spell power multiplier. Attack: 604. Strength attack multiplier. Speed: 128.7. Agility speed multiplier. Defense: 0. Constitution defense multiplier. With 160 spell power, group healing instantly restored 190 health points. Keep in mind, this was only level 1. Before level 10, most fragile classes didn't exceed 1000 health, so a single group heal of 190 could quickly pull a squad from critical condition back to safety. Even more importantly, against swarms of enemies in the future, he wouldn't have to painstakingly heal each teammate individually anymore. Realizing this, a grin couldn't be suppressed on Wang Hai's lips. This is really like finding treasure. All right, the boss is down, Lin Jixiao said as she put away her weapon and equipped the newly dropped thorny round shield on her left arm, looking more composed. The exit portal is that way. Back to town to split the loot, or rather, to send money to Wang Hai. Lin Tingxue hoisted her longsword and sprinted toward the portal. Let's go, no dawdling. They exchanged smiles and followed, one behind the other. In the dungeon plaza, successive flashes of white light signaled players being teleported out. Zhang Xin's team, who came out first, gathered off to the side with dark expressions, barely holding back bitter accusations toward Li Yuan and Su Mumu. At that moment, the largest teleportation gate at the center of the plaza illuminated. Under the curious and envious gazes of many former players who had long since failed, 3 figures emerged side by side. It was Wang Hai, Lin Jixia, and Lin Tingxue. As the light faded, the 2 sisters were immediately recognized, causing an uproar. Could the Lin sisters really have cleared the dungeon already? How long had they been inside? And yet they returned with impressive loot. The silver-gray shield in Lin Zixia's hand was clearly of high quality. Even more astonishing, although Wang Hai had just switched to the priest class, the official announcement listed him as the one who defeated the final boss. Voices buzzed with speculation. On the other side of the crowd, Zhang Xin's team of 5 also spotted their return, their expressions mixed. Through the system's announcement, they already knew the boss had fallen to Wang Hai, and the spoils rightfully belonged to their own squad. The team's natural mage girl bit her lip, unwilling to accept the outcome, but fully aware that the fault lay not with Wang Hai, but with the traitorous Li Yuan. Strictly speaking, Wang Hai had actually avenged them. Before such thoughts could settle, Cao Cao arrived. Another smaller glowing portal opened, and Li Yuan and Su Mumu stumbled out looking utterly disheveled. Li Yuan's face was ashen with cold glare, while Su Mumu's formerly proud expression had turned to frustration. Though they had barely escaped with their lives, they had gained nothing and could only watch others return laden with loot. At the center of the plaza, the new gear gleaming on Wang Hai and the Lin sisters drew every eye. Seeing this, Su Mumu's anger boiled over and her eyes reddened. She screamed, lunging forward and pointing an accusing finger at Wang Hai's nose. Wang Hai, you shameless scoundrel. You stole our boss. Have you no shame? Her piercing shout instantly silenced the noisy plaza. Everyone turned in unison, eager for the drama rumors of a bootlicker biting the hand that fed him. This was big news. Li Yuan tried to restrain her, but it was too late. His face grew even darker, knowing well this outburst would only deepen their humiliation. Wang Hai stopped walking and looked at her calmly, as if watching an unruly clown lose control. Lin Tingxue, less patient, stepped in front of him and snapped back coldly. Su Mumu, did the goblins bash some sense into you? Since when did a dungeon boss become yours? You couldn't hold him, so whose fault is it that we killed the monster? Su Mumu was left speechless, unable to retort. In the awkward silence, Zhang Xian suddenly stepped forward and sneered. Good job stealing the kill. Su Mumu, you still have the nerve to shout? First Li Yuan buffs the boss to sabotage our team, and now you can't handle being beaten at your own game? His words hit like a splash of boiling water, reigniting the crowd. What? Li Yuan was the one who betrayed Zhang Xin's team first? No wonder Zhang Xin's team came out so early. TSK, you start the fight, but then get scared when others strike back? The tide of comments instantly shifted, and disdainful, contemptuous eyes turned sharply toward Li Yuan and Su Mumu. The other 4 members of Zhang Xin's squad glared angrily at Li Yuan. The looks felt like sharp needles piercing his face, burning unbearably. Suddenly, he grabbed Su Mumu, who was still about to argue, and hissed in a low voice. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Let's go? With that, he almost dragged Su Mumu away, leaving the square under the onlookers snickering in whispers. The whole farce ended with both of them losing face completely. Lin Tingxue snorted lightly, flicking her ponytail as she sneered. No fighting skills, no clever tongue, either useless. Watching Lin Tingxue stand protectively in front like a fierce guardian, Wang Hai couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. A warm feeling welled up inside him. Taking advantage of her turning back, he whispered softly, "Thank you." Lin Jixia shook her head gently. "It's nothing. Tingxue is straightforward and can't stand this kind of thing." After a pause, she pulled out her phone. "Add me as a friend. He'll transfer you the money for the shield." A top-tier shield with special attributes usually starts at around 100,000 gold, but Lin Jixia said it so casually, as if it were nothing. Wang Hai didn't refuse and pulled out his phone to exchange contacts with the 2 sisters. Soon, a notification popped up, a transfer of 150,000 gold. Lin Jixiao explained that the extra 50,000 was a token of thanks. Then she sent an invitation. Next time we get a chance, let's team up again. No backing out. Wang Hai, don't you forget about us. Lin Tingxue patted his shoulder firmly. Wang Hai smiled and nodded. Sure, let's work together again if we can. After saying goodbye to the Lin sisters, he glanced at the transferred amount, then checked the 2 new contacts in his phone. Next, he opened his character panel. Character panel. Name, Wang Hai. Level, 345. Class, Priest. Talents, Grace. Arrow Enhancement E. Fixed Damage Reduction E. Spell Cost E. Damage Reduction B. Skills. Basic Healing LV5. Group Healing LV1. Attributes. Strength, 63. Constitution, 23. Agility, 145. Spirit, 11. Free attribute points, 15. 5 free points per level up. Attribute bonuses. HP bonus 10. Mana bonus 10. Spell power bonus 2. Attack bonus 1. Speed bonus 1. Defense bonus 0. HP, 231231 Constitution HP bonus. Mana, 110110 Spirit mana bonus. Spell power, 22 Spirit spell power bonus. Attack, 63 Strength attack bonus. Speed, 16.1 Agility speed bonus. Defense, 0 Constitution defense bonus. Having just hit level 3 and upgraded basic healing to level 5, Wang Hai clicked skill details. Basic healing LV5. Description, calls upon holy light to heal the target, restoring 8200 of spell power and HP, consuming 0.1 mana. This healing amount was 50 points higher than before, a decent improvement. Wang Hai nodded with satisfaction and reviewed his stats again. Each level gave him only 10 points across all attributes plus 5 free points, so the priest stats were far from impressive. In contrast, he knew the Lin sisters' stats inside out. Their base HP and attack power were 3 times his own. Their level-up gains were probably triple too. Even at this early stage, the difference was huge. Once they changed classes, their attributes would skyrocket even further. Plus, they were rare classes, not even hidden ones. Thinking this over, Wang Hai sighed softly. After clearing a dungeon, his combined stats barely cracked 100. He had no reason to be complacent. With that in mind, he spent all 15 free points into Spirit. Gathering his thoughts, he was about to leave the square when a voice behind him suddenly called out. Hey, wait. Hey, wait a minute. A voice called out from behind Wang Hai. It was Zhang Xian, the guy who had stepped forward earlier. Wang Hai stopped and turned around. Zhang Xian stood with his hands in his pockets, his shoulders stiff, clearly a bit nervous. Behind him, a few teammates lingered near the corridor corner, their eyes fixed on Wang Hai with a mix of curiosity and gratitude. What's up? Wang Hai asked calmly. Well, Wang Hai, Zhang Xian scratched his head, lowering his voice slightly, but staying sincere. Thanks for what you did just now. You and your team took down that boss in the end, or else Li Yuan's dirty scheme would have ruined us all. We really can't let that slide. No need to mention it, Wang Hai said, shaking his head gently. We were just trying to clear the dungeon, so it worked out. The important thing is the result. Zhang Xian hesitated, took a deep breath as if making up his mind. Also, about what happened at the dungeon entrance, I was out of line before, narrow-minded. Thinking giving up the paladin was a bad idea. Turns out you're really strong. Sorry about that. He stumbled over the words, but sounded genuinely apologetic. It's common for lower-tier players to have biases against certain classes, but true strength breaks down those walls. Zhang Xian hadn't witnessed Wang Hai's skill firsthand, but seeing how the Lin sisters respected him said it all. Wang Hai paused briefly, recalling the backstory. Before crossing over, the original owner had tried to team up with Zhang Xian, but got rejected, even called a bootlicker by Zhang Xin's crew. The original owner deserved it, but to Zhang Xian, that was basically burning the bridge with Wang Hai. If Wang Hai hadn't stood up for them today, they might have never crossed paths again. Since he owed Wang Hai now, Zhang Xian felt compelled to properly apologize, else he couldn't let it rest. It's nothing, water under the bridge, Wang Hai said more gently. If you really feel bad, maybe we can run a dungeon together sometime. You can show me the ropes. He honestly didn't care about old grudges. Turning enemies into friends beats making new foes. Besides, Zhang Xian was straightforward and tactful, and word was his whole team had a talent, something Wang Hai admired. Zhang Xian hadn't expected Wang Hai to drop the past so easily, and even offer to team up. He was thrilled, nodding repeatedly. No problem. Seriously, no problem. It's an honor to team up with a pro like you. His teammates echoed the sentiment, their faces full of hope. They were short a solid healer, and the Lin sisters' approval showed Wang Hai's value. This was a pleasant surprise. Let's add each other as friends so it's easier to stay in touch, Zhang Xian said, pulling out his phone. They scanned each other's QR codes, and a new contact appeared in their lists. Well then, we won't keep you any longer. We'll be off now. Zhang Xian patted his chest confidently and said, whenever you're free, just let us know. No matter when, we absolutely won't say no. With that, he led his teammates away. After their farewells, Wang Hai's phone vibrated. The screen lit. UPA striking message from the homeroom teacher appeared in the class group chat. Tomorrow is the joint training selection competition among 7 schools. All students, please be prepared. The joint training selection competition among 7 schools? Wang Hai opened the group chat and read the notice 3 times from start to finish. The text was blunt and straightforward. To prepare for the upcoming, province-wide resource allocation showdown, the city's 7 key vocational high schools would jointly hold a pre-competition training camp. Tomorrow's selection contest was to choose top senior students from each school for unified training. Spots were limited, and competition was fierce. Training camp selection contest, he muttered under his breath, but his eyes grew brighter with excitement. To others, it might just be another opportunity to vie for resources. To him, it was an almost impossible Torfuse gift, the city's strongest young professionals, S-level, S-level, even the legendary SS-level talents, all gathered in one place. Compared to waiting idly outside dungeons or joining random teams, this genius boot camp would boost his talent replication efficiency by more than 100-fold. This spot, I have to secure it. The day passed in a flash. The next morning, Wang Hai stepped into Class 7 as the bell rang. The atmosphere hit him immediately. Dozens of eyes locked onto him, as if frozen. The once blatant mocking and contempt had nearly vanished, replaced by curiosity, confusion, and even a hint of suppressed jealousy. He walked calmly down the aisle, ignoring all those stares. Up front, Li Yuan and Su Mumu were already seated. Li Yuan's face was expressionless, but a dark shadow lingered beneath his brows. Su Mumu's glare was far more direct, her eyes simmering with venomous resentment, almost as if flames had taken shape. Wang Hai was slightly surprised by her reaction, but quickly understood. She had abandoned him to side with Li Yuan. Now that Li Yuan was failing and he was rising, it was a public slap in her face. Why didn't you soar before I left you? You clearly wanted to mess with me. This kind of attitude had seen time and again. She wouldn't reflect on herself. She'd just blame him for everything. The higher he climbed, the deeper her hatred grew. Realizing this, he decided not to waste his emotions. He casually picked an empty seat in the back row and sat down. No sooner had his chair settled than a subtle stir arose at the door. Sisters Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue entered side by side, their gazes sweeping the room until they locked onto Wang Hai. Almost simultaneously, they nodded slightly, a gentle yet unmistakable greeting, then sat down nearby, sparking a second wave of whispers through the class. Soon after, Zhang Xian from Class 6 passed the door with several teammates, raising his hand in a distant greeting. They exchanged a few words before walking off. 3 groups had just shown clear friendliness toward Wang Hai, and the chatter in Class 7 exploded. What's the relationship between the class monitor, the academic committee, and him? Zhang Xin's crew is polite to him too. What actually happened outside the dungeon gate yesterday? Weren't they calling him a useless simp just a few days ago? How did he turn things around overnight? Li Yuan looks awful. Su Mumu's expression is odd. Something big is coming for the selection contest. Eyes flicked rapidly between Wang Hai, Li Yuan, Su Mumu, and the Lin sisters, whispered gossip rising steadily. But the noise quickly faded. Ms. Lu Wenbin, Class 7's homeroom teacher, was already standing by the classroom door. Lu Wenbin's gaze swept across the classroom, briefly lingering on Wang Hai, Li Yuan, and the Lin sisters, clearly aware of the commotion outside the dungeon entrance yesterday. He cleared his throat, suppressing the last trace of hesitation. Everyone has seen the notice. The 7-school joint training selection tournament will be held this afternoon at the school's training ground. His tone was steady, leaving no room for doubt. This is an important opportunity for all third-year vocational students across the city. It will affect resource allocation for the coming year and determine your individual development. The classroom instantly fell silent. He continued to emphasize, this selection won't consider talent or potential only. Your current ability matters. The rules are simple. It's a knockout tournament with opponents drawn by lot. The top 5 finishers will earn the qualification for joint training. 5 spots, 13 classes competing. You all know how fierce the competition will be. Our class has been fortunate. We have 3 awoken level talents, so I hope we can secure at least 3 spots. His eyes scanned the seed players Li Yuan, Lin Tingxue, Lin Zixi, and finally rested briefly on Wang Hai. Wang Hai, you don't need to participate. That single sentence hit the classroom like a muffled thunderclap. Surprise, confusion, and schadenfreude exploded through the air as all eyes instantly turned to Wang Hai. Not participating? Disqualified outright? He just had a falling out with Li Yuan yesterday. Is this pressure from the Li family? The Li family wouldn't go that far. It's probably the Lin family causing trouble. Or does the teacher think he's too weak? Low whispers spread nonstop. In Li Yuan's gloomy expression flickered a hint of shock before his mouth twitched in a barely noticeable smirk. Su Mumu openly sneered, her eyes turning from resentment to satisfaction, as if watching karmic justice unfold. Wang Hai was stunned for a moment. The 7-school joint training gathered top talents, and he was determined to qualify. Losing the chance to compete made all his plans meaningless. He looked up to meet Lu Wenbin's gaze, but didn't immediately question him. He waited quietly for an explanation. Lu Wenbin didn't seem to be singling him out, so there had to be more to the story. If someone was sabotaging him, He could always wait until the top 5 were selected and challenge them one by one until he emerged victorious. Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue frowned simultaneously, exchanging confused looks. Lin Tingxue stood up on the spot, her voice sharp and unable to hide her dissatisfaction. Why? Wang Hai is so strong, why isn't he allowed to compete? The class monitor spoke up, and the classroom erupted. Aganavarion's eyes darted between her and Wang Hai, trying to piece together more clues. The class monitor is speaking up for him? Are they really that close? Has Wang Hai cozied up to some big shot? What exactly can he do that makes the monitor intervene every time? The whispers grew louder and louder. Lu Wenbin seemed to have anticipated the questions. He raised his hand to calm Lin Tingxue and signaled for the restless students to settle down. Lin Tingxue, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Lu Wenbin paused, then fixed his gaze again on Wang Hai. His voice slowed, but every word was clear. Wang Hai won't need to participate in the school's internal selection, but that doesn't mean he's disqualified. On the contrary, he scanned the classroom, finally locking eyes with Wang Hai. He will represent our school directly in the 7-school joint training. What? Directly guaranteed admission? No way. The classroom erupted instantly. Shock, jealousy, resentment, anger, all kinds of emotions surged through the crowd. Why him? He's only a grade talent, just an ordinary priest. Is the school crazy? The class monitor and the academic committee members are all grade talents, yet they didn't get this treatment. Voices swelled like a flood. Li Yuan's sneer froze on his lips. Suddenly standing up, his face darkened with rage, but he struggled to hold back his words. Teacher Lu, this guaranteed spot should go to the strongest person, right? So why him? He swallowed hard, choking back the word loser. Su Mumu voiced her sharp agreement. Yeah, teacher. This isn't fair. Why does Wang Hai get guaranteed admission? We should compete fairly. Then she shot Wang Hai a venomous glare. Full of resentment, how could the loser she dumped end up so lucky? Was the school blind? Several classmates murmured their agreement, faces full of discontent. Although some had seen Wang Hai leave the dungeon with the Lin sisters and Zhang Xian yesterday, everyone assumed the real core fighters were the Lin sisters. Upgrade priest as the main force seemed absurd. By contrast, Li Yuan's grade talent and rare profession felt much more convincing. Lin Tingxue blinked in surprise, then softly snorted with a knowing look and sat back down. Lin Jixia nodded slightly, her eyes thoughtful. Wang Hai himself was stunned, figured there would be an explanation, but never expected this kind of privilege. Yet he didn't want it. The more talents he gained, the better, and competing in the selection was a chance to improve. Direct admission disrupted his plans. On the podium, Lu Wenbin raised his hand and said solemnly, quiet. His powerful presence instantly quieted the room. Every school has one guaranteed admission spot. Our school announced on the very first day whoever clears the beginner dungeon solo gets the spot. What? So that's how it is. That's crazy luck. Little bro hooking up with big shots really is different. Many recalled the scene from yesterday evening. Wang Hai walking out of the dungeon behind the Lin sisters. Most believed the Scrade sisters finished off the boss, and Wang Hai just landed the final hit when it barely had health left. But Lu Wenbin's next sentence shut down all arguments. He fixed his gaze on Li Yuan, his tone steady. Li Yuan, you said guaranteed admission should go to the strongest. Tell me, who delivered the final kill in the dungeon yesterday? Li Yuan's face darkened further as he gritted out. It was Wang Hai. But that was... No but. Lu Wenbin cut him off. The dungeon record clearly shows that only Wang Hai got the final kill. That's the rule the school announced long ago. Now that the result is out, the school must honor its promise. A hush fell over the classroom. The previous doubts were silenced by the facts, and everyone exchanged stunned looks. Nobody expected that the grade priest actually earned the sole guaranteed spot. Wang Hai furrowed his brow. This shortcut saved him some hassle but cost him the chance to gain talents through competition. He stood up calmly but firmly. Teacher Lu, I refuse this guaranteed admission spot. What? Just as the classroom had settled down, it erupted into chaos again. Chairs scraped loudly as dozens of eyes fixed sharply on Wang Hai, as if staring at someone who had completely lost his mind. He actually said he wanted to give up? Everyone knew what being selected for the joint training of the 7 schools meant: top-tier resources, countless opportunities. And he was throwing it away with just a few words? Crazy, absolutely crazy. Li Yuan suddenly looked up, his face stiffening before flushing with the anger of humiliation. This was the dream qualification he had longed for, yet the other party treated it like trash and discarded it. What else but slap in the face? Su Mumu was stunned for a moment, then curled her lips into a mocking, gleeful smirk. Humph, at least you have some self-awareness, knowing you're not worthy. Lin Tingxue also froze, confusion written plainly in her eyes. She had witnessed Wang Hai's terrifying speed and healing power during the trials, but priests had no attack skills, a natural disadvantage on the arena. Even with overwhelming stats, a strong burst skill from the opponent could turn the tide. One burst could deal damage 5 to 10 times the base attack no matter how high Wang Hai's attributes were. Could he really be 10 times stronger? Lu Wenbin frowned deeply and stepped up to the podium, his voice heavy. Wang Hai. Do you even know what you're saying? This is not a game. I know exactly what I'm doing, Teacher Lu, Wang Hai replied calmly. I believe I can earn my spot through the qualifiers. Since there's a fair chance to compete, I don't want a special pass. I want to leave the opportunity to those who need it more. A priest talking about strength? Whispered murmurs spread through the classroom. Does he really think healing counts as damage? Maybe he knows the guaranteed spot won't earn respect and is just putting on a show. Heaven doesn't give what you don't take, and you'll get what you deserve. Let's see what happens. Lu Wenbin tapped the desk to quiet everyone. If you insist, giving up the guaranteed spot is your right. According to the rules, the spot passes to the runner-up in contribution points from the dungeon clearing team. His eyes shifted toward the row of Lin's sisters. Lin Tingxue, records show you have the highest output. The guaranteed spot goes to you. What? Lin Tingxue was caught off guard, shaking her head quickly. No, I want to fight for it myself. If Wang Hai was giving up, how could she take it? She wanted real combat experience, and she didn't want to owe Wang Hai any favors. Lu Wenbin's face darkened after 2 refusals. This isn't a marketplace to haggle over prices. Rules are rules. Wang Hai gives up, so it goes to you take it. This is the school's decision. Lin Tingxue opened her mouth again, but Lin Jixia quietly tugged her sleeve, signaling with her eyes not to complicate things further. Gritting her teeth, Lin Tingxue stomped her foot in frustration, swallowing her words and giving Wang Hai a sharp glare. It's all his fault. If only I hadn't spoken for him. Lu Wenbin finally exhaled deeply, relieved to have secured the spot. If the school's guaranteed spot was rejected twice in a row by 2 students, it would be a laughingstock. He turned back to Wang Hai, his tone serious. Wang Hai, you're giving up the guaranteed spot and choosing to compete. That's your choice. There's no room for luck in the arena, only skill matters. I hope when the time comes, you won't regret the choice you made today. I want, Wang Hai said with a faint smile, his voice steady but resolute. After a long journey of planning, he had finally secured his goal right before everyone's eyes. Lu Wenbin was silent for a moment. Then his gaze shifted away from Wang Hai before fixing on him once more with a serious nod. All right, that settles it. All participants must gather at the training ground at exactly 1 p.m. to draw lots for their opponents. Just then, the dismissal bell rang sharply, and the classroom burst into noise. Snippets of conversation rose and fell around Wang Hai's ears like a distant, muffled buzz. Some students were puzzled, some mocked, and others wore faces filled with schadenfreude. Ask for trouble. Get struck by lightning. Someone's going to make a fool of themselves this afternoon. Li Yuan said loudly with a sneer as he passed Wang Hai's desk, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Right behind him, Su Mumu crossed her arms and snorted coldly. A priest stepping into the arena? But he can't even take a single hit from me. She gave Wang Hai a disdainful look before turning away. Wang Hai leaned lazily against the back of his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk, completely indifferent to the noisy chatter. Suddenly, an angry voice cut through the clamor. Why did you give up? Lin Tingxue hurried over to his desk, her brows furrowed as she confronted him. Because of you, I can't even join the competition. Wang Hai looked up, meeting the flushed cheeks of the young girl. She stood there fuming, like a little squirrel robbed of its pine cone. He chuckled lightly, a teasing edge in his tone. Come on, I gave you a free pass. Aren't you supposed to thank me? Thank you. Lin Tingxue's expression immediately snapped. Her voice rose sharply. I want to fight. Do you get it? No one cares about your worthless free pass. Now it's been shoved on me, and I can't even compete. It's all your fault. Wang Hai closed his textbook deliberately, his tone calm. The rules are set by the school. The spot was just passed down to you. It wasn't forced on you by me. If you want to blame someone, blame Teacher Lu or whoever made the rules. Why blame me? You. Lin Tingxue was momentarily speechless. Her face flushed bright red as she stomped her foot and glared at him in frustration and shame. It's still your fault. Nearby, Lin Jixia tugged her sister's sleeve and smiled apologetically at Wang Hai. Sorry, Tingxue just wants to test herself in the selection competition. She means no harm. Her sharp mind recalled Wang Hai's incredible speed in the dungeon, definitely not something an ordinary priest could pull off. Wang Hai nodded slightly in acknowledgement, packed up his things, and prepared to leave. Hey, Lin Tingxue called after him anxiously. This afternoon watch out for Li Yuan and Su Mumu. They'll definitely be targeting you. Though her tone was sharp, there was genuine concern mixed in. She was always clear about friends and foes, and remembered Wang Hai's help in the dungeon well. Those 2 bullies annoyed her too. Wang Hai stopped in his tracks, glanced back at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Thanks for the warning. But who targets who isn't so certain yet? He spoke casually, yet with unmistakable confidence. Lin Tingxue froze where she stood until his figure disappeared into the crowded hallway, then snapped back to reality. Humph. Acting all cool. We'll see how you act after you get knocked down this afternoon. Though she spoke harshly, most of her anger had strangely faded, replaced by a spark of anticipation for the selection match. Wang Hai had just stepped out of the classroom when he noticed Lu Wenbin returning, standing outside and beckoning him over. Wang Hai, come over here. He followed Lu Wenbin to the end of the corridor. The space was empty except for the dim sunlight filtering through the windows, casting pale yellow light on the grayish-white tiles. Lu Wenbin adjusted his glasses and fixed a sharp gaze on the young man before him. Wang Hai, there's no one else here. Tell me, what's the real reason you gave up your guaranteed spot? Is it really just for so-called fair competition? You must know how much of a disadvantage a priest has in unknown duels. Only their breathing broke the silence. Wang Hai was silent for a moment, clearly unable to say the true reason. After a while, he looked up, and his eyes held an astonishing calm confidence. Teacher Lu, I understand your concern. But please believe me, I have to compete, and I'm confident I can win. Confident you can win? Lu Wenbin frowned. Your profession is a priest. Even with great stats, lacking offensive skills is a fatal flaw. You planning to heal your opponents to death? He scoffed bitterly. Wang Hai's lips curved slightly. Teacher, who said priests can't attack? You'll see this afternoon. Watching Wang Hai's retreating figure, Lu Wenbin's doubts deepened. Since returning from that dungeon raid, this student seemed like a different person, calm, confident, nothing like a rookie recently switched to a support class by mistake. Was his trade with Su Mumu's profession metal a trick or a well-planned move? Lu Wenbin muttered under his breath. I hope you're not just messing around. At 1 p.m., the school training ground was buzzing. Nearly 600 third-year students from 33 classes of number 3 high school packed the stands. 13 arena rings lined up in the center, each glowing faintly blue with translucent protective barriers. On the podium, the principal and school leaders sat solemnly, with representatives from the City Education Bureau and the Professional Association observing. The competitors gathered in the waiting area beside the arenas, the tension thick in the air. Wang Hai, dressed in an ordinary school uniform, stood out sharply among the armored students wielding weapons, drawing murmurs. He actually dared to come? Brave, but definitely foolish. Wait until Li Yuan or Su Mumu shred him. Li Yuan stood nearby, his silver conceptual armor shaped like knight's plate, arms crossed as he gave Wang Hai a cold glance and a dismissive hum. Su Mumu toyed with her golden holy sword, lips curling with undisguised mockery, eager to see him fail. Lin Tingxue, though already guaranteed a spot, sat in the waiting area too. She wanted to greet Wang Hai, but, remembering she was only an onlooker because of him, she turned away in frustration. Lin Jixia gave Wang Hai a slight nod in greeting. At the edge of the arena, homeroom teacher Lu Wenbin was giving final instructions to Class 13. Everyone clear on the rules? Each starts with 2 points. Winners take half of the loser's points, at least one. Someone with 0 points is eliminated immediately. The top 5 in points will enter the training camp. No deliberate crippling, no single-use items allowed. Conceding, lying down for 10 seconds, or leaving the arena means a loss. Remember, this is not just about securing a spot, but also a chance to showcase our school's strength. The students had been buzzing with excitement, their anticipation running high. Let's begin the draw. The head of academic affairs announced through the loudspeaker, his voice carrying across the hall. The electronic screen quickly rolled the names, and the first round matchups were set. Wang Hai immediately fixed his eyes on the screen and found his nameless opponent was Zhang Hong, a level 3 swift archer. However, they wouldn't face each other until the third round on stage 7. Among the crowd, a tall, thin boy breathed a quiet sigh of relief before excitement crept into his expression. Zhang Hong felt incredibly lucky. He had drawn the only priest in the entire tournament. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a priest with no offensive skills possibly stand against a high agility, high-burst archer? To him, this was a golden ticket straight to the next stage. Had already imagined the dramatic finishing move that would surely win the crowd of girls over. Meanwhile, Li Yuan faced a mage in the first round. Su Mumu was assigned to the second round against an assassin. Li Yuan glanced at the bracket with a grimace, regretting not being matched with Wang Hai. Su Mumu scoffed, he's just lucky. Their teasing didn't faze Wang Hai, who quietly noted down all the information and left the waiting area, heading straight toward the stage. Aren't you supposed to wait until your turn? Why are you going over there? Lu Wenbin, their instructor, looked surprised. In a competition like this, injuries happen. I want to see if I can help treat anyone. Wang Hai replied calmly, his tone steady and sincere. Lu Wenbin paused, taken aback by the boy's determination. After a moment, he sighed and waved him off. All right, but be careful. Don't interfere with the matches. The medical station by the side of the stage had just one school medic standing watch. He looked slightly surprised to see Wang Hai approach, but said nothing. The whistle blew, lighting up all 13 stages at once. Skill effects flashed and exploded amid a chorus of shouts and cheers. Battles between low-level classes were fierce but brief, relying on stats, basic techniques, and quick reflexes. Before long, the first competitor admitted defeat. Without asking about the severity of the injury, Wang Hai sent out 2 healing spells immediately. The medic nearby moved to intervene but froze, eyes wide as he watched Wang Hai. Hey, how come you cast faster than me? Though he was a rank 1 priest with much higher level and experience, he had somehow fallen behind in casting speed and couldn't help feeling competitive. By the end of the second round, just as he raised his staff, 2 more healing spells from Wang Hai landed first. With each subsequent match 3rd, 5th, 8th, 9th, and 12th, Wang Hai didn't even look up. His right hand waved his staff like a fan, flawlessly casting 10 healing spells in less than a second, landing precisely on the injured players. The medic grew anxious, raising his voice. Hey there, young man. Stop it. You can't just throw healing spells around like that. Mana is expensive. If it's just a scrape, use a band-aid. Wang Hai's white light never faltered, his voice still calm. Teacher, even the smallest injury can affect performance in a real fight. I have enough mana. The medic's eyes widened in disbelief. Enough? How much mana can a level 3 priest have? There are hundreds of matches ahead. The school's mana potions won't last. He pointed at a swordsman who had just been healed. Look at him. Just a scratch on his arm, and you've fully healed him. Isn't that wasteful? Wang Hai ignored the protests and continued casting healing spells without pause. Li Yuan had just knocked his opponent off the platform, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. A soft white light silently descended, instantly restoring his nearly full stamina back to its absolute limit, erasing even the slight ache in his blocking arm. Li Yuan blinked in surprise for half a second, then traced the source of the light over to Wang Hai beside the medical station. Calmly, Wang Hai retracted his right hand, the holy glow lingering lightly at his fingertips like a thin mist. Who asked you to butt in? Li Yuan's anger burst out like head swallowed a fly. Showing off your healing powers? I don't need your charity. Wang Hai glanced at him casually, speaking plainly. The rules allow it, just doing it on the side. Staying in peak condition will help you in the next match too. You. Li Yuan's face darkened, choking on the words. It was supposed to be a reminder, but coming from Wang Hai it sounded like mockery. He snorted coldly, spun around, and left the arena, silently vowing that in the next round he'd crush his opponent so thoroughly the meddling priest would be forced to shut up. Nearby, the school medic watched, initial surprise long replaced by numbness. Since the competition began, Wang Hai's healing had barely paused. His blue mana seemed bottomless. The medic lowered his head, considering his own mana. The calculation unsettled him. Were rookie priests really this outrageous now? The crowd gradually noticed the part-time medic. The priest from class 7, he's healing every injured player? Crazy, right? Isn't he supposed to fight later matches? Spending mana like that? Does he look like he's running low? Weird. Meanwhile, Su Mumu easily won her second round. Her holy sword shone bright and clean. The assassin opponent couldn't even touch her sleeve before divine light knocked him away. As the referee called the victory, a healing spell landed atop her head. Her strength refilled to the brim, but she felt no gratitude. Instead, she regarded Wang Hai's healing as an insult, like he was implying she needed his help to perform well. The girl glared fiercely and even made a dismissive neck-wiping gesture. Wang Hai remained unmoved, focusing on his duty. After 2 rounds, Wang Hai had healed 52 people in total, gaining 20 attribute points added to his talent bar. Sometimes when skill gaps were too wide and opponents didn't lose any health, his healing couldn't trigger any bonus. Sometimes even healing opponents didn't add to his gains. But overall, it was enough to satisfy him. Before long, the third round's draw was complete. Taiwan number 7 for the third round. Class 7 Wang Hai versus Class 13 Zhang Heng. Players, please come to the stage. The atmosphere in the stadium ignited instantly, laughter and whistles rising. Here it comes. The main event. I bet Zhang Heng finishes this fight in under a minute. A minute? You're giving the priest too much credit. I say 10 seconds. Zhang Heng leapt lightly onto the stage, landing with a flourish and waving to the audience, drawing warm laughter. Wang Hai climbed up calmly, took his designated spot with his usual composed expression. The referee scanned the pair and asked as usual, "Are you ready?" Zhang Heng rotated his longbow with a grin. "Ready." Wang Hai nodded. "Ready." The match began. The referee's whistle had barely faded when Zhang Heng immediately took a step back, seamlessly knocking an arrow with fluid grace. "Sorry, Wang Hai. Gale shot," he shouted, locking onto his opponent as 3 wind element arrows tore through the air in a spread formation, cutting off every visible escape route. This was Zhang Heng's proud opening move, lightning-fast shots packed with power, designed to overwhelm a priest and enemy theoretically lacking agility with a single decisive strike. The crowd was just as confident the match was decided. Some were even raising fists, ready to cheer a swift victory. The arrows closed in it, seemed only a fraction of a second from the end, but Wang Hai's body merely shifted gently, a roaring battle chi. No dazzling effects, his upper body swayed with the supple precision of willow branches in the breeze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 razor-thin streaks of air brushed past his cheek, chest, and waist, missing by mere millimeters. The arrow tips thudded dully against the arena's protective wall. The entire place froze in an instant. Zhang Heng's smile stiffened. Coincidence? It has to be. He screamed inside his mind, drawing his bow once more. Let's see you dodge this piercing arrow. This shot carried even stronger wind force, the rush sharper than before, aimed straight at Wang Hai's face. Wang Hai barely moved, only tilting his head slightly at the last moment. Swish. The arrow grazed past his ear. Wang Hai remained untouched. This time, everyone could see it clearly. This was no luck. It was a terrifyingly precise judgment of timing and distance. What kind of dodge is that? Isn't he a priest? The audience erupted in disbelief. Li Yuan sat up sharply, his expression grave. Su Mumu's mocking smile faded into astonishment. Lu Wenbin pushed up his glasses, eyes suddenly brightening behind the lenses. An invisible pressure closed in on Zhang Hong, sweat beading on his palms, as if the arrows he fired were nothing more than toys to be toyed with. I don't believe it. Storm arrows. Volley fire. Furious and embarrassed, he drew again and again, arrows raining down on Wang Hai like a torrent. But an even more shocking sight unfolded. Wang Hai didn't retreat instead, he stepped forward into the storm of arrows. His steps weren't fast, but they were eerily unpredictable, sidestepping, ducking, spinning lightly each movement just enough to yield half an inch before the arrow arrived. Not a single arrow even grazed his clothing. The crowd gasped repeatedly as Wang Hai steadily closed the distance to Zhang Hong. A monster. He's a monster. Zhang Heng's mindset completely unraveled. His hands trembled with fear, and his aim grew wild. Archers fear being caught up close, especially against an opponent as mysterious as this. When Wang Hai came face to face, his playful expression vanished, and he made his move. Casually picking up an arrow from the ground, he threw it back underhand. Thud! The arrowhead struck Zhang Heng's shoulder. Ah! Zhang Heng screamed in pain as his longbow slipped from his hands to the floor. Wang Hai withdrew the arrow, and Zhang Heng's scream cut off abruptly, replaced by a heavy groan. Suddenly, a warm and gentle white light enveloped the wound on his shoulder. The sharp pain vanished as if a poisonous thorn had been swiftly removed, and the flesh visibly knit itself back together, leaving no scar behind. Healing magic. Zhang Heng's eyes widened in shock, and the crowd below the stage fell silent in disbelief. Stabbing his opponent one moment, then immediately providing emergency treatment the next. What kind of bizarre tactic was this? Was it an insult, or some unexpected strategy? Even the referee instinctively raised a hand, hesitating whether to stop this seemingly mocking behavior. Zhang Heng's face flushed red with humiliation, a wave of unprecedented shame swelling in his chest. Wang Hai, you damn! Before he could finish, Wang Hai raised his hand again, precisely driving the arrow back into the same spot on his opponent's shoulder, matching the angle and depth exactly. Ah! The scream tore through the air. The excruciating pain caused Zhang Heng's legs to buckle, sweat instantly dripping down his chin. The audience below erupted. Hit, then heal? What kind of ridiculous tactic was this? It had to be deliberate. Pure torture. In full view of everyone, Wang Hai raised his palm once more. The white light immediately covered the fresh wound. Scorching pain vanished in an instant, and the flesh seamlessly healed again. Zhang Heng panted like a broken forge bellows, his face a mask of agony, confusion, and terror. He had no idea what this madman was trying to achieve. This cycle of harm and healing was more oppressive than simply being knocked down. He even forgot that he could end the fight by admitting defeat at any moment. Within mere seconds, Wang Hai struck dozens of times in rapid succession, an arrow, then healing, another arrow, then healing, every move flowing effortlessly like flowing water. Finally, a dazzling golden light flashed in his eyes. The system notification appeared. Extreme hand speed B, attack speed increased by 30. Zhang Heng collapsed onto the ring, gasping heavily, his eyes vacant. The endless cycle of being stabbed, healed, and stabbed again had drained both his strength and willpower. His mind was a complete blank, and he barely even registered that the match was still going on. Wang Hai stood silently before him, releasing the arrow he held with a soft ting as the tip struck the ground. He had obtained the talent he sought, and the fight was over. Do you concede? His voice was low, yet clear as it echoed across the suddenly quiet arena. Zhang Heng trembled violently, as if waking from a nightmare. I concede. I give up. Only then did the referee come to his senses, casting a complicated glance toward Wang Hai before raising his hand to announce the winner, Wang Hai. The crowd was silent. There were no cheers, no applause, just a strange, heavy quiet hanging in the air. Spectators glanced first at the calm-faced priest, then down at the collapsed, glassy-eyed Zhang Heng, swallowing nervously in unison. The mocking, teasing attitude had vanished, replaced by suspicion and an unspoken dread. This wasn't a healer who saved lives, it was a tormentor who delighted in others' suffering. Crazy people can't be priests, right? Someone whispered quietly. Though soft, the words carried far across the hushed stands, drawing furtive nods of agreement from others nearby. Wang Hai paid no mind to the unsettling looks. Calmly, he stepped off the ring and made his way to the school infirmary. The medic instinctively stepped back as he saw Wang Hai approach. Hey, are you alright? The question felt unnecessary. The only one clearly hurt was someone else. Wang Hai stopped and replied coolly, I'm fine. Thanks for your concern, teacher. His gaze swept over a few recently finished fighters gathered at the medical station, wounded and grimacing as they received treatment. When their eyes met his, they flinched at once and blurted. No, I'm fine. Just a tiny injury. No need to treat me. Yeah, I can handle it myself. No trouble, please. I'm great. Totally fine. In peak condition. They waved him off repeatedly, even reflexively covering their injuries, as if terrified Wang Hai might force them into his infamous Stabandheal ordeal next. Everyone knew healing was amazing, but who could guarantee this supposedly unstable priest wouldn't invent some new sadistic trick? Free might mean something far worse. Ignoring their refusals, Wang Hai cast a group healing spell. A soft white light cascaded over them, swiftly sealing up the bleeding wounds. The fighters exchanged surprised looks, trying out their limbs. Pain vanished, and their condition seemed even better than before the fight. Thanks, one muttered quietly before quickly slipping away. Wang Hai gave a slight nod in reply, then turned his attention to the other rings, seeking the next person who needed help. Because he had repeatedly refreshed his talent on the ring, the third round of other matches had long since finished. The fourth round was now underway, and Lin Jixiao was among the contenders. In the center of the ring, Lin Jixiao moved with the grace of a breeze. Her opponent was a burly warrior wielding a massive two-handed sword, each mighty swing slicing through the air with a rushing roar. But no matter how hard he reached, he never managed to grasp the edge of Lin Zixia's sleeve. In the end, Lin Jixiao landed a decisive blow that sent the unlucky opponent flying off the stage. At the same time, a burst of white light flared at the edge of the platform. Wang Hai's healing spell arrived just in time, restoring both fighters' injuries. Lin Jixiao glanced up and nodded at him in thanks. Wang Hai nodded back, but his gaze lingered on the level indicator above her head, the bright, unmistakable number 7. Since leaving the novice dungeon yesterday, she clearly hadn't gone home to rest. In just a day, she had pushed herself all the way to level 7. Wang Hai silently wondered, was this a sign of extraordinary talent, or just someone throwing money around like water? After the fourth batch ended, the fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds followed in quick succession. The arena fights grew more intense by the minute. Amid the clashing blades and fists, the number of injured soared, and so did Wang Hai's presence. He was like an ever-burning medical machine, weaving through 24 rings non-stop, casting wave after wave of healing light. His mana bar seemed to connect to another dimension entirely. At first, the audience gasped in awe, but soon their reactions grew numb. Here we go again. Does this guy have infinite mana? He must have healed 200 times by now, right? The school nurse might as well start looking for a new job. After 23 fierce bouts, the first round of preliminaries finally ended, with half the students advancing. Those who didn't qualify still held points and could challenge later. When the top 5 were decided, only the last standing victor would earn the ticket to the 7-school training camp. The referee teacher stood on the central podium, raised a megaphone, and his voice thundered through the hall. First round preliminaries concluded. Qualifiers rest for 30 minutes, followed by the second round draw and matches. A wave of relieved sighs and frustrated groans erupted from the crowd below. The 30 minutes flew by, and the giant screen quickly scrolled again. 299 contestants remained for round 2, meaning only one lucky person would get a bye and advance directly. Nearly everyone silently prayed to be that lucky one except Wang Hai. Fate had a cruel sense of humor. After searching the list for a long time, Wang Hai finally saw his own name under bye. The arena fell silent for a moment before whispers spread. A bye? It's him? Well, fair enough. Let him rest one round. It'll be less torture for us. If I were his opponent, I'd be burning incense and thanking the heavens right now. Wang Hai barely furrowed his brow. A bye meant losing a chance to fight and level up, but the rules were the rules, and there was no contesting it. With the interlude past, the second round matches began. Every qualifier was strong, and the stage was alive with flying fists, roaring skills, and skyrocketing casualties. Wang Hai plunged back into healing, his white light pouring seamlessly into every bloodstained corner. Holy light, does he really never run out of mana? I'm not even surprised anymore. This guy's a walking cheat code. The school nurse gave up trying to compete for patience early on and lounged lazily in a rocking chair. Wang Hai's solo healing efficiency outmatched him, plus all the backup healing scrolls combined. Meanwhile, Wang Hai's attribute panel flashed rapidly. Strength 3, Agility 2, Spirit 1, Constitution 1. The higher the fighter's level, the greater the bonuses he received. The only thing that annoyed him was that his talent still hadn't activated. Time slipped by amid the glowing healing light. When round 2 ended, only 150 fighters remained. After a brief break, the third round draw was announced. This time no buys. Wang Hai quickly found his match on the big screen. Ring 3, first batch, Wang Hai versus Zhao Kuei. Just then, the announcement echoed through the venue. Ring 3, first match. Class 7's Wang Hai versus Class 5's Zhao Kuei. Contestants, please take the stage. The audience instantly erupted in excitement. No one expected Wang Hai to appear so soon again, especially facing the well-known Iron Wall Zhao Kuei from Class 5. Zhao Kuei may not be Shrank, but his ranked defense talent rivals some Shrank players. Plus, he's a rare rock shield warriors, basically a walking fortress. Don't forget, in the first round he tanked Class 3's Pyromancer Tian Yang, who's a level higher and packs a serious punch. Zhao Kuei ran out of mana, but never broke his defense. Tianyang had to concede. This time it's a priest versus a shield warrior? Breaking through that defense won't be easy. In betting on Zhao Kuei, Zhang Heng was a fragile close-range fighter who went down quickly. Zhao Kuei didn't even crack against Tianyang's fire. How could a priest DPS surpass a mage's? Some voices quietly added, but Wang Hai's speed is really weird. No matter how fast, if you can't land hits or break that shield, it's just bladder war. Let's call it a day. A few already gave up watching, waving off and heading for the exits. On the arena, the burly Zhao Kuei appeared, carrying a metal shield half his height. Each step thudded heavily on the wooden floor. Unlike the overconfident Zhang Heng last time, Zhao Kuei's expression was serious. Clearly studied Wang Hai's fight footage carefully. Begin. The referee's voice barely faded when Zhao Kuei growled, "Firm wall guard." A pale yellow energy rapidly enveloped his physical shield, and a rocky armor coating encased him entirely. Fully defensive, this was his usual opening tactic. Wang Hai didn't rush to attack. He raised his hand and cast a healing spell. A gentle white light flickered and vanished, but in the process, he absorbed all of Zhao Kuei's status information into his mind. Name, Zhao Kuei. Level, 516. Class, Rock Shield Warrior Rare. Talent, Immovable Mountain A. When stationary, damage taken is reduced by 50, and there is a 15 chance to completely resist any damage. This chance decreases by 1 per level difference in opponent's favor. Skills, Firm Wall Guard LV2, Shield Bash LV1, Rock Armor LV1. HP, 50005000, Constitution 20. MP, 500,500, Spirit 10. Spell Power, 25, Spirit 0.5. Attack, 25, Strength 0.5. Speed, 25, Agility 0.5. Defense, 25, Constitution 0.1, currently 60. Equipment, Restrained Shield. Status, Firm Wall Guard. Defense increased by 20, gains 20 shield points per second for 10 seconds. Shield disappears automatically after 30 minutes. High Constitution, High Defense Talent, piled with defensive skillset. Textbook Absolute Tank. Wang Hai privately thought, this shell is really tough. Half damage reduction talent means 5,000 HP effectively feels like 10,000. Add a 15 chance to reduce incoming damage, and if luck is on your side, this guy becomes a nightmare for burst mages. His defense can reach as high as 30, and without armor penetration, all damage dealt to him is further reduced by 30 points. If a fast attack speed marksman runs into this big turtle, they'll probably end up getting scraped right there on the spot. Wang Hai quickly recalled all the player profiles in his mind. Across the entire team, very few A-level talents could truly suppress Zhao Kuei. Even with S-level talents, you still had to be extremely cautious to take down this tough opponent. Lin Jixia was the exception, since she had true damage and could stack critical hits, breaking shields as easily as slicing tofu. Lin Tingxiu needed to unleash a 50 lifesteal ultimate and lit his blades with burning blood to stand a chance. Li Yuan would have to use the concept weapons triple strengthening just to win. This showed how terrifyingly valuable S-level talents still were. They weren't helpless just because they encountered turtle shell defense. At this moment, Zhao Kuei stood on the stage perfectly still. Seeing that Wang Hai hadn't made a move, his alertness rose sharply, and he resolutely stayed on the defense, afraid of exposing any weakness. His playstyle was obvious: thick health bar, high defense, but relatively weak in attack and speed compared to others of his rank. By contrast, Wang Hai's movements were elusive and mana pool deep, but his offense was lacking. If Zhao Kuei just held his ground without attacking, all he needed was for Wang Hai to slip up. Besides, he had his secret weapon, Shield Bash LV1. Consumes all shield to knock back enemies in a 11 area in front of him, dealing damage equal to the shield's value. This skill had never been used openly. Almost no one knew about it. As long as Wang Hai stepped into that range at the right angle, Zhao Kuei could send him flying right off the stage. Wang Hai finished reviewing all of Zhao Kuei's info and roughly guessed his strategy. Zhao Kuei only had 3 skills, and his sole active offensive skill was Shield Bash. He was counting on it to turn the tide on the stage. But Wang Hai quickly proved that idea was naive. In a flash, his figure appeared ghost-like behind Zhao Kuei. Swinging his staff, the 200-point shield Zhao Kuei had just raised shattered instantly. 431. Bright red damage numbers exploded above Zhao Kuei's head. An incredible force surged through his spine, forcing him to stagger back several steps, barely holding his massive shield. The serious expression on his face instantly turned to shock. The audience gasped simultaneously. Whoa, a priest hitting over 400 with one strike? That damage is crazier than a berserker of the same level. Zhao Kuei roared internally. Impossible. It must be an illusion. His proud shield was casually shattered with a single staff blow. Remember, he had 50 damage reduction and 60 base defense. Converted, this normal attack was equivalent to more than 900 true damage. Flustered, he hurried to steady himself and triggered Fortified Guard again, a pale yellow shield appearing once more. But Wang Hai didn't follow up. Instead, he waved his hand and cast a healing spell, instantly restoring his pitiful lost health. This warm healing didn't reassure Zhao Kuei. Instead, it sent a chill through him from head to toe. What was Wang Hai trying to do? Hit then heal? Could it be the start of that cruel cycle? Thinking of how Zhang Hong was mercilessly worn down to retreat, Zhao Kuei's scalp immediately went numb. No, wait, He scrambled to speak, desperate to stop the nightmare about to unfold, but Wang Hai moved faster. The soft white glow of the healing spell had barely faded when that figure surged forward like a ghost. The staff sliced through the air, its piercing whistle sharp and shrill, smashing hard against the newly formed shield. 331 damage. The shield shattered with a snap. The tremendous force transmitted through the metal shield made Zhao Kuei's feet slip, nearly knocking him off balance. His palm tingled numb, his arm trembling slightly. Just as he steadied himself, the familiar white glow flared again, healing magic restoring his health in an instant. Bang! 331. White light flashed again, his health bar refilled. This brutal cycle repeated several times. Zhao Kuei's face shifted from pale to flushed, fury welling inside him. So you like beating a dead horse, huh? You'll pay for this. Yet anger didn't cloud his mind. It sharpened his focus. Holding his breath, he retreated cautiously, silently tracking Wang Hai's pattern of one attack, one heal. Every time the staff struck, Zhao was pushed back half a step. Eventually, he found himself pressed against the ring's edge, his heel bumping against a raised platform, nowhere left to retreat. The massive shield covered most of his body and shielded a flicker of sharp resolve in his eyes. This was perfect. Behind him was a protective barrier. Wang Hai could only attack frontally. If Zhao Kuei could counterattack with his shield, there was a chance to knock his opponent off the platform. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Kuei waited for Wang Hai's habitual close-range assault. Wang Hai blinked and struck with his staff again, swinging wide, just 1 inch left. Now shield bash. Zhao Kuei shouted silently in his mind as surging mana flooded the metal shield. The shield's surface ignited with a dazzling golden light. Instead of shattering, the pale yellow protective aura contracted sharply, transforming into a visible, furious shockwave that burst outward in a sweeping arc from the shield's center. Boom! The overwhelming force swept forward, stirring ripples across the air at the ring's edge. The crowd erupted in stunned cheers. Who would have thought that punching bag Zhao Kuei had such a terrifying counterattack hidden? Wang Hai was too close, nowhere to dodge. Good. Someone shouted from the stands, slamming a fist on their seat. That kid deserves a lesson. The shockwave engulfed Wang Hai completely, the sheer momentum enough to blast anyone off the platform. Zhao Kuei's lips twitched upward. Victory seemed within reach. But Wang Hai's expression remained calm, as if watching a performance. Before the shockwave could touch him, his figure blurred into afterimages, instantly reappearing at the center of the ring. The force that could have toppled a wild bull missed its mark, stirring fierce ripples against the protective barrier. At center ring, Wang Hai stood firm, not even a corner of his robe disturbed. What? Zhao Kuei's smile froze, eyes wide in disbelief. His fatal strike meant to be certain had missed? How could he have predicted that? How could Wang Hai dodge from that distance? The crowd below buzzed in shock. He dodged it. Can you really evade from that close? Is he some kind of monster? Wang Hai naturally didn't reveal that. With the information gained from his healing technique, Zhao Kuei's so-called trump card was no longer a secret. On the stage, Wang Hai walked forward calmly, as if to test him again. Before he could speak, Zhao Kuei's expression suddenly changed. With a sharp jolt, he leapt off the platform and scrambled toward the edge. I give up. I forfeit. He shouted loudly as he ran, making sure neither the referee nor Wang Hai missed a word. Instantly, silence fell inside and outside the arena. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching the man once hailed as an iron wall flee in panic. Is that it? Zhao Kuei, who even in a rank fire explosion mage couldn't break, just got scared off like that, giving up after missing one attack. The brief silence exploded into chaos. No way. He just ran away? You're supposed to have a rank defensive talent. What about your pride? Seriously? No matter what, you don't just jump off the platform. You don't get it. Look at Zhang Heng's face. If it were you, wouldn't you be scared? Physical pain can be endured, but mental torment, who can withstand that? And besides, Wang Hai's speed is so fast Zhao Kuei couldn't even get close. Staying on stage would have made him a laughingstock. The referee glanced at Zhao Kuei, now outside the ring, twitching at the corner of his mouth, before raising his hand to announce. Zhao Kuei has voluntarily left the arena. He is deemed defeated. Winner, Wang Hai. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Wang Hai's face showed no joy. He hadn't even claimed Zhao Kuei's talent yet, and now his opponent ran away. Winning so quickly actually threw a wrench in his plans. Looks like I need to switch tactics, can't just rush to build talent so openly, he thought. Next time maybe hit the mouth first, then the legs? He shook his head. No use. If I heal him, I'll be fine again. He needed a more foolproof method. Stepping down from the platform, Wang Hai's gaze scanned several rings. A flash of white light followed as his healing technique landed precisely on several fighters fresh from battle, their their bodies still wounded. They paused for a second, feeling their injuries instantly mend. Suddenly, they all jumped up like pricked balloons and bowed deeply toward Wang Hai. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the healing. We're feeling great. Really great. Before finishing, they scrambled away to their team areas like they'd seen a ghost, sending the crowd into laughter. Watching their hasty retreat, Wang Hai furrowed his brow. The title Healing Maniac is well earned. It's getting harder to sneak talent boosts. He looked around the other platforms, calculating rapidly in his mind. Direct crowd control won't work. Matches don't allow disabling or excessive restraint breaking their mouth every time they open it. They can't lose because of that, but they still have legs, and jumping off means instant loss. Breaking legs too? Falling for 10 seconds means the referee can call it. He needed a strategy that made opponents neither dare to forfeit nor have time to do so. Lost in thought, Wang Hai didn't stop moving, casting pulses of white healing light on fighters who had just finished their matches. Soon, the third round ended. The list for the fourth round was posted. 75 had advanced. Wang Hai glanced over to see the words by round next to his number once again. He had a bye. When the announcement came that Wang Hai would have another bye, a wave of mixed boos and murmurs rose from the stands. Another bye? That's insanely lucky. Do you think the referees are just giving him a free pass? A free pass? Does he even need one? Zhao Kuei's already been shut down. Rather than a free pass, it feels like the refs are protecting the other fighters. True enough, I definitely wouldn't want to face that lunatic in the ring. Far off, Li Yuan and Su Mumu stared fiercely at the big screen showing Wang Hai bye, gritting their teeth in envy. How does he get so lucky? We've been busting our backs competing, and he gets to sit out 2 rounds after fighting just 4. Su Mumu stomped impatiently. Her current opponent was a level talent, so one slip-up would end her run here. Li Yuan's face was equally grim. He glanced at the energy gauge on his wrist. My next opponent is also a level. Just relying on the conceptual weapons base boost probably won't cut it. But if I trigger triple enhancement right away, what do I do next round? Under pressure from tough rivals, they both tried to steady their minds, channeling their frustration into curses aimed at Wang Hai. On the other side of the arena, Wang Hai himself was frustrated about having 2 buys in a row. Each buy meant 1 less chance to snatch talents. 2 felt like something shady was going on. He briskly returned to the Class 7 camp. Homeroom teacher Lu Wenbin was going over player profiles with the students, pushing up his glasses as he spoke. Seeing Wang Hai's sour expression, Lu stopped and gave a wry, knowing smile. Having issues with the buys? He asked first. Mr. Lu, am I being singled out? Wang Hai was blunt, clearly annoyed. 2 buys in a row, that's way too unlikely. At the mention of gossip, surrounding students immediately leaned in. Go, stop crowding. There's still a match coming up. Lu Wenbin waved them off. Teacher, I'm not fighting, I want to listen. Lin Tingxue, bored out of her mind, rushed over hugging her scabbard. Lu Wenbin looked at her and quietly explained, it's not exactly special treatment, but there are considerations. Officials from the City Education Bureau are watching this competition. The school wants to showcase exciting, high-quality matches that reflect students' true skill and potential. Your fighting style. He paused, choosing his words carefully, is a bit unusual. It's not very spectator-friendly or instructive. After the organizers' evaluation, they decided to space out your appearances more, giving other players time to mentally prepare and preventing excessive disruption to the match rhythm. Just because of that, Wang Hai's brow furrowed deeply. Not convincing enough? Lu Wenbin chuckled helplessly. To others, you're like a walking psychological shadow. 1 by lets everyone catch their breath, it's better for everyone. Lin Tingxue finally burst out laughing. She lightly jabbed Wang Hai's arm with her scabbard. Impressive, Wang Hai. You've even got the organizers changing the schedule because of you. Could be war seat, least it's better than not getting to fight at all. Wang Hai glanced at her, expressionless in return. Lin Tingxue's smile suddenly stiffened, her teeth clenched in anger. This is all your fault. If you're so strong, why don't you come here and face me unknown? Wang Hai's eyes flickered with eagerness at the provocation. He had coveted Lin Tingxue's talent for a long time. This woman never admitted defeat, so once a fight started, he'd have a chance to fully replicate her abilities. He casually cast a healing spell, a green glow washing over Lin Tingxue, as he brought up his latest status panel. Level, 781. Class, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Talent, Burning Blood S rank. Skills, Bloodthirst, Blood Rage, Bloodblade Slash, Blood Shadow Step. HP, 2100, 2100, 1000. MP, 700,000, 701,000. Spell Power, 7100. Attack, 210, 300. Speed, 70-30. Defense, 0-30. Equipment, Life Guardian, Blade of Darkness, Windwalker Boots. I seriously underestimated her before. Wang Hai's mind raced with calculations. A total health pool of 3,000. Bloodblade Slash hitting for 15,000 damage in 1 strike, enough to instantly kill Zhao Kuei. Even if he took the hit himself, he'd be down. If only he could get Zhao Kuei's talent first, maybe there was a chance to turn things around. Though his speed far surpassed Lin Tingxue's, the Bloodblade Slash was a targeted skill, making evasion nearly useless. After weighing his options, he let go of his fighting intent. Forget it. No need to argue. Humph. Just admit you're afraid. Lin Tingxua lifted her chin like a rooster who had only won a scuffle, but a flicker of regret flashed in her eyes. She really wanted to test Wang Hai's limits. Lu Wenbin watched their banter with a shake of his head. Wang Hai, your strength doesn't need another round to prove. After this focus on observing the other arenas, especially the Shrank and top rank fighters. The intel is always reliable fear, not easy opponents. Wang Hai nodded. Lu was right before moving troops, gather intelligence. And intelligence was what he lacked least. He had healed every contestant present, knowing their stats inside and out. If anything changed, he could cast another healing spell anytime to scan for updates. With the number of participants sharply dwindling, only 3 groups remained in the 4th round. While talking with his mentor, Wang Hai glanced up just as the first group finished. He saw Su Mumu being knocked back. On the arena, Su Mumu faced a rank rock warrior Shirley. His astonishing defense rendered her holy light orbs ineffective. After exchanging moves several times, Shirley seized an opening and delivered a heavy rock fist to her abdomen. Bam! Su Mumu flew backward like a broken kite, crashing hard against the arena's edge. Pain surged through her body as she curled up, cold sweat soaking her clothes. She tried to get up, but the pain and weakness overwhelmed her. The crushing shame and fear of failure pushed her to the brink of collapse. From the corner of her eye, she caught Wang Hai watching with a half-smile that felt like a sharp thorn, almost making her want to vomit blood. It's all because of him. If not for Wang Hai, I wouldn't have made that mistake. How could I lose so badly? Her misplaced anger was her only outlet, but did nothing to ease her predicament. The referee began counting down. 7, 8, 9. Su Mumu heard the numbers creeping closer to 0, but couldn't even lift her upper body. All she could do was watch Shirley stomp the ground, closing in for the final blow. Her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness before she finally shut them, bracing for the outcome. 10. Match over. The winner, Shirley from Class 35. As the referee's words landed, applause erupted from the crowd, mingled with jeers and mockery. Already lost. She was so arrogant when she won last time, right? That look earlier like the whole world owed her something made me laugh. Broken mindset, I guess. Never got beaten before, so no clue how to handle losing. The murmurs were low but sounded like devilish whispers in Su Mumu's ears, more painful than Shirley's fist. Wang Hai caught her venomous glare in his sight and smiled coldly, a dying person, nothing more. His gaze quickly shifted to the other arenas. Wang Hai's gaze locked onto the 7th arena where Li Yuan stood. Li Yuan's luck was average this round. He drew an entire talent, a storm elemental mage. A faint ozone scent filled the air above the ring, and the atmosphere felt heavy, as if charged, making each breath sting with tiny sparks. What's wrong? Is that all steer talent can do? The storm elemental mage's voice was hoarse and dripping with contempt, as if eager for Li Yuan to lose control immediately. Li Yuan stood in the center of the arena, his breathing slightly hurried. His conceptual armor, a silver-gray plating, showed several charred cracks, and the strands of hair exposed above it were curled and twisted by high-voltage electricity. His opponent crackled with electric arcs, as if draped in a cloak of thunder. Steer talent, and all you do is dodge? The storm mage taunted again, summoning a blazing white lightning orb between his palms. Voices buzzed from the stands. What a joke. Li Yuan must be the weakest steer ever. The name conceptual armor sounds impressive, but the performance is mediocre. Is it? Remember that time he punched Zhang Xin's boss and snatched it away? Someone in the crowd recalled vividly how Li Yuan had boldly stolen a boss from Zhang Xian. The jeers hit Li Yuan's ears like arrows, yet his eyes sharpened with focus. In the next instant, an invisible wave of energy rippled out from his feet, glowing with a clear white light. His attributes surged instantly. Triple enhancement. This was the trump card he had reserved for the finals, now forced to reveal prematurely. Finally getting serious? The storm elemental laughed. Fine, let me see what you've got. As you wish. Li Yuan's voice was cold as steel. As the words fell, he vanished, not teleporting, but moving so fast he became nearly invisible to the naked eye. The storm mage's pupils snapped shut as he quickly raised an electric shield. But Li Yuan had already shifted to his left side, delivering a crushing punch. Bang! The shield shattered, sparks flying in all directions. The storm elemental staggered back several steps, his face filled with shock. How can he move this fast? Before he finished shouting, Li Yuan's punch shadows crashed like a tidal wave, relentless and continuous. In less than 3 seconds, the storm elemental was knocked off the platform by a final heavy blow. The crowd erupted completely. Oh my god, now that's the real power of steer talent. So strong. Didn't move for 3 seconds and just stomped him. That's the end of the fight. So had been holding back all this time. The referee froze for half a second before quickly raising his flag and shouting, "Winner, Li Yuan of Senior 3, Class 7. Li Yuan stood in the center of the arena, letting the roaring cheers wash over him, his chest rising and falling. He took a deep breath, but his peripheral vision caught Wang Hai's eyes. burning with challenge and a triumphant smirk. See? This is how austere talent dominates, not with your underhanded tricks. Wang Hai met his gaze with a cold, dismissive glance, then casually cast a healing spell as if it were routine. Being ignored like that doused the pride swelling in Li Yuan's chest, as if with a sudden downpour. He let out a muffled grunt, pushed down his frustration, and turned to step down from the platform. He needed to recover quickly from exhaustion, or the remaining matches would get difficult. Before long, the fourth round concluded, and over 30 more contestants were eliminated. The atmosphere in the arena grew even tenser. Only the elite of the elite remained. The fifth round of the draw began. The referee's voice echoed across the arena through the loudspeaker. The remaining 38 contestants all fixed their eyes on the large illuminated screen hanging overhead. Names flashed rapidly, matching up one after another. Suddenly, it stopped. Wang Hai saw his name, and also his opponent. Class 7, Wang Hai, versus Class 3, Li Jun. A murmur of discussion immediately swelled from the stands. Li Jun, that a ranked talent wind shadow? The one who moves as fast as a gust of wind. This is going to be good. Wang Hai's mobility is insane too. This round's all about speed. Li Jun has high attack, but low HP. I wonder if he can survive Wang Hai's staff strikes. Wang Hai lifted his gaze toward Class 3. There, a lean youth with sharp, eagle-like eyes stood up, a slender light sword strapped to his back. Their eyes met in midair, cold and steady, completely fearless. Good, Wang Hai thought. The scene didn't scare him. Proud types like this are the hardest to get to give up. He recalled the previous round. Zhao Kuei, nicknamed Iron Wall, had a mental defense as fragile as paper. He surrendered before even finishing copying his talent, damaging his reputation and failing to rise. Both stepped onto the arena platform. The referee glanced at them routinely. Ready? Li Jun took a deep breath, lowered his body, his right hand resting on the sword hilt, his whole form taut, like a fully drawn bow. He answered in a low voice. Ready? Wang Hai merely nodded lightly, casually picking up his staff, his posture relaxed. Begin the match. As soon as the referee's words fell, Li Jun's figure blurred, as if swept away by a fierce wind. Whoosh! With the sound of slicing air, a sharp sword wind instantly stabbed toward Wang Hai's face. Li Jun's speed wasn't the ghost-like dodging that Wang Hai used. It was more like a piercing, lightning-fast straight strike, sudden gale thrust. Wang Hai slightly withdrew, but the sword tip grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Is he hurt? The crowd erupted with noise. Wang Hai's speed is maxed out. A priest doing this well is a miracle. There's no way he's faster than a wind shadow. Now he definitely won't take it lightly. Probably better be ready to toss a healing spell on Li Jun next. Many in the stands watched with schadenfreude in their eyes. Li Yuan, seeing Wang Hai's first injury, scoffed sharply inside. Huh, scared by this kid's tricks? Just an ranked talent exposing him. Completely forgetting how he was forced into desperation by an ranked player before. Well done, Li Jun. Su Mumu cheered loudly, as if all her own humiliation from losing to Wang Hai would vanish if he were defeated. On the platform, a hit. Li Jun felt a surge of hope, but immediately froze. Wang Hai drifted backward on the sword wind like he weighed nothing. The superficial wound didn't even bleed further before a gentle white light smoothed it away. Healing spell. The injury healed instantly as if it had never happened. Fast, as expected, Wang Hai said calmly, his tone indifferent, but not fast enough. His biting disdain stung harder than any insult, but Li Jun was unfazed just as he expected. Watching 2 matches in a row, Li Jun saw that although Wang Hai had powerful healing, he lacked purification skills. Meanwhile, Li Jun himself wielded ways to suppress healing. The Wind of Judgment. Each attack from a wind shadow applies tornado mark on the target, reducing healing effects by 15 for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers max of 75. If he could deal heavy damage during the healing suppression, he might break through Wang Hai's defenses. Li Jun's eyes froze like cold stars. His figure became a blue shadow once more. This time, instead of a straight thrust, he zipped close along the edge of the platform, the wind whistling sharply like blades slicing through air. Missing one strike, he immediately vanished into the wind. This was the wind shadow's fighting style. Li Jun's figure blurred into a streak of blue as he darted around Wang Hai. The wind howled around the arena, and multiple afterimages of Li Jun appeared on the stage simultaneously, moving so fast they were almost impossible to track. The crowd erupted in amazement. No one could catch his true position. Looks like Wang Hai's in trouble now, someone whispered. With that speed gap, he's nothing but a sitting duck. But Wang Hai stood his ground, his staff dangling loosely in one hand, his gaze distant, as if distracted. In that brief moment of daydreaming, a cold gleam flashed in Li Jun's eyes. This was his chance. With a sudden burst of power, the stones beneath him cracked, and he surged forward even faster, his whole body launching like an arrow toward his target. Shadow Pierce. The blue wind element converged sharply at his sword tip, compressed to a piercing shriek that seemed to tear the air itself. This move drained all the surrounding wind energy and triggered his passive talent, adding extra damage to the blade. Li Jun was certain. Even if it didn't kill Wang Hai outright, it would severely wound him and instantly stack multiple Windscar marks. In the audience, Li Yuan held his breath while Su Mumu clenched her fists, waiting to see Wang Hai collapse from a heavy blow. The next moment, Shadow Pierce struck Wang Hai's shoulder with deadly precision. 1021. Crimson numbers appeared above their heads. Hit. Li Jun's heart leapt over 1,000 damage. Though slightly below the 1,200 had hoped for, it didn't. Materno healer had thousands of health. Just a few more hits should finish him off. He pulled back to escape into the wind, but an unexpected horizontal strike from Wang Hai's staff cut him off. The staff was so fast it left after images, landing continuous 5 strikes interspersed with heals. They caught Li Jun off guard, and only after the 5th hit could he barely break free. Retreating to a safe distance, he looked down to see his health bar still full. Breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he hasn't changed his stubborn ways. He'll trade damage with him, wear him down. After landing 2 hits on Wang Hai, Li Jun's confidence soared. A few seconds of steady focus let him catch another moment when Wang Hai was distracted. His third Shadow Pierce flew through the air, but Wang Hai still weathered it by alternating 5 strikes and heals. Li Jun melted back into the wind, a nagging doubt creeping into his mind. This felt too familiar. Was Wang Hai intentionally showing a weakness to lure him out? Unable to match his speed, was Wang Hai just counterattacking during his openings? The thought flashed quickly, but unable to figure it out, Li Jun stopped overthinking and poured all his focus into offense. Shadow Pierce. Wang Hai's 5 strikes and healing. Again and again, the arena became a brutal turn-based duel. Li Jun often considered giving up, but seeing Wang Hai's health slowly drop revived his determination to keep pushing. At last, the 11th Shadow Pierce came crashing in. Wang Hai misstepped, turning only partly away to dodge the blue glow. Raising his staff with a sweeping motion, he knocked Li Jun flying off the platform. The arena fell silent, everyone stunned. Midair, Li Jun struggled to regain control, landing clumsily with disbelief written all over his face. Right up to the very end, he still thought he had a chance. He was defeated so easily. What just happened? Why did Li Jun fly out of the ring by himself? Everyone had only caught a glimpse of Wang Hai raising his hand before Li Jun suddenly tumbled out of the arena like a kite with its string cut. The referee was momentarily stunned but quickly raised his arm. Winner, Class 37 Wang Hai. Wang Hai stepped down from the ring and glanced at his personal stats panel. The new Golden Talent title was flashing. Wind's Protection A. 1. Movement Speed 50. 2. Wind Skill Effects 50. 3. While in Wind Escape state, Move Speed 100, Skill Effects 100. 4. 15 chance to dodge attacks with a 1 decrease per level higher the opponent is. Too bad I never learned Wind Escape, Wang Hai thought, then smiled. Just the 50 boost in movement speed was enough to turn the tide of the battle. He recalled how quickly the duel had ended. To unlock this talent, he had deliberately played weak, letting Li Jun think he had a chance to counterattack so Li Jun wouldn't give up early. While others saw Li Jun's movements as a blur, Wang Hai could tell he was still just a step slower. If Wang Hai had dodged with full effort, Li Jun wouldn't have touched even the edge of his clothes. A speed-based assassin facing an even faster opponent would lose the will to fight and would concede immediately, but then there'd be no talent to gain. The plan had worked perfectly. All 5th-round matches wrapped up quickly. On the other side, Li Yuan's luck hit rock bottom. He was drawn against Wang Yin, who also had its level talent. Worse, Li Yuan was still suffering from exhaustion. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, but ultimately didn't step into the ring and admitted defeat publicly. He knew Wang Yan's performance in previous rounds was solid and on par with his own. If he was at full strength with his triple strength start, maybe he could have won, but now he would only embarrass himself. Whispers from the stands stabbed at him like needles. So this is that hyped level talent? Worst level ever, doesn't even dare to fight. I'd rather have that priest Wang Hai. Li Yuan clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. Only 10 minutes until exhaustion ended, and he vowed to make the next match his comeback. The 5th round is over. 30-minute break, followed by the 6th round draw. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. Only 19 competitors remained beneath the ring. The tension ratcheting up every new round meant even tougher opponents. But Wang Hai felt calm and steady. With 19 players left, one would get a bye, and he already knew who it would be. The crowd on the bleachers seemed to share the same instinct. He'll bet Wang Hai gets the bye again this round. For the 2nd time in a row, why not? 30 minutes flew by in an instant. The names flashed rapidly on the big screen again. The matchups appeared. Wang Hai bye? The arena fell silent for a heartbeat before erupting into even louder noise. It was him again. The crowd in the stands instantly erupted into chaos, voices full of suspicion and complaints rising one after another. Some pounded the barricades, others raised their hands high, angrily shouting at the referee, "This has got to be rigged, right?" As the noise swelled to the rafters, the referee, as if reciting a rehearsed script, picked up the megaphone with a blank expression. The draw process is entirely randomly generated by the system, completely fair and impartial. If there are still objections, we can arrange an unknown match between him and Wang Hai. The mechanical voice echoed through every corner of the stands. The crowd, previously fired up, immediately fell silent. A unknown with Wang Hai? Thinking about those unlucky fighters who had already been carried off, who would volunteer to face him. Li Yuan also looked up from the crowd. His exhaustion cooldown had ended, and he could activate his triple enhancement at any moment. If it came to a real fight, he was confident he could blast Wang Hai right off the stage. But glancing at the remaining number of competitors, he calmed himself. There was only one chance for the triple enhancement. Wasting it on Wang Hai would be too costly. His goal was to break into the training camp of the top 7 schools, so he needed to save that power for challenging the top 5. Wang Hai, you better make the top 5, Li Yuan sneered inwardly, a look of contempt flashing across his face as he cast a provocative glance at Wang Hai's direction. When we reach the finals, we'll show you the real gap. As if sensing the burning gaze, Wang Hai turned his head, one eyebrow raised, but gave Li Yuan only a slightly regretful look. Li Yuan's talent was incredible, but unfortunately, he hadn't managed to replicate it himself. That expression of "too bad you didn't get lucky" made Li Yuan so mad his face turned green. He clenched his teeth and looked away. Seeing no one in the arena speaking out, the referee snorted coldly. Since there are no objections, the 6th round will begin. 6th round, 18 fighters left, not a single pushover. On the stage, fists and techniques interwove fiercely, barricades shaking, the crowd roaring deafeningly. Every slight flaw would be instantly exploited by opponents, and victory often came down to a single move. But Wang Hai was nowhere in the fray. He leisurely walked to the school medical room door, leaned against the white wall, and closed his eyes to rest. After ascending to a level talent, his body experienced more subtle changes. Permanent speed increase, bones light as feathers. The gentle sound of wind flowing by his ears felt like lines sketching a 3D image in his mind. Even with eyes closed, he could still detect the air currents meters away from players throwing punches and landing steps. If only there was an S-level wind type, Wang Hai daydreamed quietly. Perhaps then, the wind would be like a second pair of eyes. Unfortunately, no one at school currently possessed S-level wind ability. The battles of the strong were faster than anyone expected, and the 6th round ended earlier than predicted. The referee announced, the 6th round is over. A 30-minute break, after which the 7th round draw will begin. The crowd roared louder than ever. Only 10 remained. The true finals had begun. 30 minutes passed quickly amid the eager urges. The big electronic screen rapidly scrolled through the names, a red cursor blinking constantly. When it stopped on Wang Hai's name, the opponent for this round was revealed, Wang Yan. The stands exploded in surprised shouts. Wang Hai finally met a real tough guy. Looks like his good luck has run out. Wang Yan isn't just an A-level talent. He's a pure brute mage. Not even Li Yuan, with his S-level talent, dared to compete with him. Let's see how Wang Hai plans to keep healing now turned to ashes. Can you still heal? When Li Yuan saw the match results from the system, he was momentarily stunned, then a cruel smirk curled at his lips. Wang Yan would first burn Wang Hai to a crisp, then deal with Wang Yan. The outcome wouldn't change. Would Wang Yan slip up? Impossible. No priest could survive against such ferocious fire magic. Even if he could heal, how could a priest's health compete with an rank shield warrior? In previous matches, Wang Yan cleared an rank shield warrior's health bar in under 10 seconds, forcing the arena's protection to activate. Compared to that, Wang Hai's fight, with Zhao Kuei, dragged on and lacked impact. On the other side of the arena, Wang Yan cracked his neck with a series of sharp pops, his gaze blazing as he locked onto Wang Hai, then raised his hand in a throat-slitting gesture. Wang Hai just smiled and waved back casually, looking relaxed. Arrogant? Good. He loved arrogant opponents. They cared too much about pride and rarely surrendered first. He probably wouldn't give up, right? Thinking about the cowardice Li Yuan showed before the fight, Wang Hai suddenly felt uncertain. What if Wang Yan was all bluster and no strength? Should I pretend to be weak in return? But his friendly gesture went ignored. Wang Yan's face darkened instantly, his anger flaring up like a blast of fierce fire. Round 7. Wang Hai versus Wang Yan. Contestants, take the stage. The referee announced. Wang Hai strolled onto the stage at a leisurely pace. Wang Yan leapt up with a thud that kicked dust into the air. He gripped a crimson staff topped with a fist-sized fiery gem, radiating visible heat waves. Let the match begin. The referee called out. Boom. Blazing flames erupted from Wang Yan's body, lighting him up like the descent of a fire god. Steer talent. Infernal Wrath. Fire skill damage 100. Casting speed 50. Skill cost 50. All attacks apply Infernal Mark deals fire damage per second equal to Mark stacks 50 magic power for 5 seconds. At 10 stacks, the Mark explodes, dealing lost health 5 fire damage. Fire Rain Meteor. Without hesitation, Wang Yan unleashed an area wipe skill. You think you're fast? They'll leave you nowhere to hide. Massive fireballs, each the size of a basin, suddenly gathered in the air, blanketing the entire arena. Fire rained down like a meteor shower, waves of heat visibly rippling the protective shield. This is over. Starting with a big move, how can he dodge this? The arena's so small, Wang Hai is doomed. The crowd cried out. But amid the fireball storm, Wang Hai's figure flickered and blurred as he darted through like a shadow, closing to Wang Yan's side. He swung his healing staff hard, delivering a stick lesson. Bang bang bang. 12 rapid strikes. Wang Hai's speed was too fast to see clearly. All that could be heard was the dull thud of staff blows mixed with healing light. When Wang Yan snapped back to awareness, his body was covered in infernal marks. His pupils narrowed. Then he sneered. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. He slammed his staff into the ground. Fiery streams radiated outward from his feet, instantly turning the entire arena into a blazing inferno. The path of flames. The path of flames instantly engulfed the entire arena. Raging tongues of fire surged like waves, alive and chasing after Wang Hai's every step, licking and coiling, trying to trap him in place. Yet his movements were light as a shadow, each landing perfectly timed to the cracks between the flames. The wind's protection granted him an airflow sense, like having radar built in, allowing him to navigate freely in this ever-burning inferno. Without this rank talent, even with his incredible speed, he could never have completely avoided the searing burns beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Wang Yin again. The dark staff cracked through the air like a whip, striking fiercely from all sides. Red damage numbers flashed alternately, with green healing numbers appearing on Wang Yin, an eerie, unsettling sight. Wang Yin was shocked and enraged. He felt like he wasn't fighting a priest, but a swift warrior, struck up close while forced to endure the most humiliating heals. Bastard! Get away from me! Wang Yin roared, his body erupting in Flamisa fire nova. The violent shockwave radiated outwards, built to repel melee attackers. Wang Hai seemed to anticipate this, barely tapping his toes and drifting backward with the airflow's help, narrowly dodging the blast core and taking only residual damage. 577. Not insignificant, and a mark of burning was etched onto him, continuing to scorch. He didn't even flinch. Raising his staff, a burst of dense holy light spilled forth, instantly restoring his health bar in full. The bleeding mark of burning looked absurd against a full health panel. The crowd erupted. No way. He actually dodged that? What kind of movement is that, dancing in a sea of flames? Damn it, his health won't drop. Wang Yan's burst damage just turned into a joke. A missed strike deepened Wang Yan's fury. The arrogance granted by his strength talent made defeat unbearable. Let's see how many times you can heal. Flame storm. Chain fireballs. Great fireball. He abandoned all defense and mobility, wildly swinging his staff as high-level fire spells blasted out, pouring mana without restraint. The arena transformed into a fiery hellscape, roaring thunderously. Scorching waves battered everything, the front row spectators feeling their cheeks burn from the heat. Amidst the flames, Wang Hai became even more elusive. No longer recklessly charging, he dodged core attacks in between, sometimes advancing briefly to strike Wang Yin twice, sometimes retreating to heal himself. The scene was surreal. Wang Yin pouring out firepower enough to vaporize peers, while Wang Hai moved like a graceful white shadow dancing in the inferno, striking occasionally, healing effortlessly. Green heal numbers on Wang Yin rarely ceased. Wang Hai's health bar seemed welded in place, any dips instantly filled by holy light. Arg! Just die already. Wang Yin lost all control, his mana surging like a breaking dam. He refused to believe his opponent's mana was infinite. How could a mere priest outlast a mage with strength talent? Yet he was completely unaware that Wang Hai's heals consumed no mana at all. Time ticked slowly onward. Wang Yan's offensive gradually steadied. The relentless barrage of high-intensity spells crashed over him like a mighty tidal wave, battering both his spirit and magical energy. His breathing grew increasingly labored, fine beads of sweat forming at his temples and trickling down his face. Across from him, Wang Hai remained calm and composed, strolling leisurely to the side, casually lifting his hand to cast healing light on Wang Yan. If he had mastered the mana regeneration skill, he might have even refilled Wang Yan's energy along with his own. The initial roar from the audience slowly gave way to silence. Their expressions shifted from shock and confusion to numb sympathy for Wang Yan, that is, unable to strike back or evade, and forced to absorb healing from his opponent. This duel had become less a battle and more a horrifying test of endurance, both mental and physical. A flicker of clarity cut through Wang Yan's fury. He saw his mana rapidly depleting right before his eyes, while Wang Hai's health bar remained nearly untouched. A cold dread raced down his spine. Something was wrong, this guy was toying with him. That thought blossomed into a tangle of thorns in his mind. Meeting Wang Hai's unervingly calm, almost encouraging gaze, humiliation and fear washed over him in waves. If this carried on, he'd be worn down to nothing and made a mockery of. Sensing Wang Yan's faltering spirit, Wang Hai's heart tightened. If he pushed too hard, Wang Yan might just surrender and the talent prize would be out of reach. Time to ease up a bit. Suddenly, he faltered, his movements momentarily shaky as if drained of energy. Then, Abandoning his usual caution around the fire at their feet, he let 3 layers of the flaming seal stack on him in rapid succession before slipping back into his usual relaxed demeanor. To the average observer, this brief lapse might be unnoticeable, but to Wang Yin it blazed like a meteor streaking across the night sky, impossible to ignore. In the gloom of despair, Wang Yin seized this glimmer of opportunity. The dying flame in his eyes flared fiercely. There's a chance. Wang Hai's energy consumption had to be higher, was just pretending to be steady. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Yin nearly burst out laughing. Such intense dodging and casting couldn't come without a price. That stumble was ironclad proof this priest's mana or stamina had to be nearly spent. Just wait and see how long he can keep it up. With only a quarter of his mana remaining, Wang Yin had planned to risk everything. But seeing Wang Hai continuing to heal him, he forced himself to hold back and wait. If his opponent wanted to waste mana, let him waste more. He'd hang on until his own mana recovered to a third, then show him what real cruelty meant. So Wang Yin maintained only a minimal fire spray to keep Wang Hai occupied while quietly steadying his breath, eyes never leaving his foe, watching every slight motion. Wang Hai chuckled inwardly but kept up a slightly exhausted but determined expression. He deliberately stepped into the flames now and then, keeping the flaming seal stacked around 5 layers, and slightly delayed 2 of his healing spells ever so subtly. To Wang Yin, these details were like sugar-coated poison sweet, and deadly slowly filling him with confidence. Soon, head break. Minutes passed before Wang Yan's mana finally climbed to a safe level. He caught Wang Hai stepping into the flames again. Now's the time. His eyes blazed with cold light. All hesitation vanished. He surged his restored mana, now up to a quarter, into the fiery gem atop his staff. The flame dragon roared. An equipment-bound single-target burst skill, far more powerful than fire rain or meteor shower. In the next instant, a terrifying dragon made of fiercely compressed flames shot from the staff, instantly engulfing Wang Hai's position. The furious blaze of the flaming dragon completely engulfed Wang Hai. The violent fire elements surged like tidal waves, heating the protective energy barrier around the arena until it glowed red, instantly blocking the spectator's view behind the wall of flames. Gasps and shouts rose from the crowd. Direct hit. This should be the end, right? Everyone was convinced that this long, grinding battle would finally conclude with Wang Yan's desperate counterattack. As the firestorm dissipated, Wang Yan suddenly froze in place. At the center of the blaze, Wang Hai appeared completely unharmed. Even his robe retained its original creases. His staff blurred into afterimages as it struck repeatedly, bam, 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 almost in a straight line. Meanwhile, strings of green healing numbers frantically popped up over Wang Yan's head. At that moment, Wang Yan's mind shattered. His ultimate trump card skill had backfired against an impenetrable wall. Not only was he unharmed, but Wang Hai was toying with him like a punching bag. The crushing psychological blow mixed with his rapidly drained mana, and his vision darkened. The healing magic forced back into his body burned like fire, scorching his pride. Just as the sudden assault ceased, Wang Yan caught a faint breath. Glancing sideways, Wang Hai remained calm, as if the gasp was a mirage. Seeing Wang Yan look, he swung his staff again. Still pretending. Wang Yan growled, quickly realizing Wang Hai was nearly spent too, while he himself could still recover mana through meditation. If he could just hold on, there was hope for a turnaround. He withdrew his gaze, lowered his lids, and sank most of his focus inward to steady the flow of mana back into his body. The arena's flames still burned but had diminished from a raging inferno to flickering embers. He stopped casting wide-area spells, maintaining only the minimum fire jets to force Wang Hai into constant movement. Meanwhile, like a hidden panther, he fixated intently on every breath, every step from his opponent. Wang Hai knew exactly what this meant. The fish was biting again. He played along with the silent game, stepping casually but never revealing a true weakness. Time slipped away in this strange calm. The arena grew monotonous, and the crowd went from excitement and shock to numbness, then drifting toward sleepiness. How long is this going to last? Someone yawned softly. Wang Yan out of mana? Why isn't he using skills? Wang Hai seems to be slowing down too. Looks like he barely dodged that small fireball just now. The two of them are just testing endurance, seeing who breaks first. Other matches had already ended, with players gathered in the stands watching this drawn-out tug-of-war. What exactly is Wang Hai doing? I plan to ask him to queue after this match, but if it drags on like this, it'll be dark by then. Lin Tingxue complained helplessly. He must have a plan. Give it time, Lin Jixia replied quietly. After a while longer, the arena finally shifted. Wang Hai, seeming to tire of this standoff, suddenly accelerated, sweeping Wang Yan off his feet and sending him flying out of the ring. Wang Yan barely controlled his balance in midair, staggering as he landed, his face a daze. Only when the referee announced the result did he snap back to reality. He lost. Wasn't his opponent nearly drained? How could he still unleash such power? It's finally over, and Wang Hai was by far the slowest in the finals. No kidding, everyone else finished ages ago. Now we're just waiting for the top 5 challenge to start. The audience buzzed with complaints aimed squarely at Wang Hai. But Wang Hai paid no attention. Calmly, he stepped down from the ring. The talent he had just successfully copied surged through his veins. He raised his hand slightly, feeling the burning power, a satisfied smirk curling his lips. Blazing Heaven Fury S rank. Fire skill damage 100. Casting speed 50. Skill cost 50. All attacks carry the Blazing Heaven mark, causing the target to take number of marks 50 magic power fire damage every second for 5 seconds. When the mark stacks to 10 layers, it can be detonated to deal 5 times the lost health as burn damage, a lethal finishing move. There was no doubt this was a top-tier talent. Although he was a priest and couldn't cast fire spells directly, the first 3 bonuses were of limited use to him. But the Blazing Heaven mark was independently triggered, meaning even his normal attacks carried it. And that terrifying finishing multiplier could decisively end a fight at a critical moment. Feigning weakness really worked. Wang Hai thought gratefully. If he hadn't deliberately dragged the match out and pretended to be exhausted, Wang Yan's explosive temper would have had him off the stage long ago. There'd have been no way to copy this dream strength talent. The 7th round of the finals is over. Do the remaining contestants need a break? The referee's voice cut through the noise as his gaze passed over the final 5. Wang Hai, Lin Jixia, Chu He, Chen Hao, and Lin Feng. No break needed. Let's start right away. Wang Hai's tone was calm. The referee confirmed no objections and announced, top 5 to the ring. Rules. The top 5 will defend their spots. Any challenger can face them. A successful defense allows the holder to refuse further challenges. A successful challenger replaces the holder and may also refuse further challenges. The top 5 challenge begins now. The moment the words landed, the atmosphere tensed sharply, yet an eerie silence fell. The 5 defending champions took their positions, composed and unshaken. Hundreds of other contestants in the stands exchanged glances, but no one moved first. I challenge Lin Feng. I challenge Wang Hai. 2 loud declarations almost overlapped, coming from Li Yuan and Wang Yan. Wang Yan glanced sideways. Li Yuan also possessed and strength talent, but had been easily defeated by him before. Now this former loser had the nerve to challenge Wang Hai? Did he really think Wang Hai, just after a fierce battle, was the easiest target? Anger churned inside him. Having been knocked off the stage, his pride and determination were shattered, but his mind had never been clearer. Wang Hai had been playing him all along. His motives were unclear, but Wang Yan filed the score away in his mind. Wang Yan tilted his head back and downed a full bottle of mana recovery potion, waiting for his power to replenish before stepping onto the stage. One-time use items and power-boosting potions before matches were banned in the ring, but mana potions were allowed otherwise. Few contestants would have enough mana to endure such an intense competition. Wang Yan showed Li Yuan a flicker of pity before stepping onto ring number 5. Li Yuan's anger flared at that smile. Just lucky once, huh? You really think you're invincible? Wait until I beat Wang Hai's champion tightly. You'll see how wide the gap between us really is. He leapt forward, a powerful kick cleaving the air as he landed hard on the ring, his gaze locking onto Wang Hai like a sharpened arrow. At that moment, his triple enhancement ability was fully recharged, and his chest pulsed with unwavering confidence. 1 minute was all he needed to end this fight. On the opposite side of the ring, Wang Hai glanced at the display panel. The golden line readings class talent next to Li Yuan's name shone brightly, standing out dangerously. He calculated quickly. Can I copy that talent within 60 seconds? If I fail, and he wants to concede after 1 minute, how can I stop him? What's wrong, scared? Li Yuan sneered, Predator's fire glittering in his eyes. You were all talk earlier. Afraid to fight now? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow and confidently stepped onto the ring. If you insist on embarrassing yourself, it'll take my time. Let's drag this minute out as long as possible. That was definitely pouring fuel on the flames. Li Yuan clenched his teeth as rage boiled inside. Fine, I'll end you in 10 seconds. Then the rest of the 50, you'll beg for mercy and find no escape. Begin. The referee's voice barely faded when Li Yuan's body erupted into a terrifying aura. Silver-white armor materialized around him like a ghostly shell. Triple enhancement, activate. Strength, agility, spirit, endurance all surged instantly. The roaring energy radiated outward from his core, cracking the ring's stone floor into a spiderweb of fractures. It's over, Li Yuan growled, stomping hard as his figure blurred into an afterimage, closing in on Wang Hai in the blink of an eye. His punch tore through the air like thunder, the explosive sound deafening. With triple power, it was swift, brutal, deadly, so precise that even he was shocked. No one could block it. The crowd erupted into a deafening roar, convinced Wang Hai's defeat was inevitable. Yet just inches before impact, Wang Hai raised his hand, calmly catching that lethal blow as if it weighed nothing. Li Yuan's pupils shrank in disbelief. Impossible. Triple enhanced, he was like a humanoid beast, but Wang Hai's grip was rock solid, not even a fingertip trembling. Is that all? Wang Hai asked coolly, genuine puzzlement in his tone more cutting than the cruelest mockery. You're asking for death. Li Yuan snapped, utterly losing control as rage burned away all reason. Celestial fire, ignite. Blazing flames exploded from his body, climbing over the silver armor and transforming him into a war god bathed in fire. The temperature soared, the air crackling sharply, power and speed surged again. He violently pulled back the trapped fist, and with the other ironclad fist wreathed in flames, he smashed down through the air, a roaring gale following. Then his fists, elbows, knees, and legs moved in a fierce flurry firelight and force weaving a burning net. Punch, elbow, knee, leg fueled by celestial fire. Li Yuan's assault crashed down like a fierce storm, engulfing Wang Hai's figure with a furious blaze that consumed everything in its path. On the arena, only streaks of fiery red fists and blazing leg winds could be seen, accompanied by bursts of roaring flames. Boom, boom, boom. The deep, powerful impacts rang out continuously like drum beats, vibrating through the spectators' chests and making their hearts tremble. The crowd fell silent, all eyes wide open. Glass talents truly had no weaklings. Even Li Yuan, widely regarded as the weakest, was frighteningly strong. Yet, standing calmly at the storm's center was Wang Hai. Shield in one hand, staff in the other, he precisely blocked every blow of fiery fists and scorching legs. Then, with each successful defense, he layered one scorch mark after another onto Li Yuan's body. In just a few dozen breaths, more than a dozen marks stacked up. Li Yuan grew increasingly alarmed and frustrated. The harder he struck, the more it felt like hitting an unyielding mountain peak, not even shifting its surface. Worse still, Wang Hai would occasionally find openings to tap his staff on Li Yuan, instantly wiping away all wounds with gentle white healing magic, humiliating him in front of everyone. Ark, just die? Infuriated beyond reason, Li Yuan unleashed triple strength enhancement. His muscles bulged, flames raged wildly beneath his skin. Skyfire slash. Knight's charge. He hammered out every skill without restraint. Searing flames nearly filled the entire arena, scorching the ground black and cracked. But Wang Hai stood like a rock in a roaring sea, unmoved by the blazing inferno, calmly adjusting his stance now and then as if nothing mattered. 40 seconds in, Li Yuan felt the raging fire inside his chest being doused by an icy flood of fear, crackling with every pulse. Despite the triple strength boost, Wang Hai showed no sign of injury or even disrupted breathing. Time's almost up. Wang Hai's quiet voice pierced Li Yuan's ear like a thunderclap. Li Yuan jerked, stiffening slightly. How did he know the remaining time? No, he couldn't let this distract him. It had to be a bluff. Gritting his teeth, he attacked even harder. 55 seconds, 56. The explosive power inside Li Yuan's body quickly drained away. Overwhelmed by sudden weakness like a tsunami crashing down, his face turned deathly pale, his sword nearly slipping from his grasp. It was over. Time was up. He stood frozen, gasping heavily, his mind a blank. At the opposite end of the arena, Wang Hai continued tapping his staff to heal him. Li Yuan bore too many burning sky marks, which periodically scorched his health. A slight lapse could have sent him down from the arena early with serious injuries. Since awakening the class talent Burning Sky Fury, each mark inflicted damage every 5 seconds, greatly boosting Wang Hai's efficiency in farming attributes and talents. No more pausing to heal between fights. The process was much smoother now. After a moment, Li Yuan regained his senses and glanced toward Wang Hai, shame and unwillingness burning in his eyes. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Wang Hai frowned and struck the corner of his mouth with his staff. Want to surrender? What a joke. Your talents aren't fully honed yet. Li Yuan stared at him in terror, trying to flee the arena. He took half a step before Wang Hai's staff struck precisely against his thigh with a dull crack. The bone cracked, but didn't break, struck with deliberate restraint. The searing pain made Li Yuan collapse like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing heavily onto the wooden platform, which trembled in response. The referee raised his hand and began the countdown mechanically, 10 and 8. Before the count finished, a gentle green light enveloped Li Yuan. Seizing the moment, Wang Hai reached out and helped him up. Healing magic instantly mended the cracked bone, but Li Yuan's attributes were halved. His limbs went slack, and he lost all control over his body. From then on, the arena turned into a one-sided torment. He tried to speak, but Wang Hai's staff brushed his lips, drawing droplets of blood. He tried to escape, but the staff smashed into his leg again, forcing him to his knees in pain. He fell down, only for Wang Hai's healing magic to pull him back up and force him to stand at attention. This cruel cycle repeated several times. Terror and despair filled Li Yuan's eyes as he finally cast a pleading glance toward the sidelines. The referee swallowed nervously and had no choice but to speak. Wang Hai, it seems Li Yuan might be surrendering. Surrendering? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow coolly. Why isn't he saying it out loud? Referee, the rules respect the player's will. It's not up to you to decide surrender based on guesswork. The referee was speechless. Indeed, Li Yuan had never uttered the word surrender. The match could not be stopped. Li Yuan suppressed his anger and fear, blinking wildly, but Wang Hai merely shifted slightly to block the referee's view just in time. With a tap of his staff, Li Yuan's Adam's apple twitched painfully, leaving only a hoarse rasp. Li Yuan's fighting spirit is truly tenacious, Wang Hai praised softly, but his hands never stopped weaving healing spells, firmly locking Li Yuan in a state of forced endurance. Li Yuan was on the verge of collapse, each second feeling like an eternity. 3 minutes later, even fate seemed to grow weary. A system alert exploded in Wang Hai's mind. Talent acquired. Concept armament shrank. Effect: consumes mana to materialize any equipment, enhancing self or others. The materialized equipment has only base attributes and cannot exceed the user's own attribute levels. Equipping concept armament triggers a once-only buff, granting 300 to all attributes for 60 seconds. After the buff ends, a fatigue debuff reduces all attributes by 50, during which concept armament cannot be re-equipped. A powerful talent, Wang Hai murmured. In his hands, it's like a gem covered in dust. He finally loosened his grip and stepped aside. Referee, you may announce the result. The referee glanced at him with a complicated look, raised the flag, and shouted, Winner Wang Hai. Is it over? Or has Wang Hai simply grown bored? Whispered murmurs rose from the audience. How dare Li Yuan challenge Wang Hai? Even Wang Yin was too much for him before some strange logic at work. If you understood that kind of genius logic, you'd be a god too. The referee took advantage of the moment to raise his voice. Is there another challenger? Trying to refocus the scattered energy back to the arena. All eyes turned instantly to the 5 reigning champions. Wang Hai stood lazily, like he could strike again at any moment. Lin Zixia's sword aura was restrained, cold as frost, tall and firm as a pine tree. Chu He crossed his arms, chills swirling around him, projecting an aura that kept others at bay. Chun Hao was like an iron tower, unmoving but radiating immense pressure. The 5th champion had changed. Lin Feng had been replaced by Wang Yin, who had earlier defeated Li Yuan. Meanwhile, during Wang Hai and Li Yuan's battle, the fight on Arena 5 had already ended long ago. Although Lin Feng also possessed S-level talent and considerable strength, his profession was an extremely rare wood element, classed the forest manipulator. This made him completely countered by the fire element mage Wang Yin. Throughout the entire fight, he couldn't even exert half of his true power and was blasted off the platform in less than a minute. At this moment, the champions on the 5 platforms each radiated increasingly intense and powerful auras. The audience below was weighed down by an invisible pressure, and for a time, no one dared to speak out casually. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? The referee shouted again. After a brief silence, a deep voice broke through the quiet. I challenge Chen Hao. The crowd turned toward the sound, seeing Lin Feng take a deep breath. He cast a complex glance at Wang Yan's platform number 1, then strode over toward platform number 4, the domain of Chen Hao, known as the Rock Mountain Body. However, Chen Hao merely raised an eyebrow and spoke decisively. I refuse the challenge. The referee nodded in acceptance and then looked back at Lin Feng. The champion has already accepted one challenge and may decline further once. Lin Feng, please select another champion or forfeit your challenge. Lin Feng's face alternated between pale and strained. He had originally thought that Chun Hao's close combat profession, while known for high defense and stamina, had relatively limited offense and destructive power, and that his own forest manipulator's control and endurance could wear him down. But to his surprise, Chen Hao outright refused, offering no chance at all. That was just too solid a wall. He glanced at the remaining 3 platforms. Number 2. Chu He, an ice element mage with strong crowd control and burst damage. Though not quite as elemental counter-heavy against what his fire was, he was still tough to deal with. Number 5. Lin Jixia, a swordsman with high attack and agility, striking swiftly and sharply. In the confined space of the platform, swordsmen and assassins' instantaneous bursts were almost a natural counter. Lin Feng doubted he could last against 3 sword strikes. And Wang Yin? No thanks, she definitely didn't want to be burnt to a crisp again. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze settled on Wang Hai, the young man dressed in priest robes who had just finished a fight. Seemingly the most fragile healer class, he had first toyed with Wang Yin and then crushed Li Yuan, strolling through both matches effortlessly. Defeating 2 S-level talents in a row, his depth was hard to gauge and something about his mental state seemed off. If Lin Feng lost to him, he'd end up being toyed with for sure. As Lin Feng hesitated, a light, casual voice suddenly sounded. I accept the challenge. Wang Hai's words sent a ripple of surprise through the crowd. The referee raised his hand instinctively to announce. Champion accepts the challenge. Both sides prepare. I never said I was challenging Wang Hai. Lin Feng interrupted quickly, his face suddenly draining of color. Wang Hai sighed regretfully, a faint smile playing at his lips. Oh? I clearly heard Lin Feng say he was challenging me just now. What a shame. At that moment, a clear female voice interjected. Referee, I also heard it just now. Lin Feng said he was challenging Wang Hai. Everyone looked toward platform number 1, where champion Lin Jixia flashed Wang Hai a playful wink. Lin Feng whipped his head around. Shock and confusion washing over his face. Was done for. Had been set up. Though puzzled, The referee had no choice but to follow protocol since the Lin family's eldest daughter had spoken. Lin Feng. Each challenger has only one opportunity. If the champion agrees to the challenge and you fail to step onto the platform, it will be considered a failed challenge. Do you choose to forfeit your challenge or make another choice? Giving up the challenge would mean missing the chance to join the 7-school training camp and losing the opportunity to compete in the province-wide resource allocation battle. To quit before even fighting? Lin Feng shook his head silently. His opponent, Wang Hai, was just a healer hardly unbeatable. Besides, Wang Hai had already fought 2 rounds, so even if he looked relaxed, he must have taken some damage. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng gripped his staff tight. Lai was going all in. On the other side of the stage, Wang Hai noticed Lin Feng step onto the platform, a brilliant smile curling at his lips. The records described him as a forest controller, with austere talent called Sun Luo Wanxiang all-encompassing forest. Sun Luo Wanxiang S. Increases range of control, domain, and healing skills by 100, duration by 50. Inside own domain, mana regeneration and healing effects double. Attacks have a 50 chance to apply a Sun Luo mark, each mark slowing the target's movement speed by 15 for 10 seconds. At 5 stacks, the mark explodes, rooting the target for 2 seconds. It was a typical control-focused talent, a perfect counterpart to Wang Yan's Burning Sky Fury. If they fought in open terrain with distance, the outcome would be hard to predict. But the stage was no bigger than a palm, and Wang Yan's meteor shower could cover the entire arena, almost completely suppressing Lin Feng's advantage. Still, Wang Yan was waiting nearby, so this was Lin Feng's last chance. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the stage and bowed steadily. Please guide me. The humiliation of his earlier crushing defeat to Wang Yan was gone. Now Lin Feng's whole body was tense, ready to unleash full control at the moment of battle, leaving Wang Hai no chance for close combat or counterattack. Wang Hai tapped his staff lightly and nodded, signaling he was ready to begin. Fight! The referee's voice rang out, and Lin Feng struck first. Jungle cage. Boom. The platform floor seemed torn apart like by a monstrous beast as thick thorny vines erupted wildly, like green pythons lunging from all directions to swallow Wang Hai whole. Then, Lin Feng swung his staff again. Poison vines bind. Several glistening dark purple vines silently crept toward Wang Hai's ankles. Once ensnared, they would inject neurotoxin to immobilize him. It was a textbook control combo, but to Wang Hai, it was agonizingly slow. Too slow. He didn't even bother activating his conceptual armor, easily dodging with just his basic attributes. Wang Hai had no intention of playing weak again. Lin Feng almost gave up earlier, showing weakness now would backfire. The next second, inside the green cage of intertwined vines, Wang Hai's figure flickered like a shadow. He twisted sideways, lifted a foot, bent low fluid movements that narrowly avoided every thorn, not even tearing his robes. Lin Feng felt as if Wang Hai anticipated every vine's trajectory in advance, alarm bells ringing in his mind. How could his speed be this fast? This was no ordinary healer's agility. No more stalling. Lin Feng slammed his staff down, shouting, Sun Luo domain activate. Boom. Emerald light spread rapidly from him, instantly enveloping the whole stage. The air twisted slightly with floating spores and glowing particles, obscuring vision and making the ground sticky. Lin Feng felt his mana recovering at lightning speed. Controlling the plants felt smoother than ever. As long as the domain stood, he could keep reshaping the vines, leaving Wang Hai nowhere to run. I refuse to believe I can't catch you. Lin Feng clenched his hands in the air as more vines sprang up from the ground and, even out of thin air, intertwining into a vast, impenetrable net aimed at Wang Hai. At the same time, he released spells while cautiously retreating, trying to maximize the distance between them. But in the blink of an eye, Wang Hai was already beside him, pressing 5 layers of the heavenly fire brand onto Lin Feng's body. A healing spell quickly followed, mixing blazing heat with a soothing warmth. Already this close? Lin Feng's heart sank. The gap was so huge that he didn't even dare think about resisting. He opened his mouth to admit defeat, but a low voice whispered in his ear, finish this seriously, or he'll come after you again. The word stuck in his throat, and Lin Feng suddenly shut his mouth. This madman was reckless, definitely wouldn't hesitate to ambush him after the match. Humiliation washed over him, grinding his teeth as he abandoned dodging and defense, focusing solely on casting spells. Vines and thorns burst forth one after another, not to trap, but to interrupt and delay. The green glow of plants intertwined with the fierce red flames on the arena, mixing the scent of foliage with scorching heat. Wang Hai's expression was calm and effortless. With light taps of his staff, he nimbly avoided every entanglement while steadily healing Lin Feng's burning wounds. The fire scars healed in an instant, only to be torn open again by flame the next second. Time stretched out in this exhausting cycle. In the stands, Wang Yan clenched his teeth in frustration. This same routine again. Wang Hai could have ended the fight quickly but deliberately prolonged it to drive his opponent to despair. Wang Yan remembered all too well how he himself was tormented like this last time. At the center of the arena, Lin Feng moved like a walking corpse, humiliation creeping into his heart like vines, but he dared not stop casting or suggest surrender. Finally, a system prompt audible only to Wang Hai sounded. Effective trait 2 activated successfully. You have acquired the talent all-encompassing nature shrank. Copy succeeded. A cool, vibrant energy instantly spread throughout Wang Hai's body, coexisting briefly with the raging burning heaven flames inside him, achieving a delicate balance. With a thought, he could sense the subtle spiritual energy fluctuations within the arena. The perception granted by all-encompassing nature awakened within him. With his goal achieved, his interest waned. Wang Hai waved his hand, and Lin Feng's vision blurred as an irresistible force slammed heavily into his abdomen. Ugh! His body flew up and crashed hard off the stage. The fight ended abruptly, leaving the spectators stunned. They had seen back-and-forth action just moments before. How had it suddenly ended in a one-hit knockout? Lin Feng staggered to his feet, arms wrapped around his aching stomach, but a look of relief crossed his face. He glanced at Wang Hai with mixed emotions, then lowered his head and retreated into the crowd. The referee stared for seconds before loudly announcing, "Winner, Wang Hai. Defense successful. Is there another challenger?" The referee scanned the area. Silence dragged on longer than before. 3 consecutive strength talents had fallen so thoroughly and strangely that most would have lost heart. The minute hand moved, but still no one stepped forward. After exchanging looks with the officials at the high platform, the referee finally declared, "Since there are no further challengers, the 5 arena champions for this school tournament are confirmed. Lin Jixia, Chu He, Chen Hao, Wang Yan, and Wang Hai. Congratulations to these students for earning the right to represent our school at the 7-school joint training." The crowd responded with cheers and sighs. In a corner, Li Yuan's face darkened, fists clenched so tightly his nails bit into his palms, his hateful gaze locked on Wang Hai. Lin Feng, meanwhile, wore a complicated expression and sighed softly, quietly accepting the result. The selection contest had come to an end, but its aftershocks lingered. On the stage, Principal Zhou Mingyuan raised his hand to silence the last remnants of the noise. His gaze swept across the crowd below, lingering briefly on Wang Hai before he stood up and announced in a deep voice, "I hereby declare this year's in-school selection contest officially over. The 5 champions and 1 recommended candidate will represent our school at the 7-school joint training camp, starting in 3 days. The camp will be held at the Black Iron Mountain military base outside the city. There, you will train and be evaluated alongside elite students from 6 other top high schools. This is not only about personal honor, but also concerns our schools and lynching share of provincial resources in the future." He glanced at Lin Jixia, Chu He, Chen Hao, Wang Yan, Wang Hai, and Lin Tingxua, then solemnly urged, "I hope you cooperate sincerely and bring glory to our school." Dismissed. Instantly, the playground erupted with noise, faces filled with excitement or disappointment blending into the crowd. Li Yuan shot a cold glare at Wang Hai, snorted, and left quickly, his back heavy with gloom. Lin Feng let out a soft sigh and quietly drifted away with the crowd. Wang Hai paid no mind to those looks. He nodded slightly toward stage 1, where Lin Jixia landed lightly, an unexpectedly playful look softening her usually cool expression. She stepped onto Wang Hai's former platform and lowered her voice. "Not bad, right? Good teamwork. Thanks for having my back, class leader." Wang Hai smiled brightly. He had only been going in with a win or lose mindset. If Lin Jixia hadn't helped out just in time, that rare gift from Sun Luo Wanxiang would have been much harder to get. "Team up tomorrow?" he casually invited. Lin Jixia tilted her head slightly, her cold eyes curious. "Team up? Which dungeon do you want to farm? I'm not interested in the usual ones." Most dungeons in Linxiang had been divided up by major families. The Lin family controlled the most valuable resources. The leftovers were either too dangerous for most to dare or barely worthwhile. Exactly. Why not our Lin family's dungeons? Safe and rich rewards. Lin Tingxua hurried over from the spectator area now that the contest was over. But Wang Hai shook his head and lowered his voice, "Not the secret realms. I want to scout the Black Iron Mountain first. The principal just said the camp is there. The military base surroundings probably aren't straightforward." Lin Zixia's gaze flickered, then she suddenly understood this 7-school training camp wasn't just about arena duels. Outdoor conditions, teamwork, and intelligence gathering were equally important. Getting familiar with the terrain early was definitely a strategic edge. She smirked slightly. Bold move, to sneak around a military zone. Just the outskirts, no deep infiltration. Wang Hai shrugged. "More of us means better watch. What do you say?" The sisters shared a glance, and almost simultaneously nodded. "Okay. Then 7 tomorrow morning, meet at South City Gate." "Deal." After finalizing the plan briefly, the Lin sisters turned and left. Wang Hai jumped down from the stage. Just as his toes touched the ground, a gentle voice came from behind. "Congratulations on holding the arena, Wang Hai." He turned to see Chen Hao striding over, a sincere smile on his face. "Thanks, and congratulations to you too," Wang Hai replied politely. "Just lucky." Chen Hao waved it off, then lowered his voice. Wang Hai, are you really going to the Black Iron Mountain with the Lin sisters tomorrow? Wang Hai's gaze sharpened slightly. His conversation with Lin Jixia had been quiet, yet Chun Hao, standing some distance away, had overheard it. This guy's perception was impressive. Just wandering around, Wang Hai replied without directly answering. Chun Hao didn't press further, but smiled knowingly. The situation around the Heidi Mountain military base is complicated. The outskirts haven't been safe lately, so you all need to stay alert. I'm somewhat familiar with the RA. If you need any help, just contact me. He then handed over a slip of paper with a contact number written on it. Wang Hai took the note and appreciated Chun Hao even more. Outwardly modest and simple, but actually very tactful and smooth in dealing with things. After a brief farewell, Chun Hao waved and left. No sooner had he gone than another voice called out to Wang Hai. Wang Hai, wait. The homeroom teacher Lu Wenbin hurried over, his expression complicated. Teacher Lu, Wang Hai stopped. Lu Wenbin chose his words carefully. Your performance today was impressive. The principal and several department heads saw it. But he hesitated before gently warning. Sparring is sparring, but it should have limits. Make sure to be mindful of how you do it next time. He obviously witnessed that almost torturous fight, but didn't want to criticize directly. I was just helping them strengthen their willpower, Wang Hai said seriously. Inner strength is part of real power. Of course, I might have gone a bit too far. Next time I'll be more careful. Looking into those earnest eyes, Lu Wenbin couldn't tell whether he was sincere or not, but nodded. That's good. Now go prepare. The upcoming training camp with 7 schools will be tough. It's full of strong contenders. The school has high expectations for you. Don't worry, teacher. After a brief goodbye, Wang Hai headed home alone, feeling relaxed and uplifted by the fresh air. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and Su Mumu were far from happy. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, but couldn't dissipate the heavy tension hanging between them. Li Yuan's face darkened as if it could drip water. The scenes of Wang Hai humiliating him replayed fiercely in his mind, burning his reason. Wang Hai, he spat through clenched teeth, voice full of rage and bitterness. Su Mumu also clenched her teeth angrily. Yet, catching sight of Li Yuan's disheveled state and recalling Wang Hai's dominance in the ring, a trace of regret flickered across her face. If only she hadn't dismissed Wang Hai so quickly. If she had kept him around back then, she could have gotten rid of Li Yuan and become Wang Hai's goddess once again. These thoughts churned quietly in her heart, but on her face, she quickly replaced them with a mixture of pity and indignation. She gently grabbed Li Yuan's arm and spoke softly to comfort him. Yuan Ge, don't be too angry. That Wang Hai, he's crazy. He takes advantage of his strength to do whatever he wants, with no honor at all. We all misjudged him. As she spoke, she watched Li Yuan's expression carefully. Besides, what he's doing to you now, it's clearly revenge for me choosing you. Those words stabbed into Li Yuan's heart like a poison dart, fueling his hatred. How could a loser who stole his woman act so arrogantly? Revenge? Li Yuan ground his teeth, eyes darkening. Him? Today I was careless. But the wilderness isn't a fighting ring. Thinking of the dangers lurking outside the city, a cruel smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Out there, if something happens, who knows what might happen? Seeing that cold sneer, Su Mumu shivered inwardly but quickly agreed. Exactly. Yuan Ge, you're the strongest. Opportunities will come. Then make him beg on his knees. Though she spoke boldly, in her heart she was already scheming. Maybe she should try to run into Wang Hai privately to test his attitude. Who knows if he still had feelings for her? After all, she was pretty. Li Yuan was completely oblivious to the shifting emotions of his female companion beside him. He was lost in his own vengeful fantasies, his expression flickering with uncertainty. His mind raced endlessly, yet he still clung to a sliver of reason. Wang Hai was now a top trainee among the 7 schools, deeply involved in the provincial resource competition, closely monitored by both the school and relevant authorities. If anything happened to him, there would be a full-scale investigation. Although the Li family had some influence, they had made many enemies. If a 7 schools trainee died, no amount of cover-up could hold. He quickly weighed his options. Either wait until the resource competition ended before making a move, but that could take too long, by which time Wang Hai might be fully matured and even harder to deal with. Or try to strip Wang Hai of his trainee status if it was a guaranteed placement. The Li family might use heavy pressure to force the school's higher-ups to revoke it. But that spot was earned through Wang Hai's tough battles. Damn it. Had Wang Hai anticipated all this and willingly given up the guaranteed spot in advance? Growing angrier by the second, Li Yuan suddenly turned his head, only to catch Su Mumu's face flooded with an almost obvious infatuation. His chest flared with sudden rage. What? Are you hoping to rekindle something with Wang Hai? Su Mumu was startled by his cold tone. She quickly pulled back, eyes moist with tears and voice filled with grievance. Yuinga, how can you say that to me? You are the only one in my heart. I hate him so much I can barely stand it. I'm not thinking about going back to him. I just think he's become so scary. I'm worried he might keep causing us trouble. Li Yuan snorted coldly. Humph. Don't forget, you're the one who tricked him out of his paladin's badge. That's why he had no choice but to become a priest. As he spoke, a sudden flash of insight lit up his mind, but it slipped through his grasp like smoke. Su Mumu glanced at his face, seeing the doubt somewhat ease, so she added fuel to the fire. How could I have tricked him? He gave it to me himself. And how could a priest be so strong? There's definitely something fishy. Maybe the priest badge I hold isn't an ordinary onite looks normal, but is actually a powerful hidden badge. The more she spoke, the more reason it seemed. Wang Hai must have stolen her opportunity. Otherwise, why exchange a rare profession for an ordinary-seeming priest? At the time, she thought Wang Hai was crazy, but now his recent actions showed cunning and deep scheming. What made her even angrier was that after he got the priest badge, he acted completely indifferent toward her, clearly flipping once he got what he wanted. Though she had ended things first, once a goddess kicks, would a desperate suitor stop chasing? If a goddess kicks her suitor, he should only become more devoted. No kicking by the goddess, no endless gold coin drops. When the gold runs out, jump into the river. Yet this suitor turned away after the kick a scheming man who only took advantage. The more she thought, the darker the resentment in Su Mumu's eyes. Wang Hai is such a bastard. All these years of being a desperate loser, it turns out it was just to snatch my chance. Men like that are terrifying. Li Yuan didn't realize that Su Mumu's twisted logic had successfully painted herself as the victim, but her words were like a spark that instantly ignited the chaos swirling through his own mind. Changing profession badges. Li Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly flashing with sharp intensity. That's right. Illegally swapping profession badges is against the law. A long-forgotten history quickly flashed through his mind. In the early days of profession users, the powerful and aristocratic families fiercely fought over the profession badges of talented youths from lower classes, causing countless young lives to be cut short and escalating social tensions. At first, the government punished offenders harshly whenever reported, but more disadvantaged talents ended up suffering. There were even absurd cases where victims were punished for having their badges stolen. In the end, the government enacted the Profession User Rights Protection Law. Any form of badge trading, theft, or fraudulent swapping is a serious crime. Once confirmed, if the badge wearer is not the original awakener, their career advancement path would be permanently restricted. Both offenders and victims would face equally harsh limits, making any promotion extremely difficult. Only through firm measures did society stabilize. However, over time, underground badge trading quietly flourished, and this law gradually faded from people's minds. But forgotten didn't mean void. If someone dared to bring it up again, the penalties would remain just as severe. With this in mind, a sinister plan instantly took shape in Li Yuan's mind. The former despair and anger were replaced by mania. His twisted smile and sick excitement almost burst from his eyes. But Yuenga, Su Mumu stammered, shrinking back, heart pounding with fear. If this thing gets exposed, he'll get punished too. The Profession User Rights Protection Law doesn't care if you do it willingly or not. As long as badges are transferred illegally, both sides will be penalized. Humph. Li Yuan sneered coldly, his gaze razor sharp. Don't worry, he'll use the power of the Li family to protect you. His voice was fierce, as if he could already see his target crushed beneath him. Once we pin the crime of badge trading on him, he won't just lose the spot to train at the 7 schools. His whole promotion path will be blocked. He'll be a wreck. Let's see how arrogant he dares to be then. Su Mumu's heart trembled, but she thought of Wang Hai's current prestige and his disdain for her. Resentment and hatred wrapped around her like poison vines. If she could really drag Wang Hai down, with the Li family's might, maybe they could protect her? Yuenga, can you really protect me? She asked timidly, a flicker of hope in her eyes. Of course. Li Yuan replied without hesitation and waved his hand decisively. The Li family's influence in Lin City is enough. When the time comes, you just hold firm, say you traded badges with Wang Hai. Leave everything else to me. With that, he suddenly grabbed Su Mumu and strode quickly out of the school. A sinister smile still hung on his face. This had to be done immediately. They had to nail this before they left for training. Meanwhile, Wang Hai had already returned home. Unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy targeting him was quietly taking shape, but at this moment he was completely immersed in the exhilaration of acquiring new talents. The relentless burning and explosive power of the blazing heaven fury, the comprehensive control of all things in nature, combined with the terrifying attribute bonuses granted by conceptual armamenthus 3 steer talents stacked together elevated his strength to an almost suffocating level. Attribute panel. Name, Wang Hai. Level, 345. Class, Priest. Talents, 1 Grace. 2. Arrow Enhancement E. 3. Fixed Damage Reduction E. 4. Spell Consumption E. 5. Damage Mitigation B. 6. Extreme Hand Speed B. 7. Winds Protection A. 8. Blazing Heaven Fury S. 9. Conceptual Armament S. 10. All Things in Nature S. Skills. Basic Healing LV10 Max. Group Healing LV1. Base Attributes. Strength 1124. Constitution 918. Agility 612 5. Spirit 291. Free Attribute Points 0.5 points gained per level. Attribute bonuses. Health 10 mana 10 spell power 2 attack 1 speed 1 defense 0. Derived stats. HP 91809180 constitution health bonus. Mana 2910 spirit mana bonus. Spell power 582 spirit spell power bonus. Attack 1124 strength attack bonus. Speed 987.2 agility speed bonus 1.6. Defense 0 constitution defense bonus. Equipment, swift boots. After an entire day of battling, his basic healing skill had successfully reached max level. Basic healing LV10. Consumes 0.1 mana to restore 130-200 of spell power to the target's HP. By contrast, group healing barely advanced at all, not because he didn't use it, but because its upgrade requirements were harsh. Not only did it require a lot of proficiency, but also a hefty amount of blue crystals. This was the case with all higher level skills in this world. The stronger the skill, the harder it was to improve. The only abilities upgradable purely by proficiency were the most basic beginner skills. Wang Hai glanced over his stats. Aside from a somewhat low spirit, no one below level 10 could match his other attributes, and this was with his naked panel, without gear. Equipping conceptual armament would double all his base attributes. As the thought formed, a silvery light armor materialized from thin air, tightly enveloping him. Instantly, all his attributes surged to twice their original values. Even more impressive was the incredibly low energy consumption. Only 1 mana point lost per second, meaning he could last over 40 minutes without any regeneration. The only downside was the doubling effect applied purely to base stats, and not the additional value from equipment, so his agility only rose to 1224 instead of 1234. Still, this minor flaw did nothing to diminish conceptual armament's overwhelming power. If blazing heaven fury and all things in nature dealt with enemies through complex mechanics, conceptual armament was sheer numerical dominance. Redirecting his intent again, the silvery armor condensed into a calm black ring that quietly settled on his fingertip. The ring retained the exact same attribute boosts as the armor, but lacked that slight physical armor, making it less conspicuous and better suited to his low-profile style. As night deepened, the dark currents of conspiracy quietly gathered on the other side of the city. Meanwhile, Wang Hai gripped the ebony ring silently, feeling the surging power within him, completely unaware of the looming threat. At dawn the next day, Wang Hai arrived punctually at the South City Gate. Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue were already waiting there, both dressed in clothes suited for mobility. Let's go. Lin Jixia was brief and to the point, leading the way with her eyes set on the Black Iron Mountains beyond the city. The Black Iron Mountains lay just south of Linqing. The dark-colored range looked like a massive black beast lying on the ground from a distance. Rich in mineral resources, it was also a danger zone where mid-level monsters gathered. These creatures had tough, thick hides and strong defenses, nearly impenetrable to ordinary fighters of the same level. The military had set up an outpost on the northern edge to monitor monster activity and simultaneously train recruits. As the three of them walked, the dirt path gradually grew rougher. The contours of the mountains became more distinct, and the energy fluctuations in the air grew stronger, carrying an indescribable pressure with them. Something's wrong. Wang Hai stopped and frowned slightly. The energy around here is way more active than in the city, but it feels restrained by some force. You can sense changes in the energy? Lin Zixia's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing that. Wang Hai nodded. Ever since gaining the Sanluo Wanxiang and Finshan Nuo talents, he had become very sensitive to energy abnormalities, especially subtle flows of fire and wood elements which never escaped his notice. Lin Tingxue looked around curiously. Restrained? Could it be that the military set up large-scale barriers around the base? Not sure yet. Wang Hai scanned the surroundings. The elemental forces seemed drawn and gathered by some device. But it's like something big is about to happen. Looks like this 7-school joint exercise isn't going to be simple. Lin Zixia's tone carried an unmistakable excitement. If I'm right, a new dungeon has appeared in the Black Iron Mountains. A new dungeon? Lin Tingxue raised her eyebrows. They're really generous to throw a brand new dungeon at us for training. Oh, what's so special about a new dungeon? Wang Hai was puzzled by their excitement. Lin Tingxue stared at him as if he was an alien. Seriously? You're not impressed even by a new dungeon? Are your folks loaded or something? Wang Hai opened his mouth but couldn't find a good answer. Lin Jixia explained calmly. First-time completion of a dungeon grants a huge opening reward. In past beginner dungeons, first clears rewarded at least 10 times the usual amount, and the quality was 2 to 3 tiers higher. Exactly. Lin Tingxue added quickly. Regular clears drop at most rare gear, but first clears start at rare and can include epic or even legendary items. Plus, new dungeons are like untapped resources, practically overflowing with treasures. Our Lin family's dungeon produces purple crystals, normally only 100 pieces yearly, but on opening day, the whole lake was covered with them. Usually, the first faction to discover a new dungeon tightly controls it to train key members, Lin Jixia continued. The fact that this one is the 7-school training site means the city is taking the upcoming resource war very seriously. Wang Hai suddenly understood and felt a surge of excitement. A new dungeon this valuable meant Linqing was truly investing heavily this time. They neared the military base coordinates. Trees along the road had been cleared in large patches, coarse mountain stones flattened into paths. Occasionally, cold surveillance lights flickered from hidden corners, and invisible energy scans skated across their skin with faint tingles. We can't go any further. Lin Jixia grabbed Lin Tingshu's arm as she tried to peek ahead. This is the military's core control zone. Get any closer, and we'll be warned or even attacked. Before she finished, Wang Hai suddenly froze, his gaze locking on a dense thicket behind and to the side. He raised his hand, and a healing spell shot out with a whistle. In that instant, he understood everything about the other party. Seeing the name, Wang Hai raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Jixia and Lin Tingshu almost simultaneously tightened their stances, stepping to the left and right respectively, and the atmosphere instantly tensed. Come out, Chen Hao. No need for a second invitation, Wang Hai said, his voice low but carrying an unmistakable cold authority. The bushes were roughly pushed aside, rustling sounds accompanying a somewhat awkward, tall figure emerging none other than Chen Hao. He raised his hands to shoulder height, wearing his usual simple, honest smile. Don't be tense, it's just me. Wang, Lin, what a coincidence. The Black Iron Mountains are huge, yet I run into you guys here. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes without replying. Lin Zixia's tone was calm but edged with sharpness. Chen Hao, your kind of coincidence is truly special. Chen Hao scratched the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Haha, I just got here myself. I heard noises and thought maybe some monster was around, so I came to check. Didn't expect it was you too. As he spoke, his gaze flicked quickly between the three, as if assessing something. Wang Hai took the opportunity to ask alone. The outskirts of Black Iron Mountains aren't safe. Acting solo is risky. No way. Chen Hao waved his hands repeatedly. In with a few friends, they're nearby scouting. I just came over first after hearing the noise, to see what's going on. Though the excuse sounded plausible, his earlier expression seemed evasive. Lin Jixiao watched coldly. She didn't call him out, but silently raised her guard. Lin Tingshu's patience was thinner, and she snorted, since you've seen us, why don't you go back to your friends? We still have a long way to go. Of course, won't keep you. Chen Hao smiled unchanged and added, oh, I heard the Western Valley has been sealed off by the military. Maybe there's something valuable there, but wild monsters roam too, so be careful. After this seemingly friendly warning, he turned calmly, his footsteps almost soundless, soon disappearing into the dense forest. Only after his presence completely faded did Lin Tingshu snort coldly. Secretive and sneak-eyed definitely has no good intentions. Sis, Wang Hai, we have to watch him. Wang Hai glanced at Lin Jixia. What do you think? Chen Hao. He's from the Chen family, Lin Jixia analyzed softly. The Chens make their living from mining and equipment forging, and have always competed with our Lin family. His showing up here cannot be a coincidence. Wang Hai looked toward the direction Chen Hao vanished, thoughtful. The Western Valley he mentioned is where the energy converges. Most likely, that's where the new dungeon is. Lin Tingshu's eyes lit up. Then should we go check it out? Why go now? We'll be able to enter in a couple of days anyway. Wang Hai shook his head. Since they're watching us, let's just head back. Knowing there's a tiger in the mountain, but not going in fits my principle better. Though he was nearly unmatched among the trainees now, that was only a minor achievement below the first breakthrough level. If any unforeseen trouble arose, his current strength wouldn't be enough to handle it. Wang Hai's suggestion caught the Lin sisters off guard for a moment. What? We're turning back now? That's such a shame we've already come this far, Lin Tingshu pouted, clearly reluctant. Lin Jixiao was silent for a few seconds, her gaze fixed toward the West Mountain Valley. She understood Wang Hai's concerns better than her sister Qin. How's sudden mention of West Mountain Valley was no coincidence. Whether it was a trap or a warning, it meant that place was the epicenter of hidden turmoil. Recklessly entering a new, monitored area with no intelligence was far too risky. Wang Hai is right, she decided quickly, her tone calm, yet resolute. No need to step on someone else's landmines before the real training starts. We have the advantage now, so it's smarter to be steady and cautious. Seeing her sister's disapproval, Lin Tingxue reluctantly nodded. All right. We'll listen to you. Besides, in a couple of days, we can officially go in anyway. The three agreed and immediately turned back, retracing their steps down the mountain. They planned to level up by fighting ordinary monsters in another instance first, and use the time to improve their teamwork. Fallen leaves rustled underfoot, while the wind pulled the forest mist outward. They were determined to leave this place of conflict behind. But barely 100 meters from where they'd turned, something unexpected erupted. A deep, penetrating hum suddenly filled the air with no warning. The thin, restless energy around them instantly boiled as if someone had abruptly twisted open a valve. The ground trembled faintly. Distant trees snapped one after another, accompanied by the roar of tumbling rocks. What's going on? An earthquake? Lin Tingxue exclaimed, grabbing Wang Hai's arm. Not an earthquake. Lin Jixia scanned their surroundings, her voice low but steady. It's an energy outbreak, stay alert. It could be a beast surge. Wang Hai's senses were sharpest, his eyes narrowed instantly. The outbreak's core is in West Mountain Valley. He felt a massive, chaotic, primal energy spurting out of that area, wildly spreading. Roar. Howl. Before they fully registered, monstrous roars sliced through the air. The wild beasts who had long lurked in the woods were infuriated by the out-of-control energy, now charging in droves. Beast frenzy. Lin Zhixia stated grimly. The new instance's energy leak is agitating the nearby wild monsters. No sooner said than done. Trees ahead exploded, showering the air with wood chips. 3 oversized black boars burst forth, their eyes glowing red, tusks flared out, iron-colored bristles standing on end. Like 3 steam engines, they charged relentlessly without hesitation. Iron bristle boars were common wild monsters in the Black Iron Mountains. Their skin was as tough as steel plates, but now infused with berserk energy, their ferocity had skyrocketed. Wang Hai reacted fastest, casting a group healing spell. A golden-green mist instantly blanketed the 3 boars as he quickly scanned their stats. Iron bristle boar. Level, 15. HP, 1,500. Attack, 150 berserk boosted, 200. Speed, 150 berserk boosted, 200. Defense, 300. Talon Iron Skin D 300 defense bonus. Skill Savage Charge. Status. Agitated by berserk energy, temporarily irrational, attack and speed increased. Such a tough shell. Wang Hai gasped at the staggering 300 base defense. The other stats were average, but that thick armor alone would crush any normal adventurer's offense without armor piercing. Any attack under 300 would be completely negated. No wonder few dared to level here. Nobody wanted to chip away at iron armor for hours. A wild boar charged at the 3 of them. With a thought, Wang Hai transformed the concept weapon in his palm into a deep black ring, its crystalline runes shimmering as all his attributes instantly doubled. He stomped the ground, which cracked beneath him, and his figure blurred into a shadow, vanishing from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at the Iron Man boar's flank. Without any flashy moves, he raised his fist and slammed it down hard. Boom. The dull impact sounded like an iron hammer striking a bell. His fist collided with the boar's tough forehead, unleashing a shockwave. The boar didn't even get a chance to cry out before its massive body was blasted into the air, slamming through 3 or 4 thick tree trunks, and finally crashing heavily against a rock. Its skull caved in, and it died on the spot. In the flash of a moment, Wang Hai knocked down the other 2 level 15 berserk beasts with a series of heavy punches, their bodies sprawled in every direction. The sheer force of his attacks left the air buzzing from the shock. His 300-point defense talent was useless now and served only as a reminder. This was no time to focus on farming talents. Any hesitation could trigger a full-blown beast rampage. Lin Tingxue hadn't even activated her skills before the fight ended. Her small mouth twitched with displeasure, though curiosity peeked through. You stole the kills again. And how does a priest deal so much damage? Divine strength by birth, Wang Hai replied tersely, his gaze never leaving the surroundings. From the direction of West Mountain Valley, roars and pounding footsteps grew louder and closer. Killing the 3 Iron Man boars hadn't slowed the noise. Instead, it was like throwing cold water on boiling oil, stirring more monsters into frenzy from the shadows. The beast tide is coming. We have to leave. Lin Zhixia reacted first, pointing to a rocky outcrop to the east. That spot is elevated, easy to defend, and we can keep an eye on things. The 3 immediately ran toward the cliff face. Wang Hai moved the fastest, but slowed deliberately to stay in formation with the 2 sisters. Along the way, they encountered scattered berserk monsters. With thunderous punches, shadow steps, and bone-crushing strikes, Wang Hai swiftly dispatched them. The nearer they got to the cliff, the fewer the monsters, but every one was crazed, bloodthirsty, and beyond reason. Climbing to the top, the 3 gasped sharply. Below in the valley lay a black mass of beast iron-maned boars, rock giant lizards, black iron wolves. Almost every common monster of the Black Iron Mountains was frenzied, fighting each other savagely, yet driven by some invisible force spreading them out like a tide in all directions. Further off at the entrance to West Mountain Valley, a twisted energy vortex slowly spun, pale blue arcs of electricity crackling around it. The immense power seemed to be the source, stirring the entire valley into chaos. It really is a new dungeon entrance. Lin Tingxue exclaimed. The energy leaks so strongly it's driving these creatures mad. The military must have known long ago and sealed this place off, Lin Zhixia quickly deduced. This 7-school training camp's mission to clear out those berserk monsters on the outskirts is probably their goal, too. Before she finished, Wang Hai's eye sharpened as he pointed deep into the beast tide. Look over there. Amidst the rushing mob, 5 figures staggered and dodged desperately, chased relentlessly by monsters. Their school uniforms were unmistakable. They're from First High. Lin Zhixiao recognized immediately. The 5 of them were clearly no pushovers in terms of level and skill. They fought while retreating, coordinating with surprising harmony. With flashes of swords and blades, they took down a thick-skinned wild beast in just a few strikes. Almost no monster survived more than 3 hits. Yet the relentless beast horde was endless. Just as they cleared one wave, another surged forward. In an instant, the 5 were swallowed by the overwhelming sea of beasts, only their broken swords and shields flickering in view. To save them or not? Lin Tingxue looked up at her sister Lin Jixia, then glanced at Wang Hai. Lin Jixia furrowed her brow, clearly weighing the risks. If the beast tide turned back, the 3 of them might also get trapped in the quagmire. Wang Hai, however, didn't hesitate. With one hand raised, he unleashed mass healing instantly. Since jumping down for close combat was too dangerous, he chose to stand at the cliff's edge and cover them with healing, helping others without putting himself at risk. A gentle yet widespreading holy light thundered down, accurately enveloping the 5 students. 612, 612, 612. The vivid green numbers floated steadily over their heads, restoring their shattered health bars back to safety in one go. The sudden healing sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. There's a healer, and a high-level healer at that. Healed half their HP instantly. Their morale soared wildly. Shield-bearer's son Lei roared, bracing the front line, his shield shimmering as he stubbornly blocked the relentless black iron wolves. The agile swordsman dashed along the flanks, his longsword flashing coldly as he cut down beasts trying to circle around. The mage in the back raised his staff, unleashing area spells that pushed the horde steadily backward. Because the holy light above never faltered, they dared openly show their vulnerabilities to teammates and forcefully carve a path through the flood of monsters. On the cliff above, Wang Hai seemed to pour out healing endlessly without a hint of mana exhaustion, constantly sending waves of restoration downward. Lin Jixia glanced at him, a look of gratitude and relief flickering in her eyes. She had wanted to help too, but understood the danger better. Now that Wang Hai had acted first, she finally felt at ease. Lin Tingxue gawked, poked her sister, and whispered in amazement, "Sis, his healing output, that's insane." Lin Jixia didn't reply, but locked her gaze with growing intensity on Wang Hai's profile. The battle was completely stabilized. The 5 students fought more smoothly and with increasing excitement. This healing is ridiculous. There's no cooldown on his spells at all. There's got to be more than one healer up top. This must be an elite healing team. Cheering wildly, they tore through the beast tied together and pushed toward the cliffside escape. Taking advantage, shield-bearer Sun Lei shouted a loud thanks. "Friends up there, thanks for the backup. Sun Lei, shield-bearer from Lynching No. 1 High School, we won't forget this." Wang Hai waved his hand and kept the healing coming. Wave after wave of holy light fell like an unbreakable line of defense. Black iron wolves that lunged close were instantly wiped out, and even the densest parts of the horde were forcibly carved open. At last, under the constant flood of restoration, Sun Lei's squad crossed the final deadly line. Though battered, they climbed the cliff with astonishing speed and determination. The 5 of them had barely reached the top of the rocky cliff before collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath, their faces marked with relief of narrowly escaping death. Loose stones tumbled under their boots, and the wind rushing up from the depths of the ravine sent a chilling coolness to their sweaty brows. Sun Lei, the shield-bearer leading the group, was the first to gather some strength. Propping himself up on his hands, he struggled to stand, then raised a fist in salute, his hoarse voice sincere. "Thank you, 3 of you, for saving us. Sun Lei from No. 1 High School, and these are my teammates. Without your help, I doubt any of us would be alive today." "Don't thank us, thank him," Lin Jixia said with a gentle smile, nodding toward the boy beside her. "He's the one who saved you all single-handedly. You healed us all by yourself?" Wang Hao, the swordsman, couldn't help but ask again, eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Hai didn't explain. He smiled faintly, rotated his wrist, and a soft, sacred light washed over them once more. Their wounds smoothed out instantly, the bleeding scrapes and hidden sprains from climbing rapidly healed. Warmth flooded their limbs, and all 5 shuddered with sudden vigor. That familiar holy light, and that flood of vitality, it was undeniable. Sun Lei and the others quickly masked their surprise, got to their feet with solemn expressions, and saluted once again. "Thank you, brother, for saving our lives." Sun Lei from No. 1 High. "These are Wang Hao, Li Jing the mage, Zhang Ming the warrior, and Lu Qian the archer. What's your name? Your healing, it's incredible." 3 High. Wang Hai, he replied simply, then asked casually, "You're not trainees from the 7 schools joint training camp, are you? What brings you here?" During the healing, he had already scanned their entire profiles on his panel and replicated their talents. Sun Lei, unyielding bulwark, A rank. Converts lost HP into an equal amount of shield for 10 minutes each time he's hit. A powerful defensive talent that, coupled with a strong priest, makes him nearly unkillable. In Wang Hai's hands, this talent was even more valuable than some S ranks. Wang Hao Gale Blades, A rank. Attacking the same target 3 times in a row triggers a 20 chance to unleash a wind blade that deals damage equal to attack speed 200 spell power. A great offensive talent with a hard-to-dodge lock effect. Not especially useful for Wang Hai, except for that locking windblade. Li Jing's spell Resonance B rank has a 50 chance on spell crit to refund 30 of the spell's base mana cost. Good sustain for mages, but nearly useless for Wang Hai, who neither lacks mana nor has spell crit boosts. Zhang Ming hardened by Battle B rank gains 2 attack and 1 lifesteal for every 10 HP lost, maxing at 18 attack and 9 lifesteal. Decent for warriors to survive long fights, but irrelevant for Wang Hai, who stays mostly full health. Lu Qian Weakness Mark B rank. Normal attacks and skills have a 15 chance to apply a 5-second vulnerability debuff that increases damage taken by 10. Useful for boosting team damage, but of limited use to Wang Hai. Wang Hai quickly weighed the pros and cons internally, but remained outwardly calm and nonchalant. I just did it casually. No need for thanks. Casually. Wang Hao clicked his tongue. This kind of mass healing was their team's life-saving trump card. Yet this boy wielded it as easily as drinking water. How did you even get into this rocky no man's land? Lin Jixia interrupted, steering the conversation back. It's a long story. Let's rest here on the cliff top first, Sun Lei replied, glancing nervously down the nearly vertical face below. After a short silence, he forced a smile. We only survived getting up here, thanks to you, especially you, Brother Wang Hai. The others nodded in agreement, gratitude shining in their eyes again. The wind still whipped fiercely at the summit, but now it felt much warmer to them than the cold cliff base. After rounds of thanks and identity checks, Wang Hai had memorized all 5 teammates' talents and understood what they meant for him. Lu Qian's talent weakness Mark B rank. Your normal attacks and skills have a 15 chance to apply a 5-second vulnerability debuff, increasing target damage taken by 10, great for boosting team damage, but of little use to Wang Hai. Among the 5 talents, the most useful one was Sun Lei's unyielding bulwark. The others were more like extras, but to Wang Hai, you could never have too many talents. Who knows when one might come in handy? Ahem, Brother Wang Hai, to be honest. Sun Lei wiped the blood off his forehead and exchanged awkward glances with the others before forcing a sheepish smile. We heard this 7-school joint training was on an unprecedented scale, so we wanted to try our luck a little early on the outskirts, see if we could gain some advantage. He glanced nervously down at the raging beast horde in the valley below, voice trembling. Who would have thought our luck was so good that we stumbled right into the outbreak? If it weren't for you, would have been monster snacks by now. The other 4 shared similarly mixed expressions, shame tinged with deep gratitude. They truly owed Wang Hai their lives. Wang Hai nodded in understanding without pressing further. Lin Jixia raised her hand for silence. Her half-loose hair lifted in the mountain breeze as she spoke firmly. No point dwelling on this now. The beast horde is still moving. This place isn't safe. We need to decide our next move immediately. All eyes locked onto Wang Hai. After that heart-stopping rescue, he had become the unspoken leader of this temporary squad. I don't know this area well. Wang Hai shrugged and laid out the options. We can either hold this position and wait for the tide to recede, or risk moving to the military jurisdiction ahead. Staying meant an uncertain wait with no telling how long or whether a bigger monster horde might surround them. Moving meant risking military punishment and having to break through several kilometers of tightly packed monsters. Silence fell. Go to the military jurisdiction. Lin Jixia broke the deadlock first, her expression resolute. If we stay and passively defend, getting surrounded by a swarm would be disastrous. The military base has fortifications and troops. It's the safest place right now. As for trespassing, my second uncle serves in the army. Explaining our situation might get us through. Everyone brightened for a moment, but reality soon dampened their hope. What about the wild monsters on the way? Lu Qian asked timidly, clutching her torn bracer. It's still a few kilometers to the base. The beast horde is so fierce. Are we really supposed to fight through all that? Yeah. Another teammate shuddered, recalling the terrifying few hundred meters just now. That short distance nearly killed us. How do we survive several kilometers? Li Haong and Wang Yuan felt the same chills. Maybe the military would cut Lin's family some slack, but the beast horde wouldn't. If you all trust me, I promise you'll make it to the base alive. It'll cover your health, Wang Hai said, stepping forward with raised voice to lift the mood. He was also looking for a definitely safer refuge. The beast horde itself wasn't the chief threat, but if they attracted a level 2 or 3 boss monster, even his godlike regeneration wouldn't be enough. Going to the military base is definitely the safer choice. Sun Lei and the others exchanged glances and all nodded in agreement. This was someone they naturally trusted. If it weren't for Brother Wang Hai, would have been done for long ago. Wang Hao said quietly, full of gratitude. Since Big Brother Wang has spoken, then well, follow his lead. Zhang Ming quickly declared. Wang Hai stepped forward, and instantly, everyone's hesitation vanished. All right, then let's move out. With the decision made, the 8-man squad set off immediately. Below the cliff, the beast tide still surged relentlessly, and the monster density near the military base grew even heavier. Sun Lei raised his shield and turned back, signaling, follow me. I know a small path that leads straight to the military base's outer checkpoint. As one of the top students from First Middle School, He had studied the terrain of the Black Iron Mountains in detail and naturally took the lead. The team quickly fell into formation. 1. Sun Lei took point, his shield sweeping to block scattered claws flying toward them. 2. Wang Hao and Zhang Meng guarded the flanks, their sword slashes flashing sharply on either side of the shield, pushing back the ferocious beasts. 3. Li Jing swung her staff, unleashing fireballs, while Lu Qian pulled her bowstring, arrows streaking through the air, the sounds of explosions and whistling missiles overlapping seamlessly between ranged damage and crowd control. 4. Lin Tingsu's blade bit fiercely as Lin Zixia's longsword danced in tandem together. They shattered the densest monster clusters, carving out a barely passable path. 5. Wang Hai skirted the edges of the formation, casually clearing stragglers while raising his staff. His healing light of group restoration almost never ceased. 662. 662. 662. Green numbers reigned above their heads. No matter how fierce the monster's onslaught or how tricky their attack angles, if they didn't die instantly, the next moment their health bars were forcibly pulled back above the safety line by Wang Hai's potent healing. Sun Lei felt it most directly. His talent, unyielding bulwark, required him to take damage to build a protective barrier. In past battles, Head constantly watched his health nervously, afraid of dying suddenly. But now it was as if Head become immortal. He crashed into the beast horde without hesitation, using his body to carve a path for his teammates. Whenever his health dropped from monster attacks, the warm holy light immediately flowed into him, restoring his HP and adding an extra shield. It was exhilarating, unlike anything before. Brother Wang Hai, your healing power is basically godlike. Sun Lei couldn't help but shout. The other team members stayed silent, but their eyes revealed their shock and gratitude. With this super healer alongside them, the team's combat effectiveness jumped to a whole new level, and their advance sped up dramatically. Even the endless waves of raging beasts couldn't stop this squad equipped with a perpetual motion machine of healing. However, not long after rushing forward, the squad had to slow down. The wild monsters' levels suddenly soared from around 10 up to 30. The newly appearing beasts were armored with 600 defense and boasted 30,000 HP. Even Lin Tingsu couldn't kill one with a single strike. Sun Lei and the others' damage output instantly dropped to double digits. Without Wang Hai's healing magic constantly bailing them out, they would have been devoured long ago. After a grueling 20 minutes of advancement, the forest thinned ahead, revealing a tall barrier made of thick iron pillars looming at the edge of their vision. Each pillar was wide enough to be embraced by one person's arms and stood 15 meters tall. Rather than a fence, it was more like a wall made of iron pillars topped with watchtowers, where faint silhouettes of soldiers and the cold glint of gun barrels were visible. The military base outer checkpoint. We've arrived. Sun Lei couldn't contain his excitement. He raised both hands high with palms facing outward, signaling that he meant no harm. The soldiers in the watchtower had already spotted the squad fighting their way upstream from a distance. The healing light descending from above was like the most dazzling flares piercing the darkness, impossible to ignore. Surprise, suspicion, shock. 8 students surviving unharmed in the heart of a beast horde almost shattered their understanding of survival rules. Just as Sun Lei raised his hands, the heavy iron gate in the middle of the fence creaked open with a harsh grinding noise, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for one person to squeeze through. A scar-faced sergeant in camouflage combat gear leaned out, his voice cracking like popping corn. Move. Get inside, don't dawdle. He shouted as he swept his rifle over the beasts, his nerves wound tight as steel wires. Quick. Wang Hai immediately gave the order and signaled the team to close ranks. The moment the iron gate swung open, the beasts outside surged toward the breach like sharks sensing blood. Roars, trampling, and the dull crashes of bones colliding blended into a terrifying wave. Wang Hai stayed behind, raising his hands repeatedly as the radiant healing light of group restoration fell precisely on every teammate, keeping their health safely above the danger line. At the front, Sun Lei roared with fury, his shield bursting with light like a moving fortress, plowing a path through the horde. Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue took positions on either flank. Sword and blade flashes cut the attacking monsters to pieces. Wang Hao, Zhang Meng, and the others stayed tight in the rear ranks, fiercely blocking assaults from the sides and rear. The 8-person squad closed into a wedge shape aimed straight at the narrow gap, moving fast as arrows shot from a bow. Open fire. Cover them. Barked the officer behind the fence, his voice crisp and clear. Zzz. Zoom. Beams of energy poured out in dense volleys, picking off the most violent monsters near the tail end of the team, easing countless pressures off Wang Hai. Covering just 20 or 30 meters in a few steps, it felt like crossing a chasm carried by the beast tide. Sweat, dust, and blood mixed. Every second stretched painfully as if needles were stabbing the flesh. At last, under the dual protection of the suppressive fire and healing light, all 8 breached the fence one after another. Clang. The heavy iron door slammed shut instantly. The monsters that followed slammed hard against the metal with thuds that made teeth rattle, but thick steel and machine gun fire held them firmly outside. We're safe. Except for Wang Hai maintaining his vigilance. The other 7 let out simultaneous exhales, their strength drained as if sucked dry, nearly collapsing. The intensity of the non-stop battle and mental strain left their breaths tasting of iron. At that moment, a middle-aged officer strode forward, a major's insignia 2 bars, and a star gleaming clearly under the lights. His face was stern, eyes sharp as lightning. His gaze swept first over the still surging beast tide, then landed on the 8 scuffed, dust-covered students, and finally rested on Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue, the niece of Lieutenant General Lin Jinan. The officer raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting between Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue. His tone was certain, as if he had just thoroughly reviewed all the files on this 8-person squad. Yes, Lin Jixia adjusted her breathing and took a step forward. Thank you for saving us, Major Wang. She noticed the name tag on his chest. Wang Zhen. Major Wang Zhen gave a slight nod, his stern face softening a bit. Training hasn't even started, and you've already reached deep into the Black Iron Mountains? That's pretty bold. His tone carried both a reprimand and an obvious undercurrent of fear. If they hadn't had a second-tier cleric with them, these promising recruits would have been lost in the beast surge. Sun Lei and the others lowered their heads, ashamed. Lin Jixia explained, we were only familiarizing ourselves with the terrain on the outskirts. It was the sudden outbreak of the beast surge that forced us here. Wang Zhen shifted his gaze to Wang Hai, eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. That continuous group healing just now, was that you? Yes, sir, Wang Hai replied calmly. What's your name? Class? Level? Wang Zhen fired off the questions rapidly. Wang Hai, cleric, level 12, he answered shortly. Just over 20 minutes amid the beast surge had boosted his level from 3 to 12. Disbelief flickered in Wang Zhen's eyes, and the soldiers behind him exchanged glances. The intensity and frequency of that healing were almost at the level of a second-tier cleric. How could a level 12 cleric sustain healing at that scale? Born with a special gift? Wang Zhen probed. Wang Hai smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Something like that. Wang Zhen didn't press further. Those with experience knew talent was classified information. He clapped his hands once. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me to the command center to register and get some rest. The beast surge won't subside anytime soon. You'll be staying at the base for a while. Being able to seek refuge in a military base was already a blessing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Led by Wang Zhen, they passed through layers of defenses. The interior of the Black Iron Mountains was hollowed out, rough rock walls reinforced with steel beams, heavy machine guns and magic arrays crisscrossing the space. Explosions continued in the distance. Beast shadows roared and writhed under floodlights. Soldiers hurried past delivering reports, hauling ammunition, while intermittent commands and alarms crackled through earpieces. At the command center deep inside the mountain, a dozen monitors glowed, tracking frontline coordinates in real time. The communication channels buzzed with echoes of blasts and roars. Someone assigned this new squad a resting room, handing out portable energy bars and water before quickly leaving. After briefing them, Wang Zhen turned back to defense coordination. As the door closed, the tension they'd carried all the way here finally eased. Phew, that was a close call. Sun Lei slumped into a chair, gulping water as he glanced at Wang Hai. Brother Wang Hai, I can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything in Lincheng, just call on me, Sun Lei. And us too. Wang Hao, Li Jing, and the others chimed in sincerely. Today's survival was etched deeply in their hearts. Wang Hai waved them off. It was no thing to small effort, just costing some mana. No need to thank me. Of course, he didn't tell them the truth, hadn't even spent any mana. Saying so might only scare them. Lin Tingxue leaned close, her bright eyes flickering with curiosity as she lowered her voice, yet couldn't hide it. Wang Hai, be honesto, you have infinite mana or something. You were slamming healing spells non-stop, but I never saw you drink a single blue potion. That remark struck like a match, igniting the same unspoken confusion in everyone's hearts. In the quiet temporary lounge, all eyes turned sharply to Wang Hai. Even the usually composed Lin Jixia looked up. The dim white light from the metal chandelier cast faint shadows on the boy's face as he curled his lips into a mysterious smile. Innate talent, he explained casually. Those few words seemed to ward off all doubts at once. Seeing him refuse to elaborate, the teammates tacitly fell silent, only becoming more convinced that this teammate was an enigma. 3 hours later, the sharp tap of military boots grew louder from a distance. Major Wang Zhen pushed open the door, clutching a military tablet under his arm. His coat was still dust-streaked and damp. The situation is basically stable. The peak of the beast surge has passed. Next is mop-up operations, he reported briskly, scanning the room. As per protocol, we need to register your basic information for the records and to coordinate with your schools. Name, school, level, and class all filed quickly as the electronic pen raced across the tablet's surface. When it was Wang Hai's turn, Wang Zhen paused, looking up. Your talent rank? Had expected the question and answered calmly, Grade B. The file was recorded when I awakened. Grade B? Wang Zhen frowned, fingertip hovering over the screen. Are you sure? The air in the room seemed to freeze instantly. Sun Lei exchanged glances with the others, faces full of disbelief and shock. A grade B priest could hold the whole team's health in a surge of beasts like that, and still handle it with ease? They had assumed at least an SSS rank after all. They'd seen plenty of strength healers before, none with such absurd endurance. Only the SSS halo could explain all that had just happened. Facing their doubts, Wang Hai remained calm, detached. It really is B. Wang Zhen typed the numbers into the tablet, then looked up meaningfully. All right, B it is. But I'll make a note of your performance in the report. Lincheng is lucky to have a priest like you. I hope you'll do even better in the upcoming training. Wang Hai nodded steadily. They'll do my best, sir. After registering the information, Wang Zhen's expression softened slightly. The beast surge has mostly subsided, but it will take time to clear the outskirts. You'll rest here tonight. We'll arrange transport back to Lincheng tomorrow. Sir, isn't holding the 7th school training in the Black Iron Mountains too dangerous? Someone couldn't help but ask. Their voice caught as they looked at these young faces who had just crawled back from death's edge. Dangerous? Wang Zhen scoffed. The Black Iron Mountains were never a playground. Setting the training there is meant to give you a real look at the battlefield in advance. But the scale of the recent beast surge. Lin Zhixiao frowned, well aware of the desperation they had faced. Without Wang Hai, they would have been torn apart. Don't worry. We'll send you into the base by helicopter next time. You won't have to storm through like today. Wang Zhen's words brought some relief. The helicopter could avoid the deadliest ground currents. But then his tone turned serious again. The base's perimeter isn't invincible either. Though incidents like today's sudden large-scale beast surge are rare, they are not impossible to happen again. During training, you must be ready to fight at any moment. You could become the front line at any time. His gaze swept across those still young faces one last time. This encounter may be more valuable than any textbook. At least it made you understand what the wilderness truly means. After Wang Zhen left, the atmosphere in the lounge didn't immediately lighten. Sun Lei, Li Jing, and the others gathered around Wang Hai, their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity, gratitude, and a hint of stunned disbelief. Honest Sun Lei scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before breaking into a smile. Brother Wang Hai, your rank talent, that's just incredible, isn't it? Compared to you, that a rank healer at our school is like a baby who hasn't even been weaned. Yeah. Li Jing nodded repeatedly. With your healing speed and output, I'd believe it if you said you were a second-tier priest. Can a rank talent really achieve that level? Wang Hai had expected to be cornered like this, but he just smiled faintly and brushed it off with his usual vague explanation. Maybe my talent is just a bit unique. He didn't elaborate further. His deliberately ambiguous answer only made him seem more mysterious in everyone's eyes after his almost terrifying earlier display. Seeing that Wang Hai wasn't willing to open up, the group wisely curbed their curiosity. After all, everyone had cards they preferred to keep hidden. But the name Wang Hai, along with his seemingly godlike support abilities, had already been deeply etched in their minds. Lin Tingxue quietly leaned in and murmured in a low voice, "Hey, you're really holding back, aren't you? A rank talent? Give me a break." She had personally witnessed Wang Hai punch an Iron Man boar flying through the air. There was nothing priest-like about that kind of strength. Wang Hai glanced at her and replied casually, "I really am a rank priest. Just tougher than most, better at healing, and a bit stronger than normal." Lin Tingxue rolled her eyes silently, deciding to drop the subject for now and not argue with this master of humble bragging. Suddenly, a greater commotion erupted outside the command center, mixed with shouts and the roaring clash of energy. What's going on? Has the beast tide grown stronger again? Someone jumped up from the sofa. A soldier dashed past, and Lin Zhixiao reached out to stop him. What happened? The soldier immediately responded. The energy at the new dungeon entrance in West Mountain Valley is flaring up again. A 5th-tier boss has been drawn there. Major Wang is leading a team to respond. 5th tier. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Hai's brow furrowed deeply as a vague sense of unease stirred powerfully in his chest. Could this sudden surge of beasts and dungeon activity be more than coincidence? More than 10 minutes later, Major Wang Zhen returned to the lounge, his footsteps heavy. He scanned the still young faces before him and spoke in a voice low but clear and firm. The situation is worse than we expected. The newly emerged dungeon in West Mountain Valley is highly unstable. Its energy pulses intermittently burst, already attracting high-level monsters. He took a deep breath and continued. We were able to temporarily push back that 5th-tier boss just now. But no one can predict what the next pulse might bring. Command's analysis is that to solve this at its root, someone must enter the dungeon, clear it, and stabilize it from the inside. His tone grew even more serious. There is strong level suppression inside the dungeon. Only adventurers below 1st tier are permitted to enter. Right now, across the entire military base, only 8 of you meet that requirement. A heavy silence fell over the lounge, so quiet it felt as though you could hear a pin drop. Having just narrowly escaped the beast tide, they were immediately faced with an even more dangerous and uncertain mission. This wasn't an order but a request, more precisely, their only option. Wang Zhen's gaze was frank and sharp. This is an unknown and clearly unstable dungeon, extremely high risk. We have no way to guarantee what's inside. You have the right to refuse. If you choose not to go, I will dispatch helicopters immediately to evacuate you back to Lin City as fast as possible, away from any potential danger here. The break room fell instantly silent, the only sounds outside being faint gunfire and monster roars. They had just clawed their way back from the brink, only to be asked to jump into an even deeper abyss. The weight of the choice was suffocating. Sun Lei and the others exchanged glances, their expressions torn between desire and fear. If not for their determination to push forward, they wouldn't dare venture into the Black Iron Mountains. But a dungeon capable of triggering a beast tide on this scale, even attracting fifth-stage bosses, was surely far beyond their level limits. Refusing and evacuating seemed like the most rational option. At that moment, Wang Hai stepped forward, calm but clear. Major Wang, if the energy core in that dungeon cannot be stabilized, what is the worst-case scenario? Wang Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then thought silently. He wants to go in? He did not conceal the truth. The worst case would be continual energy pulses, possibly attracting 6th or 7th stage monsters, or even triggering an endless, massive beast tide. The base might hold for a time, but would eventually run out of supplies. Then the beast tide would surge out of the Black Iron Mountains and the first to be hit would be Lin City. Lin City. The word struck like a hammer to everyone's hearts, home to their families and friends. Avoiding danger might save their lives, but disaster would likely follow, and it would fall on those they cared about most. Is level suppression effective on dungeon monsters? Wang Hai asked further. In theory, yes. Wang Zhen nodded. In all dungeons discovered with level suppression, monsters never exceeded the limit hats part of dungeon rules. But this dungeon is so new, so unstable, there could be vulnerabilities, energy distortions. We can't be sure. Elite monsters beyond the limit might appear, or even creatures beyond our understanding. So the risks are greater than expected. Lin Zhixia summarized quietly. Exactly. Wang Zhen emphasized again. This is not an order. The decision is still yours. The atmosphere grew heavier. An unknown dungeon, potential overlevel monsters, an unstable energy core, each word intertwined with death. Wang Hai spoke again. If we decide to enter, what support can the base offer? Everyone's gaze shifted to him. A flicker of admiration and hope shone in Wang Zhen's eyes. We will equip you with the best available gear and consumables suitable for less than first-stage warriors. If you successfully stabilize the core, every participant will receive the highest honors and substantial rewards from both the military and Lin City government, greatly benefiting your future. Equipment, logistics, honor, rewards important, yet still feeling fragile. Wang Zhen thought for a moment, then took from storage 43 shining metal chips and 8 small communication devices. These are one-time spatial teleportation beacons and encrypted communicators. Inject mana to activate a beacon, creating a brief but extremely stable portal to send you directly back to base. The communicators allow limited contact with us inside the dungeon. He scanned the group, his voice low, but the beacons and communicators may be disrupted by the dungeon. There are only 43 beacons total at the base. If you choose to enter, all of these will be handed to you. Wang Hai let out a deep breath as he looked at the beacon in his hand. This small but heavy metal device was exactly what he needed without the secret card to exit the instance. He would never have dared to rush in. Now, with this beacon, at least he could open a way out at a crucial moment, dramatically increasing their chances of survival. I've made up my mind to go in, he said, slipping the beacon into his pocket with a steady yet resolute tone. Instead of waiting for disaster to strike lynching, it's better to take the initiative. At least then, we still have a chance to control the situation. His words barely faded when Lin Tingxue stepped beside him without hesitation. Her black hair swayed as her gaze cut like a blade. I'm going with you. This life right here is the one you saved anyway. Lin Zhixia sighed softly and smiled warmly. We're a team, aren't we? With that, she followed suit. Sun Lei and the others exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. Damn it, let's go all out. Sun Lei slapped his thigh hard. If I survive that beast attack, I must be damn tough. An instance won't scare me. Yeah, with Wang Hai's godlike healing. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Hao's spirit lifted instantly. We're not cowards. Zhang Ming pounded his chest confidently. Li Jing and Lu Qian shared a knowing nod. Major Wang Zhen looked upon these young people brimming with passion and courage. A complex mix of admiration, concern, and respect flickered in his eyes. Good. He snapped to attention and gave them a crisp military salute. On behalf of all the soldiers at the base and the million citizens of Linqing, thank you for your bravery. Follow me to the armory. We will outfit you with the best gear. The armory took up the entire mountainside wall. Automated tracks delivered crates of gear, glowing with a cold blue light, to the display area. But only a few suits and weapons truly fit these individuals. Some were too advanced or didn't match their professions, so they had to pick carefully. 10 minutes later, the 8-person squad was fully armed. Sun Lei received a reinforced gold heavy shield. Wang Hao slung a crescent longbow on his back. Zhang Ming donned explosive gauntlets, each piece shimmering icy beneath the pale light. Major Wang then handed out silver-white spatial rings to everyone. They looked plain but contained a cubic meter of storage space enough to be worth nearly 10 million on the outside market. Wang Hai sighed inwardly. The military really knew how to open their wallets. They then proceeded to the base's skill library deep inside. The explosion-proof alloy door slid open to reveal rows of specially made shelves, displaying thousands of skill books glowing faintly like gemstones. These were obtained over the past year by our soldiers clearing monsters from the Black Iron Mountains, Major Wang explained. Due to the monsters' earth and metal attributes, the skill drops tend to be defensive. Skills for mages, archers, and healers are relatively scarce. Defensive ones are great, just what I want. Sun Lei laughed heartily and dashed to a shelf glowing with a heavy yellow-brown light, flipping through the books eagerly. The others dispersed to find skills matching their classes. Wang Hai approached the healing and support section. Sure enough, only 2 lonely skill books remained. Skill book, Holy Light Barrier. Class requirements, Priest, Paladin, or other Holy Light classes. Level requirement, above 10. Effect, cast a sturdy Holy Light Barrier on the designated target, absorbing 500 spell power, 200 damage for 100 seconds. If the barrier remains unbroken, it deals equal damage in an 11 area when it dissipates. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Skill book, Holy Light Purification. Class requirements, Priest, Paladin, or other Holy Light classes. Level requirement, above 10. Effect, uses Holy Light to remove negative effects from the target. Mana cost, 50 points. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Wang Hai looked up, examining the 2 skill books in his hands that radiated Holy Light. Holy Light Barrier, an offensive defensive skill rare for priests, with built-in damage reflection. Holy Light Purification, a must-learn priest skill capable of breaking all control effects at critical moments. After selecting the skills, the 8-member team gathered at the entrance of the new dungeon in West Valley. The entrance was a dark red vortex roughly 3 meters in diameter, swirling and twisting, occasionally crackling, with purple-black electric arcs that made the surrounding air tremble. From the depths of the vortex came muffled roars that were hard to decipher but sent chills down everyone's spine. Remember, safety first. Major Wang Jun personally saw them off with his usual resolute tone. If anything goes wrong, immediately deploy the beacon to retreat. Well, hold position here. Wang Hai glanced around at his teammates. Ready? 7 pairs of eyes nodded firmly, their gazes unwavering. Let's move out. He stepped into the vortex. The intense pulling sensation felt like it might tear him apart. After a dizzying moment of spinning, his footing stabilized, and he found himself standing on a blood-red wasteland. The dark red sky had neither sun nor moon, but was suffused with an eerie glow. Gnarled, dead trees twisted like dying arms pointing at the gloomy canopy above. In the distance, deep beast roars rumbled. A cold system alert sounded in his ear. Entering unknown dungeon, blood-red wasteland. Warning, dungeon is highly unstable and may exhibit abnormal phenomena. Recommended level range, 20-30. Is everyone here? Wang Hai quickly counted. All 8 were present. Lin Tingxue gripped her long blade tightly, eyes sharp. The energy here is piercingly uncomfortable. Before she finished, the ground shook violently. As dust and gravel flew, dozens of blood-red wolf shadows charged in from all directions. Wang Hai reacted swiftly, casting a group healing spell. Golden white mist instantly enveloped the wolf pack. Bloodthirsty Wild Wolf Elite. Level, 20. HP, 10,000 25,157. Attack, 1,000 2,107. Speed, 500 1,121. Defense, 100 167. Skills, Bloodthirsty Pounce, Wolf Shadow Dodge. Talents. 1. Lifesteal converts 1 of damage dealt into self-healing per attack. 2. Flesh Curse Basic slowly increases all attributes, capped at 10. Can absorb other curses to evolve. Status. Flesh Power Corrosion active. Attributes continually rising. Immune to mental control. Consuming its flesh grants partial attribute inheritance while causing corrosion effects. Roar message, merge with me. Damn. Wang Hai's face fell upon seeing the status panel. This was the first time he had encountered a monster with double talents. And the flesh curse was absurd attributes multiplying tenfold with no penalty. For comparison, strength talent like conceptual armament only doubled attributes, with triple causing severe side effects. Yet here, the basic curse granted 10 times the stats. What would happen if it evolved? Hundredfold? Thousandfold? Unimaginable. A chill ran down his spine. The mastermind behind this dungeon was not simple. Since his talent system classified the flesh curse as a curse, it must harbor hidden dangers. Just as Wang Hai was pondering, the pack of bloodthirsty wild wolves had already arrived in front of everyone. Watch out, these wolves have very high stats, almost like mini-bosses. He warned in a low voice, then gripped his staff and charged into the fray. After being tempered by the beast tide and boosted by base equipment,
His attributes had become terrifying beyond imagination. Strength, 2,724-200. Constitution, 14-18-300. Agility, 12-12-200. Spirit, 691-100. On top of that, with his conceptual weapon equipped, each staff strike dealt over 5,000 explosive damage. Still, it took 5 strikes to kill a single bloodthirsty wild wolf. Fortunately, Wang Hai's attack speed was relentless, and he could also cast shields for his teammates while dishing out damage. In just a few dozen seconds, over 30 wild wolves were reduced to only 10 struggling survivors. Just as everyone was ready to finish them off, a sudden change occurred. The corpses visibly shriveled and rotted rapidly, turning into dark red pus that seeped into the ground. The remaining 10 wild wolves' eyes glowed blood red, their stats skyrocketing once again. Bloodthirsty Wild Wolf Elite. Level 20. HP 10,000 35,157. Attack 1,000 4,107. Speed 502,121. Defense 100 467. Skills: Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Wolf, Shadow Mirage. Traits: 1. Lifesteal 1 lifesteal on attack. 2. Flesh Curse Basic Slow Attribute Increase with a limit 15, can consume other curses to upgrade. Status: Corroded by the power of flesh, continuous attribute growth, immunity to mental control. Consuming cursed flesh grants inherited stats, but also causes corrosion. Status: Digesting companions' flesh, attributes rapidly increasing, flesh curse upgrading. They're using flesh consumption to boost their stats. Lin Tingxue, max out your burning blood. Take them out fast. Wang Hai shouted urgently. At this moment, Lin Tingxue had 6,000 HP. Even a normal attack could deal over 30,000 damage. With her damage amplification skills, she could instantly kill any wild wolf. 6,000 HP was nothing to Wang Hai. Just 2 healing spells would restore her completely. Without hesitation, the moment Wang Hai finished speaking, a crimson light flashed in her eyes, and her aura surged explosively. 5,999. Her health dropped instantly to 1, exchanged for the next terrifyingly high attack. Wang Hai quickly cast 2 healing spells, restoring her health to full in no time. Flash. A cold, low shout sounded as Lin Tingxue became a streak of blood-red light. Her long blade tore through the heavy air with a piercing whistle. The blade flashed. Squelch. A wild wolf, charging at Sun Lei and already with stats over 50,000, froze mid-motion. The next moment, a bloodline sliced clean from head to tail, severing the massive body in two. 69,124. An absurdly large golden damage number floated high. The kill was absolute and instantaneous. Oh my god! Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he sucked in a sharp breath. He knew Lin Tingxue was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this terrifying once burning blood was activated. Stop spacing out. Coordinate with her. Lin Jixiao was the first to react. Her sword stance shifted instantly. She stopped trying to kill and focused instead on restraining and blocking, carving out the perfect opening for Lin Tingxue's strike. With her teammates' near seamless coordination and Wang Hai's inexhaustible spring of mana replenishing them nonstop, Lin Tingxue now moved like a true goddess of slaughter. Flashing like lightning among the remaining 9 ferocious wolves, each slash tore through the air, instantly decapitating or dismembering one beast after another. Empowered by her blood rage state, her attack power had completely shattered the ceiling for her level. In just a few seconds, all 9 overpowered bloodthirsty wolves, each boasting triple the strength of normal monsters at their rank, fell, melting quickly into the dark red earth as pools of seeping, festering blood. The battle abruptly ended. The room was deathly silent, save for heavy breathing. On the scorched, crimson soil, pools of tainted blood soaked quickly into the ground. Everyone's expressions were grave. These creatures were beyond terrifying. Sun Lei's hands trembled slightly, still shaken. Wang Hai took a deep breath and pulled a specially encrypted communicator from his spatial ring, decisively pressing the activation button. The device flickered with faint blue light. Major Wang, do you copy? This is Wang Hai. Static crackled sharply before Major Wang's intermittent voice cut through. Received Wang Hai. How's your situation? Instance name, Bloodstained Wasteland. We have encountered and eliminated the initial monsters, but the situation is highly abnormal. Wang Hai spoke rapidly. The targets are level 20 bloodthirsty wolves with attributes 3 times higher than normal of their rank and still growing stronger. They can consume their fallen comrades to evolve rapidly. Upon death, their bodies dissolve into a blood-like substance that seeps into the ground, further strengthening surviving wolves. Repeat. The monsters' corpses melt into blood that penetrates underground, enhancing the living, he emphasized, unwilling to omit any detail. There was a brief silence on the other end. Wang Hai couldn't tell if the signal had weakened or if his commander was stunned by the report. Received data logged. Major Wang's voice was more serious than ever through the static. According to your description, these characteristics strongly resemble monsters under the Flesh Lord's command as recorded. This instance isn't a mere mutation, it's likely deeply corrupted by demonic forces. The danger level far exceeds initial estimates. The signal stabilized somewhat as Major Wang urged sharply, Wang Hai, abort the mission immediately. Repeat, abort immediately. This is beyond your capabilities. Activate the beacon, full team, retreat immediately. Demonic forces, the words hit like a massive weight on everyone's hearts. Instantly, they understood the situation had long surpassed a typical instance anomaly. 300 years ago, when instances first appeared in the world bringing career adventurers, they also drew divine and demonic attention. Some unknown barrier prevented gods or demons from directly descending on Blue Star, but even their penetrating influence was enough to threaten all of human civilization. Without hesitation, Wang Hai commanded, understood. Everyone, prepare to evacuate. He pulled out a specially made silver spatial teleport beacon and poured mana into it with force. A low hum spread as silver light rapidly diffused across the beacon's surface. The device hovered, stable spatial energy gathering soon to form a miniature portal. But, SZZZT, a sharp tearing noise like space itself being ripped erupted suddenly. The beacon's silver glow flickered chaotically, then died out completely. Clatter. The beacon collapsed into a lump and fell onto the dark red ground. The moment the beacon failed, the air seemed to freeze. A harsh shattering sound hit everyone's chests like a heavy hammer, making hearts ache with pain. What's going on? Sun Lei shouted in alarm, panic written all over his face. The beacon had failed? Li Jing could hardly believe his hope that had just ignited vanished instantly, replaced by a rising tide of fear. Everyone stay calm. Wang Hai's voice was steady as he tried to hold the team together. Though he shared their fear, he quickly bent down, picked up the dim, broken remains of the beacon, and pulled a second one from the spatial ring. Maybe it's just a temporary interference, or this beacon is faulty. We have 42 more, we can try them one by one. His words felt like a shot of adrenaline, barely containing everyone's mounting emotions. Wang Hai raised his hand and infused magic into the second beacon. A hum. Silver light flared suddenly, space energy swirling. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the spinning glow. Sizzle. The same noise, the same chaotic light flow, and the second beacon exploded and died out, shards scattering. Wang Hai, expressionless, collected the shattered fragments with a voice almost cold in its calmness. The interference remains. Don't touch your beacons for now. Try again every hour to avoid wasting them. Their escape route was completely cut off. A heavy despair settled over everyone. They were trapped inside this eerie dungeon corrupted by the demon god's power. Then what do we do? Lu Qian's voice trembled, tears welling as she instinctively drew close to Li Jing. Lin Tingxue gripped her long knife tightly, the blade still stained with dark brown blood from a wild wolf. What else? The beacons are useless. There's only one way, find the boss and kill it. Otherwise, we're all dead. Simple and blunt, but it snapped everyone awake. Either solve the crisis, or wait to die. Shue's right. Lin Jixia took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm and think. And we have to act fast. If the boss absorbs too many monsters and gets stronger, we won't stand a chance. Wang Hai added. The communicator can still sometimes connect with the outside. He tried calling out, Major Wang, can you hear us? Well, keep pushing deeper into the dungeon, trying to complete the mission. The communicator crackled with static. Be careful, support. The interference is severe. Outside help can't be relied on. Wang Hai turned off the device and ordered, hold our formation. Sun Lei leads the front. Li Jing and Lu Qian in the middle. Ting Xue and Ji Xiao on support. Wang Hao and Zhang Meng on the flanks. They'll cover the rear. The 8 of them faced the fight with no choice but to press forward into the dark red wasteland. The earth beneath their feet was soft and sticky. The air filled with rust and decay, making them sick. The deeper they went, the stronger the scent of blood grew, nearly tangible and pressing on their nerves. Wang Hai, with the sharpest senses, whispered a warning, stay alert. Something might be nearby. At the same time, a dozen healing spells rained down on the spot he suspected. Corrupted Earthbound Tentacle, Elite Rank 22, HP 11,000, current 22,500, attack 800, current 1,200, defense 50, current 75. Skills, Rage Strangle, Corrosive Slime. Talent, Earth Burrow, can burrow underground but cannot move while burrowed. Damage taken while underground is reduced by 50. Flesh Curse, initial limit multiplied by 10. Status 1, eroded by flesh power, all attributes slowly rising. Status 2, burrowing underground, immune to 50 damage. Over there, over there, over there. Wang Hai pointed sharply towards 7 directions in rapid succession. Lin Tingxue sprang forward fiercely, her long blade wrapped in lingering aura of blood fire, slicing down like lightning. Flash. The first tentacle was severed cleanly at the base, spraying a dark red, foul-smelling viscous liquid. The severed limb twitched violently on the ground before dissolving into a slurry that seeped through the cracks among the rubble. In just a few breaths, all 7 tentacles were cut off and melted away, the area returning to deathly silence. But Wang Hai sensed a strange energy surging along the earth veins toward the northwest. He immediately warned everyone, and Lin Tingxue made a swift decision: head northwest. The team followed without hesitation, moving quickly. Along the way, they faced several waves of wild beast attacks. Having endured previous bloody battles, their teamwork was now seamless. Whenever a monster showed signs of devouring corpses to become stronger, Lin Tingxue ignited her blood power and struck a fatal blow, never allowing them to grow. As they ventured deeper, the environment twisted further, the fighting grew fiercer and more frequent, and their consumption of resources was enormous. Fortunately, Wang Hai's nearly infinite mana allowed continuous healing and shielding, supplemented by a large supply of recovery potions from base, barely maintaining their overall condition. Still, everyone's nerves were stretched taut to the breaking point. After countless bloody clashes, they finally reached a canyon. On both sides, forests jutted like sharp ribs, casting dark shadows. Passing through the gorge, they came upon a massive basin. At its center bulged a dark red heart, mountainous in size, laced with thick protruding blood vessels writhing underground like giant earthworms. Each heavy throb made the entire basin tremble, filling the air with a strong metallic scent of blood. Above the heart, flesh energy swirled endlessly into a spinning dark red vortex, the source of the instance's unstable energy, and the lure attracting external monsters. What is that? Li Jing covered her mouth, retching. Everyone was struck dumb by the horrifying sight, a bone-chilling dread rising deep within their souls. Instance core discovered. Deformed heart? Warning. Detecting corruption by Flesh Lord's divine power. Core has undergone irreversible deformation. Warning. Any life form entering within 10 meters of the deformed heart will suffer ongoing intense flesh curse erosion. Warning. Deformed heart is continuously strengthening and will break free from the instance and manifest in reality within 30 days. The series of warnings roared like thunder in their minds. This was a demonic artifact born by exploiting the instance's rules. Destroy it? But approaching means corruption. Leave it be? It will only keep growing stronger, eventually ripping through the instance's bounds to bring disaster into the real world. As the team shook with shock, an abrupt mutation occurred. Thump! The heart violently convulsed like a war drum's beat. Deep gashes cracked open on the surface, blood erupting, accompanied by sickening squelching sounds. Three figures born from the heart, crashing heavily into the blood pool before them. They were three humanoid monsters, vaguely human-shaped, but with bodies formed from twisted flesh, thick viscous blood dripping along their warped muscles. Their arms morphed into cold, massive bone blades, their faces reduced to a bloodied maw filled with sharp, jagged teeth. The energy waves they emitted surpassed every monster the team had faced before by far. Lin Tingxue charged forward without hesitation, severing the head of a mutated bloodguard with a single stroke. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining the earth beneath her feet a deep crimson. Wang Hai quickly raised his staff, casting a stream of green healing light that repeatedly washed over her wounds torn open by the lingering shockwaves. Fortunately, Lin Tingxue was fully aware of the situation and kept the battle line just beyond 20 meters away from the mutated heart, maintaining a safe distance. In just a few moments, she had slain three of the monsters one after another, their severed limbs scattered on the ground. Yet to everyone's shock, the first headless corpse suddenly twitched and crawled within the pool of blood. A new head regrew at the neck, causing a chill of horror to ripple through the group. Resurrecting? Let's see how many times you can come back to life. Lin Tingxue snorted coldly, her blade flashing again to sever the grotesque head once more. But strangely, the three-headed beast seemed cursed with infinite resurrection. No matter how many times they died, they would rise again on the spot as if from nothing, each time enveloped by a ring of blood mist. Unable to hold back any longer, Wang Hai raised his hand to signal Lin Tingxue to pause. He intentionally cast a healing spell on one of the newly revived blood guards to test his suspicion that such an unnatural ability must have a weakness. Instantly, the system panel popped up before him, cold data bluntly listed. Mutated Blood Guard Elite. Level 30. HP. 976430000. Current 31480. Attack. 3000. Current 3112. Speed. 1000. Current 1104. Defense. 500. Current 601. Skills: Flesh Reformation, Frenzied Slash, Roar Echo, Moon Shadow Combo. Talents: 1. Flesh Curse High, all attributes slowly increasing, up to 100 times max. 2. Symbiosis coexists with the mutated heart. Status 1. Corroded by flesh power, all attributes slowly rising, immune to mind control. Consuming its flesh can inherit some attributes, but will also be corroded. Status 2. Symbiotic with mutated heart. As long as the heart is not destroyed, it cannot die. Must stay within 100 meters of the heart. Attribute Boost expands this range. Damn it. Retreat now. After reading the stats, Wang Hai decisively called off the attack, Abandoning all offensive plans, these elites couldn't be killed by brute force and only grew stronger the more they fought. But at that moment, the dreaded system alert sounded abruptly. Trait 2 effect activated successfully. You have acquired the talent Flesh Curse High. Wang Hai's eyes widened. Why didn't this trigger before? And now? Before he could finish speaking, a wild, restless power surged into his body, as if tearing his flesh and remolding his soul. Blood mist flickered at the edges of his vision, accompanied by countless low whispers, as though malicious spirits were chuckling nearby. Divine demon energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 10100. As the new alert beeped, the blood mist and whispers vanished instantly, and Wang Hai's vision cleared. Talent upgrade? So it actually levels up? From absorbing divine demon energy? His heart raced with joy as he summoned the panel again. Sure enough, the newly acquired Flesh Curse High had completely disappeared, leaving behind a 10 progress for upgrading. If I keep farming these Flesh Curse enemies, I could max out the progress bar directly, he thought. Looking at the 3 blood guards writhing and rising from the blood, and then at the pulsating mutated heart behind them, it suddenly no longer seemed like just a terrifying source of danger. It was a living experience treasure trove. A reckless, almost mad plan took shape in his mind. Everyone, fall back immediately. Evacuate the basin entrance. Wang Hai's voice was resolute and uncompromising. What's going on, Wang Hai? Lin Tingxue, having just shattered one blood guard, retreated with a puzzled expression. These monsters are symbiotically linked to the heart. As long as the heart lives, they can't truly die, and they can't stray far from the heart. Wang Hai spoke rapidly, his tone calm but warning. If we keep forcing it, we'll only make them stronger. Eventually, none of us will be able to handle it. What should we do then? Sun Lei gripped his heavy tower shield, holding it in front of him. His bone blade swung down, sending sparks flying with a sharp clang, and the impact forced him to step back several paces. I can deal with this heart, but the method still needs testing. Wang Hai scanned the surroundings, his sharp gaze passing over each of the 7 teammates. All of you, fall back to a safe distance. Keep watch and try to activate the signal beacon. What are you planning? Lin Jixia shouted in shock, a deep sense of foreboding rising in her chest. Wang Hai didn't explain further. Lowering his body, he suddenly surged forward, boldly charging straight at the 3 mutated blood guards. Had he not already showcased such terrifying strength earlier, everyone might have thought he was courting death. Even now, they couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. But Wang Hai wasn't trying to grind talents on the blood guards that would be too slow, taking dozens of minutes per drop. Instead, he headed straight for the pulsating mutated heart, stopping 10 meters from it. In an instant, wild, filthy demonic energy flooded into him like a dam breaking, even more violently and brutally than before. Blood red engulfed his vision as countless frantic whispers and twisted illusions assaulted his mind, as if his body might be torn apart and assimilated by divine and demonic forces any second now. Detected demonic energy, talent grace upgrading, current progress 10.01100. Detected demonic energy, talent grace upgrading, current progress 10.02100. Detected demonic energy. It really works, but still too slow. Wang Hai growled and took a few more steps forward, now only 5 meters from the massive heart. The overwhelming demonic energy became almost tangible, a blood-colored tide crashing against his body and willpower. Detected demonic energy, talent grace upgrading, current progress 13.18100. Detected demonic energy, talent grace upgrading, current progress 16.18100. Detected demonic energy, talent grace upgrading, current progress 19.18100. The progress bar skyrocketed, and so did the pain exponentially. Wang Hai felt his flesh being torn apart and forcibly reshaped. His bones groaned as if near breaking. His soul seemed to burn fiercely. His skin began to twitch unnaturally, with faint twisted patterns appearing, only to be quickly smoothed over by a cold energy that was grace running at full power, devouring and converting the invading godly power. But his approach completely enraged the mutated heart. Thump, thump, thump. Its beating suddenly grew wild. Thick blood vessels grotesquely knotted and cracked with skin-tearing sounds that made the scalp tingle. This time, 5 mutated blood guards crawled out from the heart's bloody flesh, roaring and swinging their bone blades at Wang Hai. At the same moment, the 3 blood guards that had just revived charged at him again. 8 elite monsters, constantly growing stronger, immortal and unyielding, attacking from all sides. Crack! The bone blade tore through the air and slammed fiercely into Wang Hai, only to be blocked by a suddenly glowing golden shield, leaving behind a muffled, deafening thud. 3251. Shield absorbed. The golden light shimmered, and the shield's value immediately dropped, but Wang Hai didn't even glance back. His entire focus was locked onto the surging divine demonic energy within him and the rapidly climbing progress bar on his status panel. Divine demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 34.77100. Divine demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 37.77100. Divine demonic energy detected. He calculated with absolute clarity. The holy light barrier could last 100 seconds and absorb over 7,000 points of damage, while he could generate 10 layers of shields per second. By the time he reached the aberrant heart, he had stacked 6 million shield points on himself. A mere 3,000 damage from a single slash was nothing more than a tickle. Crack, crack, crack. The bone blade rained down on the golden barrier, sending ripples of energy exploding outward. 3,251. Shield absorbed. 3,987. Shield absorbed. 3,412. Shield absorbed. 8 aberrant blood wardens surged forward. Ordinary tanks would be shattered instantly, but Wang Hai didn't even spare them a sideways glance. Only 20 seconds left on the progress bar. He glanced at the panel, then at his shield. It was so solid he didn't even need to reinforce it. Time flew by in a flash. Divine demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 97.89100. Divine demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 99.99100. Divine demonic energy detected. The 99.99 progress froze for a moment. Then, as if blazing light from the universe's birth exploded within Wang Hai's mind, all pain, whispers, and illusions were reduced to ashes beneath that radiance. Talent grace upgrade successful. Talent grace. Trait 1. All healing skills consume 99 less resources and are free of casting delay, cooldown, and material cost. Trait 2. Healing effects have a chance to acquire the target's attributes, and a very slim chance to replicate their talents. Trait 3. Can perceive all information about healed targets. Trait 4. Can consume any 310 talents to fuse and create a stronger talent. The extra fourth trait sparked a surge of excitement in Wang Hai's heart. But before he could experiment, new notification sounds chimed rapidly. Divine demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 0.30100. Divine demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 0.60100. Divine demonic energy detected. The upgrade could continue, but the divine demonic energy required had multiplied tenfold. Crack, crack, crack. 5,521. Shield absorbed. 5,917. Shield absorbed. 5,442. Shield absorbed. In just 20 or 30 seconds, the basic damage from the Blood Wardens skyrocketed from 3,000 to over 5,000, becoming brutal to an outrageous degree. Fortunately, after the talent enhancement, Wang Hai was completely immune to the illusions and whispers caused by divine demonic corruption and could easily spare his focus to reinforce his shield. Flash, flash. Shields flashed into existence on Wang Hai's body, shimmering with a pale white glow, layer upon layer. He continued stepping forward, his footsteps swallowed by the thick mass of flesh beneath him, closing in on the pulsating heart. The closer he got, the fiercer and hotter the divine and demonic energies radiating around him became. Finally, he stopped right in front of the heart of progress bar, terrifyingly jumped to 1 second 0.9 efficiency. A healing light flickered, and the system panel directly uploaded the distorted heart's full data into his mind. Distorted heart BOSS special. Level 30. HP 200,000 original max 1 million. Attack 0. Defense 0. Skills: Flesh Curse Field, Life Drain, Gestation, Earth Veins, Ultimate Feast. Talents: 1. Flesh Curse Origin. All attributes slowly increase. Up to 1,000. Currently inactive. 2. Divine Demonic Creation. Incomplete state. Cannot act. 3. Currently drawing energy from the void. Will complete first form, evolution, and exit dungeon in 29 days, 13 hours, 42 minutes. 4. Divine Demonic Blessing. Remote damage received reduced by 90. 5. 8. Distorted Blood Guard summoned. HP max temporarily reduced by 80. So weak. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow looking at the panel. It wasn't himself who was weak, but this heart only 200,000 HP, 0 attack and defense, basically a sitting target. Even the terrifying 1,000 max talent wasn't activated for unknown reasons, but the facts were clear. He glanced at his own panel, then focused on his brightest strength talent Blazing Wrath. Fire skill damage 100. Casting speed 50. Skill cost 50. All attacks leave a blazing mark, dealing fire damage equal to mark stacks 50 magic power per second for 5 seconds. Mark bursts at 10 stacks, dealing fire damage equal to 5 the target's lost HP. With this alone, he was confident he could turn the boss to ashes within 10 seconds. The problem was, to hit the heart he had to get past 8 immortal and indestructible distorted blood guards spawned by it. In a level 30 dungeon, these elite mobs were an almost insurmountable wall. Even taking on all 8 Hedon, he would still have to break through a 10-meter radius flesh curse field. The ranged sneak attack tactic was completely blocked by the 90 damage reduction from the divine demonic blessing. Too bad for you, all of you face me. Wang Hai's voice was low and steady as he unleashed a furious barrage. Flames, lightning, and razor blades hammered the heart's surface, scorching the flesh membrane until it cracked and blackened. The distorted heart seemed to sense the threat of death. Its pulsation went haywire, convulsing wildly. The 8 blood guards roared simultaneously, bone knives slicing the air, striking Wang Hai's shields like a violent storm. 6012. Shield absorbed. 6233. Shield absorbed. 6891. Shield absorbed. The numbers jumped frantically as his shield rapidly dwindled. When the heart's HP dropped below 100,000, Wang Hai decisively stopped his assault and threw a few healing spells back at it both to maintain the heart's HP and to try refreshing its talents, gathering divine and demonic energy to level himself up. He knew clearly the boss cannot die for now. However, the distorted blood guards leveled up extremely fast. Once evolved into their ultimate complete form, a single blade strike could deal 300,000 damage. Wang Hai had to avoid their full strength and precisely control his damage output, ensuring the heart's HP landed exactly within Blazing Wrath's finishing range. He had to make sure this boss HP was vulnerable enough for Blazing Wrath to deliver the killing blow directly. Time slipped away second by second. The progress bar for upgrading his talent slowly climbed to 69, then abruptly froze. Wang Hai was puzzled. But suddenly, an unexpected change exploded. It was as if his relentless exploitation had finally driven that malformed heart to the brink of rage. The heart spasmed violently, its flesh trembling. Boom! A thunderous blast echoed, as if a massive hammer struck deep into everyone's souls. Even those standing on the outskirts of the basin felt their chests tighten and their stomachs churn violently. The dense network of blood vessels on the heart's surface writhed wildly. The overwhelming demonic power ceased flowing into Wang Hai and instead poured like a flood into the 8-headed mutated blood guards. A furious roar. The 8 blood guards howled towards the sky, their joints cracking audibly as their bodies visibly swelled by an entire circumference. Their attributes surged, erupting with explosive intensity. Whoosh! A bone blade struck down like lightning, its trail leaving ghostly afterimages. 212,471. Shield absorbed. 30 layers of shield shattered instantly. Immediately, 7 more bone blades attacked ferociously from all angles. 292,477. Shield absorbed. 241,945. Shield absorbed. 312,369. Shield absorbed. Their shield values plummeted straight downward at unprecedented speed. Wang Hai's face darkened. If this kept up, the shield would be utterly depleted. The boss was cornered, now forcibly siphoning its own essence to empower its minions. Even if he could block 10 shields per second, the shield would inevitably break. It was time to end this. Wang Hai's gaze locked onto the wildly beating malformed here that had precisely suppressed its HP to around 100,000, and the burning heavens fury marked silently stacked to 10 layers. The Aleocaniate buffet stops here. Ignoring the barrage of incoming bone blades from all sides, he focused his mind. Detonate. Boom. White-hot flames instantly erupted inside the heart. The blazing fire surged through every blood vessel and crevice. 506,255. A staggering number appeared above the heart. The mountainous mass of flesh abruptly halted, then to everyone's disbelief, it exploded violently. Foul blood, shattered flesh, and torn veins were swept up in the flames, scattering everywhere. The 8 frenzied blood guards suddenly froze as if losing support, then rapidly dissolved into a foul-smelling blood sludge, their bodies incapable of reforming. The basin fell into instant silence, leaving only wreckage and the lingering scent of burnt flesh. Congratulations, Wang Hai. You have successfully slain the mutated heart BOSS special. The Bloodred Wasteland dungeon anomaly has been lifted. The dungeon will self-destruct in 30 minutes. Please exit immediately. Spatial interference has ceased. System prompts rang out one after another. No way. Wang, you're amazing. His teammates cheered wildly. But Wang Hai frowned slightly. What about the loot? After killing a god demon minion boss with his life on the line, there wasn't even a single hair? Isn't a dungeon first clear supposed to drop epic, legendary gear? Just then, a faint yet piercing glint caught his eye. Wang Hai narrowed his gaze. Right at the center of the scorched crater left by the heart's explosion lay a thumb-sized, dark red coin, resting quietly. The coin's surface was engraved with a heart, rendered with striking realism. Wang Hai stared intently at the delicate network of blood vessels, as if actual blood were flowing through them. He even thought he caught a faint, barely perceptible pulse but wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. After a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace and picked it up. The cold, smooth metal slid under his fingertips, and he couldn't help but rub it back and forth, growing strangely attached to it. He flipped the coin over, revealing a blurry human figure on the other side. At the same time, a familiar system prompt popped up in his field of vision. Item acquired. Divine Patron's Coin of the Flesh and Blood Lord? No detailed information available. Appraisal recommended. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow slightly. Normal gear never triggered a? Rating. Only epic or higher grade items required appraisal. Clearly, this coin was far from ordinary. Can my healing skill be used for appraisal? He pondered silently. Normally, by casting healing spells on others, he could glean partial information about them, though he had never tried using it on equipment. Without further thought, he placed the coin in his palm and whispered the incantation. A warm, holy light immediately enveloped the metal surface. But when the glow faded, no new information appeared. Wang Hai shook his head in disappointment. No, that's not the right approach. Then inspiration struck. He cast the healing spell on himself again. His attribute panel instantly popped open, displaying all his stats in full. Attribute panel. Name, Wang Hai. Level, 1245. Class, Priest. Talent, Grace. Current progress, 69. Skills, Basic Healing, LV10 Max. Group Healing, LV1. Holy Light Barrier, LV1. Holy Light Purification, LV1. Strength, 3024-200. Constitution, 1618-300. Agility, 1512-200. Spirit, 750-100. Free attribute points, 0. 5 free points gained per level up. Attribute bonuses. HP bonus 10. MP bonus 10. Spell power bonus 2. Attack bonus 1. Speed bonus 1. Defense bonus 0. HP, 19,181.2 23,016. MP, 8,500. Spell power, 1,501.2 1800. Attack, 3,224 1.2 3,868.8. Speed, 1,712 1.7 2,739.2. Defense, 500. Equipment, Black Iron Boots Agility 200, Speed 20. Black Iron Armor Constitution 300, HP 20. Black Iron Cloak Spirit 100, Spell Power 20. Black Iron Bracers Strength 200, Attack 20. Items, Divine Patron's Coin of the Flesh and Blood Lord. Space Ring 1 cubic meter. Status, Black Iron Set 44 grants additional 500 defense. He quickly scrolled down to the items section. The coin's name flashed brightly, and after clicking it, detailed information finally appeared. Divine Patron's Coin of the Flesh and Blood Lord Divine Demonic Item. Effect 1. When the holder's HP reaches 0, instantly restore 100 HP and clear all negative status effects. For the next 1000 seconds, restore 1 HP per second. Cooldown, 24 hours. Effect 2. The coin slowly absorbs the holder's blood at a rate of 1 per hour. Once 100 blood is absorbed, it randomly grants a permanent bonus of 1 to 100 points to any attribute. Effect 3. The holder gains the favor of divine demons, increasing the chance of encountering divine or demonic events. Note, currently inactive. Enter Power of the Demon God to activate. Impressive. Such a powerful effect, no wonder it's a divine demon artifact. A daily chance to resurrect, plus a random attribute boost every 100 hours. Although Wang Hai wasn't lacking in stats, who would refuse a free bonus? What really made him hesitate was the third effect. It increased the likelihood of encountering divine demon events. His talent required divine demon power to advance. If future events were capped like this dungeon, that would be perfect, but if he faced an unstoppable calamity, the consequences could be disastrous. Fortunately, the coin hadn't activated yet, so he still had time to weigh the risks. Before his thoughts settled, a silver-white portal suddenly materialized in front of him. After defeating the dungeon boss, they could leave even without a beacon. This is great. Brother Wang, you're incredible. Wang Hai, how did you do it? Lin Tingxue was the first to rush forward, sheathing her blade, her face written with shock and joy, her eyes practically burning holes. Those 8 monsters that wouldn't die just melted away on their own. Wang Hai smiled, slipping the coin into his spatial ring, calmly explaining, they were symbiotic with that heart. Once it died, they disappeared too. Crackle. The communicator suddenly burst to life. This is frontline command. Wang Hai, Sunlei, respond. The dungeon energy spike just surged then suddenly vanished. What happened? Wang Hai raised the communicator, replying, Major Wang, received. The dungeon boss mutated heart has been killed. Anomaly cleared, spatial interference gone, all personnel safe. Silence on the other end held for a few seconds before an incredulous cheer erupted. Killed. You actually did it? Unbelievable. Major Wang's excited voice trembled. Return immediately. Repeat, return immediately. Medical and logistics teams are on standby. Understood. Wang Hai was the first to step into the portal. Relief and pride swelled in everyone's hearts. They exchanged smiles and followed close behind. A flash of light and familiar base air greeted them. The mix of rust and machine oil still smelled better than the stench in the dungeon. As soon as he exited, a flood of experience poured into Wang Hai's statue leveled up 10 times, reaching level 22. The waiting area was already packed with medics, researchers, and officers like Lieutenant Colonel Wang Jun. Welcome back, heroes. Lieutenant Colonel Wang strode forward, heftily patting Wang Hai's shoulder, scanning the group tired but bright-eyed, with no casualties. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quick, get them to full checkups and purification treatment. The medical team stepped forward swiftly, guiding everyone toward the medical center. After a series of tedious yet necessary physical exams, demonic energy radiation tests, and mental contamination assessments, it was confirmed that although everyone was heavily drained, there were no signs of corruption by the demon god's power. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. The temporary conference room was brightly lit, still smelling faintly of disinfectant. As the team leader, Wang Hai tore his bloodshot eyes away from the test reports, gathered his thoughts, and faced Major Wang Jun and several top base officials to begin his full debrief on the operation. He covered everything: a method of entry, the battles fought, and the critical danger points, carefully omitting all references to the divine coin and his own unique talent, recounting the story simply from the perspective of an ordinary student. Even so, some officers' knuckles whitened from gripping their fists too tightly. Incredible, you completed a mission virtually deemed impossible. The speaker was a middle-aged researcher who pushed up his glasses, shock and excitement shining in his eyes. If I'm right, that heart is the legendary divine demon organ. Once it fully matures, it will leave the instance and search for other identical organs. When these organs gather, they can create a vessel capable of bearing the power of gods and demonsa, divine demon apostle. As the words fell, the room seemed to chill instantly. Wang Hai instinctively repeated, divine demon apostle. The researcher scanned the gathered faces, voice low and grim. Don't forget, this is only the beginning. Based on current intel, Blue Star has confirmed 3 previous divine demon apostles. Each time, disaster followed. When fully grown, their power surpasses that of 9th-tier professionals. They are essentially demigods. The most recent case occurred 20 years ago in An City. Major Wang Jun took over, his lips tight, voice heavy with suppressed pain. That was a developing divine demon apostle, with combat power close to the 7th tier. To stop it, we paid a terrible price. The air thickened. 3 8th-tier elites, Wang Jun lowered his gaze, voice hoarse, gave their lives to kill it completely. But the aftermath and contamination forced the entire An City to be relocated near Lin City. Even after 2 decades, large portions of the former site remain a forbidden zone. The weight of the information hit everyone like a bomb. Taking a deep breath, Major Wang stared directly at Wang Hai and the others. Though you destroyed only an undeveloped organ, the potential danger was immense. Your accomplishment goes beyond imagination. You not only saved yourselves, but possibly averted a future catastrophe. The base and military will commend you. But for now, you need rest. And he paused, face hardening. Once you leave the base, you must never reveal to the outside world that you destroyed the mutated heart. Doing so would put your lives in danger. Remember, you were only here seeking refuge. You did nothing else. A chill ran through the 8 of them. Mutated heart, divine demon apostle, none of it natural. One name floated to the front of their minds, the cult of the evil god. That name sent shivers through governments and militaries across all nations. Not a traditional religion, the cult worshipped forbidden god demon power, an extremist and terrifying group. Their core belief was that the current world was fated to collapse, and only by sacrificing to the gods and demons who bring chaos and destruction could they receive blessings and immortality in a new era. To achieve this, they were willing to see the entire Blue Star destroyed. All right, get some rest, Major Wang said, standing and opening the door for them. As the door gently closed behind Wang Hai and the others, the outside noise was cut off, but the pressure in the room felt heavier. The earlier relief on Major Wang's face vanished, replaced by the cold hardness and vigilance of a soldier. Did you all hear that? He lowered his voice. The divine demon organ appeared right under our noses. The cult of the evil god has already reached our Lin City base and we don't know it yet. An insider? Another officer with a stern expression spoke bluntly. Wang Jun was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. We can't rule it out, but don't jump to conclusions yet. The top priority is to thoroughly inspect all copies in the base, especially the low-level ones. Assign the most reliable people and deploy the highest level detection methods. Even if it means turning every copy upside down, we must confirm if this is an isolated incident. Yes, sir. Several officers immediately acknowledged the order. Wang Jun looked around firmly. Externally, maintain a unified statement just as I told them. The Scarlet Wasteland copy was automatically shut down due to unknown energy imbalance. The student squad only fled from the bee swarm and had nothing to do with the copy itself. Internally, strengthen monitoring and throw every resource at it. Dig out who planted the seeds of the gods and demons right at our doorstep. Find them, and then kill. Understood. Also, all information about the corrupted heart, the god demon apostles, and the specific actions of Wang Hai's squad during this incident is to be classified at the highest level of secrecy in the base. Without my personal and the command department's dual permission,
No one may leak any details in any form. Violators will be charged with treason. Yes, sir. All right, you're dismissed for now. Elsewhere, under the guidance of logistics personnel, Wang Hai and his team were led into the living quarters of the base. Their assigned rooms were clean and orderly, though marked with the distinctive simplicity of military barracks. The immense mental strain and physical exhaustion caused the others to collapse into sleep immediately, their steady breathing soon filling the room. Only Wang Hai remained wide awake. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his gaze fixed on his upgraded grace talents, especially the newly unlocked Attribute 4. Attribute 4. You can consume any 3 to 10 talents to fuse them into a stronger talent. He currently possessed quite a few talents, but few were truly effective. Some were nearly useless, others had weak effects. Fixed damage reduction, E reduces damage taken by 10 points. Arrow enhancement, E increases your arrow attack power by 30. Spell resonance, B, when you score a spell critical hit, there is a 50 chance to refund 30 of that spell's base mana cost. Gale Blades, A, after 3 attacks on the same target, there is a 20 chance to trigger a wind blade that locks onto the target and deals damage equal to attack power speed spell power 200. Battle Hardened, B, for every 10 of your health lost, gain 2 attack power and 1 life steal. Weakness Mark, B, your normal attacks and skills have a 15 chance to apply a vulnerable debuff lasting 5 seconds, increasing all damage the target takes by 10. The first 3 were almost useless. The last 3 had value but were limited. Gale Blades and Weakness Mark had low trigger rates, and Battle Hardened's buffs were small. Should I fuse them all together, or break them into sets of 3? He pondered briefly and decided to try smaller batches first, lower risk on the draw. All 6 talents were mediocre, but wasting them outright felt like a shame. Fixed damage reduction, arrow enhancement, spell resonance, U3 it is. Locking his mind on these 3 talents, he silently commanded, fuse. Buzz confirming the fusion of talents. Fixed damage reduction, E, arrow enhancement, E, and magical resonance, B, grade? Confirmed. The silent command had barely settled when Wang Hai felt the 3 tiny lights symbolizing his talents forcibly drawn from deep within his consciousness, swallowed into an invisible furnace. A brief emptiness swept through him, followed by a faint, almost imperceptible heat swirling at the edge of his soul. Fusion successful. New talent acquired. Tenacious Aura, B grade. Tenacious Aura, B grade. Reduces all damage you receive by 100 points. When you cast a spell, there is a 20 chance to generate a shield that absorbs 100 plus 50 of your spell power, lasting 300 seconds. Wang Hai furrowed his brow. Out of 3 talents, including 1 B grade, the resulting talent remained only B grade. This confirmed that quantity could never fully replace quality. Moreover, he already possessed several defensive talents. This new one was just average at best. His gaze shifted to the remaining talents. Gale, / a grade, Battle Hardened, B grade, and Weakness Mark, B gradient, A plus 2 BS. Surely this time, the fusion would yield something worthwhile. Fuse. His consciousness was pulled again, the mental strain noticeably heavier than before. The 3 points of light burned brighter, and as they entered the furnace, a faint hum resonated. Moments later, a vivid blue flared deep within his mindscape. Fusion successful. New talent acquired. Hunting Eye, a grade. Hunting Eye, A grade. Attacking a marked target increases all damage they take by 20 stacks with other damage boosts, lasting 10 seconds. Your third attack on a marked target transforms into an unavoidable hunting strike, dealing 250 of your attack power as true damage. A gleam of excitement flashed through Wang Hai's eyes. Damage boost, true damage, guaranteed hit, and an enormous damage multiplier. This a grade talent was worth far more than the previous 3 combined. The weakness mark had been solidified into a stable damage buff, and Gale Slash's trigger had been optimized to be more controlled and lethal. As for Battle Hardened, it now seemed only useful as fusion material. Not bad at all. This outcome was practically perfect. After fusing 6 talents, he gained 2 new talents in particular. The practical value of Hunting Eye was indisputable. The remaining talents, though lower grade, still held utility. For example, spell cost reduction, he lowered skill mana consumption by 1 point. That small reduction effectively brought all his skills to 0 mana cost without it. He wouldn't dare unleash consecutive attacks so recklessly. With talents sorted, his attention returned to the Flesh Lord's Divine Favor coin. The coin's third effect felt like a tiny thorn in his mind, a nagging concern. Upgrading the favor required absorbing Divine Demon energy, but encountering Divine Demon events meant opportunities came hand in hand with danger. Activating it required inputting demonic power. Do I still have any demonic power lingering inside me? He mused, eyes scanning the favor's upgrade progress bar. Current favor progress, 69. He wondered if the progress bar could ever go backwards. After trying for a while, he still couldn't extract so much as a trace of divine demon energy from within. Forget it. He'll have to look elsewhere, he silently resolved, pondering places where demonic power might remain. And city? 20 years ago, Major Wang had mentioned divine demon apostles appearing there. turning the ruins into forbidden zones. Those zones likely still housed residual divine demon energy. But the original apostles were 7th-tier powerhouses. Even weakened remnants would be far beyond his own less than 1st-tier level. At minimum, he'd need strength comparable to 5th tier just to have a shot at exploring in city's ruins. Wang Hai shook his head, dropping the thought and gradually drifting off to sleep. The next day, there was a light knock on the door, the wooden panel echoing softly. Outside stood a young soldier in camouflage training uniform, lowering his voice. Wang Hai, are you awake? Major Wang requests you to come to the command center again. Wang Hai swung his legs off the bed, quickly straightened his military green uniform in just a few motions, checked that his buttons and cap insignia were all in place, then pushed the door open. The corridor was dimly lit in the early morning. The wall lamps cast shadows of the two men walking side by side. In just minutes, they passed the duty booth and several blast-proof doors, arriving once more at the command center. The conference room door opened, and the air inside was charged with an even more intense, grim atmosphere than the day before. Major Wang Zhen was still present, but now stood off to the side and rear, his expression grave. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man wearing the insignia of a 2-star Major General Zhao Qiming. Hard lines carved his face, and his sharp eyes seemed to pierce through the air. Around him, a faint yet palpable ripple of energy hovered like invisible chains, causing Wang Hai to instinctively straighten his shoulders tightly. The general's power was unfathomable. Please, have a seat. Wang Hai. Major Wang gestured calmly, his tone steadier than last night. Then he formally introduced, this is General Zhao Qiming from the Eastern Theater Command Headquarters. Wang Hai sat down with neither arrogance nor submission, nodding respectfully. General Zhao, Major Wang. Zhao Qiming's gaze fixed on Wang Hai, a mixture of scrutiny and subtle admiration in his eyes. He got straight to the point. Major Wang has already thoroughly briefed me on your situation. Your squad successfully destroyed a potential divine demon organ, a remarkable achievement. The military never neglects its heroes. He paused briefly, voice low but resolute. Given your decisive role in this operation, after careful consideration, we have prepared 2 reward options for you to choose from. The moment of truth arrived. Wang Hai stiffened, fully attentive. Option 1. General Zhao raised one finger. The state will invest fully in your development, supporting you until you complete your 7th career advancement. All necessary resources, experience potions, attribute fruits, high-level skill manuals, assistance with class change quests, top-tier equipment, crafting materials, skill upgrade materials, anything matching your career path and available in the national resource pool will be supplied unconditionally and with highest priority. And this is not a one-time deal. Even after your 7th advancement, if you continue to contribute, preferential resource allocation will persist to help you reach even higher levels. Conditions? Wang Hai asked calmly. Such generous treatment far exceeded expectations. He needed to confirm the price. General Zhao's eyes briefly showed approval, and he replied straightforwardly. The condition is you immediately join the Eastern Theater Command's Direct Special Operations Unit, be commissioned as a 2nd lieutenant, and accept military discipline and mission assignments. Your growth path will then be deeply tied to the nation's strategic objectives. The room fell silent. For any professional, Alan before the 7th advancement was an almost irresistible offer, saving enormous time, money, and risk, a straight path to becoming an elite. Yet Wang Hai understood that freedom would be shackled, would become an essential cog in the national machine, obliged to obey orders unconditionally. General Zhao did not pressure him, allowing ample time to consider. Then he raised the 2nd finger, voice steady as before. Option 2. We will grant you a one-time, extremely generous resource reward. 100 million credit points, a complete set of level 30 golden quality priest armor, 3 skill books of your choice, and a legendary grade accessory suitable for your current level. In addition, the military offered a merit privilege from now on. Every successful career transfer would grant him 1 national resource exchange quota, allowing him to freely select 1 item from the national treasury up to legendary quality, be it equipment, skill books, or rare materials, all without signing any additional contracts, thus maintaining complete freedom. Item grades within the Federation are divided into 9 tiers: trash, common, excellent, fine, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. Anything beyond these is considered an extremely rare special item, like the divine favor coin of the Flesh Lord he had obtained earlier. Considering up to 9 potential successful future transfers, the value of 9 legendary items alone would be incalculable. Combined with the 100 million credit points and the current full resource package, it was enough to enable any extraordinarily gifted individual to cultivate to an extremely high level without any concerns throughout the process. Yet before Wang Hai remained a choice the first option. This was a near-comprehensive infusion of resources covering food, clothing, consumables, cultivation materials, and daily maintenance, using the military system power to clear every obstacle from his path to growth. In return, he would face stricter restrictions. In comparison,
The second option offered slightly fewer material benefits, but came with powerful support at key moments and greater freedom of action. One was a bullet train to the pinnacle of strength, but with a ticket full of rules and limitations. The other provided sufficient seed capital and protection, but handed the steering wheel firmly back to him. The meeting room was brightly lit, yet silent. At one end of the long table sat Major Wang Jun with a solemn expression. At the other, General Zhao Qiming stood with folded arms, quietly waiting. The air seemed to carry the faint sound of a clock's seconds hand sweeping past. Wang Hai lowered his head to deliberate. With his innate grace talent, he naturally had an advantage in attributes and skill acquisition, so perhaps he wasn't as dependent on fixed allocations as ordinary people. On the contrary, the opportunity to freely explore and trigger events related to gods and demons might be far more valuable to him. Military discipline offered protection and support, but could also impede his actions at critical moments. Yet with the military's backing, investigating cultists of evil gods or entering dangerous forbidden zones would save him many troubles. After a brief yet intense internal weighing, he looked up, determination shining in his dark eyes. General Zhao, I choose option 2. We respect your decision. Zhao Qiming nodded slightly, showing no displeasure, only understanding. A true hidden dragon always wants to soar in a wider sky. The military system is powerful, but it can also become an invisible chain. Maintaining your freedom might be more beneficial for your future. With that, he rose and took a silver metal box and a file from his adjutant, placing them before Wang Hai. Part of the rewards will be issued immediately. 100 million credit points have been transferred to your personal account and are available at any time. Here is a wholly radiant set of level 30 golden quality priest armor, along with a legendary word of life necklace. The remaining 3 skill books you will need to select yourself from the military skill library. Wang Hai unclasped the box, and a soft golden light immediately spilled forth. Helmet, chest plate, robe, gloves, and boots neatly arranged, each inlaid with holy emblems, with flowing sacred energy seeming to softly chant. Beside it rested a jewelry case, inside which the necklace, centered by an emerald green crystal core, pulsed faintly, radiating a strong aura of life. This is the skill library directory. General Zhao handed over a tablet. Once you decide, Major Wang will redeem the physical items for you. Wang Hai nodded, taking it and swiping through the directory. On the screen, the skills were clearly marked by grades S, A, B, C, and D according to effect strength, consumption, learning difficulty, and rarity, making them very easy to search. Wang Hai said sincerely, "This is what you deserve." General Zhao put away his smile, his voice growing a bit more serious. "As for that national-level resource exchange quota, I've already had it recorded in your file. From now on, every time you complete a job transfer, just bring your ID and go to any military office or professional association headquarters in a major city, and you can immediately activate and use it. Remember, this opportunity is extremely valuable. Make sure to choose the item that best fits your current development path." "I understand." Wang Hai nodded solemnly. "All right, business is done." General Zhao's tone softened again. "Your team has worked hard this time. So, will you head straight back to Lin City, or stay here to wait for the joint training of the 7 schools?" "We'll probably return to Lin City first," Wang Hai answered honestly. General Zhao pondered for a moment, sounding both casual and cautionary. "The area around Lin City might not stay peaceful for long. Be extra careful once you're back. If anything tricky happens, contact Major Wang immediately." Hearing that, Wang Hai's heart stirred. Cultists of the evil god? Or has the military caught wind of something else? "Thank you for the reminder, General. Actually, I'm not sure I have to go back to Lin City right away." "Haha, don't overthink it. If the sky falls, we've got your back." General Zhao laughed, waved his hand, and turned away with his adjutant. Major Wang Jun stayed behind and patted Wang Hai's shoulder. "Have you picked your skills yet? The military skill library has plenty of rare stuff you can't find outside. If you're unsure, I can help you plan." "No trouble needed. I've already chosen," Wang Hai smiled in reply. The military's electronic catalog clearly labeled every skill. There were only a handful suitable for priests, so he had nearly no trouble deciding. "Major Wang, just these 3, he said, tapping on the tablet screen. Major Wang glanced over, surprised. "And shrank, and a rank, and a brank. I thought you'd pick 3 shranks straight away." He hesitated, then pointed at the 2 non-skills. "Especially these 2 extremely resource-intensive, with spell materials costing millions each. A full cast often runs into billions, or even tens of billions. Are you sure? Your family's financial situation." For an ordinary family, gathering that much spell material is impossible. This was Major Wang's basic understanding of Wang Hai. No matter how good the skill, it's useless if you can't afford to use it. "I'm sure," Wang Hai said without hesitation. His talent would drastically reduce consumption, but what really mattered were their godlike effects. "All right, but these 3 scrolls are rare, not in stock at our base. They'll need to be shipped in tomorrow. If you change your mind within a day, call me. There's still time to switch." Wang Hai just smiled and nodded. The tablet finally paused on the skill information page. Flesh Reforge. Overall evaluation. Brank skill type. Single target ultimate healing regeneration. Effect. Consumes 100 of mana and requires 100 amethysts, 50 life crystals, and 100 blood crystals as casting materials. It channels powerful life energy to promote the regeneration of flesh and blood for the target. Cooldown, 300 days. Based on current world knowledge, this skill can achieve effects including, but not limited to, regrowing severed limbs, restoring sight, regenerating organs. Note 1. This skill is not guaranteed to succeed. Higher proficiency increases success rates. On average, it takes about 30 practice attempts to reach a high probability of success. Note 2. Always prepare sufficient materials when practicing. If materials run short, the skill will draw from the user's own life force, overuse of which will shorten lifespan. Note 3. When healing practitioners of 5th realm or above, double the required materials, and for each additional realm tier beyond that, double the materials again. Note 4. Mental barrier. Overall rating, A. Skill type, single target buff mental protection. Effect. Consumes 100 mana and requires 1 eternal crystal of the awake and 5 pure nightmare essences as materials. Creates an impenetrable mental barrier around the target, granting 80 resistance to mental effects and immunity to all mind control, fear, charm, telepathy, and similar effects for 2 hours. Cooldown, 30 days. Note 1. Ensure the integrity of all materials. Insufficient materials will cause permanent loss of mental points. Note 2. Fountain Surge. Overall rating S. Skill type, single target recovery mana infusion. Effect. The caster sacrifices 10 of their own health to instantly restore mana equal to 50 of the caster's maximum mana plus 25 of the target's maximum mana. Additionally, it restores 5 of the target's maximum mana every second over the next 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Without a doubt, these are 3 incredibly powerful skills. Whether it's the miraculous healing of flesh regeneration, the absolute protection of mental barrier, or the terrifying mana recovery of Fountain Surge, each would easily qualify as strength based on effect alone. However, the military's ranking also considers material cost, cooldown length, and casting difficulty. Because flesh regeneration requires astronomically expensive materials, has an extremely long cooldown, and is very difficult to cast, it is downgraded to rank. Mental barrier, due to rare materials and a 30-day cooldown, is rated a rank. But these limitations are almost meaningless to Wang Hai. His talent reduces mana consumption by 99, leaving him to pay only one of the normal cost. His only real concern is mana for flesh regeneration, which if cast 100 times back-to-back, would drain him dry. To avoid this risk, he without hesitation reserved his last skill slot for the strongest mana recovery skill Fountain Surge. Fountain Surge's cooldown is only 2 hours, yet it instantly fills half of a mana bar and continues restoring mana over 15 seconds. For most priests, this already borders on infinite mana reserves. In Wang Hai's hands, it becomes truly limitless. With this, he can reignite his own mana bar anytime he wants, and at crucial moments, instantly refill the mana of any mage on his team. It's genuinely infinite mana. More than that, his entire team never has to worry about mana shortages again. Alright, I'm heading out for now. You probably can't wear this gear just yet, but if you're not returning to Lin City, you could go practice leveling up outside. Major Wang finished speaking and turned to leave, his footsteps gradually fading away. The moment the door closed behind him, the corridor fell silent once more. Wang Hai shut the door and moved the box filled with loot to the center of the temporary room. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Cold white light shone down on 2 dazzling pieces of equipment, a necklace radiating vibrant green life energy, and a full set of armor shimmering with golden brilliance. He held his breath and carefully lifted out the Necklace of Lives Word first. Necklace of Lives Word, legendary quality, requirement. Minimum level 20, class restricted priests and other holy light types. Base attributes, Spirit 1000, Constitution 1000. Special property 1 Praise of Life. Wearer's maximum health 100, maximum mana 100. Special property 2 Life Resonance. All healing skills have a 50 chance to trigger an additional cast, at no extra cost. Special property 3 Vigor Surge. Instantly restores 50 of wearer's maximum health upon activation, then regenerates 5 maximum health every second for 10 seconds, 2-hour cooldown. Special property 4 Nature's Shelter. When suffering fatal damage, automatically generates a shield equal to 1000 of maximum health for 10 seconds. Triggers once every 24 hours. One item with 4 special properties, and it's wearable at level 20. Wang Hai said, running a hand over the cool pendant, his eyes burning with excitement. Usually, legendary gear drops only in high-level raids after the 5th rebirth, with level requirements in the hundreds. Finding a low-level, high-quality item like this is virtually impossible. On the market, legendaries usable at level 20 and those requiring level 200 can differ in price by a factor of 10. Taking a deep breath, He carefully put the necklace back into the box and pulled out the next dazzling piece, the Holy Radiance Adoration set. The 5-piece set was fanned out on the table, golden veins pulsing where metal met fabric like sacred light flowing through its veins. Holy Radiance Adoration set, level 30, golden quality. Pieces, helmet, armor, cloak, gauntlets, boots, requirement, priests and other holy light classes. 3-piece bonus, spirit 500, max mana 50. 5-piece bonus, activates Holy Radiance Adoration Aura, restoring HP every second equal to 50 of spell power for wearer and allies within 30 meters, and reducing damage taken by 20. Aura is always active, consuming 1 max mana per second. Wang Hai examined each piece's stats carefully. 1. Holy Radiance Adoration Resolute Helmet. Base attribute, Spirit 500. Special property 1 Fountain of Wisdom. Spell power 30. Special property 2 Burning Will. For 10 seconds after activation, healing effect 100. Mana cost doubled. Cooldown 10 minutes. 2. Holy Radiance Adoration Armor of Faith. Base attribute, Constitution 500. Special property 1 Radiant Barrier. Max health 30. Special property 2 Unyielding Faith. For 5 seconds after activation, damage reduced by 50 and immunity to knockback and knockup. Cooldown 3 minutes. 3. Holy Radiance Adoration Robe of Wishes. Base attribute, Spirit 500. Special property 1 Source of Mana. Max mana 30. Special property 2 Prayer of Holy Light. Upon activation, instantly restores 30 max mana and reduces the next skill's mana cost by 80. Cooldown 24 hours. The Radiance of the Holy Glory, Devout Handguard Power 500. Trait 1, Devout Strike, your attack power 30. Trait 2, Blessing of Light. Your healing skills have a 10 chance to consume no mana. The Radiance of the Holy Glory, Divine Boots Agility 500. Trait 1, Divine Swiftness, your speed attribute 30. Trait 2, Path of Radiance. When activated, speed increases by 50 and all slow effects are immune for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Although the level 30 golden set can't compare to legendary gear, it's still formidable. Wang Hai can't wear it yet, but he's in no rush. The black iron set he's wearing actually silver quality only requires level 5. Its stats are weaker, but because the requirement is low, it might fetch a higher price on the auction house. He slid the Lives Whisper ring onto his finger and tucked the entire Radiance of the Holy Glory set into his storage ring. General Zhao had warned that Lin City was unstable lately. Instead of going back and forth, it was better to stay at the military base. The surrounding area had a military-controlled leveling zone that was relatively safe, with fast monster respawns and higher efficiency. With a plan settled, Wang Hai pushed open the door and ran into Lin Tingxue, Lin Zhixiao, Sun Lei, and the others. They were all fully geared up and clearly ready to head out. Wang Hai, what rewards did the military give you? Lin Tingxue hurried over. Wang Hai didn't hide anything, briefly listing the option 2 rewards. 100 million credit points, legendary equipment, the golden set, and a one-time pick from the National Level Resource Vault. 100 million credit points. Legendary gear. Golden set. Sun Lei's eyes went wide as he gasped. Brother Wang, that's insane. That achievement was well-deserved. Lin Zixia's face was calm, but her eyes betrayed her admiration. The one-time pick from the National Resource Vault was a rare opportunity for any faction, almost equivalent to an intervention from a 7th-tier powerhouse. Lin Tingxue nodded in agreement. The military gave us decent rewards too. Not as good as yours, but enough to keep us going for a while. Sun Lei added excitedly. Exactly. Wang Hai glanced at their backpacks. Ready to go? You're not heading back to Lin City either? Major Wang said that place isn't safe right now. With the 7 Academy joint training coming up, we decided to stay at the base. Lin Tingxue smiled. Heh, Brother Wang. You might not know, Sun Lei grinned mysteriously. The military has spots for the 7 Academy joint training, and this time they put us on the list we're officially trainees. Wang Hai was surprised at first, then relaxed. Their team's achievements earned them special treatment. It made perfect sense. I see, congratulations. Thanks. From now on, we'll need you to watch our backs. Sun Lei scratched his head sheepishly. No need to be so formal. Wang Hai patted his shoulder. I was just about to head to the base's leveling zone. Wanna come? Just waiting for you to say that. Lin Tingxue's eyes lit up. Without you as our healer, I don't feel right at all. Anyone who had experienced Wang Hai's healing skill, and then saw ordinary priests who had to rest for over 10 seconds after casting a heal, would never be able to stand it. The group chatted and laughed as they followed the base soldier's guidance, quickly arriving at the dedicated leveling area outside the base. Unlike the wild zone overrun with weeds around the city outskirts, this place was clearly carefully modified. Signs marked the level 10, 20, and 30 zones at a glance. Dense monster spawn points surrounded them. Military supply stations and simple watchtowers rose up, practically sealing off any potential danger. There were no soldiers below level 30 in the camp. This leveling zone was clearly designed specifically for the elite trainees from the 7 schools, safe, convenient, and far more efficient than ordinary wild zones. No wonder this is military turf. The environment is so comfortable. Sun Lei couldn't help but admire, clenching his fists with a restless fighting spirit radiating from him. Brothers, let's get started. Wang Hai glanced at his experience bar. After a series of intense battles in the blood-soaked wasteland, he had reached level 22, just a step away from 23. Let's go straight to the level 30 zone. It's more efficient, he said. Everyone agreed in unison. By this point, Wang Hai was unquestionably the core and commander of the team. They had already tackled the God Demon Corruption Dungeon, so mere level 30 normal monsters were no challenge at all. Creatures in the Black Iron Mountains had thick hides and armor, but their attack power was slightly lower than enemies of the same level elsewhere. Wang Hai gave simple instructions. No need for fancy plans. Everyone play freely. Just don't stray out of my sight, go wild however you want. At his words, cheers erupted. Wang Ge, you're awesome. Finally, we can unleash our full damage output. With Wang Hai as their super healer backup, the rest just needed to maximize their damage. Lin Tingshuo charged ahead first, her long sword glowing with fierce red light, killing a monster in one strike as its health instantly drained. Wang Hai raised his hand helplessly. Healing light descended, restoring her health to safety. No need to burn yourself to a sliver fighting normal mobs, okay? As her health refilled, Lin Tingshuo launched another Blood Fury assault, her red blade carving a savage arc through the air. Lin Zixia's long sword sliced, landing true damage one hit per enemy, so fast Wang Hai couldn't find an opening to intervene. Sun Lei roared, entering a berserk state. Blood light enveloped his body, his shield whirled, and he moved like a fierce tiger. But his damage was limited, merely managed to pull several monsters to himself, then was swarmed and beaten fiercely. The other teammates didn't slack either, exploding fireballs and volleys of arrows tore through the battlefield, bathing the Black Iron Mountains in red light. Meanwhile, Wang Hai stood calmly in the rear. Level 30 monsters posed no real threat, so he barely exerted a tenth of his strength, casually grabbing a small monster to farm talents. As for experience, teammates automatically shared some experience with the priest when they killed enemies. If Wang Hai went all out, others wouldn't even get hit, making it impossible to build talents and attributes. The 5 team members had already farmed talents once, so it was perfect timing to focus on upgrading attributes. Experience still steadily increased. Before long, a flash of white light signaled Wang Hai had hit level 23, and he casually assigned his usual 5 free attribute points to Spirit. Time slipped by like flowing water as dusk settled over the mountains. Wang Hai's level climbed steadily, eventually reaching 26. Leveling in the wild was indeed far less efficient than inside dungeons. The density of monsters and the experience gained from defeating them were nothing compared to the dungeon. Back in his dorm, Wang Hai carefully took stock of his haul. Not only had he leveled up smoothly, but he had also unlocked 2 new talents in his skill menu. However, both of them were from accidentally damaging wild monsters rather than from the Lin sisters. 1. Iron Skin D Defense 300. 2. Heavy Armor C reduces incoming damage by 20, grants immunity to knockback and knockup effects, but reduces movement speed by 20. The second talent wasn't something he intentionally farmed for, it only happened because his area effect healing inadvertently hit one of the wild monsters, resulting in an unexpected critical success. But he had little interest in these types of abilities with obvious drawbacks. On the contrary, the Lin sisters' talents were what he was aiming for. Yet despite casting healing spells on them more than 10,000 times, he still couldn't replicate their powers, especially Lin Tingshu's. He had practically poured his entire mana pool into her, but still came up empty-handed. What exactly triggers the copying process? He thought back to previous successful attempts. The chaotic goblin skirmishes, the boss enraged roars, the high-pressure school competitions. The time Sun Lei's group of 5 cornered him in every instance. The targets had been in states of extreme fear, anxiety, or rage. Could it be that the stronger the emotional response, the higher the likelihood of replication? Before he could draw any conclusions, a sudden, urgent knock came from the door. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Hai, are you awake? Something's happened. Lin Tingshu's voice carried a sense of urgency. He rolled out of bed and opened the door. Under the corridor lights, Lin Tingxue, Lin Jixia, and Sun Lei stood with solemn expressions. What's going on? He asked. Have you seen the group messages? Lin Jixia asked directly. What messages? Wang Hai was bewildered. Lin Tingxue handed him her phone. The screen displayed the grade 12 chat group of Linqing number 3 high school. At the top of the group feed, a pinned message stood out. Principal Zhang Yuanwu, all members. We have received a formal report alleging that Wang Hai of grade 12, Class 7 has violated the Professional Rights Protection Act by engaging in fraudulent activities to swap professional badges. This is a serious matter with severe impact, concerning both the school's reputation and the fairness of the provincial resource allocation competition. Wang Hai is hereby notified to return to school and report to the administrative building conference room by 8 p.m. tonight to provide clarification and present relevant evidence to prove his innocence.
Failure to appear or provide satisfactory clarification within the stipulated time may result in the temporary suspension of his admission to the 7 schools training program. Until an official investigation concludes, his position will be temporarily replaced by the first alternate, Li Yuan, to ensure the integrity of our school's training team. Below the announcement, the group chat was in a frenzy with messages. Li Yuan, fully support the school's decision. Uphold the dignity of the laws. We can't let a rotten apple tarnish the sanctity of the 7 schools training program. Wang Hai, if you're a man, come back and clear up the situation. Su Mumu. Wang Hai, I never thought you'd turn out to be this kind of person. You pretended to be so nice to me, tricked me into giving up that special priest badge, and then kicked me to the curb. You stole my future. Please, I'm begging you, give it back to me, okay? I'm begging you. A group of people were stirring things up online. No way. What a scandal. Wang Hai actually rose to fame by cheating to get his medal? No wonder he suddenly got so strong. Turns out he stole Su Mu's chance. What a scumbag. Feeling sorry for Mumu. Cancel his spot. Support Yuan. A few scattered objections quickly drowned in the flood of comments. Come on, there are places openly trading medals now. Why bring up such outdated rules? If I remember right, wasn't it Su Mu who approached Wang Hai to exchange medals? How is that cheating? Even if Wang Hai loses his spot, it shouldn't go to Li Yuan. He didn't even make the top 10. Lin Feng is way more qualified. The rumor mongers hit back immediately. Here come the defenders. How much did Wang Hai pay you? Actions speak louder than words. Waiting for Wang Hai to get disqualified. Comments streamed down the phone screen like a waterfall. Wang Hai watched expressionless, his eyes calm, and still like a pool of dead water, with an almost faint smile hiding inside. A few days ago, he might have worried after all. Getting into the 7 school training was key for boosting his talent, but now he had a more reliable plan. Wang Dage, that woman is really awful. Beside him, Sun Lei was glaring at the screen, his face red with anger. As a student from number 1 high, he didn't know much about Wang Hai's situation but got fired up by the uproar. You obviously got ripped off your paladin medal. That Su Mu is disgusting, twisting the truth. Let's go. Wang Hai. He'll come with you to the school. Lin Tingxue clenched her fists tightly. I want to see how powerful the leaders at number 3 middle school really are. It's not that simple. Lin Jixia stayed calm, scrolling through the Professional Rights Protection Act on her phone. If there's a legal medal transfer, both sides get punished. The key is you actually did exchange medals with Su Mu, no matter who cheated whom. The rules are strict. Then why would Su Mu turn around and report him? Is she crazy? Lin Tingxue spat, without hesitation. Wang Hai set his phone down and interrupted with a shrug. Enough? Let's get some rest. It's no big deal. Just one spot for the 7 school training. If they want it so badly, we can give it to them. Everyone paused, but then understood. The base had arranged for the 5 of them to attend, so adding Wang Dage was easy. Plus, the base clearly valued Wang Hai, might even get extra perks. But Wang Guo, it's hard to swallow this. Sun Lei still looked upset. If you can't swallow it, drink more water. Wang Hai smiled lightly. Better to forget about it. Otherwise, if they mess up later, they'll blame me. They exchanged glances and caught the hint. Wang Hai was implying Li Yuan would cause trouble eventually. Wang guessed right. Sun Lei slapped his thigh. Getting mad at them just makes you look bad. Lin Tingxue cooled down too and snorted. Fine, it's their gain. But that Su Mu and Li Yuan seriously disgust me. Just clowns putting on a show, Lin Jixia said coldly. Their ambition is limited to a city-level training spot. All right, let's all get some rest. Training starts tomorrow. Wang Hai waved, signaling the group to disperse. Seeing Wang Hai so unfazed, they relaxed and went back to their rooms. As the door closed, silence fell over the room. The smile on Wang Hai's face faded bit by bit, replaced by a cold, steely gaze. He didn't care about the spot, but he wasn't going to let anyone push him around. Li Yuan's move this time was just a minor annoyance. It didn't mean the next time would be so weak. After all, Li Yuan had the backing of the Li family. Even though the Li's were only a medium-sized clan in Lin City, to Wang Hai they were a giant presence. If the Li family sent just one second-tier professional, he wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Hai silently calculated. He had to take care of Li Yuan before the next time the latter made a move. But the Li family had their own copy of the dungeon, making it nearly impossible to catch Li Yuan alone under normal circumstances. Now that Li Yuan had voluntarily signed up for the 7 schools training camp, it actually gave Wang Hai an opportunity if only he could figure out how to use it. At 8 p.m. sharp, the brightly lit conference room on the 4th floor of Lin City number 3 Middle School's administrative building felt thick with tension, as if water droplets had condensed in the air. Principal Zhang Yuanwu sat upright at the head of the table. Several vice principals and the dean of academics flanked him, their faces equally grave. Li Yuan lounged in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the armrest, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Su Mumu sat beside him, head bowed, twisting the edge of her sleeve nervously. Her shoulders twitched slightly, as if she had been deeply wronged. In the back rows and near the door, teachers and students who had rushed over to watch packed the room, whispering in excited murmurs. On the wall, an old-fashioned quartz clock ticked audibly,
its hands inching closer to 8 o'clock. Principal, time's almost up. Li Yuan suddenly stood, feigning respect but unable to hide his urgency. Is Wang Hai too scared to show up? I bet he feels guilty. Why not just transfer the spot directly to me? Principal Zhang nodded slightly. Very well. Since Wang Hai is absent without reason, we shall. Wait. A voice interrupted. Turning around, they saw Li Wenbin, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, hurrying forward. The Professional Rights Protection Act is outdated. Nowadays, there are many places openly trading professional metals. Teacher Li Yuan snapped to his feet, pointing a finger at him. What do you mean by that? If Wang Hai doesn't agree, let him come face to face. The school rules aren't a joke. Not arriving by 8 is outright disrespect to the school and deserves immediate disqualification. He pressed the attack, stepping closer. Wang Hai's too guilty to come back, and you protect him? Were you bribed or something? Yuli Wenbin's face turned pale as he clenched his fists tightly. Enough. Zhang Yuanwu slammed his palm on the table, causing a cup to tremble. The large conference room fell silent instantly as he glanced at the clock. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Rules are rules, he announced solemnly. Since Wang Hai failed to arrive on time and explain, per notification, his qualification for the 7 schools training camp will be frozen. His spot will be temporarily given to Li Yuan, who is first on the waiting list. Li Yuan's smile blossomed instantly, his eyes gleaming triumphantly as he scanned the room. Turning his tone, Zhang added, the investigation into whether the metal trades are legitimate will continue. The school will set up an inquiry team to get to the bottom of this. We have nothing to hide and support the investigation. Li Yuan loudly echoed, his grin growing even broader. Outside the door, the buzz of students' chatter rose. Did they really cancel it? Wang Hai's such a coward, he didn't even come back. Li Yuan must be feeling pretty pleased with himself now. Something about this feels off. Investigation? Probably just for show. Right. The training starts tomorrow. By the time they finish, ITLL, all be over. Li Wenbin sighed heavily, shaking his head in resignation as he turned and left the conference room. The next morning, there was a knock on Wang Hai's door. Outside stood Major Wang Zhan with a knowing smile. He started with, the skill books have arrived. Come with me to pick them up, then added, I also need to update you on the details for the 7 schools training. Wang Hai rose promptly and followed him out of the dormitory. Walking down the military base's long, empty corridor, the morning lights stretched their shadows ahead. Major Wang casually chatted as they walked. There's been quite a bit of commotion at lynching number 3 High, hasn't there? Just a minor issue. No need for you to worry. Major, Wang Hai responded calmly, his expression steady and unreadable. Huh. It's good to see young people keeping their cool. The major chuckled lightly, then shifted tone. But sometimes being too low-key makes flies think you're easy to bully. The army values settling scores on the spot. Waiting till the next day just doesn't sit right. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow and glanced sideways. Major Wang kept his eyes on the steps ahead, walking steadily without pause. This upcoming training will take place inside a large-scale simulation, he explained further. It includes practice battles and extremely dangerous real drills. Don't worry though, the simulation has a life protection system. If your health drops to 0, you'll be forced out immediately, but that also means losing your spot in the competition. He paused, then added with veiled meaning, the training lasts only 7 days. Command knows a new wave of beast attacks will erupt in the Heishan Mountains right after. You'll be sent out there for experience, and things might get messy. Be careful. In just a few words, the implications were clear. If you want to vent your frustrations, do it inside the simulation. If you want to wipe out the problem completely, the chaos of the beast outbreak will provide cover. Wang Hai's mind raced. This was a legitimate way to get rid of Li Yuan without leaving traces. The beast attacks would be pandemonium, making it impossible for the Li family to track any evidence. Thank you for the warning, Major. I know what to do, Wang Hai replied quietly. Major Wang nodded approvingly. Let's go get your skill books first. Those 3 skills. I'm already starting to look forward to your performance in training. They pushed open the door of a conference room. A silver metal storage box sat on the table, its latch already unlocked. Major Wang reminded him, all 3 books are inside. But he'll say this, are you sure you want to learn those 2 high consumption skills? You can still change your mind. Choose something more practical if you want. Just these 3, Wang Hai said without hesitation as he lifted the lid. A faint blue energy shimmered between the pages. The 3 skill books lay there quietly, like weapons waiting to be awakened. He reached out, touching them one by one. The first beam of light entered his body. A system prompt appeared. Skill acquired, flesh reforging, grade B. Effect, 99 consumption reduction, no material costs, no cooldown. Currently costs 1 maximum mana per cast. The second beam followed and merged. Skill acquired, mental barrier, grade A. Effect, 99 consumption reduction, no material costs, no cooldown. Currently costs 1 maximum mana per cast. The last glow shone brightly like the morning star. Skill acquired, Wellspring Surge, grade S. Effect, 99 consumption reduction, no cooldown. Currently costs 0.1 maximum health per cast. As the 3 beams faded, a faint energy ripple lingered in the air. Wang Hai withdrew his palm, feeling a surge of mana flood through him. His blood felt reforged, and his mind suddenly cleared with crystal clarity. Major Wang noticed the change in his eyes and smiled. Success. How do you feel? Major Wang observed Wang Hai's expression carefully, surprised to see him so calm and composed, even carrying a quiet confidence, as if fully aware of what was to come. Very well, this suits me perfectly, Wang Hai said with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Major Wang nodded silently to himself. This guy had a steady temperament and ordered, "All right, since you've mastered it, report to the intensive training camp immediately. It's located at the third training ground on the east side of the base. The camp has already started, and we're waiting for you." "Thank you, Major," Wang Hai saluted and turned to leave the meeting room. He quickened his pace along the cement pathway toward the eastern training grounds. The closer he got, the louder the raucous noise became. The large training field was divided into several functional zones, where over 40 top students from 7 prestigious high schools around Lincheng had gathered. The air was thick with the sharp sense of sweat and tension, like the smell of gunpowder. Is someone still missing? Who dares to be so big-headed, making all of us wait? Does he think he's the center of the universe? Whispers of discontent rippled through the crowd. These prodigies were known for their arrogance. Usually, they didn't mind others waiting for them. But today, since they were the ones kept waiting, frustration festered. Just as the voices grew louder, a tall figure appeared at the entrance to the training ground. The noise instantly dropped by several decibels, as if an invisible hand had silenced the crowd. Dozens of eyes snapped toward the newcomer, curious, assessing, and one gaze filled openly with hostility. Well, look who it is," came a sarcastic voice, breaking the brief silence. Li Yuan crossed his arms, eyes gleaming with smugness. "Isn't this Wang Hai from Lincheng number 3? So defiant yesterday, ignoring the school's summons, and now he's prancing over to the training camp? Don't you know your spot's been cancelled?" He deliberately raised his voice to ensure everyone heard. "Cancelled? What's going on? Cancelled? Never heard of that before." The other students exchanged confused glances, whispering among themselves. Wang Hai ignored Li Yuan's provocation, his gaze passing over the crowd to land on the stern-faced training officer standing nearby, a lieutenant with his rank displayed on his shoulder. His voice was clear and precise, reporting to the officer, "Wang Hai from Lincheng number 3, here to register." The officer glanced down to check his terminal, then looked up briefly and said flatly, "Wang Hai, your name isn't on the final training roster I received." "Ha ha ha." Li Yuan burst out laughing loudly. "Did you hear that? Even the officer says you're not listed. Better scram your not welcome here." The buzzing whispers grew louder. Did they really cancel him? Then why is he even here? Just embarrassing himself. Must not accept it, trying his luck one last time. But Wang Hai remained unmoved, standing quietly. At that moment, the officer's calm suddenly buzzed. He glanced at the incoming call, answered, and said briefly, "Yes, understood. Okay." After hanging up, the lieutenant raised his eyes and thundered, "Quiet." His order instantly cast a heavy silence over the entire area. "I have just received orders from higher up," he declared clearly. "Wang Hai has been specially recruited by the military and is to be directly included in this 7-school training camp. His previous status at number 3 high school will not be questioned." His gaze swept the crowd once more before settling on Li Yuan's frozen face. Special military recruitment. These words struck everyone like a hammer blow. It meant Wang Hai was not only in good standing, but was specially favored by the military, his status subtly above all others. Li Yuan's smug smile shattered awkwardly, his face turning red, then pale, then blue, as though he had been slapped publicly. The other trainees erupted into murmurs, their looks shifting rapidly from suspicion to cautious respect. Military special recruitment? That's impressive. This guy is definitely not ordinary. Looks like he's going to be a formidable opponent. The instructor ignored the commotion below and fixed his cold gaze back on Wang Hai. His tone remained stern, but the message was completely different. "Fall back in." "Yes, sir." Wang Hai responded immediately, his face as expressionless as ever. He strode toward the area where the 3rd middle school trainees were gathered. Lin Tingxue and Lin Zhixiao exchanged a knowing look and quietly made room between them. Chen Hao scratched the back of his head and gave Wang Hai a goofy grin as a greeting. Chu He and Wang Yan maintained their indifferent, uninvolved expressions. Wang Hai stood directly between the Lin sisters, drawing a ripple of envy, some open, some hidden from those nearby, while completely ignoring the fiery glares of Li Yuan beside him. The feeling of being ignored stung Li Yuan's pride far more than any insult could. He clenched his fists so tightly the sharp nails nearly dug into his palms, the pain like being slapped across the face multiple times, burning fiercely. Originally, he had planned to assert his dominance over Wang Hai in front of everyone, but instead, had been overshadowed and became the center of attention himself. Shame and jealousy scorched his heart like wildfire. "Wang Hai," he hissed through clenched teeth, barely audible to anyone but himself. "Just you wait." Yet reason told him time was running out. If Wang Hai truly stood out during this training camp and represented Lin City at the provincial resource allocation competition, heads soared to new heights. Even with the backing of the Li family, Li Yuan might no longer be able to suppress him. The only opportunity lay within these 7 days of training. A cold gleam flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. Over the past 3 days, to improve himself, had called in favors and gathered hundreds of people to grind monsters and level up in a secret realm, boosting his level to 30. If the difficulties of the job transfer task hadn't been so high, he would now be able to enter the training camp as a first-tier player. Even without transitioning, he was clad in a full set of golden grade gear, plus 3 epic-level accessories usable at level 30, a lavish setup, bought at great expense. In contrast, Wang Hai was just a poor kid who had to rely on shared dungeons. If he was lucky enough to piece together half a silver set, why should Li Yuan worry about competing with him? Innate talent? Without money, that's worthless in the world of professionals. Just as his dark thoughts deepened, a sharp shout exploded in his ear. Silence. Fall in line. The noise instantly died down. The students quickly stopped whatever they were thinking and stood in formation according to their schools. Instructor Qin's gaze cut across them like a blade, chilling each person to the bone. I am your chief instructor for this 7-school training camp. My surname is Qin. Call me Instructor Qin. His low voice carried unshakable authority. I know you think you're the geniuses of your schools, proud and arrogant, feeling you're number 2 only after the heavens. He sneered. That's fine. The army welcomes geniuses, especially proud one so long as you actually deserve the title of genius. Here, your strength is what counts. Instructor Qin raised a hand to point at the rune-covered metal plaza beneath their feet. The training rules are simple and brutal. You stand at the entrance to a large-scale dungeon. Over the next 7 days, you'll survive, explore, hunt, and compete inside. The points you earn in the dungeon will determine your final ranking. He paused, scanning Wang Hai, then Li Yuan, Lin Tingxue, and the others. The higher your rank, the greater your reward. The top 10 will receive special prizes from the military and Lin City, including, but not limited to, legendary equipment, rare skill books, and even entry tickets to the Source Realm. At these words, every student's breath quickened, their eyes burning with excitement. An entry ticket to the Origin Secret Realm. It was a chance countless professionals dreamed of. Hidden classes, mythic grade gear, legendary pets. There were even rumors that it could boost talents or awaken a second talent tree. Thinking of all this, Wang Hai, standing at the front of the group, couldn't help but have a flicker of light in his eyes. If the rewards for just this regional training event were so generous, what kind of astonishing gains could be expected in the true provincial resource allocation battle? Instructor, what happens if you die inside the secret realm? At the back of the group, a small girl with twin ponytails timidly raised her hand. Of course you die. Instructor Qin lifted his gaze lightly, his tone as calm as commenting on the weather. The icy response hit like a bucket of cold water thrown on hot oil. The training ground immediately erupted. Die. Are you kidding? But this is supposed to be a training camp. Isn't there supposed to be a protection mechanism in the dungeon? Only Li Yuan clapped and laughed loudly. Good. Death it is. The military is seriously hardcore. With this, Wang Hai's fate is sealed. The girl who asked turned pale, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Instructor Qin's cold glare swept the whole training ground, his oppressive presence blanketing everyone. If you're scared, drop out. Step out of the training ground now, and your spot will be given to the standby list immediately. His voice carried a sneer. No courage to face death, yet you dare talk about becoming strong? Go home and play in the dirt. Those words struck hard at the pride of many talented students. The restless murmurs gradually quieted down. More of them straightened their backs and lifted their heads again. Anyone who made it this far was no coward, just rattled momentarily by the 3 words "you will die." Wang Hai remained calm. He firmly believed the major and lieutenant's earlier explanations. The dungeon itself was absolutely safe. The real danger lay in the subsequent beast wave trials. Instructor Qin's words were mostly a filter. Seeing the crowd steady themselves, Instructor Qin nodded slightly and flipped his wrist, activating a holoscreen. The dungeon is called Wasteland Hunting Grounds. The environment is complex. Monsters are everywhere with levels ranging from 10 to 60, and there may even be third-stage creatures. Killing monsters, gathering rare resources, and completing random missions will earn points. The points leaderboard updates in real time and syncs to your identity wrist device. Now, step forward one by one to claim your device. The students lined up, each receiving a specially made metal wristband from the nearby soldiers. The cold metal pressed against their skin as screens lit up, displaying 3 options: personal information, points, and leaderboard. Wang Hai fastened his wristband. Data instantly uploaded. Name, Wang Hai. Level, 26. Class, Priest. Points, 0. Real-time ranking, none. Total participants, 48. Priest? Someone noticed his class and froze on the spot. The military recruited a priest? Must be a connection. Looks like the special recruitment is pretty weak. But the 3rd middle school students just exchanged knowing smiles without explaining. When he was first selected on campus, they also thought Wang Hai was nothing special, only to be thoroughly beaten later. When you meet Wang Hai, then you'll see just how terrifying he really is. The watch also has communication, tracking, and emergency alert functions, Instructor Qin continued. However, inside the dungeon, once an emergency signal is sent, nearby instructors may come to assist depending on the situation. Each rescue attempt will cost half the points, and there's no guarantee they'll arrive in time. So act within your limits. Finally, and most importantly, Instructor Qin's voice dropped, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fighting is not banned inside the dungeon. In fact, competition is encouraged. Resources and points if you want them. Go take them by any means. If someone annoys you, killing them is allowed without any consequences. Remember, inside the dungeon, humans are more dangerous than the monsters. Understood? Understood. The students' hearts tightened as they replied in unison. Good. Qin nodded and waved his hand. Training for the 7 schools begins now. Enter the teleportation array. In the center of the training ground, the massive silver-white magic array suddenly lit up, the spatial distortion surging like crashing waves. The students inhaled deeply, a mixture of tension and excitement, stepping forward one by one. Blinding beams engulfed their forms and faded away in turn. Wang Hai followed at the back of the 3rd squad and stepped into the glowing light. Once everyone had teleported, Major Wang Jun strolled up from behind. Qin Chong, you still like to scare the students after all these years? Young people need a little shock to learn. Qin Chong chuckled, then casually asked, by the way, that guy called Wang Hai, is he related to you? I wish. Wang Jun waved him off. Focus on your own work. Wang Hai is tied to the apostles of the Dark God. The cult won't let it go easily. The fewer people who know, the better. Qin shrugged and walked away, leaving the training ground quiet once more. The brief weightlessness and dizziness faded. Wang Hai's vision suddenly expanded. A raw, desolate atmosphere overwhelmed him. The sky hung low and sickly yellow, winds whipping sand grains, the ground sparsely covered with twisted, withered black vines. In the distance, unknown monsters let out deep, guttural roars that shook his chest like drums. Looking around, no one else was in sight. Clearly a random teleport. Entered dungeon, wasteland hunting grounds. Notice, taking damage from monsters may cause permanent debuffs. This dungeon is scattered with many supply points to obtain instant debuff clearing potions. At the end of the final day, the top 10 players on the leaderboard will be announced. Prepare hunt. Wang Hai glanced around to confirm it was safe, then raised his wrist to check his watch. All the names on the leaderboard were gray, and the points were all 0, but the levels behind the names caught his attention. Li Yuan level 30. 3 days ago, he was only level 7. The Li family clearly invested heavily. Most other trainees were around level 20. But the next 3 names made Wang Hai focus intently. Yi Zhuxin class, Starbow Archer, level 40. Lu Wenlin class, Rune Swordsman, level 35. Wei Xiong class, Elemental Mage, level 34. These 3 had already undergone their first class advancement, so their talents must be formidable. It's likely not just in strength. There's a good chance it's SS or even SSS level. After quickly reviewing the basic information of all the contestants, Wang Hai didn't hurry to hunt down monsters. Instead, he first tested the skills he had just acquired. He began by casting Mental Barrier. Instantly, an invisible yet resilient mental shield enveloped his consciousness, clearing his thoughts as never before. The lingering dizziness from teleportation vanished without a trace. Skill details appeared simultaneously. Mental Barrier consumes 1 mana to erect an indestructible barrier around the target, granting 80 mental resistance and immunity to mind control, fear, charm, telepathy, and similar effects for 3 hours. 3 hours of mental immunity. This will make me nearly unbeatable against stagger or domination skills in the future, Wang Hai thought with quiet satisfaction. Next, he examined flesh reshaping, but ultimately didn't slash himself. In the dungeon, as long as the health bar remained, any damage only reduced HP without severing limbs. Only when the bar hit 0 would damage affect the real body. Emptying his HP to experience limb regrowth simply wasn't cost-effective. After a moment's consideration, he still cast flesh reshaping on himself once. Rushing vitality surged through him, not just healing, but like a gentle rebirth of life itself, filling him with overwhelming strength and putting him in an absurdly good condition. Feels amazing. I can casually cast this on myself even when idle, he said, glancing at his stats. After casting 2 skills, had only spent 2 mana. To test the cycle, he then activated Fountain Surge. His HP briefly dropped by 0.1. Then a cool energy flowed from his dantian, instantly refilling his mana. Test completed, Wang Hai began to survey his surroundings. The wasteland stretched endlessly, dotted in the distance by a few rocky hills and withered shrubs. Sand and wind swept across the terrain, and several black shapes moved faintly behind the drifting dunes. Wang Hai chose a direction and hadn't gone far when the sand suddenly bulged. 3 colossal scorpions, nearly waist-high, burst out from beneath the earth. Their yellow-brown shells gleamed with grit, and their glowing blue-tail stingers radiated a deadly chill. Their venom was clearly lethal. Wang Hai's pace didn't falter, his expression remained calm. The nearest venomous scorpion lunged forward first. Wang Hai casually cast a healing spell, using it to gather intel. Demonic burrowing venomous scorpion elite. Level 30. HP 30003000. Attack 420. Defense 180. Speed 500. Skills: Earth piercing, scorpion tail sting, hardened shell. Talent: Toxic assault B15 chance to poison targets on hit, dealing 20 of mental power as damage per second. Current status: contaminated by demonic energy, attributes enhanced, 10 chance when attacking to inflict a permanent debuff blurred vision, reducing sight by 20. Demonic energy? What is that? Something like divine or demonic power. Wang Hai muttered softly while glancing at the stats, immediately dismissing the guess. If it were really related to divine or demonic power, the military wouldn't have deployed it in this trial. The generous reward for killing the mutated core had already proven how dangerous and uncontrollable divine and demonic forces were. The military would never arrange something so risky. 3 burrowing venomous scorpions hissed sharply. Their blood-red compound eyes locked onto Wang Hai, and their jet-black pincers snapped forward with sudden force, 3 sharp afterimages slashing toward him. Wang Hai sidestepped swiftly, his toes barely touching the ground as he slid several meters away. The scorpions' attack power wasn't high, but if their tail stingers hit, the combined slowdown and bleeding debuffs could be deadly, and he wasn't sure if his holy light purge could cleanse them completely. Without any antidote potions on hand, he refused to test his bonus limits. The 3 scorpions landed, their tail needles kicking up whirlwinds of yellow dust as they struck at Wang Hai again. He swung his hand in a broad arc, snapping 3 tail segments off simultaneously amid their pained shrieks. Then he disarmed their 6 giant pincers one by one, leaving them intact but harmless. After finishing this, he bent down and cast healing on their backs, then calmly drove them forward to continue scouting. At the same time, elsewhere on the wasteland hunting ground, Li Yuan's golden sword carved through the air, compressing sword energy into a deadly slash that tore through a level 35 frenzied demonic wolf, slicing it clean in two as black blood splattered. His watch beeped score 15. Li Yuan glanced at the leaderboard. Yi Zhuxian 647 points, first place. Lu Wenlin 567 points, second. Lin Tingxue 314 points, 5th. Lin Jixia 304 points, 6th. Li Yuan 278 points, 8th. Humph, you're only ahead for now, he sneered coldly, bottling down the frustration of his ranking before swallowing an expensive mana potion. The sapphire blue liquid slid down his throat, his eyes darkening as he searched for new prey. Wang Hai, that useless guy, still at 0 points? Where is he hiding? Li Yuan slid down to the bottom of the leaderboard and sure enough saw the familiar name anchoring the list. His disdain only deepened. A special recruit from the military? Almost certainly a token planted by the Lin family, bound to show his true colors in real combat. Li Yuan wanted nothing more than to drag Wang Hai out and crush him under Fudo, avenge last time and prove once and for all who the true genius of lynching number 3 middle school was. Better not run into me, or else. The golden sword vibrated ominously as its tip aimed at a hidden monster in the wind. With his high-level and top-tier gear, Li Yuan was recklessly dominating the surface, his score soaring non-stop. On the other side of the wild hunting ground. Ugh, Wang Hai, where are you? Lin Tingxue muttered helplessly, watching her HP bar drop below half. If Wang Hai were here, her farming efficiency would at least triple. After experiencing the ease of having him constantly healing her, she couldn't bear the grind of gingerly using potions herself. Now even her bloodburn skill had to be rationed. Grabbing last hits while grumbling, she lamented, Wang Hai, where are you? I miss you so much. Meanwhile, Wang Hai's herd of beasts had grown to 34. The process was tedious, but the rewards were equally substantial. Poison attack B, 15 chance to poison on hit. Poison deals spirit 20 damage per second. Sharp claws D, 5 attack power. Thanks to these bonuses, Wang Hai was nearly certain that the stronger the emotional fluctuations, the higher the success rate of copying talents. He pushed forward, the yellow earth beneath him gradually replaced by towering rocky pillars. Ahead lay a badly weathered forest of giant stones, deep crevices and shifting shadows intertwining. From deep inside came low roars and clashing blades clearly. A fierce battle was underway. Someone's here? Wang Hai glanced back at the 30 or so beasts following him, eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. After a moment's thought, he slaughtered them all. He went ahead to scout the situation. As soon as he left, the pack of magical beasts would scatter. Each one alive was a precious score, and Wang Hai wasn't about to let them slip away wasted. After gathering the loot dropped by the beasts, he dashed deep into the stone forest. While running, a suit of silvery white armor swiftly enveloped his body from within, smooth metal plates masking his form entirely, with only the blue glow from armor seams flickering in the gusts of wind. Leaping behind a 2% high boulder, he pressed close to the rock face and peered out. Deep in the stone forest, 3 students were hunting a massive grayish-brown bear, its body armored with embedded rocky plates. 2 boys and 1 girl.
The emblems on their school uniforms clearly marked they were students of number 6 middle school. This bear was a boss-level beast, with fierce offense and tough defense. Their attacks sparked against its shell, but barely left a scratch. Yet their coordination was almost mechanical, slowly grinding the bear's health down bit by bit. Gotta admit, these number 6 kids got lucky to find a trio right after entering the dungeon. Wang Hai thought quietly behind the rock. Captain, this thing's too tough. My daggers are nearly blunted. The young assassin dodged a sweeping bear paw with rolls and jumps, panting heavily. Stop whining, control it. The shield-bearing warrior growled, his black shield flashing golden patterns as he absorbed a heavy blow from the bear, staggering back several steps, his face pale as death. Shouting, keep slowing it down, don't stop. He shouted at the female mage behind them. The mage gritted her teeth and swung her staff. A chilling ice formation rose, and icy chains fiercely wrapped around the bear's legs, halting its movement. Opportunity, the assassin seized the moment and lunged forward, but suddenly the bear reared up, emitting a deafening roar. The war cry. An invisible shockwave slammed down like a hammer. All three froze as dizziness icons appeared above their heads. The bear fixed its crimson eyes on the nearest shield warrior, swinging a crushing paw down with overwhelming force. If it landed, the stunned warrior's death was certain. At the fatal moment, several beams of golden holy light descended from above. A milky white barrier cloaked the three, instantly refilling their health bars and granting each a powerful protective shield. Trait level 2 successfully activated. You acquired the talent. Throne of Thorns S. Wang Hai's eyes brightened. Just one talent drop? Seems like once you master the mechanics, talent duplication isn't too hard. Helping them again might let me replicate the other two's level talents. With that resolution, he withdrew deeper behind the boulder and opened the newly obtained talent. Throne of Thorns S. 1. When taking damage, 50 of it is stored in the talent, up to 200 of your own maximum HP. 2. The next hit or skill strike returns all stored damage at once. Impressive. Wang Hai felt energized. Not only damage reflection, but also effectively a built-in 50 damage reduction. No wonder that Shield Warrior could deal such heavy counterattacks. In the forest, the bear's deadly paw was blocked by the sanctified shield, which violently trembled but did not shatter. Once the dizziness passed, the three were drenched in cold sweat. Who? The Shield Warrior's voice betrayed both surprise and delight as he cautiously scanned the surroundings. This was clearly a priest's skill, but had never seen a healer who could instantly max out HP and add such thick shields. The assassin's voice trembled with excitement upon seeing the full health and translucent barriers. Big shot. Is that a passing healer? Thanks for saving our lives. The mage exhaled in relief and immediately renewed her spells, chaining slows and controls seamlessly. Yet, no caster was visible within their line of sight. The shield warrior was first to compose himself. Stop standing there. Finish this. He slammed his shield into the ground, a flash of taunt light erupting as he drew the bear's aggro back again. The assassin and mage followed up immediately, raining attacks while the bear's paw missed. Behind the boulder, Wang Hai frowned slightly. He originally planned to wait until they struggled again to intervene, hoping to replicate the other two's talents. But the earlier scene had made the trio fight much more cautiously. No more tanking recklessly, the assassin struck then withdrew, and the mage's crowd control was nearly flawless. Their damage was slower, but their safety increased significantly, and the bear's health was still steadily dropping. Sigh, they're geniuses after all. Expecting continuous mistakes is unrealistic, Wang Hai mused. If that's the case, let's make the boss stronger. When it's near death, he'll pull it back from the brink. Its emotional spike might just trigger a talent drop. With that thought, he patiently observed from the sidelines. The giant bear boss health kept dropping and soon fell below the 20 threshold. It let out a furious roar, dark red veins glowing through the cracks in its rocky armor. Its massive body swelled violently, and its attack speed and strength visibly surged. Watch out. It's gone berserk. The shield captain shouted. He raised his shield to block, but the tremendous force still cracked his hand and sent numbness shooting through his arm. The moment's here. Behind the stone forest, Wang Hai's eyes flashed. The next second, his conceptual weapon detached from his body, forming a shimmering silver barrier that suddenly enveloped the giant bear boss, instantly restoring its health bar to full. The boss' entire stats doubled immediately. Titanic Stone Bear Boss. Level 35. First job promotion bonus. Versus opponents below first job promotion. Attack 30, damage reduction 30. HP 350, 000, 350, 000, now 700,000. Attack 5,000, now 10,000. Defense 3,200, now 6,400. Speed 3,300, now 6,600. Skills: Earth Tremor, Rock Throw, Frenzied Bite. Talent: Berserk Bee. Current status: Corrupted by dark energy, the stone bear is empowered. Each attack has a 15 chance to inflict the permanent debuff Petrified Skin on enemies, reducing their movement speed by 30.
The situation in the stone forest reversed in an instant. The bear was now clad in gleaming silver armor, its size even larger, and a wild frenzy swept the surroundings like a storm. What was worse, its health bar, once a mere thread, was suddenly restored to full under the light barrier. This what is happening? Berserk, but healed to full. The assassin youth's face went pale. The female mage gritted her teeth and chanted, launching an ice spear at the bear's armor. It struck with a dull thud and dealt only 5,000 damage, half the nearly 10,000 damage she had dealt before, slashed by the boss' terrifying defense. No, its defense is at a completely different level now. My ice spear barely scratches it, she exclaimed. The shield captain's blocking grew even harder. Each swipe of the bear's paw sent him staggering back several steps, his heavy boots carving deep grooves into the ground. Hold steady. Fall back for now. This beast is off, he ordered, trying to control his trembling arm as he commanded the team to retreat. But the berserk bear gave no breathing room. With a roar, its speed suddenly surged. The massive paw swung down above the Magione. Strike here would pulverize her. At that critical moment, brilliant holy light rained down in multiple beams, forcibly pulling the mage's health back from the brink of death and enveloping her in a sturdy shield. Boom! The bear's paw smashed into the shield with a deafening thud. The shield shattered instantly, but the mage barely survived. That's the priest again, the assassin youth exclaimed with relief. Having escaped death twice, the three of them grew deep respect for their hidden ally. Big thanks, boss, the mage girl said sincerely, still shaken. Keep going. Don't worry with me here. Wang Hai's calm and reliable voice echoed through the stone forest. Their spirits lifted at his words. The shield captain's gaze shifted between the bear and his teammates, determination flashing in his eyes. All right. We trust you, boss. Let's go all out. Xiaoying, hold your ground with all your strength. Afei, look for an opening to strike the vital points. He'll hold them off. The battle erupted again. Having deciphered the giant bear's attack patterns, the three of them felt confident enough to forego defense and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. In the shadows, the priest Wang Hai knelt half-hidden behind shattered rocks, his eyes scanning their health bars like a precise instrument. His healing spells always landed just before their health could hit zero, yanking his teammates back from the brink of death. The effect of trait 2 triggered successfully. You have gained the talent Shadow Affinity S. Here it is. The Assassin's Steer talent. Wang Hai's heart lifted with excitement. Shadow Affinity S. Movement speed increased by 500 while in shadows, damage reduction 50. After leaving shadows, next attack deals 500 bonus damage, lasting 5 seconds. A powerful talent, but it requires a skill to enter shadows. As a priest, Wang Hai couldn't learn assassin skills, so it was useless in practice. Still, the scrayed material was incredibly valuable. Even if lost in battle, gaining it to smelt down was worthwhile. He felt no disappointment. Under the trio's relentless assault, the giant bear's health slowly dwindled. Each time it hit the critical 20 threshold, the glowing patterns on its fur flickered, and its health surged back up. Damn, how does this boss have so many healing abilities? How are we supposed to win? The young assassin's voice cracked in frustration. Don't lose focus. We've come this far, we have to finish it. The shield captain roared, raising his shield. Captain, my mana is almost gone. Any mana potions left in the bag? The mage girl's voice trembled, her face paler than moonlight. Before her words finished, a chill spread from the top of her head to her core. Oh hey, an odd chuckle escaped her lips, drawing sideways glances from her comrades. Flushed with embarrassment, she exclaimed, my mana is full again. Distracted by this unexpected scene, the other's attention broke and Wang Hai seized the chance to manipulate the conceptual gear, swiftly pressing the giant bear's health down to 50. Trait 2 triggered again. You have gained the talent Frenzy B. Frenzy B, when health 20, enter frenzy state. 20 attack speed, 20 attack damage, 50 movement speed, but take 50 damage. At last, the boss talents have appeared. Despite the drawbacks, it was still valuable as fusion material. As the three snapped back to focus, they noticed the giant bear's health had climbed back to 50. Damn it. If we delay any longer, it'll fully heal. Refusing to give up, they pushed through the exhaustion and fighting tug of war. After a few more rounds, trait 2 flashed a third time. You have gained the talent Elemental Hard S. 3 steer talents acquired. Wang Hai rejoiced inwardly. Elemental Hard S. 100 elemental spell damage, 50 mana cost, 50 elemental resistance, 20 chance to trigger elemental resonance when casting elemental spells, doubling next elemental spell's effect with no mana cost. A perfect talent for a burst damage mage, but he still couldn't learn offensive skills, so his only benefit was 50 elemental resistance, better than nothing. Yet again, destined for the forge. With the 3 steer talents and the boss inherent talents all acquired, Wang Hai saw no need to put his teammates through further hardship. He withdrew his conceptual gear from the giant bear. Devoid of the enhancements, its aura immediately weakened. The glowing patterns on its thick fur dimmed, and its offense and defense faltered. It lost its buff. Now's our chance. The shield captain sniffed out the weakness and charged,
shield raised. Finish it off. The young assassin darted forward like a shadow. Exhausted but determined, the three poured out their last reserves of stamina, skills, normal attacks, and crowd control. The giant bear roared in fury and wildly swung its claws. Boom. A blazing fireball trailed its fiery tail, striking the giant bear's head dead center. Critical hit. 19,857 damage. The bear's final health drained to zero. It let out a piercing wail, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the stone forest, the three exhausted companions slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. At their feet lay the massive earth elemental bear, its huge body crushed among the shattered rocks. Dark red blood seeped slowly into the cracks of the stone beneath it. Meanwhile, the point counter on their wristwatch raced upward with dazzling speed. Seeing this, the three sweaty faces each broke into expressions of barely contained excitement and joy. This is amazing. We actually killed it. All thanks to that big shot. The young assassin was the first to stand, scanning the surroundings before cupping his hands around his mouth and shouting loudly, "Big shot. Thank you. Come out and show yourself." The female mage brushed the dust off her robe and tidied the strands of hair stained with blood, her eyes bright with anticipation as she searched for the figure. Nearby, the shield captain, his armor coated in stone dust, spoke solemnly, "Big shot. Thank you for your help. Without you, there's no way we could have defeated this boss. Please pick your loot first." From behind a large boulder, a figure slowly stepped forward. Wang Hai was still clad in his conceptual armor, revealing only a calm, steady pair of eyes. The metal faceplate reflected the sunlight with a cold gleam. Without exchanging a word of greeting, his gaze fell directly to the ground. Next to the bear lay 5 pieces of loot glowing softly: a heavy shield, 2 skill books with dark golden covers, and a fist-sized piece of high-grade material. The shield and skill books were useless to Wang Hai, so he skipped past them, fixing his eyes on the last item, the crystalline gem. It was an earth pulse crystal, epic quality. The description flashed in his mind. When embedded in equipment, it greatly enhances earth element skill power and defense. It can be used as medicine or as core forging energy. It can even be absorbed directly to raise earth skill levels. He paused only briefly before raising his hand and pointing to the crystal. "He'll take this one." The other 4 items held no meaning for him, so naturally, he chose the highest grade. Hearing this, the shield captain visibly relaxed and even showed a hint of joy, since the shield and skill books were exactly what they needed now, while the crystal, though valuable, was somewhat irrelevant to them at this moment. "Of course. Thank you so much, Big Shot. Without you, we wouldn't be alive, let alone worry about loot." The captain bent down, picking up the crystal and presenting it respectfully with both hands. The assassin and mage nodded repeatedly, their eyes full of gratitude. The crystal felt slightly warm in his hand, its stable yet surging energy thumping like a heartbeat. Wang Hai nodded politely, said nothing more, and turned to leave. "Big Shot, wait." The shield captain hurried after him a step. "Could you tell us your name? So we can repay you in the future." "No need." The voice behind the faceplate was low and metallic. Before anyone could respond, Wang Hai had already stepped into the tangled shadows of the stone forest, his figure quickly swallowed by the steep cliffs and mist. The three exchanged glances, grateful but tinged with regret. "He's really an odd one, but incredibly strong." "Huh?" The assassin scratched his head, recalling the ridiculous healing and shield strength head just seen, unable to help but mutter, "There's always someone stronger." The captain folded away his worries and looked down at the shield and dagger on the ground, his smile returning. "Stop thinking, and let's take inventory. We hit the jackpot this time." Wang Hai had no intention of revealing his true identity. Though the three were now deeply thankful, some of the small actions he took in secret could not escape the notice of those paying close attention. When they reviewed the battle later, some inconsistencies might arise, causing trouble. So, he pocketed the crystal and resumed his journey. The wristwatch screen scrolled the leaderboard in real time. Yi Zhuxian, Lu Wenlin, and Wei Xiong remained at the top, their points all exceeding 1,000. Thanks to their level and gear advantages, Li Yuan had broken into the top 10 with over 800 points. The sisters Lin Tingxue and Lin Jixia followed close behind, ranking 11th and 12th. Wang Hai's current points had reached 350, thanks to sharing some rewards from the recent boss fight and clearing out previous monsters. His name still lingered at the bottom of the leaderboard, but he wasn't worried. Only the top 10 would be announced on the final day, so he planned to make his move then. Right now, his focus was on refining his talents. The 5 talents: Heavy Armor C, Poison Attack B, Frenzy B, Shadow Affinity S, and Elemental Hearts were all useless to him. Since refining under the 3B3 system required one more slot, he decided to melt them all at once. The only talents with some value were Sharp Claws D5 Attack Boost and Iron Skin D300 Defense. Abilities that enhanced base stats were always good to keep for now. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the refining interface. He selected those 5 discarded talents and whispered, "Refine." A faint hum sounded. A prompt appeared on the screen. Confirm refining talents. Heavy armor, poison attack, frenzy, shadow affinity, elemental heart. Refining will consume a small amount of mana and cannot be undone. Confirm. Silently, the glowing icons representing the 5 talents peeled away from his soul, poured into an invisible furnace. A fleeting emptiness flickered through his mind, quickly replaced by a sudden heat. Refining succeeded. Congratulations on acquiring talent. Symbiotic Contract SS. Symbiotic Contract SS. 1. Life Link. Establish soul links with up to spirit 100 targets minimum 1. Linked members share all incoming damage equally. Max distance spirit 10 meters. Link requires target's consent unless your spirit is 10 times theirs. Then it can be forced. 2. Resonant Revival. When any linked member is healed, all others simultaneously receive up to 50 of that healing, with effect diminishing by distance. 3. Divine Protection. When a single linked member takes lethal damage, this damage is nullified, and that member instantly recovers to 50 max HP, removing all negative statuses. Each linked member can trigger this once every 24 hours. An S-rank talent. Damage sharing, healing distribution, death prevention. Both power and strategic impact were breathtaking. Wang Hai suppressed his excitement and carefully absorbed the subtleties of this profound contract. He quickly checked his character panel. Strength, 5,024 200. Constitution, 2,918 1300. Agility, 2,812 200. Spirit, 2,100 1100. With a base spirit of 2,100, he could link with 21 people, double that to 42 if boosted by concept gear, and with further equipment stacking, he could ultimately bind 53 individuals. Essentially, he held a 53 lives team's Gatudof death-free card. Even more crucially, through Life Link, a single healing spell could simultaneously restore the health of 53 linked teammates, multiplying the efficiency of attribute farming and talent enhancement dozens of times over. Unfortunately, there was no one around right now to unleash this divine skill's full potential. Wang Hai couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Wang Hai didn't encounter a single other person. The vast wilderness hunting ground stretched like an endless ocean, and with around 40 participants dropped in, it was like stones sinking without a trace. Fortunately, he always had magical beasts by his side, allowing him to continuously grind attributes and talents, which kept the experience from becoming dull. Through constant probing and real combat, Wang Hai unexpectedly discovered a new application of the symbiosis contract, directly establishing life link connections with wild monsters. Most melee monsters lacked substantial mental attributes, so he could forcibly link with them, while magic-type monsters had high mental attributes that couldn't be pried loose in the short term, so he simply put them aside. Once linked, damage was shared evenly and healing effects combined, making talent grinding much easier. By resonating life energies, Wang Hai could also issue simple commands to the less intelligent monsters. Advance, stop, turn left, turn right, attack. He pointed, and they struck. In just a few days, with this wild monster alliance, he managed to surround and take down a level 30 mini-boss. The spoils were substantial as well. Beyond the kill drops, he discovered multiple hidden military supply caches deep in the wasteland, clearing out all the equipment, ammunition, and potions. The limit of life links soared to 93, meaning he effectively commanded a firepower squad of nearly 100. Meanwhile, he collected 6 new talents. 1. Hardened Skin Grade B, 10 damage reduction, 500 defense. 2. Swiftness Grade C, 15 movement speed, 10 attack speed. 3. Fire Resistance Grade C, 30 fire damage. 4. Life Drain Grade C, convert 5 of damage dealt into self-healing. 5. Eagle Eye Vision Grade D, 50 dynamic vision, 100 long-range sight. 6. Mental Focus Grade C, 10 skill casting speed, 5 mana recovery. Only 6 types because most monsters he encountered had overlapping talents. Hardened Skin appeared in 7 different species, showing how uniform this wasteland's popular talents were. As he was sorting through his loot, his wristwatch screen suddenly popped up with the latest intel. Shrank mission abnormal high-energy reactions detected in the Oasis area. Suspected early awakening and unknown mutations of monsters. Teams or individuals who successfully exterminate the mutated monsters will receive 50,000 points. His wristwatch refreshed daily missions, but scores usually ranged only from 300 to 1,000. Wang Hai had accepted 3 missions before, but was beaten to the location each time. This time was different according to the map. The target oasis was only 30 kilometers away, and Shrank 50,000 point bounty would attract all competitors. To claim a share, he had to get there before anyone else. With thoughts racing, he immediately issued orders. His 93 monsters charged like a gale toward the oasis, planning to deliver a big surprise to other hunters. At this moment, Wang Hai rode atop a 10-meter wingspan hunting hawk, the fierce wind rushing past his ears. Beneath shadowed clouds, shadow wolves, poison swamp giant lizards,
and various other monsters formed a long line, dust swirling, radiating lethal energonatithry, differently shaped monsters in all. Their average level was above 40, and there were several bosses among them. Beneath Wang Hai rested a level 50 boss hawk. This steel-feathered giant bird, with a wingspan stretching several meters, was the fastest among the 93 demonic beasts under his command. Although Wang Hai himself could teleport several miles instantly, he had to stay within the sensory range of all his monsters to maintain the life bond forged by the symbiotic contract. These 93 creatures were forcibly bound by the power of the contract, as if chained together by an invisible leash. Using his mental strength as reins, Wang Hai barely managed to drive the otherwise independent monsters as a unified force toward the oasis. The closer they got to their destination, the more chaotic and turbulent the flow of energy became. In the distance, intermittent roars and explosive bursts of skills echoed evidently. A powerful adversary had already engaged the mutant demon. Wang Hai looked down. The once clear lake at the oasis center now churned with thick, dark green bubbles, exuding a putrid, sickly sweet stench that rose sharply into the sky. On the small island in the lake's center, a massive black vine covered in barbs writhed fiercely, as if intent on tearing everything apart. Its only opponent was a single person. A girl dressed in white stood alone atop a towering boulder, her spine straight and steady. Clutching a longbow shimmering with starlight, she lightly pulled the string, summoning an arrow of pure energy in an instant. Falling star. Her cold voice rang out, blending with the bowstring's vibration. The arrow blazed like a comet tearing across the sky, crashing through the main stalk of the demonic vine. Boom. 160,123. Dark green sap splattered everywhere as the vine screamed in agony, but it immediately launched a counterattack. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of poisonous tendrils lashed out, smashing the boulder beneath the girl to pieces. Her shadow vanished beneath the rubble. The next moment, she reappeared behind the vine unscathed. Star cluster scatter. She commanded, firing 18 smaller star energy arrows in a fan-shaped barrage. Uft, uft. Damaged ticks exploded all over the vine's body as it convulsed violently, halting its assault. It was Yi Zhuxian. Wang Hai's gaze sharpened. The girl was none other than Yi Zhuxian, the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. Her reputation for strength was clearly well-earned. Suddenly, an arrow shot into the sky towards the hawk, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. 728. 728. Damage numbers appeared above both Wang Hai and his mount's heads. He grimaced inwardly. A single normal attack had dealt 60,000 damage. On the ground, Yi Zhuxian marveled silently at his thick defense. Without hesitation, she raised the starlight bow again, arrow not yet drawn. Her cold eyes pierced hundreds of meters, locking firmly onto Wang Hai's armored form. This monster was her prey, and others would do well to stay clear. Catching the warning in her gaze, Wang Hai willed the hawk to let out a sharp, piercing cry and soar upwards to 300 meters. Yi Zhuxian frowned slightly as he remained nearby, but the vine's furious onslaught surged at her, leaving no room for distraction. Poisonous vines whipped wildly as Yi Zhuxian darted through them like a swift gale, firing volley after volley of starlight arrows at the vine's core. Yet the monstrous plant's vitality was stubborn. It visibly writhed as its great wounds began to heal, releasing an even thicker green toxic fog that quickly blanketed the entire lake island. The corrosive mist was devastating. Yi Zhuxian's starlight shield dimmed rapidly. Judging the battle untenable at this point, she tried to create distance. But the vine seemed intent on trapping her. Countless new shoots burst from the ground, sealing off any retreat. As star energy surged into her legs, preparing for a desperate leap out of the encirclement, Wang Hai watched from above. Seeing Yi Zhuxian briefly falter, a spark of opportunity gleamed in his eyes. The moment had come. He wasn't trying to attack Yi Zhuxian. In fact, he was here to help. Wang Hai first severed the life link of one of the monsters, then swiftly raised his hand, aiming at the rampaging, mutated vine below. An invisible thread of the contract flashed through the air, instantly binding the vine on the ground to him, hovering above, forming a new life link. In the next moment, Yi Zhuxian released a sharp star arrow that pierced the air, striking the vine dead center. 1812. The damage number appeared, but immediately split into 93 parts. The vine's core only absorbed a tiny fraction. The remaining 92 parts were evenly distributed through the symbiotic contract to Wang Hai and the 92 monsters under his command. Both Wang Hai and the falcon beneath him jolted simultaneously, their health bars dropping sharply. The 91 monsters on the ground growled restlessly in response. What? Yi Zhuxian's calm expression flickered with rare shock. Her arrow had hit the vital spot, yet it barely shook the vine. She instantly realized the issue wasn't with the vine's defense, but with the armored figure hovering. Abovite had tampered with something. The vine paid no mind to these delays, and certainly didn't waste the time Wang Hai had bought. Seizing the moment Yi Zhuxian's focus wavered, dozens of thick vines burst from the earth like constrictor snakes, coiling tightly around her ankles. Dark green toxic mist and viscous venom surged forward, assaulting her from every side. Yi Zuxuan's starry shield trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. From high above, Wang Hai raised his hand, casting a healing spell. A warm, overwhelming surge of life energy poured into Yi Zuxuan's body, rapidly restoring her health. Her fragile star shield instantly stabilized and even grew denser. Starburst. She seized the opening and unleashed a powerful blast of star energy. Boom. The vines were blasted apart, and she broke free, landing on a nearby rock, her chest heaving slightly. When she looked up at Wang Hai, her gaze was a complex mix of confusion, caution, and a trace of anger. How was that guy both absorbing damage for the boss and healing her? What on earth was he playing at? Behind his helmet, Wang Hai's lips curled into a slight smile. His goal was clear: slow down Yi Zuxuan's speed and killing the boss, while making sure she didn't fall. Wanted all the talents of both her and the vine for himself. A sharp hiss filled the air. The vine's thorn-covered trunk glowed with a dim, eerie light. The dark green, poisonous mist seemed to be drawn into a gaping maw, swirling wildly as it built up a powerful move. Yi Zuxuan's expression darkened as she raised her shining star bow. Star Piercer. An intensely concentrated starry arrow shot toward the vine's energy core, but upon reaching the rapidly spinning toxic vortex, it was suddenly deflected, plunging into a nearby lake and sending a foul-smelling spray of water splashing up. The attack was interrupted. The poisonous mist vortex spun faster and faster, expanding rapidly, bringing a deadly aura with it. Gritting her teeth, Yi Zhuxian turned and dashed backward. Wang Hai's gaze hardened as he hovered above, trying to run. Not a chance. Using his psychic power, he pulled the vine, commanding the tendrils to lunge fiercely at Yi Zhuxian. Yi Zhuxian retreated quickly, star energy flowing beneath her feet as she tried desperately to escape the ever-expanding toxic vortex. However, the mutated magic vine seemed to have locked onto her. Its trunk glowed faintly but intensely, as thick toxic mist condensed into several massive dark green tentacles that screamed through the air, cutting off every escape route for Yi Zhuxian in an instant. She shouted sharply, her figure blurring as she unleashed a rapid volley of starlight arrows. The tentacles and vines shattered into fragments in the rain of light, but the scattered vine pieces and poisonous mist quickly reassembled, seemingly endless. After prolonged futile attacks, her protective starlight armor had long since shattered, and her arms and shoulders were streaked with blood. If it weren't for the mysterious armored figure high above continuously casting holy light to restore her rapidly draining life bit by bit, she would have fallen long ago. Could I have misjudged him? Amid the arrow storm, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Had the boss' sudden impregnable defense been caused by that person's interference, or was it simply a trait of the magic vine itself? If that person truly harbored ill intent, withholding healing even a few times would doom her. The thought surged through her mind, but there was no time to ponder further as the vine attacks grew more frenzied, the poisonous mist and tentacles nearly blotting out the sky. Her health bar repeatedly surged back to full, but her mana was rapidly running out. If this dragged on, she would be exhausted to death. I'm done fighting. Retreat. The urge to withdraw returned as she fired and backed away swiftly toward the oasis edge. Above the treetops, Wang Hai frowned deeply. Top of the leaderboard and still wanting to run? He gritted his teeth quietly and discreetly severed the magic vine's life link. Just as Yi Zhuxian was about to leave the oasis, she suddenly sensed her arrow damage sharply increasing. It was returning to normal. The once impenetrable defenses seemed to instantly collapse. She flipped her hand and fired another arrow. Splat. 79,126. Dark green sap erupted as the magic vine screamed in pain. The airborne tentacles stiffened for a moment. Yi Zuxuan's eyes brightened sharply as she glanced up at the armored figure in midair, her mind swirling with doubts. Was it him? Or had the boss skill just ended? There was no way to be sure, but the chance to strike was fleeting. She took a deep breath, her remaining mana surging through her veins like a flood. Star and moon. Piercing killing arrow. Her cold shout echoed across the oasis as starlight and moonlight converged on her longbow, forming a massive arrow wreathed in the glow of stars and moonlight. The bow was like a full moon, the arrow like a shooting star. Whoosh. The arrow snapped from the string, causing the void to tremble. Along its path, the poisonous mist and vines melted away like snow in the blazing sun. The next moment, boom! The star moon arrow struck precisely at the heart of the magic vine, the spot already wounded from sustained attacks instantly exploding. Huge damage numbers erupted in the air. 1,088,415. The massive body of the demonic vine convulsed violently, twisting as it let out one final, agonized scream filled with unwillingness and pain. The dim, wavering light at its core quickly extinguished. Thick vines as wide as water jars drooped one by one. The poisonous mist whirlpool that had enveloped the surroundings shattered with a thunderous roar,
vanishing like clouds blown away by the wind. Successfully defeated mutated demonic vine LV60, earned 40,000 points. Remaining 10,000 points have been distributed to other contributors. Current total points, 120,476, ranking 1. The cold electronic female voice from the wristwatch sounded unusually clear in the silence. Yi Zhuxian lowered her bow and stood firm, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Sweat dripped from her temple along her hair, revealing the tremendous effort of that final strike. Despite her labored breathing, she kept her back straight and immediately raised her gaze high into the sky. Wang Hai, hovering midair, was equally stunned. She had just one-shot the boss. 1 million damage from a single arrow. He muttered to himself, quickly pulling up Yi Zhuxian's personal stats. Level 40. Experience 78. Class Starbound Archer. First transfer. Transfer bonus. All arrows carry starlight energy. Damage 100. Talent Endless Critical Strike. SSS Normal and skill attacks apply a critical mark each hit. Each mark increases strength by 5, critical rate by 10, attack speed by 20, and critical damage by 30. Stacks up to 100 layers. Resets out of combat. Each crit boosts movement speed by 1000 for 5 seconds. Skills: Falling Star, Star Scatter, Starburst, Star Piercing, Star Moon. Devastating Arrow. What a ridiculous talent. Maxed out, that's a 30x critical damage multiplier. Combined with this attack power, 1,000,000 damage per arrow is totally plausible. Wang Hai clicked his tongue in admiration, but wasn't angry. After all, he benefited too. Earlier, Yi Zhuxian's rapid volley firing dozens of arrows per second had allowed him to unlock the boss's hidden talent. Poisonous Nest to 30 chance to poison the target on hit, causing damage each second equal to Spirit 1 for 5 seconds. Increases own poison resistance by 50. He had removed the life link bond specifically to pull Yi Zhuxian back and keep stacking her talent layers. He hadn't expected her to burst out and kill the vine outright. Even if he hadn't removed the link, she was determined to leave and he couldn't stop her. The only loss was the boss's experience and loot. The wristwatch vibrated again. Assisted another in successfully defeating mutated demonic vine LV60, earned 10,000 points. Current total points, 12,476. Ranking 36. You can get points from assistance too? Maybe it's because I healed her? Wang Hai whispered, surprised by the system's scoring algorithm. The lingering toxic mist on the ground hadn't fully cleared yet. Yi Zhuxian gripped her starlight longbow, her cold gaze fixed steadily on Wang Hai in midair. Her expression was full of scrutiny and caution. The bowstring still glimmered faintly, ready to be drawn again at any moment. Wang Hai descended slowly, riding on his falcon, stopping about 50 meters away. This distance was too far for her to launch an immediate counterattack, but close enough to speak. Thanks for earlier. Yi Zhuxian's voice came through the thin toxic fog, polite yet distant, with an undeniable hint of suspicion. Ever since Wang Hai had appeared, the boss's strength had noticeably increased. It was hard for her not to doubt him. After all, he had cast healing spells on her before. Without those gentle sacred lights stabilizing her health bar at critical moments, she would have long been torn apart by the corrupted vines and never survived to land the final blow on the boss. To question someone who had saved her so bluntly was unlike Yi Zhuxian's nature. She dismissed it as if he had merely passed by, contributing a bit of healing along the way. Wang Hai explained his purpose briefly and clearly. As he spoke, Yi Zhuxian's wrist rose slightly, her gaze scanning the virtual leaderboard projected from her watch under the points column. One player's total score suddenly spiked by 10,000. Wang Hai, 12,476 points. So the system message earlier indicating 10,000 points assigned to another contributor was referring to him. Wang Hai? She murmured, a thoughtful flicker in her dark eyes. She had heard the name before. The young man expelled from the Third Academy, but unusually recommended by the military to enter the secret realm. Now it seemed he truly was exceptional. Her peripheral vision landed on the nearby Beast Legion, eerily still, as if frozen in stone. She had sensed these creatures long ago but paid little attention while locked in battle with the boss, as they hadn't moved an inch. Now, however, they stood in neat formation behind Wang Hai, clearly under his command. Yet the leaderboard listed his profession as priest. The flood of healing energy confirmed this. How could a mere priest bring beasts to heal? The question nagged at her, but she said nothing. Yi Zhuxian gave a slight nod, smoothly retracting her starlight longbow into storage to show no hostility. Ahead, the corrupted vine's corpse dissipated into specks of green light, and several epic quality items hovered silently above the ground. By secret realm rules, the final blow dealer got first pick, but all participants shared the loot. You killed it, so naturally you get the biggest share, Wang Hai said, waving a hand. His real goal wasn't the gear, but talent replication. Having secured the vine's talents, he now needed to stay close to Yi Zhuxian and look for a chance to copy hers. Yi Zhuxian glanced at him in surprise, then stepped forward to collect 3 pieces of epic equipment. Among them, one pair of archer's gauntlets shimmered faintly with starlight energy,
perfectly suited to her. Not being greedy, she saved an epic battle armor and handed it to Wang Hai. This is what you deserve, she said, her voice still cool but less distant. I wouldn't have lasted without your healing. Wang Hai gave the armor a quick look and accepted it without hesitation. The armor required level 60, so he couldn't wear it just yet, but at least it could sell for a good price. Pleasure working together, he said with a faint smile beneath his mask. Meanwhile, the poisonous mist hovering over the oasis slowly dissipated, though the air still reeked of corrosive fumes. Yi Zuxuan's brow furrowed slightly. Her mana had nearly run dry moments ago, and though now her health bar was full, the weariness deep in her nerves lingered. Given all the recent commotion, staying here too long was risky. She looked up at Wang Hai, then swept her gaze again over the intimidating beast legion behind him, and said, "This place is no good for lingering. Such a big fight could attract others, or even stronger monsters. Until next time." Wait a moment. Seeing this, Wang Hai immediately summoned his hawk to land, perching about 10 meters above Yi Zuxuan's head. How about we travel together for now? My healing skills could come in handy. Yi Zuxuan's boot slid along the grass blade, leaving a faint scratch. She abruptly stopped and turned to look back. A few seconds of silence hung thick in the air like a pane of glass. Wang Hai met her gaze steadily, unflinching under her scrutiny. All right. Her unexpected, straightforward reply came softly, yet it eased the tension in Wang Hai's chest. Reason told Yi Zhuxian that if Wang Hai truly meant harm, he would have struck while she had been tangled with the boss earlier. Instead, had been healing her continuously and had brought a pack of obedient monsters along, clearly a big safety boost for traveling through the wilderness. Besides, as a single priest, the only real threat to her was those dozens of monsters, and at full strength, she could clear them all within a minute. Just make sure you control those monsters carefully. If anything goes wrong, her tone was calm, but sharp like frost in winter. I don't mind earning a few more points. Of course. Wang Hai's mind quietly rejoiced as he nodded without a trace of emotion. Before they could say more, a sudden roar tore through the distance, mixed with broken shouts of people. Quick! Right up ahead. That noise earlier, someone must have already fought the steer boss. Let's grab those points. Maybe we can scavenge some loot. The aftermath of the battle and the huge reward points from the steer mission had clearly drawn other hunters. Yi Zuxuan's brow furrowed slightly. Her mana was nearly drained from the recent fight. She least wanted any trouble now. Wang Hai also caught the approach of footsteps, knew how weak Yi Zhuxian was, but he wasn't about to feed her any of his own precious mana. At full power, she was terrifying. These random scavengers were no match unless the second or third rank player showed up. He glanced over and warned, "Looks like someone wants to steal the prize. Yi, you go ahead. I've got your back." Yi Zhuxian gave him a look filled with both caution and acknowledgement. At least for now, his strength qualified him to be an ally. In the next moment, she pushed off lightly from her toes and vanished like a wisp of smoke toward the scorched, dead tree by the lake. The starlight longbow materialized at her fingertips. Even nearly drained of mana, her fierce aura radiated in every direction. At the edge of their vision, 5 or 6 figures rushed down the rocky path. The torn vines around the lake island still smoldered faintly. Atop the withered tree, Yi Zhuxian was like a shard of cold light in the night. They all stopped simultaneously. Yi Zhuxian. And who's that? The boss is dead. But what's with all those monsters? Greed and wariness flickered across their faces as their eyes shifted between Yi Zhuxian, Wang Hai, and the controlled beasts. Yi Zuxuan's icy voice cut the silence. "This matter is settled. Please leave." A warrior gripping a heavy sword gathered his courage to shout. "Yi, the steer boss loot should be shared, right? It's not right for you to take it all." A man dressed like an assassin sneered. "Yeah, and you look pretty drained. Why push yourself? Share some with Yuz. It's better than fighting and spoiling the mood." Only the prodigies from each academy had made it this far. At this moment, Yi Zhuxian still held the top spot, but everyone could see that her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. If these 5 opponents faced her individually, they would surely turn and flee. But today, with 5 against 2 and Yi Zhuxian weakened, the odds seemed firmly in their favor. As for the surrounding demonic beasts, those were merely moving cash machines for earning points. Each of them was confident they could handle a single beast. It was only a matter of time. Yi Zhuxian stood silently among the withered trees, her gaze icy and unreadable. She ignored the provocation, focusing inwardly on regulating her breath and desperately grabbing onto the few remaining surges of spiritual power. The threats and greed openly radiating from the 5 challengers hung heavy in the air. They clearly had no intention of backing down. Above, the black-armored figure etched with sharp golden lines, Wang Hai watched the standoff from the sky. A faint smile tugged at his lips beneath his mask. Just when I was worried there'd be no chance to grind talents, here comes some free experience. With a thought, he sent out a silent mental command. Amid swirling dust, over 90 demonic beasts lifted their crimson eyes and fixed their gaze on the 5 intruders. In the next moment, heavy footsteps shattered fallen leaves, and a suffocating aura of murderous ferocity closed in around them. Damn it,
These beasts are definitely under that armored man's control. Someone in the group cursed, glancing nervously upward as their heart pounded fiercely. A summoner? Could it be Xian Xiayun, the only summoner on the leaderboard? The five exchanged wary looks and instinctively took a half step back, instinctively tightening into a pointed formation. They knew all too well that wandering beasts and the legion under a summoner's command were entirely different matters. The towering warrior gripping a giant sword stared with greed and caution battling in his eyes, and greed won out. He bellowed, "What are we afraid of? Yi Zuxuan's power is spent. Focus fire and take her down before anything else. These beasts are slow to react, just don't get surrounded, and well survive. Attack." Boom. The warrior stomped forward, cracking the ground. Martial aura swept decayed leaves into a whirlwind as he charged like a cavalry force at Yi Zhuxian. The other four suppressed their hesitation. Flames, arcs of electricity, shards of ice, swift arrows, and chilling daggers converged instantly into a fierce barrage targeting a single point. Yi Zhuxian raised her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade. She forcibly unleashed the last of her spiritual power, her figure flickering like a ghost weaving through the dry branches. Still, the relentless storm of attacks ripped open a deep gash on her left shoulder from a phantom dagger, 5871. Her health bar instantly took a heavy hit, the warning alarm shrilling in her mind. Just as she was about to counterattack, a gentle beam of sacred white light descended from above, washing over her head. Warm currents surged through her limbs, and bones her health immediately restored to full. It was Wang Hai's healing spell. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you won't die?" Came his lazy yet confident voice from the sky. The sudden flow of life forced Yi Zhuxian to shudder, a sharp fighting spirit igniting in her eyes. Though her mana remained nearly dry, her fully restored health gave her the strength to risk everything. As the five opponents closed in step by step, her cold eyes hawk-like, she raised her hand and drew her bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows cracked through the air with lethal precision, cold streaks cutting like blades. Each pause as they swept past dry branches was accompanied by the chilling twang of the bowstring, striking vital targets. 6,123, 2,987, 6,234. Though these ordinary attacks weren't enough to kill outright, they pierced like poison barbs, forcing the five to split their focus to block, throwing off their rhythm in an instant. Kill the priest first. The one in the sky. The assassin who'd had her hair grazed by an arrow shouted in alarm. Damn, isn't he a summoner? How did he turn into a priest now? The warrior cursed loudly. The rain of arrows and spells instantly shifted direction, fireballs blazing, ice shards piercing, bolts screaming, all unleashed toward Wang Hai above. In a flash, 3 attacks detonated on the black armor, sparks flying dazzlingly. Yet Wang Hai unfazed slipped higher into the sky. It was not fear of their attacks, but rather laziness at interrupting the others' firepower against Yi Zhuxian. He wasn't worried about them, just didn't want to accidentally draw their attention away from her. Healing spell. A pure white, sacred beam of light poured down from midair, precisely covering Yi Zhuxian and instantly restoring her recently depleted health bar to full. Thanks, she hissed, seizing the moment to draw her bow. The arrow sliced through the air and struck the enemy warrior's wrist. The warrior recoiled in pain, staggered backward, barely able to hold his shield steady. The 5-person squad gritted their teeth, having someone like Wang Hai, a super healer with endless stamina, behind them made Yi Zhuxian feel like an unbreakable, mobile fortress. The battle seemed all but decided. As long as she kept landing basic attacks, she could wear them down to death. Yet an unsettling, strange feeling arose for both sides as Wang Hai's healing spells began to frequently malfunction. When a fire mage finished chanting and hurled a scorching fireball at Yi Zhuxian, she deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding it. As the fireball missed, Wang Hai raised his hand and unleashed a group healing spell. Dozens of intertwined green and white lights rained down right on the edge of the enemy warrior's position. 9,390, 9,390, 9,390. Green numbers rapidly climbed above the warrior's head, instantly pumping his battered health bar beyond its maximum. The warrior blinked in confusion. Yi Zhuxian was equally bewildered. The warrior hardened into a wide grin. Huh, thanks, brother. But Wang Hai was the first to speak up, sounding completely unapologetic. What are you dodging for? If you didn't dodge around so much, I wouldn't have needed to do an AoE heal. Just stand still and fight me. Heals outpace their damage, so why dodge? Yi Zhuxian furrowed her brow but said nothing, knocking an arrow to keep up the pressure. After a moment, a stealthy assassin cloaked in invisibility crept behind Yi Zhuxian, dagger flashing cold as it targeted a vital spot. She swung her bow around to block. Schnick. 8,912. The block partially succeeded, but she still took some damage. Almost simultaneously, a dozen healing beams cascaded down again, this time all landing squarely on the now visible assassin in their recovery animation. 18,850, 18,850,
18,850. The assassin's health bar immediately surged to full, a complete turnaround. The assassin froze. Is that even possible? At last, Yi Zhuxian couldn't hold back any longer. Her cold gaze shot up accusingly toward Wang Hai in midair. Wang Hai apologized sheepishly. My bad, slipped a little. He was standing way too close to you just now. From there, the battle dragged on in this bizarre, unpredictable rhythm. Yi Zhuxian danced skillfully among the 5 enemies, chipping away with constant basic attacks. Most of the time Wang Hai reliably healed her, letting her focus entirely on offense. But every so often, his healing would wildly miss the mark, coincidentally pulling their enemies back from death's door just as they were about to be finished. Yi Zhuxian felt incredibly frustrated. She was literally one shot away from downing someone, only for a flood of green light to restore their full health instantly. The 5 opponents were just as exasperated, their health bars like a roller coaster, hearts battered by the constant ups and downs. They both hated Wang Hai for keeping Yi Zhuxian alive and, at times, secretly reveled in the unintended heals they themselves received. Their emotions were a tangled mess. This extreme strain and the constant oscillation between life and death had both sides stretched to their mental limits, pushing their potential to the edge. Yi Zhuxian's eyes grew colder, a faint trace of irritation flickering beneath the surface. These opponents posed absolutely no real threat. Under normal circumstances, she'd have shot them all down by now. Because of that guy's mistake in the sky, the battle turned into a prolonged tug-of-war. No, he's playing us. The archer suddenly tensed, drawing his bowstring with sharp focus. The healer clad in black steel armor across from them had made mistakes with suspicious timing too perfect. Every single slip happened just a second before one of their teammates was about to fall. Once the archer pointed this out, the others broke out in cold sweat. Could so many coincidences really happen? This guy could precisely control over 90 beasts, and his healing was exact to the millisecond, yet at every critical moment, he messed up on purpose. He kept everyone's health just on the edge, dangerous but never fatal, purposely dragging out the fight. But what was he stalling for? A chill crawled into the hearts of the 5 fighters. This monster, who commanded a massive legion of beasts, boasted godlike healing power, and whose motives were frustratingly inscrutable, was far more terrifying than a fully fit Yi Zhuxian. In truth, Yi Zhuxian had sensed something was off. Wang Hai's mistakes were absurdly frequent. She remembered clearly how each one coincided with the exact instant an enemy teetered on the brink of death. Was he trying to avoid any real casualties? Or did he have another agenda? With her mana depleted, relying only on basic attacks, and Wang Hai's healing to stay alive, she had no time to investigate. Suppressing her doubts, she locked her gaze on the battle, searching desperately for any chance to take down even a single enemy. High above, Wang Hai retracted his wings and hovered. The grin under his mask grew ever more arrogant. Trait 2. Effect triggered. Talent Arrow Edge S acquired. The talent data flashed on his retina. Arrow damage 500, armor penetration, target armor reduced by 50 for 30 seconds upon hit. As expected, the edge of life and death is the best place to level up talents, Wang Hai thought excitedly. He treated the 5 opponents like personal sparring partners, wishing for even more pressure. So while precisely managing their health bars with healing, he used his symbiotic contract to command the ground beasts. Contract the encirclement, close in, low growls, creating heavier psychological pressure, but never letting them strike outright. The suffocating oppression pressed down like a boulder rolling downhill. I can't take this. Retreat. The assassin broke first, eyes darting toward the outskirts. This fight's impossible. The warrior's chest plate gleamed from constant healing, yet he felt utterly insecure. At the moment their offense faltered, Wang Hai's gaze sharpened, coldly trying to run? No way. A ferocious roar erupted. Dozens of beasts surged forward, stomping through earth and stones, closing in from all sides in an instant, trapping the 5, including Yi Zhuxian, in an even tighter death trap. They still didn't attack with claws, but their murderous intent thickened into something tangible, sealing every escape route. He doesn't want us to leave. The archer's voice trembled. Damn it. Sacrifice Yi Zhuxian. The warrior snarled in despair, discarding defense, swinging his greatsword at Yi Zhuxian. The assassin, mage, and priest alike turned fierce-eyed, unleashing their last reserve skills in a desperate final charge. The sudden spike in damage rained down like a storm. Yi Zhuxian was forced into a series of rolling evasions. Even with Wang Hai's precise healing, her health wildly fluctuated, narrowly avoiding death multiple times. But this was exactly the scenario Wang Hai wanted. Extreme pressure and near-death experience. This was the perfect soil for replicating talents at the highest probability. Under Wang Hai's control, the battle between the 6 turned into a fierce tug-of-war. The 5 contenders squeezed out their last reserves of strength in desperation, unleashing a relentless torrent of skills. Flames, frost, sword light, and shadows wove into an impenetrable lethal net, mercilessly crashing down upon Yi Zhuxian. Yet she moved like a storm-swift shearwater, gliding effortlessly through the swirling elemental onslaught, dodging with lightning reflexes. Every tremor of her starshine longbow tore bright gashes in her opponent's health bars. However, the fierce clashes of offense and defense shook her body repeatedly, nearly pushing her life below the critical threshold. Luckily, Wang Hai's timely healing spells fell precisely where needed, yanking her back from death's edge. The relentless back-and-forth torment had the five opponents' nerves fraying to the breaking point. Gnashing her back teeth, Yi Zuxuan's cool expression was dotted with fine beads of sweat. She couldn't fathom the true intent of the man hovering above, but she could clearly feel herself being manipulated like a puppeta feeling she instinctively loathed. She forced her breath to slow, syncing her heartbeat to the battle's rhythm, waiting for a single chink in the armor that might turn the tide. As the strange balance persisted, a system alert suddenly rang in Wang Hai's mind. Trait 2 activated successfully. You have gained the talent Repeat Casting S rank. Repeat Casting S rank. When casting the same skill consecutively, cooldown reduced by 25, mana cost reduced by 50, damage doubled, casting speed tripled. Before the alert ceased, another message refreshed. Trait 2 activated successfully. You have gained the talent Offense Defense Swap S rank. Offense Defense Swap S rank. When HP is above 50, all damage dealt is doubled and attack speed is doubled. When below 50, defense is doubled, movement speed doubled, damage taken halved, and 20 lifesteal granted. 2 strength talents in a row. Ecstatic, Wang Hai's chanting of the healing spell faltered by a precious half-beat. That half-beat was all the opportunity Yi Zuxian needed. The faint renewed magic within her flared instantly, and without hesitation, her starlight pierce slammed down at her feet. Boom. A tearing shockwave surged with blinding star brilliance, turning the battlefield into a blanched haze. The light curtain obscured all vision, while Yi Zuxuan's silhouette vanished like a ghost in an instant. The next moment, she reappeared behind the bleeding archer, her arrow silently piercing his throat. Squelch. 121,247. Defeated Mu Junkai, gained 6,055 points. Her wristwatch vibrated, but without a glance, she used momentum to spin aside just as a heavy warrior's greatsword sliced past her waist, chilling air trailing behind. With a twist of her waist, the longbow drew back like a crescent moon at full draw. Starshines burst forth, landing with deadly precision in the right eye of the nearby ice element mage. 129,871. Defeated contestant, gained 6,978 points. Before the images of the 2 instant kills could register in their teammates' minds, the last assassin was already driven mad by fear, scrambling toward a nearby pack of beasts, hoping to escape through chaos. But Yi Zuxuan's ice-blue eyes locked on the target, the bowstring sang softly, and the arrow skidded along the ground, embedding itself deep in the assassin's back. 115,412. Defeated contestant, gained 6,887 points. In the flash of lightning and thunder, only the heavy armored warrior and fire mage remained dumbfounded, frozen on the spot. From Wang Hai's brief distraction to Yi Zuxuan's sudden surge killing 3 in a row, the entire sequence took less than a second. High above the battlefield, Wang Hai suddenly snapped back to reality. Below him, the ground was shattered and strewn with debris, the air still heavy with the acrid smell of smoke and blood. The corner of his mouth twitched beneath his helmet's faceplate. Maybe he had pushed things a bit too far this time. But the gains were more than enough to make up for it. 2 new strength talents had just popped up on his panel, instantly brightening his mood. As for the 3 sparring partners who died, no big deal, getting 3 talents was the real prize. On the ground, the only remaining soldier and mage exchanged terrified glances, their faces drained of color. Even though Wang Hai kindly restored their shields, not a shred of safety seeped into their bones. We surrender. Take all our points. Please, spare us. Take our loot too. Please, just let us live. Both fell to their knees, hands raised high, their voices shaking uncontrollably. Yi Zuxuan's chest rose and fell. The earlier chain of attacks had completely depleted her mana, and a wave of weakness washed over her. She didn't seize the moment to strike back, but instead looked up and fixed Wang Hai with a cold, questioning gaze. If her mana bar hadn't been empty, she would have gladly taken the chance to shoot him through the throat right there. Wang Hai piloted his hawk armor down to land not far from Yi Zuxian, his tone casual, yet smiling behind the metal faceplate. Yi, you really impressed me pulling off a counterkill in a desperate situation. Truly admirable. He ignored the murderous look she shot him and turned his attention to the kneeling soldier. Don't worry, we're not bloodthirsty. Transfer the points, and you can leave immediately. Given the reprieve, the 2 survivors scrambled to activate their watches. Points received from others, 6,785. Points received from others, 7,145. Current total points, 26,406. Ranking, 18. The data windows popped up one after another, and Wang Hai nodded in satisfaction. Then he waved to the mass of magical beasts gathered behind him. The monsters growled low and dispersed, clearing a path. The two survivors scrambled away without looking back and disappeared quickly into the distant bushes. At the oasis edge, the air grew still. Wang Hai, Yi Zhuxian, and the group of tamed monsters faced off, the tension so thick it seemed ready to explode. Yi Zuxuan's eyes never left Wang Hai. She was waiting for an explanation, trying hard to suppress her fury. If this time's talents had belonged to her, Wang Hai could have walked away nonchalantly. But instead, all three were shrank, and the legendary endless critical talent hadn't appeared even in shadow form, an unexpected headache for him. After a moment of thought, he spoke, "Don't look at me like that. I just wanted to put some pressure on you, help you break through your limits. See, it worked pretty well. You took down 3 opponents in one go while you were at your absolute limit." His excuse was full of holes, but he said it with complete conviction. Yi Zhuxian was silent for a long moment before speaking coldly. "Your healing magic is strong, but your actions are highly suspicious. That boss before that was your doing, wasn't it?" Wang Hamian's smile faltered for a moment. He hadn't expected Yi Zhuxian to be so sharp and straightforward. The brief silence was almost an unspoken admission, his mind racing. Flat denial? She definitely wouldn't believe it. Forced explanation? That would only make things worse. Outright confession? That would just bring more trouble. After a few seconds, he let out a soft laugh, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Yi, you really are clever," he said, his tone calm again, even carrying a hint of admiration. "Yes, I did use a little trick to make that magic vine a bit tougher temporarily." His blunt admission softened the sharpness in Yi Zuxuan's eyes somewhat, but her caution deepened. "Why?" she pressed, her fingers tightening slightly on her Bao. "One stays calm after being played." He only gave a dry chuckle, offering no answer. Yi Zhuxian stared at him for a moment, but seeing no further response, she decided not to push. She felt her mana slowly recovering, but her mind was troubled. Since entering the dungeon, her luck had been terribly no supplies in 5 days, constant battles, and her reserves were almost completely drained. She had come to complete an shrank mission and only intended to check if there was military supply near the boss, but she never expected to be targeted by this guy halfway through, which had exhausted her mana entirely. Her reason told her that even with no mana left, traveling with a strong priest still outweighed the risks, at least until they left this dangerous oasis. Without looking back at Wang Haiyan, Yi Zhuxian turned and headed toward the lake in the oasis center. The dark green poisonous mist had mostly cleared, but the murky water still reeked of decay. It was likely that high-level supplies were hidden somewhere near the Shrank Boss area, and she had to find them quickly. Wang Haiyan sent his hawk to follow quietly from a distance. The small island in the lake was a mess after the earlier fierce battle. Remnants of the magic vine had turned to black ash. Yi Zuxuan's sharp gaze scanned the rubble until she spotted a half-covered metal box beneath a large stone, marked with a conspicuous military insignia. "Found it." Her eyes brightened. She quickly stepped forward and brushed away the debris to reveal the intact supply crate. The box sensed her life force and emitted a faint sound as its lid slid open automatically. Inside were 5 bottles of advanced strength potions, 5 of advanced purification potions, and 5 of rage potions, all neatly arranged. No mana restoration potions? Yi Zhuxian frowned as she counted quickly. The strength potions would permanently boost her power by 100 points, but right now, mana recovery was her top priority. Purification potions cleared debuffs, but she had enough of those. Rage potions provided brief bursts of power, but wouldn't help with endurance. Still unsatisfied, she turned the box over and over, but found no mana potions until she felt a piece of parchment at the bottom. Unfolding it, she saw a map depicting an area that appeared to be deep within the wasteland hunting grounds. A valley marked with danger signs. Without any mana-restoring potions left, Yi Zhuxian folded her parchment map, a trace of disappointment barely hidden in her voice. These supplies barely helped her current predicament. High above, the falcon Wang Hai was riding circled briefly before flapping its wings and swooping down. Wang Hai caught sight of Yi Zuxuan's expression and hovered his mount about 10 meters beside her. His voice came softly through the faceplate. "Need to restore mana?" Yi Zhuxian looked up and met his gaze without denying it. "Yes. I've run out of supplies." Behind the mask, a faint smile seemed to appear. Wang Hai extended his right hand, palm up, where a gentle and pure blue light gathered between his fingers, carrying a cool, flowing sensation. The spring flows. The pale blue aura was completely different from the usual white glow of healing magic. Like a gentle stream, it enveloped Yi Zhuxian, rushing like a powerful current into her nearly dry mana pool. Like rain after a drought, her energy refilled at a visible speed. Within 2 or 3 seconds, it surged to full capacity. This is a mana restore skill? The efficiency is unbelievable. Yi Zuxuan's usually calm face revealed her shock. For a priest, efficient mana recovery can be more strategically valuable than powerful healing, though it often comes at a high cost. This mysterious man not only had amazing beast taming and healing abilities, but could casually wield such a rare mana recovery technique. How many more tricks was he hiding? Refilled mana revitalized her spirit, sweeping away the fatigue from constant fights. She took a deep breath, feeling her trust grow, and spoke with unusual softness. Thank you. Wang Hai brushed it off lightly. It's nothing. Cooperation means showing some goodwill. Though they'd known each other only minutes, he already knew Yi Zuxuan's cautious nature. After leaving the oasis, she would find a safe place to wait for her mana to recover. If he demonstrated his value first, even if she saw through his ulterior motives, she probably wouldn't kick him out. Yi Zhuxian nodded silently, then pulled 3 bottles filled with deep red potion from her backpack and tossed them to him. Here, this is for you. Consider it payment advanced strength potions. Wang Hai caught a bottle, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Advanced? The military's being generous? Yi Zhuxian asked back. Isn't this common in military supplies? Haven't you seen it before? Not really, Wang Hai admitted, touching the bottle's cork. He had indeed searched several military supply points before, mostly finding one-time use items. He had never encountered stat-boosting potions that last permanently. A faint smile played on Yi Zuxuan's lips. It seemed his luck wasn't great. She glanced around. The pack of magical beasts lurked quietly, watching like predators, maintaining complete silence under the falcon's commanding cries, then returned her gaze to Wang Hai. What's your plan now? With her mana full, she felt more confident. Her guard lowered slightly, but her curiosity spiked. Wang Hai pointed to the map in her hand. That ruin looks interesting. Want to check it out together? Maybe farm some stats? The idea struck a chord with Yi Zhuxian. Her talents still needed development. The unknown ruins might be the perfect opportunity. Venturing alone would be extremely risky. Bringing this versatile ally and his beast horde would double their safety and let her observe his true capabilities up close. All right, she nodded. But how do we split the loot? Everyone takes what suits them best. If there's a dispute, we settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The winner compensates with point. Shows that? Fair enough. Yi Zhuxian agreed readily, confident in her own strength. Shall we set off? Let's go. She uploaded the map to her wrist device, a blue marker locking onto the northeast direction. The ruins that way, 60 kilometers. Not far. Wang Hai whistled loudly. Below, the beast stirred, and then all turned in unison to head northeast. The two moved in single file, maintaining a subtle distance as they advanced toward the northeastern ruins. Wang Hai rode low on the back of a falcon, its wings skimming the tall grass and stirring a faint breeze. Yi Zhuxian sprinted on the ground, her silhouette flashing rapidly, matching the speed of the airborne mount without a hint of lag. Behind them, over 90 demonic beasts marched in orderly formation. Their iron hooves and claws thundered against the earth and stones, sounding like distant thunder, scattering lower-level monsters along the way. After about an hour, the flat plain gradually gave way to dense clusters of rocky outcrops, and the air grew thick with an ancient, solemn aura. We're close, Yi Zhuxian said, glancing at her wristwatch as the energy readings flickered stronger. She slowed her pace. Energy levels are rising. Stay alert. Wang Hai nodded and urged the falcon to descend, flying almost shoulder to shoulder with her on the ground. Let the beast scout ahead. Thinking quickly, he wove his spiritual power into invisible threads that enveloped the trailing army. Instantly, 30 shadow wolves skilled in stealth and reconnaissance broke off, crouching low and fanning out in a semicircle from the ruin's entrance, disappearing into the increasingly rugged stone forest. Through their symbiotic bond, Wang Hai could vaguely sense each beast's condition, though he could not share their sight or hearing. Yi Zhuxian halted and silently drew her starshine longbow, her cold gaze sweeping over the jagged terrain. The uneven rocky formations fragmented their view completely. Suddenly, several shadow wolves showed intense emotional fluctuations, all coming from the same direction. Northwest. There's something, Wang Hai said briefly, his eyes asking for confirmation. Let's check it out, Yi Zhuxian nodded. Sticking close to the rocks, the two quietly closed in on the source of the disturbance. Soon, they spotted a relatively flat clearing. At the center stood a rough-hewn giant stone altar, its surface carved with blurred runes pulsing with a dim red glow. Surrounding the altar were 3 figures, one in the middle pressing both palms against a black crystal stone. They noticed Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian simultaneously. The atmosphere instantly became tense and hostile. Stop them. The ritual must not be interrupted. A black-robed mage shouted by the altar. With a flick of his staff, a shadow sphere roared forward, hurtling toward Wang Hai. 1134. A damage number flashed before Wang Hai's eyes, but was barely felt, dissipated by the symbiotic bond's protective effect. Immediately, a melee fighter drew a blade and charged, cold light flashing fiercely. Meanwhile, the man at the altar's center ignored the surrounding battle, gripping the ominous black crystal that radiated a foreboding red light as he chanted deeply. Great Lord of flesh and blood, hear your servants call, break the barrier of space and descend upon this world. With his incantation, the altar's runes flared brighter, the dark red glow nearly materializing into solid form. A terrifying aura radiated from the heart of the altar, dimming even the sky above. They're summoning a demon god. Yi Zhuxian warned, voice tense. We have to stop them, Wang Hai's gaze sharpened. If the summoning succeeds, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Zhuxian instantly assessed the situation, her expression turning deadly serious. Cultists of the evil god. She never expected to encounter them here. And even more shocking, among the more than 40 prodigies gathered for the 7 schools joint training, 3 of them were cultists, nearly 1 in 10. How many more like them were lurking within the 7 top academies of Lin City? The thought was chilling, but she had no time to dwell on it. She had to focus every fiber on the battle ahead, not allowing a single moment of distraction. Wang Hai immediately cast healing spells on the 3. What are you doing? Playing games at a time like this? Yi Zuxuan's eyebrows shot up in sharp displeasure, her voice harsh. Wang Hai gave no explanation. After scanning the 3 quickly, he raised his staff and lunged forward, targeting the black-robed sorcerer who was still chanting a spell. Although Yi Zhuxian strongly disapproved of his early healing, with enemies so close, she swallowed her doubts. Her starshine longbow was already drawn, locking onto the melee fighter charging with a blade. The fight erupted and ended in a flash. Wang Hai's speed was beyond normal comprehension. With a single leap forward and a staff strike, the unstable shadow energy of the black-robed sorcerer was blasted apart by overwhelming force. 89,145. The exaggerated damage number blinked above the sorcerer's head. His shield shattered like paper, and his body was thrown like a broken kite, smashing hard against the massive rock behind him. The other melee fighter barely had time to react before everything blurred. Wang Hai moved like a ghost, his staff sweeping with a heavy whoosh. 87,412. An equally terrifying number appeared, and the melee attacker was instantly sent flying, crashing helplessly to the ground. Finally, Wang Hai stepped onto the altar. At its center, the man still pressed his hands against the black crystal stone. A wild mix of frenzy and shock on his face. Hadn't even fully seen Wang Hai's movement before a heavy blow struck the back of his head, and he blacked out, flying off the altar. The dark red glow flickered violently a few times before fading rapidly, and the terrifying aura receded like a tide. From the moment Yi Zhuxian drew her bow until Wang Hai finished off the 3, barely a second passed. She still held her shooting stance, her icy eyes wide with shock. She had always known Wang Hai was extraordinarily able to command hordes of monsters, wield healing spells absurdly powerful, and with astonishing mana recovery, but never imagined his close-quarters combat skills could be this terrifying. That was no mere cleric's power or speed. Those 2 cultists were definitely high-level, yet they couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Who exactly was he? Wang Hai ignored her amazement, quietly pocketed the black crystal stone from the altar, then moved to the 3 cultists barely clinging to life, and tightly bound them with their own clothes. Since players don't truly die inside the dungeon, if these 3 logged off now, they might still survive. After securing them firmly, he pressed the emergency distress button on his wristwatch. Half his points were deducted immediately. Current location successfully sent to nearby instructors. Your current score is 13,203 points. Ranking, 26. After finishing everything, Wang Hai began looting the spoils. He carefully packed away the looted storage ring, gear, and several oddly ominous-looking materials one by one. Once finished, Wang Haishun casually picked up the trainee's ID tablets from the 3 only pitiful 3-digit scores flashed on the cold screen. Clearly, these 3 cultists had rushed straight to the altar upon entering the instance without ever hunting monsters in the wasteland to gather resources. After gathering the spoils, he brushed dust off his clothes and turned to Yi Zhuxian, who was still standing frozen in place. Done here. Let's wait for the instructor to arrive. Only then did Yi Zhuxian draw a deep breath, as if being pulled up from underwater, suppressing the shock swirling inside her. Her gaze flickered repeatedly between Wang Haishun and the 3 dumplings on the ground. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, "What exactly is your class?" "A priest, genuine through and through." Wang Haishun gave a slight shake of his dust-covered white priest's robe, though that robe felt completely out of place with the image of him just moments ago knocking people out with his staff. Yi Zhuxian opened her mouth as if to ask more, but ultimately held back. Focusing instead on the altar's blood-red runes dimming gradually, she furrowed her brow. Cultists infiltrated the training camp of the 7 schools and summoned an evil god here. This altar has to be reported. What about those 3? Keep them tied up until the military takes over. Wang Haishun stepped on a few of them to keep them down, then cast several healing spells in quick succession to ensure they wouldn't die or break free. In this secret realm, death didn't happen if their HP hit 0. Some protection mechanism might trigger letting them escape, and he didn't want any complications. His heart sank slightly as he considered the wasteland hunting ground was more troublesome than expected if cultists dared to sneak in. No wonder that deformed heart popped up in the previous blood-red wasteland dungeon. If cult infiltration caused the anomaly, then this instance might be unsafe as well. Watching this one man single-handedly handle output, tanking, healing, and mana regeneration of priest Yi Zhuxian felt conflicted. Who really had the SS level talent?
Yet in these survival-off-thefitist times, probing others was often more dangerous than fighting monsters. She decisively swallowed her doubts. For now, Wang Haishun was clearly on humanity's side, and that was enough. She gathered her thoughts and stared at the altar. There's actually evil god power hiding in this ruin, maybe more dangerous than we realized. Danger always means opportunity, Wang Haishun said optimistically, kicking one of the cultists at his feet lightly. His tone was casual. Better to clear unstable elements early. When the military arrives, we'll keep exploring. Outside the wasteland hunting ground, in the monitoring room, Qin Chong boredly stared at his computer when another help signal popped up on the screen. He chuckled. Hey, another idiot hit the emergency button. Since the instance had near-death protection, he never planned to send anyone in. His earlier boasts about timely rescue were pure mischief. Suddenly, he caught sight of the name sending the signal and paused for half a second. Huh, Wang Hai. The major specifically told me to keep an eye on that guy. Then he sneered. Thought he was a serious contender, but looks like he's already close to being eliminated. Qin Chong mocked aloud, but his hands betrayed him as he quickly pulled up the surveillance footage of the area where Wang Hai was located. After all, this person was marked by the major for special monitoring. It wasn't something Qin dared to ignore. The moment the signal connected, the half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips dropped, scorching the hem of his pants and sparking a tiny flame. Yet Qin didn't even have time to flick the ash. He froze in his chair, eyes glued to the screen, pupils narrowing sharply. On the monitor, Wang Hai stood calm and composed, one hand resting on his hip in the center of an ancient altar. Beneath his feet lay 3 students, bound tightly and unconscious. The altar was etched with dried blood patterns and supported by bone-like pillars adorned with twisted symbols. The very high-risk site, flagged repeatedly in classified military files as a place for summoning otherworldly evil deities. Evil cultists. A summoning altar? Qin Chang's voice cracked, and his temples broke out in cold sweat. 3 cult members had infiltrated the 7th Academy's training camp and dared to secretly build such an altar in the hunting ground. If they succeeded in summoning even the lowest tier projection of an evil god, the entire wilderness training zone would become a bloodbath, and nearly 1,000 trainees would be doomed to either death or madness. The bitter irony was that the one stopping this disaster was merely a student. Qin felt as if reality had slapped him painfully, but beneath that shock was a deeper mix of fear and relief. He lunged forward to the communication console, nearly shouting as he barked orders. Emergency. Red alert. Evil cultists and summoning altar detected in wilderness hunting ground. Zone D7. Site under control. Repeat. Red alert. Coordinates. As he finished sending the coordinates, a shrill alarm blared through the temporary military base. Several powerful presences pierced the air, converging immediately on the surveillance room. Major Wang Zhun was the first to arrive, appearing behind Qin Chong almost instantly like a shadow. His face was ashen, and the chilling aura of his presence seemed to lower the room's temperature several degrees. What's the situation? Evil cultists infiltrated the wilderness hunting ground? His gaze scanned the monitor, lingering on the bloodstained altar as well as Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian nearby. Soon, more officers streamed in, their expressions equally grim. Cultists infiltrated the 7th Academy's training camp and built a summoning altar in the hunting ground. This is a major security breach. Wang Zhun's eyes were sharp as blades. Investigate. Conduct a full background check on these 3 students. How did they pass all the screenings? Who's their handler? How many accomplices remain in Lin City? Yes, sir. An officer responded, hurrying out. Qin Chong. Reporting. Qin snapped to attention, sweat dripping down his chin. Give me a detailed report. Major, about a minute ago we received an urgent distress signal from student Wang Hai, pinpointing coordinates to Zone D7. I pulled up the surveillance of the secret realm and discovered Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian encountering 3 unidentified individuals who were activating a summoning altar for an evil god. Wang Hai subdued the 3 cultists at incredible speed and interrupted the ritual. The scene is preliminarily secured with no additional abnormal energy detected. Wang Zhen stared hard at the screen, comparing the altar's patterns and the cultists' clothing details. After a moment, he snorted coldly. A flesh and blood altar, yet another sign of the flesh cult. Their arrogance knows no limits. Military intelligence reported that evil cultists were divided into factions based on the demon gods they worshipped. Both the previously encountered mutated heart and this altar belonged to the flesh cult. Raising his communicator, Wang Zhun issued new orders. Emergency squads 1 and 3 deploy immediately to D7. Seal off the site. Detain all involved personnel. Highest alert. Notify the barrier unit to assess the hunting ground's spatial stability, focusing on the D7 perimeter. Top Secret Sino information leaks under any circumstances. After giving the intense commands, he exhaled slightly, but out of the corner of his eye spotted Yi Zhuxian and frowned again. The Yi family's heiress was involved. Inevitably, the Yi clan would be notified soon, but for now, the priority was dealing with these cultists and dissolving the altar. After waiting in place for about 10 minutes,
Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian heard several sharp sounds piercing the sky. Thin clouds parted as 5 soldiers dressed head to toe in black tactical gear silently landed, knees slightly bent and weapons raised, instantly surrounding the altar. They seemed like ghosts in the air. The 5 barely spared a glance at the 2 as they quickly pulled out portable devices and conducted a rapid inspection of the core area. Energy levels have dropped to within safe thresholds. Spatial stability confirmed, no rift signs detected. Altar core damaged beyond restart. Target is secured, vital signs stable, no mutation risks identified. Cold and concise reports came in rapid succession, wrapping up in less than half a minute. Once confirmed, the team leader stepped forward and lifted his mask. Under the cold light appeared a sharp-featured middle-aged man, a silver star on his shoulder, stained with dark red remnants from the altar lieutenant, Zhou Feng. In the emergency team leader, Zhou Feng. His voice was low and restrained, but the appreciation in his eyes was unmistakable. Thank you both for stopping a major safety incident in time. We'll handle the follow-up and have a specialist document everything. Please evacuate now. A thorough investigation is still needed, and unknown risks remain. Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian exchanged knowing looks and nodded. Since the military had taken over, it wasn't wise to linger. But Wang Hai recalled something important. Lieutenant Zhou, he said, when we searched those 3 cultists earlier, we found they also possessed the flesh curse ability. But like the malformed heart, it was dormant. That's why they could hide among the crowd. I want to report this intel directly to Major Wang Zhen. Zhou's brow lifted slightly. He whispered into his wrist device, then nodded at Wang Hai. You have clearance now. Contact the Major directly. After a brief text exchange, Major Wang's response popped up instantly. This intel is extremely valuable. Wang Hai, you've been a huge help again. Then the communication quickly ended. Wang Hai shrugged, unimpressed, then waved his hand. The monster legion scattered in the woods surged toward him like a dark tide, forming ranks behind him. Zhou Feng's team twitched at the sight others came to train, but this guy looked like he was leading a vacation entourage. By the way, Wang Hai suddenly asked, is this relic worth exploring? After such a long journey, neither of them wanted to leave empty-handed. Although he had gained a lot already, a black crystal from the altar's center, loot from the 3 cultists, and before the military arrived, he even triggered in strength talent blood battle. For every 1 health lost, attack power increases by 2. When health drops below 10, enter blood battle state, dealing true damage equal to 20 of max health. Still, Yi Zhuxian had yet to find anything, and Wang Hai didn't want his temporary teammate to come back empty-handed. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting between the broken altar and the dark cavern beyond. This relic is indeed rather special. Let me check with the Major. After a brief contact with the Major, Lieutenant Zhou Feng gave a slight nod to Wang Hai. The most valuable part of this ruin is a medicinal herb garden, but its entrance has already been locked down by the military. Hand me your wristwatches. We'll transfer the access permissions to you. Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian removed their wristwatches and passed them over. Moments later, a new map synchronized to both of their devices. There are many rare herbs inside the garden, but be careful, there's a level 60 boss guarding the entrance. It's quite a tough opponent, Zhou Feng warned. Rare herbs, level 60 boss, double rewards. Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian exchanged glances, their interest visibly piqued. Thanks for the heads up. Wang Hai nodded, and Yi Zhuxian inclined her head in acknowledgement. The 2 then departed from the altar area. Behind them, the military emergency squad raised a quarantine barrier, swiftly sealing off the entire zone. Once away from the altar, the oppressive tension that had weighed heavily on them finally eased. Yi, still interested in heading to the herb garden ruin? A level 60 boss should be about the same league as the demon vine. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. Yi Zuxuan's cold eyes glinted sharply. A ruin containing rare herbal medicines is priceless, not to mention the drops from that boss. Then let's move out. Wang Hai activated his hawk mount and led the team swiftly toward the map's marked location. The closer they got to the destination, the more distinct the environment became. Wild grass gave way to short shrubs with leaves shimmering faintly, and the air was permeated with a refreshing herbal scent. Looks like we're almost there, Yi Zhuxian noted, observing the plant mutations. Wang Hai picked up speed, soon arriving before a valley encircled by twisted ancient trees. The entrance radiated dense life energy, starkly contrasting with the barren plain beyond, yet also bearing an ominous pressure. Vines thick as pythons coated with a metallic sheen twisted around the gateway, evidently mutated by prolonged exposure to energy. This is it. Wang Hai reined in his hawk. Yi Zhuxian sensed the volatile energy fluctuations and frowned. The density is extreme, even more intense than around the demon vine. That level 60 boss won't be easy. We're at the door. No way we're turning back empty-handed. Wang Hai projected his mental energy outward as his summon monster squad lined up behind him, ready to scout. Let's move carefully. Leading the charge, Wang Hai flew into the valley on his hawk. Yi Zhuxian close behind with her starshine longbow at the ready, eyes scanning for threats. As soon as they stepped inside, an invisible barrier blocked their path briefly but then dissolved after a few seconds.
The military treats this like their backyard. If we hadn't dealt with the cult of the dark god, we probably wouldn't have gotten through, Wang Hai murmured. Inside, the valley was transformed. Towering ancient trees, exotic flowers, and countless rare plants emitting a faint glow. The herbal fragrance was so thick it almost tasted sweet. Ziwen Lingji, dragon's bloodgrass, dewdrop flower. These would cost a fortune outside. Yi Zhuxian whispered as she identified the plants, her cold tone betraying her excitement. Wang Hai's eyes brightened. Though his vigilance did not waver, prime treasure sites always had powerful guardians. That was the unwritten rule of dungeons. Suddenly, a piercing screech shattered the valley from below. A wave of psychic force crashed over them like a tsunami. Wang Hai felt a chill in his mind. Psychic barrier activated. 80 mental damage resistance. Symbiosis contract engaged. Damage partially shared. His subordinate low-level demons stirred nervously. Many showed signs of fear, but maintained formation under his mental command. Starshine flickered around Yi Zhuxian, activating her anti-psychic talisman. Her face paled slightly as she knocked an arrow. Psychic attack, watch out. Looking toward the sound's source, they saw an enormous mutant plant unfurling in a clearing. The main body resembled a grotesquely magnified flower, petals shaded pink and purple with faint blue cryptic patterns. At its center, there was no stamen. Instead, a mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth gnawed repeatedly. Its thick, tentacle-like roots plunged deep into the earth, sucking nutrients from the soil. The enchanted demon flower boss is level 60 with first-tier job advancement bonuses. Against unadvanced foes, it gains an 80 damage boost while reducing incoming damage by 80. It has 1.2 million HP, 12,454 spell power, 24,158 speed, 1,000 defense, and 1,000 talent points. It also possesses an upgrade life conversion ability, allowing it to actively convert its HP into mana at a 2-to-1 ratio. Skills: Psychic Screech, Hallucinogenic Pollen, Illusory Entanglement, Life Drain, and Illusion Field. Current status: Empowered by the Apothecary's Land Blessing. It regenerates 1 of its HP every 10 seconds. First-tier advanced characters have absolute level dominance over those unadvanced, but the intensity of this suppression varies by boss. This time, the enchanted demon flower that Wang Hai encounters exhibits the strongest suppression he's seen so far, boosting damage by 80 and reducing damage taken by 80. His normal attack, dealing nearly 90,000, only manages about 20,000 damage, while the boss heals 12,000 every 10 seconds, making this a battle destined to drag on. A war of attrition suits me just fine, Wang Hai said coolly, quickly setting the tactics. Yi, get ready to fight. The usual you focus on offense. They'll handle healing and crowd control. Without missing a beat, he raised his hand, casting spells to shield both himself and Yi Zhuxian with multiple protective layers. Without a word, Yi drew back her starshine longbow string in an instant, releasing an arrow radiating brilliant starlight toward the demon flower's core mouth. 58,741. A solid hit exploded among the petals, but for a boss with 1.2 million HP, it was far from lethal. Screech. Agony forced the demon flower to emit a piercing shriek. Its huge petals quivered, scattering a misty violet-pink fog. The hallucinogenic pollen quickly blanketed a large area of the battlefield. Under the influence of hallucinogenic pollen, perform mental saving throw. A golden glow flickered from the mind barrier within Wang Hai's body, indicating saving throw successful. He remained steady, but the monster horde below descended into chaos. Some fought viciously among themselves while others stood frozen in place. Stars shimmered faintly around Yi Zhuxian, temporarily resisting the invasion, though she still frowned. This boss has way too many psychic attacks. Your starshine necklace won't last much longer. Don't worry, I can break it, Wang Hai said, waving his hand to unleash holy light purification that washed over her in pale flowing beams. He had a longer-lasting, stronger mind barrier in reserve, one that almost completely neutralized the demon flower's psychic skills, but using it would hinder talent farming, so he refrained from his strongest countermeasure for now. Screech. Repeated wounds stoked the demon flower's fury. Its petals suddenly burst open, releasing a surge of violet-pink light. The air was thick with a sickly sweet floral scent potent enough to induce dizziness. Any unadvanced player entering now would likely faint on the spot. Under the influence of hallucinogenic pollen, perform mental saving throw. The golden glow flashed again, and Wang Hai passed effortlessly, but he noticed Yi Zhuxian's movements faltered slightly. Her gear effects were weakening, no longer fully blocking the pollen. Be careful, the pollen concentration is rising, she warned as she fell back, trying to create distance and escape the densest fog. Still, the enchanted demon flower's relentless assault showed no sign of slowing down. The tentacle-like roots suddenly burst out of the ground with a sharp rush of air, striking toward Yi Zhuxian. The tough earth and rock were torn apart, scattering debris everywhere as the thick roots swung with a blurred afterimage, delivering a fierce blow through the air. At the same moment, The terrifying maw at the center of the bewitching flower's blossom snapped open like a dark abyss. A violent suction surged out, life force being drained. Yi Zhuxian felt a heavy pressure in her chest as her vitality and mana were forcibly pulled away like a rising tide. Her knees buckled, and she staggered forward, struck hard by the root. Here, from a distance, Wang Hai stood steadily on his hawk's back, raising his hand to release a gleaming white light. Healing energy flowed into Yi Zhuxian like warm water, instantly restoring her health to a safe level. But the bewitching flower's assault showed no sign of stopping. Its huge petals trembled violently, the air buzzing with ominous energy. In the next instant, the light around them warped sharply and several illusions nearly identical to the original flower appeared out of thin air, all emitting piercing mental shrieks. The real flower was hidden behind the illusions, its maw opening again as the deadly suction locked onto Yi Zhuxian's skill, illusory domain. Yi Zhuxian felt a heavy weight on her shoulder, her movements lagging by half a beat. Golden pollen sprayed from the illusions like misty rain, sticking to her boots and sleeves, constantly interrupting her attempts to gather strength. The surrounding roots lashed and twisted, forcing her into evasive moves as the space to dodge rapidly shrank, making it even hard for her to breathe. Meanwhile, Wang Hai's expression brightened with excitement, a smirk playing on his lips. Finally, a boss who can hold her down. Mind control plus tentacles definitely a counter for pretty heroines. He continued calmly casting his healing spells, each time pulling her back from the brink of death. But this endless cycle of healing drained Yi Zhuxian both physically and mentally. Even worse, the bewitching flower's core mouth expanded again, the suction power surging to several times its previous strength. The fierce pull nearly unbalanced her feet faltering and her starshine longbow almost slipping from her grasp. This can't go on. She gritted her silver teeth, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She tried to charge up her armor-piercing arrow, but was constantly interrupted by the roots, pollen, and illusions, never able to find the time to release it. Out of the corner of her eye, Wang Hai remained calm and collected, his healing precise as ever. This composure sparked a terrifying thought in her mind. Was he toying with her again? Remembering how he had so skillfully manipulated those 5 enemies before, Yi Zhuxian's frustration and anxiety bubbled up angry at Wang Hai's nonchalance, angrier at herself for being outmatched and trapped by the boss rhythm. But the battle allowed no distraction. She forced down her emotions and fixed her gaze on the core mouth of the bewitching flower. Her intuition told her the breakthrough lay deep within. Wang Hai's steady healing gave her the confidence to wait it out. She steadied her step and held her breath. Suddenly, the energy at the bewitching flower's core flickered and became erratic. A dark red crack appeared along the petal's edge. Now's the moment. Seizing the brief moment between the root strikes, she suddenly dropped low and rolled, skimming the ground as she narrowly dodged the sweeping tendrils. Her feet pushed off sharply, sending gravel flying beneath her soles as she shot backward like an arrow released from a bow, just barely escaping the core of the life-sapping aura. The suction remained, but had weakened, no longer strong enough to tear her apart. Starlight infusion, she shouted. The majority of her remaining mana flared to life in an instant, starlight bursting from her capillaries like an explosion. A dazzling, shimmering shield formed around her, forcefully scattering the swirling hallucinogenic pollen several meters away. This was her trump card, a short but intense buff granting near immunity to controls, at the cost of massive mana consumption and inevitable exhaustion afterward. She only had one shot. Her starlight bow stretched into a perfect crescent moon. A new arrow, more solid and concentrated than before with a dimmed glow, instantly materialized, its tip bending space itself. Starbreaker shot. Whoosh. The arrow flew without a sound, moving so fast it seemed to tear through space. The next moment, it was pressed against the core organ of the hallucinogenic flower demon. Sensing the deadly intent, its petals snapped shut violently, pulling back the root stalk defensively, while illusions flared out to intercept the arrows pierced through them all in vain. PFT 498,741. The golden critical damage numbers hung in the air. Then a rapid succession of follow-up arrows tore through the air. 150,764. 174,581. 147,911. In just a single breath, the flower demon lost 2/3 of its health. Yi Zhuxian dropped to one knee, using her bow as support. Her chest heaved heavily, her face pale as paper. The combination of Starlight Infusion and Starbreaker Shot had drained every last drop of her mana. Waves of weakness crashed over her, and her overall stats instantly dropped by 20%. Still, she kept her eyes locked on the distant boss. The single arrow had severely wounded it, but had not yet finished it off. The flower demon's core was shattered, leaking thick purple sap that dripped slowly as a harsh, piercing shriek echoed. Its remaining petals twisted wildly, faintly glowing pink and purple. The illusions flickered erratically,
and its root tendrils wildly lashed the ground in a frenzied rage. Hurry! Mana potion now? It's not dead yet. Yi Zhuxian forced herself upright and shouted into the sky. As soon as her mana recovered, she was certain she could end this brutal fight. The falcon armor glided down, and Wang Hai landed beside her. His voice came from behind the visor, tinged with helplessness. Yi, it's not that I don't want to help, but that powerful mana regen skill has a very long cooldown. How long? Her voice was hoarse but urgent. 2 hours. Wang Hai's tone was sincere. What? 2 hours? For the first time, a flash of shock and frustration crossed Yi Zuxuan's normally stern face. She understood the cooldown might be long for such a powerful ability, but 2 hours? Given how frenzied the flower demon was now, just 2 minutes would be enough for it to recover. How would she withstand another round in her weakened state? 2 hours almost up? How much longer? Yi Zhuxian paused for a moment, then quickly asked again. About 10 minutes left, hold on a little longer. Wang Hai glanced down at his watch and casually gave a vague estimate. In his mind, he quickly recalculated the schedule, taking just over an hour to reach this ruin from the oasis, spending tens of minutes clearing out the evil cultists. By all accounts, the fountain surge cooldown really should be over. You're lying. There are 23 minutes left. A flash of anger flickered in Yi Zuxuan's cold eyes. The smile behind Wang Hai's mask froze. Hadn't expected her to be so sharp with time. Clearly she had been secretly tracking the skill cooldown from the start. Oh really? Maybe I got it wrong. He laughed nervously, trying to bluff his way out. Yi Zhuxian felt a chill down her spine. Sure enough, he had been caught again. His mana restore skill was already ready, but he deliberately delayed. Her tone was icy as a shard of ice. If you're not going to restore my mana, go fight yourself. I'm done playing. She forced herself upright, her starshine longbow hanging low yet still radiating a deadly sharpness. Having been treated like a puppet one too many times, her patience was at its limit. Beyond anger, there was a silent disappointment. Even if it meant giving up on these ruins, she refused to be toyed with any longer. Wang Hai met her resolute gaze, realizing he had taken the joke too far. If he delayed any more, this favored daughter of heaven would instantly turn and break off their partnership. His coveted SS rank talent, endless critical, would slip through his fingers. Hey, no need to be so urgent. He stepped forward and rested a hand on her shoulder. Yi Zhuxian looked at his hand, coldness crystallizing into frost in her eyes. Take your hand off. Wang Hai had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender and shrug as he stepped back. All right, you've got me scared. With an open palm, pale blue energy gushed forth like a clear spring. Fountain surge activated again. A radiant glow enveloped Yi Zhuxian, instantly replenishing her depleted mana pool. She was still weak, but at least now she had the confidence to face the boss. She checked her fully restored blue bar, eyes still cold and guarded. I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, we part ways. With that, she ignored Wang Hai completely, nocked an arrow, and drew the bowstring. Starshine condensed on the bowstring, aiming straight at the maddened, pained wails of the illusion bloom in the distance. Wang Hai shook his head lightly, feeling regret. This girl was truly angry, but with the SSS talent still out of reach, how could he just let her leave? If worse came to worst, he'd just cling to her from behind. After all, with her burst damage, she still couldn't break through his defenses. Theoretically, Yi Zuxuan's maximum damage was about 50 million, but without mana replenishment, even if her bar ran dry, she could only do 3 million damage, knocking off at most 150 layers of Wang Hai's shield, not enough to be threatening. She was completely unaware of his calculations. At this moment, all her attention was focused on the illusion bloom. Restored to full magical power, her presence was completely transformed from before. The bewitching demon flower seemed to sense the looming danger. Its core mouthpart twitched at a crack, emitting a piercing shriek. The remaining petals quivered wildly, its pink-purple glow swelling explosively, and hallucinogenic pollen whipped into a sandstorm, blotting out the sky. At the same time, countless thick vines burst from the earth, writhing like frenzied snakes as they lashed toward Yi Zhuxian. But this time, she had already calculated the rhythm. The girl's feet tapped lightly, her movement as nimble as a swallow, darting swiftly through the tangle of vines, each step precisely avoiding the lashes. Her starlight longbow trembled, the bowstring flashing repeatedly as a volley of starry arrows imbued with dispelling magic pierced the core wound of the bewitching demon flower, forcibly halting its regeneration. 75,411, 80,124, 69,877. The damage numbers flashed like a rapid-fire volley, and Wang Hai leisurely stepped aside to watch. Screech! Another roar laced with agony and rage erupted, more powerful than before. Psychic shock received. Mental barrier activated, damage reduced by 80. Symbiotic contract damage sharing in effect. Wang Hai remained calm, but genuinely felt the impact intensify sharply. Without the mental barrier, he would also have been injured. Yi Zhuxian, however, let out a muffled grunt as the starlight necklace on her chest cracked sharply, pushed beyond its limits. Her face instantly paled, yet her gaze hardened. She forced herself to stay steady. Wang Hai wasted no time and shrouded her mind with the mental barrier. Yi Zhuxian felt a cool, resilient force flood her consciousness, sweeping away dizziness, agitation, and auditory hallucinations as if the surroundings suddenly became crystal clear. You have gained mental barrier buff, granting 80 mental resistance and immunity to all psychic control, fear, charm, telepathy effects for 3 hours. She glanced sideways at Wang Hai, a fleeting thought passing. Is this your apology? She let it go. The mental barrier's protection freed her entirely from psychic interference, allowing her to focus fully on her killing moves. Her footwork became even more graceful, each draw of the bow clean and sharp. The starlit arrows seemed to have eyes, relentlessly targeting the core's cracks with deadly precision. 85,441, 90,112, 124,587. The bewitching demon flower's health plummeted as if a floodgate had been ripped open. Knowing the end was near, it grew ever more frenzied. Petal veins glowing blindingly, pollen thickening almost to liquid, but to the mind-control immune Yi Zhuxian, these were all in vain. Her eyes turned icy, pouring all her fury into the arrows. Wang Hai watched with keen interest. When the boss health bar was down to its last sliver, Yi Zhuxian suddenly stopped drawing her bow. Hey, why do you stop? Wang Hai asked with curiosity. You like playing, right? Consider this boss yours now. Yi Zhuxian's cold eyes fixed on him, her earlier resentment fully gone. With that, she stepped back quietly and watched Wang Hai handle it. Wang Hai stared in stunned silence at this unexpected turn of events for a few seconds. It seemed that this girl's temper truly flared up quickly and cooled down just as fast. She had been angry just moments ago, and now she was already offering a gift. Wang Hai didn't refuse her kindness. The next moment, dozens of healing beams shot through the air, rapidly restoring the boss health bar. With Wang Hai's continuous healing spells, the bewitching demon flower's HP surged back at an incredible speed. Yi Zhuxian crossed her arms, her cold expression unreadable, but a flicker of curiosity flashed in her eyes. What exactly was this guy's intention, repeatedly healing both her and the boss? The bewitching demon flower, pulled back from the brink of death, was momentarily dazed before instinctively entering a frenzy again. Its root-like tentacles suddenly lashed out at the only enemy on the field. Wang Hai leaped forward, striking one of the main roots heavily with his staff. The demon flower screamed painfully as the remaining petals and roots violently whipped toward him. But Wang Hai moved like a ghost, effortlessly weaving through the onslaught, his speed far exceeding that of an ordinary priest, even surpassing a first-tier assassin. 19,124, 20,211, 19,874, 18,147. A flurry of damage numbers exploded on the screen, quickly followed by a wave of 19,730, 19,730. Healing numbers restoring the HP. The battle between attack and healing continued for several minutes in a tense stalemate, until Wang Hai stopped. System prompt. Trait 2 activated successfully. You have gained a talent life conversion grade A. You can actively convert HP into mana at a 2-to-1 ratio. Without Fountain Surge, this would be Wang Hai's core talent, but arriving late, it only serves as a resource now. Alright, I've had my fun. No need for the boss points, Wang Hai said, bringing the demon flower's health down to a sliver. But to avoid triggering the previously stacked hellfire marks and accidentally killing the boss, he kept casting healing spells. You're in charge now. Just kill it directly. I'm not short of points, Yi Zhuxian said calmly, having already put away her starlight longbow and leaned lazily against a rock. She had always been number 1 on the leaderboard, now leading second place by over 60,000 points, so she wasn't worried at all. Since she was so generous, Wang Hai stopped holding back. Alright, then I won't. With that, he ceased healing and detonated all the hellfire marks. Crimson flames exploded violently from within the demon flower's body, shredding the massive floral form into pieces that scattered like burning embers and sparkling purple lights, accompanied by a brief, mournful wail. System notification, LV, 60 bewitching demon flower boss defeated. Awarded 60,000 points. Remaining 40,000 points distributed based on contribution. Current total points, 73,203. Ranking, 2. His watch vibrated as his points instantly surged, catapulting him to second place. Meanwhile, from the vanished demon flower's remains, several items emitting different glows dropped neatly to the ground. Boss battle loot dropped. He walked over to the loot and began counting it. 8 items were laid out in a row, gleaming faintly in the dim light. 5 pieces of gear, a skill book, and 2 purple fruits. All 5 pieces of equipment were of epic quality, boasting impressive stats, but each came with the harsh restriction of requiring level 60 or higher to use, essentially useless to Wang Hai, who was only in his early 50s level-wise. His gaze shifted to the thick tome. The gilded cover featured a sensuous flower in full bloom, silently tempting its new owner.
The title on the inner page was clear. Skill Book, Illusory Clone. Class Requirements: Mage, Warlock, Illusionist, or related classes. Effect: consumes half of your mana to create an illusory clone that lasts for 50 seconds. The clone possesses half the stats of the original. Cooldown: 1 hour. This was undoubtedly a top-tier survival and crowd control skill, but unfortunately Wang Hai was a priest, not one of the classes allowed to learn it. Finally, there were the 2 fist-sized fruits. They looked like purple crystals, translucent with swirling liquid inside that resembled a miniature galaxy. Phantom Dream Fruit. Quality: Epic. Effect: initial consumption permanently increases spirit attribute by 500 points. Can also be used as a key ingredient for certain advanced potions. All in all, these 7 items were remarkable, but the only ones truly useful to Wang Hai were the 2 Phantom Dream Fruits that increased permanent stats. Although epic, these fruits often sold for near legendary prices on the trade market. No need to elaborate on their value. He carefully packed away the 8 items one by one, then turned toward Yi Zhuxian waiting nearby. The boss was hardly solo, took him down together. The loot should be split evenly. Yi Zhuxian lifted her eyes and was slightly taken aback when Wang Hai offered her 3 pieces of gear, the skill book, and 1 Phantom Dream Fruit. She hadn't expected him to voluntarily propose sharing. A flicker of surprise showed in her cool gaze given Wang Hai's previously displayed unpleasant quirks. She had assumed he'd keep everything, or at least the lion's share. I said, "You're handling the boss, so the loot is naturally yours," she said plainly, though she made no move to reach for it. No one comes empty-handed. Wang Hai smiled, pushing the items forward again. Besides, the herbs in this garden haven't even been collected yet. That's the real prize. Fair cooperation ensures a long partnership. Yi Zhuxian stared at the faint expression beneath his mask for a moment, then nodded slightly and accepted the 3 pieces of gear, the illusory clone book, and a Phantom Dream Fruit. She found a clean green stone nearby to sit on, then raised the fruit for inspection. The crystalline shell refracted a soft purple light, like fragments of the night sky. She lightly bit into the peel. The flesh melted instantly on her tongue, releasing cool, sweet juice that slid smoothly down her throat. The sensation quickly blossomed into a warm, surging tide that spread through her limbs and settled into the sea of her consciousness. Yi Zhuxian closed her eyes, focusing intently as her fingertips trembled slightly, guiding the tremendous flow of spiritual energy. She keenly felt her perception radius expand and mental clarity sharpen. Even her mastery over star power seemed smoother. Wang Hai also popped the other Phantom Dream Fruit into his mouth. For him, the 500-point spirit boost was a minor enhancement and caused no special changes, but he consumed it just as easily. Notification: you have consumed Phantom Dream Fruit. Spirit attribute permanently increased by 500. Afterward, the 2 sat in silence, cross-legged, quietly assimilating the rushing power. Time passed in the tranquil herb garden scented with grass and wood. Nearly 10 hours later, they opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Though a subtle humming from the surge of spiritual power lingered, Yi Zhuxian's gaze was already bright as stars, tinged with unmistakable satisfaction. Wang Hai flexed his wrists and sighed with a soft chuckle. The results are good. Yi Zhuxian responded calmly, stood up, and looked toward the still unharvested field of spirit herbs. It was time to explore the garden. They both fixed their gaze deep into the valley. The farther in they went, the lusher and higher quality the medicinal herbs became, and the potent fragrance filled the air like swirling mist. With every breath, the scent seemed to seep into their lungs, bringing a cool, refreshing sensation. Feeling the almost tangible life energy radiating around them, Yi Zhuxian softly reminded, "As agreed, we each take what we need." "Of course," Wang Hai nodded, raising his hand to release a hawk that soared high and circled above, scouting for any hidden dangers. At the same time, with a thought, his beast army silently spread out, taking strategic points in the valley to keep watch. Side by side, they ventured deeper. Glazed blood ginseng, 7-colored moon orchid, earth court jade ganoderma. Even Yi Zhuxian, well versed in rare herbs, couldn't help exclaiming quietly, single specimens of these herbs are worth tens of millions outside, often monopolized secretly by powerful clans. Wang Hai didn't understand the fine market details, but the words extremely rare flashing on his interface were enough to speak volumes. 100-year-old dragon saliva grass, a key ingredient for crafting top-tier strength elixirs, he muttered as he logged each herb, stopping in front of a cluster of frostbitten, snow-white blossoms. Ice crystal snow lotus, by its pattern, at least 300 years old. Then pointing at a flowering plant with spreading purple veins, he added, purple-veined poppy, used in hallucinogenic potions. This age commands a high price too. Yi Zhuxian bent down and scanned quickly, reciting names and ages of over a dozen spiritual plants with a tone that was calm, but unable to hide her excitement. "This entire herb garden is worth far more than expected." She confirmed again, "As agreed, we each take what we need." With that, she turned toward a patch of moonlight gleaming orchids. Moonlight orchids and starlight grass perfect for cultivating my stellar energy. No problem, Wang Hai answered readily. Focused on his Golani herb that could directly or indirectly enhance attributes or had special effects, he wanted it all. To keep magical beasts from getting curious, he ordered his army to stay away from the garden, then moved swiftly. He darted through the herb fields, storing one rare spiritual plant after another, in high spirits whether sold or kept. Their value was astronomical. Yi Zhuxian worked equally efficiently, using specialized techniques to harvest roots intact, preserving maximum potency. They split the area naturally, working efficiently without interfering with each other. Suddenly, a faint and almost imperceptible energy ripple spread out from the deepest part of the valley, so subtle it was almost drowned by the herbal fragrance. Both stopped, looking up and meeting each other's eyes. There's something, Yi Zhuxian whispered, instantly drawing her starshine longbow. Let's check it out. Wang Hai replied, curiosity shining clearly in his eyes. The closer they got to the center, the more the surrounding herbs grew in quality, even some emitting epic-level energy fluctuations. But they had no time to linger. Soon, they stepped into a clearing. The soft spiritual grass underfoot felt like a lush green carpet, and in the middle, a spring the size of a well opening had long since dried up, leaving only a few drops of shimmering green liquid. The spring of life. Yi Zuxuan's voice trembled unusually as she hurried to the spring, sensing the incredible life force contained in those few drops. Though depleted, these drops alone surpass all the herbs we've collected so far. Wang Hai asked in confusion, spring of life? A legendary symbiotic spring of a mythic creature, Yi Zhuxian explained. It condenses one life seed every year, which can reverse death and revive on the spot, boosting the revived person's attributes dramatically. The spring water itself is a priceless treasury. A single drop can permanently increase constitution by 10,000 points. 10,000 constitution? Wang Hai's eyes lit up. He had worked hard grinding stats, and his constitution just barely crossed 100,000. Here just 10 drops. Clenching his fist, he muttered in awe. That effect is truly incredible. It seemed that during the military's earlier exploration, they had already taken the vast majority of the accumulated life water, leaving only these 3 drops behind, which were likely produced recently. At the bottom of the spring, a faint gleam of crystalline emerald shimmered softly in the darkness. Yi Zhuxian crouched down and gazed intently at the 3 droplets, feeling a hint of regret, but even more so, a bubbling excitement. 3 drops meant a 30,000 point permanent increase in maximum stamina. Any professional would find it hard to stay calm. She took a deep breath to steady her racing heart, and then looked to Wang Hai beside her. As agreed, everyone who's here gets a share. How shall we divide these 3 drops of life water? She asked straightforwardly. 1 drop each, and for the remaining drop, whoever wants it more can offer some compensation to the other, Wang Hai proposed. That sounds fair, Yi Zhuxian nodded. Then, meeting Wang Hai's gaze directly, she added, I want the extra drop. All the rewards from the medicine garden, plus the points from this boss, will be yours. How about that? The combined value of the medicine garden's yield and the boss points was nearly worth half a drop of life water, a generous offer. Yet Wang Hai simply shook his head. Yi Zhuxian raised an eyebrow. Not enough? I can add more. No. Wang Hai raised a hand to stop her, his voice from beneath his mask laced with amusement. I don't want anything else. There's only one thing I want. What is it? Yi Zhuxian immediately tensed, fingers instinctively tightening around her longbow. You. Yi Zhuxian was stunned for a moment. Then her expression darkened. What do you mean? What do you take me for? Don't misunderstand. Wang Hai waved his hand. What I mean is, for the next test, we team up. During that time, you'll cooperate with me. She instantly understood his plan, not just a simple partnership, but like when fighting bosses, she would be his full-time healer. Silence stretched between them as reason and emotion struggled inside her. 2 drops of life water meant a permanent boost of 20,000 stamina points, an enormous temptation for someone like her who pursued peak power. Yet the price was enduring Wang Hai's irritating quirks again. In the end, reason prevailed. She lifted her gaze, sharp and resolute. All right, but I have a few conditions. Oh, let's hear them, Wang Hai replied, unsurprised. First, my health can never fall below 50 at any time. If it does, our cooperation ends immediately. Simple enough, Wang Hai nodded. Second, whenever I need mana restored, you can't refuse. Otherwise, cooperation ends. No problem. Fair deal, Wang Hai answered readily. Third, you can't deliberately make the boss stronger just to spite me. Deal. But before you kill the boss, you have to hold back a bit. After I'm done, you get the final blow. Wang Hai had his own condition. Agreed. Yi Zhuxian consented. With the terms settled, she didn't hesitate. Walking to the spring, she took out a specially made jade vial and carefully collected all 3 drops of life water. The emerald liquid rippled inside the bottle, reflecting the steely determination in her eyes. Then she handed 1 vial to Wang Hai. As agreed, this drop is yours. Wang Hai took the jade vial and felt the astonishing vitality contained within the single drop of liquid inside. Without hesitation, he pulled out the stopper and gulped down the water of life. In an instant, a scorching wave of warmth surged through his bloodstream like thousands of electric arcs, igniting every part of his body. Every cell greedily absorbed the pure, primal essence. He could clearly sense his constitution undergoing a dramatic transformation, an irreversible increase of 10,000 points. Nearby, Yi Zhuxian placed her own drop of liquid on her tongue and closed her eyes to feel the surge of power. Her constitution rose by 20,000 points, doubling her life force. It was as if her entire being was reforged from within. After a brief pause to recover, the two exchanged a glance. Yi Zhuxian quietly asked, "Where to next?" "Let's harvest all the medicinal herbs in this valley. There shouldn't be anything else of value here. Then we'll check if the military personnel have left and see if we can get an address from them," Wang Hai said, clapping his hands. Yi Zuxuan's eyes brightened. Since the military had provided the herb garden and they had captured the cultists, requesting coordinates for another relic site was not unreasonable. With their decision made, they moved swiftly. Wang Hai slashed roots while Yi Zhuxian collected and sealed them. Before long, all the remaining spiritual herbs were gathered. The once lush valley was now left only with swirling mist and lingering traces of life energy. That's about it. Time to go. I wonder if the military is still outside. Wang Hai adjusted his gear and looked toward the valley entrance. Yi Zhuxian checked the herbs in her spatial pouch, her normally stern expression softening with satisfaction. 20,000 points in constitution plus a large haul of rare materials far exceeded their expectations. Leaving the valley, they retraced their steps. Approaching the altar ruins, they saw from afar that the area was completely sealed by a translucent energy barrier. Complex runes flickered on its surface, and steady spiritual energy pulses formed an invisible fortress. Several fully armed soldiers patrolled outside, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Lieutenant Zhou Feng had just finished an inspection and was assigning guards when he spotted the pair returning. He signaled his men to maintain their posts and quickened his pace to meet them. "Finished exploring? Looks like you brought back quite a haul," he said, observing them carefully but impressed. He secretly thought the cult leader deep in the herb garden was no easy opponent, and these two clearly exceeded intelligence reports. "Thanks to you, Lieutenant. We did make some significant gains," Wang Hai replied directly. "By the way, we wanted to ask if the military has any other relic sites that need clearing. We're happy to help." Zhou Feng's expression flickeretta hadn't expected them to ask for more work so soon, but he saw no way around it. They had just achieved a major victory, were remarkably powerful, and had influential backgrounds. He weighed his options silently, glancing between Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian. First, they had just eliminated the cultists and bought the army valuable time. Second, enlisting their aid to continue removing threats would be beneficial. There are other relic sites. Zhou Feng pursed his lips, his gaze turning serious. His major had hinted that some information could be disclosed. There is indeed one more place. Zhou Feng lowered his voice. He raised his hand, pointing toward the southeast of the wasteland, where fierce winds stirred up dust, occasionally revealing the outline of a deep ravine. At the southeast corner of that wasteland, there's a canyon called Hurricane Gorge. Recently, the energy fluctuations there have been unusually intense. It's suspected that a large number of wind elemental creatures have gathered, and it's even possible that an elemental lord has been born. An elemental lord? Yi Zhuxian raised an eyebrow. That's right, Lieutenant Zhou Feng nodded solemnly. An elemental lord is a boss born from the highly concentrated elemental energy. Its power far surpasses that of ordinary bosses, and it usually has a domain ability. For first-tier classes, it's almost a death sentence. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If you can defeat it, there's a very high chance it will drop an elemental heart, a legendary grade material, far more precious than the few drops of life water you saw in the herb garden. He paused deliberately here, watching their reactions before continuing. High-quality elemental hearts are key materials for forging legendary equipment, building advanced spell models, and even completing certain special class change quests. Wind elemental hearts are especially rare and valuable. They significantly boost agility, evasion, movement speed, and the understanding of wind element skills. They're almost never seen on the market, but whenever they appear, major factions rush to buy them at high prices. Yi Zhuxian nodded lightly. She recalled her own first-tier class change, which required 9 rare materials including the Star Heart, Star Stone, and Morning Dew. The Star Heart was likewise a legendary grade material. Without the Yi family's abundant stockpile, she would have never completed her class change so quickly. The value of an elemental heart was by no means less than that of a Star Heart. If its purity were high enough, it might even become a core aid for her second-tier change. Although Wang Hai was far less familiar with these materials, the phrase legendary grade material was enough to quicken his breath. There's never such a thing as having too much of that kind of stuff. Zhou Feng continued. Besides the elemental lord, Hurricane Gorge itself, being permanently shrouded in raging wind element energy, has many rare resources. Wind Rune Stone is a top-tier material for enchantment and inscriptions. Medicinal herbs like wind spirit grass and riftwind flower only grow where wind elements are extremely concentrated. They are essential for crafting high-grade wind resistance potions and agility-enhancing elixirs. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai nodded approvingly. Sounds no worse than the herb garden. The resources are indeed rich, Zhou Feng warned, but the danger level is much higher compared to the herb garden. The monsters in the gorge are all pure elemental entities with extremely high physical resistance, making them very formidable. If you really decide to go there, it's best to prepare thoroughly. Thank you for the heads up, Lieutenant, Wang Hai said with a solemn bow. We will proceed with caution. After getting the coordinates and detailed information, the two wasted no time and headed southeast. Along the way, wild beasts occasionally roamed. Yi Zhuxian knocked her bow, and with a flash of cold light, took their lives one by one, her arrows unfailing. Wang Hai enjoyed the calm moment, counting up the herb garden spoils and calculating which herbs to keep and which to sell. At the other end of the wasteland, Li Yuan wiped the blood from his long spear, the remnants of a level 40 elite monster. He casually opened the leaderboard to take a quick glance. The sudden change on the list made his pupils shrink. That Wang Hai, whom he had always regarded as a good for nothing, had scored points at an astonishing rate. He was at the bottom yesterday, but just a few hours ago, he jumped all the way to 36th place. At the time, he didn't pay much attention and instead sneered with contempt. Just got lucky running into a bunch of low-level monsters, huh? Trash is trash even if they level up. They only dare to pick on the weak, he sneered in his heart. By now, Li Yuan's name was steadily holding the 11th spot on the leaderboard, just 3,000 points shy of the top 10. If it weren't for bad luck and the scarcity of nearby monsters, he would have charged right in already. In his eyes, the gap between the top 10 and the 36th rank was an unfathomable chasm. He was even confident he could take down someone ranked around 30th within a minute. As for Wang Hai, who had just squeezed into the top 30, to him, that kid was Batamtir. If he really had strength, he would have risen by now, not stayed stuck at the bottom. But just a few minutes later, the leaderboard shifted dramatically. Wang Hai's rank shot up to 18th, just a stone's throw from his own. Li Yuan froze for a moment, then felt a surge of panic. He broke into a sprint, hunting monsters frantically in the forest to rack up points. An hour later, the board refreshed again. Wang Hai's points were cut in half, dropping him to 26th place. Li Yuan was ecstatic. Instructor Qin had said that contestants in danger could call for help, but whether the rescue succeeded or failed, half their points would be deducted. Li Yuan had watched the board for years and knew that points having was basically a death sentence. This had happened 5 times before, and no one survived longer than an hour. He saw the military promised rescues as a joke. At that moment, he couldn't have wished for no rescue more. Justice served. I don't even have to lift a finger. Wang Hai's done for. He stopped hunting monsters and crouched behind a broken wall, fingers drumming on the leaderboard screen, waiting for that familiar name to disappear completely. But after a long wait, instead of good news, he got a shock. Wang Hai's rank rocketed all the way to 2nd. His points surged by 60,000, instantly putting him above Li Yuan. His brain buzzed. That kid wasn't dead. He made a come-from-behind counterattack? With Wang Hai's skills, if he could kill monsters instantly, he would have gone all out earlier. Why lose half his points first? Suddenly, he noticed that Yi Zhuxian, the perennial top-ranked player, had also surged her points by 40,000. The two numbers jumped side by side. It was clearly no coincidence. Li Yuan's face turned iron pale, teeth clenched in fury. It has to be Yi Zhuxian's doing. Damn it. Even dying, she managed to get saved by someone from the Yi family. Beyond anger, there was greed. The dungeon rules encouraged killing and stealing points from each other, and on the final day, the real-time coordinates of the top 10 would be revealed. Li Yuan stared at the leaderboard, sneering coldly. So what if they have so many points? When their locations go public, their fortunes will be their death warrant. He let out a cold laugh, already picturing himself stepping over Wang Hai's corpse, snatching every last point from him. In another stretch of wasteland, Lu Wenlin, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, ran into Wei Xiong, who held the 4th spot. A dry, hot wind swept yellow sand between them, while tiny pebbles pinged against their boots with a faint crackle. Lu Wenlin's right wrist twitched slightly as a rune-engraved longsword spun in his palm, a swirling sword blossom forming with blue-white light rippling along the blade's spine like flowing water, settling slowly after a few breaths. He sized up Wei Xiong with a look of genuine admiration. Elemental mag, your reputation is well-deserved. The power in your 5-element spirit orbs when they erupt rivals many lower-tier forbidden spells. Wei Xiong let the earthen elemental shield around him dissipate, dust and small stones trickling from his fingers. He smiled in return. Brother Lu, your runecraft is exquisite, blending offense and defense so seamlessly and unpredictably I nearly couldn't keep up. For this trial, first place will likely come down to you or Yi Zhuxian. Their brief exchange lasted only a few dozen moves, neither holding back fully, yet both had a clear sense of the other's strength. Wei Xiong lightly brushed dust from his sleeve, thinking that in this perilous ruin,
Having another strong ally was far better than gaining a rival. Likewise, Lu Wenlin said honestly, sheathing his sword. Solo runs have their limits. Some areas definitely call for teamwork. Brother Wei, you seem to know this ruin better than I do. Wei Xiong glanced around to be sure they were alone before lowering his voice. To be frank, my family provided some intelligence. The Hurricane Gorge in the southeast of the wasteland has shown unusual signs lately, likely harboring an elemental lord. An elemental lord? Lu Wenlin's expression turned serious as his fingers instinctively brushed the sword's hilt. The boss that wields its own domain and is nearly invincible at its level? Exactly. Wei Xiang's eyes burned with intensity. It's extremely risky, but the rewards are enormous. Defeating an elemental lord has a high chance of dropping an elemental heart, specifically a wind attribute one. The legendary wind elemental heart. Lu Wenlin's breath quickened. As a rune swordsman, acquiring a high-quality wind elemental heart would be invaluable for inscribing core runes, boosting speed and agility, or as a critical material for advancing to higher job tiers. Wei Xiong pressed on with an offer. Besides the elemental heart, Hurricane Gorge also yields rare resources like wind rune stones and wind spirit herbs, all very valuable. What do you say? Shall we join forces? With our combined strength and full preparation, it's possible we can take it down. We split the loot by contribution. If the elemental heart drops, all other loot is yours. I only want the heart. The terms sounded fair, though the elemental heart was undoubtedly the most precious prize. Lu Wenlin hesitated. The question was whether facing a nearly unbeatable elemental lord for a handful of rare materials was worth the risk. His uncertainty was written plainly on his face. Wei Xiong, reading his thoughts, added eagerly, Brother Lu, I understand your concerns. The elemental heart is priceless, so I wouldn't ask you to risk everything for nothing. Beyond keeping all other spoils from the gorge, my Wei family will also provide a rare skill book exclusive to Rune Swordsman. Lu Wenlin's eyes brightened. The Rune Swordsman is a hidden class with virtually no skill books available on the market. The only way to obtain them is by dungeon runs, where the drop chance is relatively higher. This offer was tempting indeed. This is a minor drawback common to all rare and hidden classes. It's nearly impossible to quickly assemble a full, well-rounded skill combo early on unless you belong to a guild overflowing with dungeon resources, barely enough to fill the skill slots. For ordinary people who accidentally unlock a hidden class, the situation is even more difficult. Their attributes might be maxed, recovery speed lightning fast, and movement almost ghost-like, yet they lack a single decent offensive skill, making things quite awkward. Lu Wenlin thought it over quietly. Wei Xiang's offer was indeed sincere, a rare skill book exclusive to Rune Swordsman. While not as precious as the Heart of Elements, it was far more appealing to him personally. Adding the other gains from the Hurricane Gorge made the overall rewards enough to justify the hardships of this adventure. Well done, Brother Wei. Without hesitation, he reached out for a high five. It settled thin hairs to a successful cooperation and a bountiful return. A pleasure working together. Wei Xiong returned the high five with a smile, finally feeling relieved. With Lu Wenlin as strong backup, his chances of claiming the Heart of Elements had just improved significantly. Since the Wildlands dungeon opened, he had been fixated on the Heart of Elements. But when he first faced the Elemental Lord 7 days ago, the overwhelming pressure nearly crushed him. Had it not been for a second-tier expert intervening, he wouldn't still be alive. Though his power had increased, he remained cautious. He had planned to wait until the dungeon revealed everyone's coordinates on the last day before teaming up with Yi Zhuxian. Now encountering Lu Wenlin felt equally fortunate. After a simple preparation, the two headed rapidly southeast toward Hurricane Gorge. Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian traveled swiftly across the wildlands for several hours before the scenery finally changed. The closer they neared the gorge, the more restless the elemental wind in the air became. Distant howls echoed across the hills, reminiscent of charging horses. On the horizon, grayish-white wind pillars stabbed into the cloud sand, unmistakable sign of Hurricane Gorge. Even from afar, the unsettling energy rippled through the air. That must be Hurricane Gorge, Yi Zhuxian said, gazing at the swirling pillars. The roaring wind distorted her voice. As they approached, gusts intensified dramatically. At the entrance, the gale almost knocked them off their feet. The ground was barren, marked only by bizarre patterns carved by wind blades on the bare rock. You have entered a high-risk zone, Hurricane Gorge. Warning: certain areas may contain fatal wind pressure and elemental vortex traps. Her wrist device flashed multiple alerts. This is just the entrance, Yi Zhuxian said, raising a faint starry shield to brace against the violent winds. The shield shimmered weakly under continuous abrasion. Wang Hai quickly cast a few ongoing healing spells on himself, instantly mending minor scratches. Ears perked, he noted casually, the wind strong would make for a great kite flying spot. Yi Zhuxian ignored him, pointing deeper into the gorge. The data says we have to find a path where the wind is relatively calm. Rushing blindly means being worn down alive. The two moved cautiously along the gorge's edge, relying on their senses and wrist map. Eventually, They discovered a narrow passage with weaker winds through the jagged rocks. Although fierce, the gale here wouldn't stir up tornadoes strong enough to blow them away. Stepping into the gorge, the wind pressure surged again. Wang Hai felt countless restless spirits screaming in his ears as a gray sandstorm obscured his vision. Environmental damage received. 100 points wind erosion damage per second, absorbed by shield. That damage was trivial to Wang Hai, but spoke volumes about the harsh conditions. For typical adventurers, just staying here would continuously drain their health. Not far ahead, the native inhabitants of this place appeared. Amid the fierce winds of the deep canyon, several creatures formed purely from swirling cyan energy floated midair. Their outlines shimmered and flickered with the gusts, but at the center of each hovered a solid core of condensed energy, more concentrated than the surrounding air. Wind Elemental. Level 35. First tier class bonus. 20 damage against targets below first tier, 20 damage taken. HP 70,000. Attack power 700. Spell power 7,880. Speed 5,000. Defense 1,000. Talent. Elemental body wind rank B. While in wind elemental form, physical damage taken is reduced by an additional 50, but all non-wind elemental damage received increases by 50. Skills. Wind Blade. Gale Howl. Current status. In high-density wind elemental environment. Regenerates 10,000 HP and 10,000 mana per second. Current status. Wind elemental form. Physical damage taken further reduced by 50. These floating wind elementals had no eyes, yet immediately locked onto Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian. A cold gleam flashed from their cores as the surrounding air's wind energy was violently sucked away. Crescent-shaped cyan wind blades took shape one after another, slicing through the air with roaring sharpness as they shrieked toward the two. Yi Zhuxian reacted faster. Her bowstring vibrated as starry arrows tore through the air, piercing precisely through the wind elemental cores. Boom, boom. Low, heavy impacts followed. The swirling cyan clouds were completely shattered, their fragments scattered by the wind. Only a few small, glowing energy crystals fell to the ground. An ordinary archer would have been heavily weakened in such an elemental environment, but Yi Zhuxian was a starfall archer. Her arrows dealt energy damage that completely ignored wind elemental physical damage reduction. She raised her gaze toward deeper parts of the canyon, where the wind elemental energy boiled like boiling water. In the hazy distance, an increasingly massive cyan figure loomed faintly. Go straight in or hunt the elemental lord first. She asked briskly. Clear the minions first and get familiar with the terrain. The elemental lord won't escape. My watch warns of natural traps ahead. Got to be careful, Wang Hai replied, sending his beasts forward to scout. Wild winds here carved visible blades through the canyon walls, scattering stones. The wind was lethal to ordinary people, but for Wang Hai it was just a mild annoyance. In fact, he welcomed his beasts getting injured more often. The more they bled, the greater his chances to level up attributes. Although these beasts had been farmed repeatedly, dropping rates had sharply declined, but every little bit helped. The two advanced along the path forged by the beasts. Along the way, Yi Zhuxian's arrows streaked like shooting stars, her starlight flashing as she wiped out any level 30 wind spirits instantly. Wang Hai meanwhile captured a few wind elementals to farm the elemental body talent. Although the elemental body came with a drawback of 50 damage taken from other elemental types, it could be toggled on or off at will. Turning it off nullified the negative effect, something Wang Hai was more than willing to manage. As they descended deeper, wind elementals' levels steadily rose. 40, 45, 50, and occasionally elite specimens would flash by. Yet under Yi Zhuxian's flawless rain of arrows, these threats were dispatched with only a few shots. After several battles, Wang Hai finally farmed the elemental body wind rank B talent from an elite wind spirit. Upon testing, he found it could indeed be toggled. Active state dramatically reduced physical damage, but increased non-wind elemental damage received. The inactive state returned damage taken to normal. Even better, the active form rendered his body translucent with blurred facial features, granting him a kind of invisible disguise and a way to conceal his appearance. The density of wind element creatures here is extremely high, and their regeneration is much stronger than in the outer areas. Yi Zhuxian fired her bow rapidly. A single azure arrow pierced directly through the energy core of a level 55 elite wind spirit. Instantly, the shattered core drew in the surrounding wind elements like a greedy vortex, and within less than a second, that wind spirit was fully restored to full health and mana. The outer monsters only recovered 10,000 health and mana per second, but here, they regenerated 20,000. If your damage output didn't exceed that threshold, clearing the field was impossible. Yi Zhuxian furrowed her brows slightly, making an internal resolve. The energy core must be destroyed in one strike, or it will quickly regenerate. It seemed they were close to the elemental lord's lair. Wang Hai felt the nearly boiling wind elements slapping against his skin and whispered, "This environment is completely its home turf." After they advanced several hundred meters, their view suddenly opened up. A massive bowl-shaped valley lay ahead. In the center of the valley floor, a tornado over 100 meters in diameter ripped through the sky and earth, rotating slowly with a roar that made their eardrums ache. Around the tornado, over 100 various wind element creatures hovered vigilantly, like arranged guards. Deep within the tornado's eye, a denser azure light flickered shaped roughly like a giant humanoid figure molded from profound blue energy. Its eyes were two clusters of crackling white lightning, and its spear was forged purely from the storm itself. Even just hovering caused the surrounding space to visibly warp. Warning: you have entered the domain of the Elemental Lord, Hurricane Lord Garuda. Your movement speed is reduced by 50, non-wind skills consume 100 more resources, wind damage you receive increases by 100, and 50 of your defense is ignored. The cold, mechanical system alert rang out instantly. This domain is ridiculous. Yi Zhuxian and Wang Hai's faces darkened simultaneously. Wang Hai immediately cast a healing spell to stabilize his health. Hurricane Lord Garuda. Lord Boss. Level 60 including first tier class transfer bonus. Against targets below tier 1. Damage dealt 90, damage taken 90. HP 5 million. Attack power 100,000. Spell power 200,000. Speed 50,000. Defense 10,000. Talent Elemental Body. Wind grade A receives 50 less physical damage while in wind elemental form. Wind skill effects increased by 50. Skills: Wind Thunder Orb, Sky Cleaving Wind Blade, Wind Binding, Eye of the Hurricane, 10,000 Wind Strangle. Domain: Wind Domain. Current state 1. In Tornado I Core regenerates 50,000 HP and 50,000 mana per second. Cooldown for all wind skills reduced by 50. Effect increased by 100. Current state 2. Domain activated enemy units within range have movement speed reduced by 50. Non-wind skill resource consumption increased by 100. Wind damage received increased by 100 and 50 of their defense ignored. Current state 3. Wind elemental form takes 50 less physical damage. Note: when HP falls below 10, enters a berserk state, all damage and healing effects are doubled. All skill cooldowns removed for 30 seconds. After that, all attributes decrease by 20 and all skill cooldown times multiply by 10. The terrifying attribute panel and domain effects made Wang Hai's pupils shrink instantly. 5 million health points. Automatic regeneration of 50,000 HP and MP per second within its territory, an overwhelming 90 level advantage, plus an extremely oppressive domain. The Hurricane Lord before him was at least a tier above the Illusion Enchantress. Especially with 10,000 defense after his normal attacks were reduced by 90. Even Wang Hai's full-strength slashes couldn't break through. He had to rely on his talents to deal damage. Sure enough, a tough nut to crack, he said, a hint of excitement showing. Yi classmate, are you ready to fight a real battle? Go ahead first. Yi Zhuxian said nothing. She took a deep breath, drawing her starshine longbow to full draw. The starlight, glowing on the string, pushed back the surrounding gale. Starmoon piercing arrow. A pillar of light as thick as a bucket tore through the air, aiming straight for the Hurricane Lord in the storm's eye. This was her strongest snipe, enhanced with anti-demonic and piercing effects. But as the light pillar entered the tornado domain, its speed immediately slowed and its power was gradually drained. When it finally struck, it dealt a staggering 1,548,715 damage. Nearly half of its health was sliced off in one arrow, but at the same time, it completely drained her mana. Yi Zhuxian glanced sideways at Wang Hai, signaling, recharge mana. Without the domain interference, she could have hit a maximum damage of 3 million with a full mana pool assuming her talents were stacked before entering the fight. Wang Hai arched an eyebrow and sighed inwardly. He had underestimated her. If she could unleash the kind of burst consistently, bringing down this boss wouldn't be too hard. He raised his staff, and a fountain of light poured down, instantly refilling Yi Zhuxian's mana. Hiss! Deep within the storm's eye, the Hurricane Lord roared in fury, its wind element body howling sharply as the tornado suddenly sped up. It raised its swirling arms, pointing directly at Yi Zhuxian. Skill: Wind Pressure Cannon. A highly compressed blast of gale force wind fired out like an invisible cannon, twisting the air and gouging deep furrows in the ground as it thundered supersonically toward Yi Zhuxian. Her pupils contracted as starlight flickered, and she blinked tens of meters away. Boom! Where she had stood was now a crater several meters across. But the attack didn't end there. Skill: Myriad Wind Blades. The Lord swung its arms, peeling off countless sharp cyan wind blades from the tornado, raining down like a storm over the valley. With its domain enhancing the power, dodging these wind blades was nearly impossible, and their lethality was terrifying. Yi Zhuxian unleashed her full agility, flickering continuously, but several blades still grazed her, causing her HP to plummet instantly. A healing spell landed just in time, and Wang Hai stabilized her condition. How long is your mana recharge cooldown?
she asked during her rapid evasions. Use it however you want. I've got plenty of mana. Just leave the boss to me for a bit, Wang Hai replied with a smile. Since Yi Zuxuan's talents rarely triggered, Wang Hai didn't push it. He roughly figured this was an iceberg of a person. Her emotional swings were small, even in dire straits, so her talent proc rate was low. Hearing Wang Hai's generous promise, Yi Zuxuan's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly replaced by intense focus. She drew back her starshine longbow, the bowstring sparking with bright starlight as arrows streaked through the sky like meteors, relentlessly striking the eye of the storm's hurricane lord. If it weren't for the long cooldown on her advanced arrow technique, Star Moon Lethal Shot, she would have aimed every arrow at the vital points. Even so, she maintained a rapid pace just as her mana was fully depleted. Wang Hai immediately channeled magic with Fountain Surge, cycling endlessly like an unrelenting barrage. The Hurricane Lord's health visibly and steadily dropped under their combined assault. Almost there. Wang Hai locked his gaze on the boss health bar, realizing that frenzy was imminent as it neared 10. The moment the health dipped past the threshold, Garuda, the Hurricane Lord, howled skyward. His massive elemental form first shrank violently, then exploded outward with a thunderous roar. Wang Hai warned immediately, be careful. Skills have zero cooldown for the next 30 seconds. Before he finished speaking, the berserk attacks began. Maelstrom Wind Kill, Rift Wind Blade, Storm Thunder Orb, an unending torrent of wind magic unleashed without pause, blanketing the bowl-shaped valley. Wind blades crisscrossed like a dense forest, thunder spheres exploded in the high air, and pressure bombs slammed down in rapid succession, weaving a destructive net of pale blue and white light. Yi Zhuxian moved with extreme agility to dodge and weave, releasing starshine arrows to deflect some attacks, but couldn't block them all. Her health bar plunged and surged like a roller coaster, sustained only by Wang Hai's split-second precise healing spells. The 30 seconds of frenzy felt endless. Layers of the valley floor were stripped away, rocks whipped into the sky, then shattered instantly. Lightning flashed through swirling dust. Yi Zuxuan's health oscillated hundreds of times. Finally, as the last massive wind blade dissipated, the raging energy on the Hurricane Lord's surface receded like a tide. His giant form flickered and dimmed, entering a weakened state. This boss is all yours now. When you're done, just finish it off. Yi Zhuxian exhaled heavily, exhaustion coloring her voice. She knew full well she wouldn't have survived the frenzy without Wang Hai. Well then, I won't hold back. Wang Hai grinned, locking onto the fading elemental giant. The Hurricane Lord let out a defiant, hoarse roar and weakly swung a few wind blades, but had lost all its former power. Stop. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from behind. A cutting sword chi shot straight at the two, forcing Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian to dodge and retreat, halting their attack. Two figures landed swiftly, blocking the Hurricane Lord's path. Lu Wenlin and Wei Xiong, ranked 3rd and 4th on the leaderboard. Wei Xiong held his staff upright, his expression fierce, surrounded by 5 swirling elemental orbs that shielded them from the remaining wind blades. Lu Wenlin's reniched sword shimmered with flowing light as he cast a cold gaze over Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian. Wei Xiong, Lu Wenlin, Yi Zhuxian furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her calm voice tinged with displeasure. What exactly do you two mean by this? Wei Xiong took 2 steps forward, a faint smile curling at his lips, but with no warmth in his eyes. Miss Yi, sorry about this. This elemental lord has been on our radar for a long time. Thanks to you weakening it so much, we'll be finishing it off now. His words were polite, but his actions shamelessly bold. Lu Wenlin was more direct. He raised his sword to block Yi Zhuxian, the runed blade flashing with cold light as he spoke arrogantly. Yi Zhuxian, even at your peak, we can't be afraid if we join forces. Now that you're completely drained, you're no match for us. Do yourself a favor and back down, or you won't even keep your own points. The wind howled through the canyon as the two sides faced off. Off in the distance, Wang Hai watched with interest. Top 3 and 4 actually walking right up to them. He had thought it'd be at least until the last day before meeting them. Humph, utterly shameless, Yi Zhuxian said coldly, disdain flashing in her eyes. Wei Xiong shrugged as if it were only natural. In a relic battle, it's every team for themselves. You just happen to make us look good. Miss Yi, you're exhausted, and you're dragging along a useless priest. Fighting us now isn't worth it. They had observed from afar long enough to confirm Wang Hai was just a healer, a complete non-threat, so they simply ignored him. Yi Zhuxian said nothing more, tightening her grip on the starlight bow as starry energy swirled around her again. She was resolute there was no chance she would hand over a wounded boss like that. Seeing they wouldn't back down, the smiles on Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin quickly faded. Stubborn fools. Lu Wenlin sneered, the runes on his sword glowing blue with power. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. We'll take you down first, then deal with the sneaky little priest. Before he finished speaking, 2 beams of white healing light shot overhead toward Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin. Both men were momentarily stunned, then Wei Xiong laughed scornfully. Ha! Miss Yi,
Your little lackey knows when to play smart. He's already switched sides before we even acted. Your judgment isn't bad. Lu Wenlin lifted his chin and gestured at Wang Hai. Be a good healer and keep us alive. Maybe we'll let you live. Wang Hai glanced at their status panels, a bit disappointed. So it's only S-rank talent, not SSS. Guess SSS rank is even rarer than I thought. Pulling back his gaze, he listened as they bragged, a strange smile creeping over his lips. Let you live? You too must be mistaken. With that, he vanished in a flash, appearing beside Wei Xiong. He swung his staff down, hitting with a muffled boom. 90,841. The bright red damage numbers soared into the air, as if the clamorous canyon momentarily lost all sound except the howling wind. Lu Wenlin's mocking grin froze on his face. Is this really a priest? Which priest's power attribute is more terrifying than his runed warrior? After being blasted away by a staff strike, Wei Xiong stood there dazed. The elemental shield over his chest rippled violently, like water disturbed by a massive hammer, nearly shattering. The overwhelming force that had just passed through him completely shattered his previous understanding of what a priest could be. You're not a priest? He staggered to a stop, his voice trembling. Authentic, through and through, Wang Hai said casually, weighing his staff in one hand with a relaxed smile. Just a priest with a bit more muscle. Nearby, Lu Wenlin gripped his rune-engraved longsword tightly, his guard up like facing a dire enemy. The pure force behind that single staff blow still haunted him. Yi Zuxuan's eyes widened in shock. His normal attack damage has increased again? And it's only been a few hours? She wondered silently, is this a sudden power spike, or has he just been holding back? But now was not the time to question it. The Starshine longbow quietly drew back, radiant starlight coalescing into an arrow, aimed steadily at Lu Wenlin. Starbind arrow. As the arrow hit the ground, beams of starlight spread out instantly, forming a brilliant cage that locked Lu Wenlin firmly in place. Take out the mage first. Yi Zhuxian commanded sharply, eyeing Wang Hai. Got it. Wang Hai shifted his weight, his afterimage lingering briefly as his real form lunged toward the recovering Wei Xiong. 5 Spirit Barrier. Wei Xiong shouted, anger and panic mingling. He slammed his staff into the ground. 5 swirling orbs in red, yellow, blue, green, and gold spun rapidly, knitting into a dense shield around him. Without pause, he chanted, grip of the earth. The stone slabs beneath Wang Hai exploded as 2 massive rock hands burst from the earth, reaching to grab his ankles. Amateurish tricks. Wang Hai didn't even flinch, stepping alternately with his feet. Boom, boom. The stone hands shattered into rubble. Wei Xiang's pupils snapped wide, his control shattered so easily by brute force. Take this. Wang Hai swung his staff in a wide arc, striking the 5-colored barrier. Boom. The elemental shield buckled and dimmed by half. The power seeping through the barrier made Wei Xiang's palm go numb, forcing him to retreat several steps. What kind of monster is this? He thought, a cold dread creeping over him. Elsewhere, Lu Wenlin coldly surveyed the starry cage. Amateurish tricks. Break rune slash. His rune longsword gleamed sharply as he struck the cage, which shattered on impact. Free. Lu Wenlin surged forward, sword flashing wildly, aimed at Wang Hai's back. The attack long charged, the sword's runes glowing fully to deal a decisive blow to this strange priest. Clang. The blade struck Wang Hai's shoulder, sending out only a faint golden ripple that the shield absorbed without damage. How is this possible? Lu Wenlin gaped. His sword could fell any ordinary first-stage adventurer without question. Wang Hai glanced back coolly. Don't rush. Your turn will come soon enough. Before the words finished, he spun back to Wei Xiong, staff raised. Heal. A gentle light bathed Wei Xiong. Instinctively, he flicked away only to realize that 30,000 health points had been restored. Bewilderment deepened. Without giving him time to think further, the staff struck again with a rushing sound, alternating between attack and heal, leaving Wei Xiong off balance. Lu Wenlin refused to believe it, his runes flashing as he struck multiple times, yet Wang Hai's golden shield seemed endless no matter how hard he cut. He couldn't even graze his opponent's skin. Yi Zhuxian, bow in hand, watched dumbfounded. Wang Hai seemed to need no help at all, almost toying with his enemies. Wei Xiang's chest constricted painfully. On the verge of vomiting blood, how could the once proud prodigy of the Wei family suffer such humiliation? You bastard. He'll kill you. He roared, abandoning defense. The 5-colored orbs atop his staff spun frantically, colliding and merging as destruction surged. Elemental annihilation. The lights combined into a hazy gray beam that rippled space itself in its path, shooting straight at Wang Hai. Watch out. Even Yi Zhuxian couldn't help but shout. Yet Wang Hai remained unfazed, had studied both of their skill panels long ago, seeing clearly they were all flashy moves without real damage. A first-stage warrior's ultimate attack, how strong could that really be? He thought quietly. He had stacked 20 million points of shield on himself. Even if these two drained their magic completely, they couldn't break through his defenses. Wang Hai's figure was completely engulfed by the elemental annihilation beam. 810,477. The terrifying red damage number exploded in midair, hanging like dripping blood. Looking for death, Wei Xiong pulled back his arms, a fierce, twisted smile crawling across his lips. After unleashing his forbidden move, his face turned deathly pale and his breathing grew erratic. But the thrill shining in his eyes was almost overwhelming. Anyone who dared humiliate him publicly had to pay with their life. Oomph, arrogant fool. He sneered, about to mock further, trying to withstand my elemental annihilation, heathen? Even if you're made of iron, you'll. His words abruptly cut off. Dust billowed and the gray curtains slowly lifted, revealing a slender figure stepping out from the fading light of the beam. The annihilation glow faded, and Wang Hai's clothes remained unruffled. His health bar was even still completely full. Oh, how is this possible? Wei Xiong cried out, retreating as if seeing a ghost. Beside him, Lu Wenlin gasped sharply, his hand trembling on his sword hilt. He knew the power behind that strike. Himself wouldn't dare take it head-on, yet this priest hadn't even broken his armor. Wang Hai twisted his wrist as if just finishing a stretch, his tone calm but tinged with satisfaction. Not bad. That move was strong. Almost broke my shield. Almost broke your shield. Wei Xiong felt his world spinning, nearly fainting from disbelief. Trait 2 triggered successfully. Talent acquired, Elemental Fusion SS. The system notification echoed softly in everyone's ears. Elemental Fusion SS allows incorporation of multiple elemental attributes into an attack skill. Each additional element doubles skill power and applies corresponding debuffs such as burn, slow, paralysis, armor break, healing prohibition, etc. Hearing the pleasant notification chime, Wang Hai smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Lu Wenlin. It was just a brief glance, but it sent a chill down Lu's spine as if had been targeted by an ancient beast. Warm-up's over. Wang Hai twirled his staff lightly and stepped forward. Your turn. Lu Wenlin's face drained of color. Without hesitation, he activated every defensive rune he had on his body. Rune barrier. Runes shot out from his sword, weaving a thick wall of light in front of him. He simultaneously retreated rapidly, trying to create distance. Running away? Wang Hai chuckled softly, his figure flickering like a ghost as he appeared right before Lu Wenlin's eyes. His staff slashed through the air, carried by a powerful gust. Clang. The rune barrier shook violently, its light cracking. Lu Wenlin was stunned. The force behind this strike was even stronger than the one that hit Wei Xiong. He hadn't been fighting with full power against Wei at all. A gentle light then descended upon Lu Wenlin. Healing spell. His health surged by 30,000. But Lu's hair stood on in the same devastating tactic used to break Weiss' resolve was now being applied to him untouched. I surrender. He shouted. All the points are yours. Just let me leave. Too late to say that now. Wang Hai raised his staff again and brought it down. Clang. The rune barrier completely shattered, sending Lu Wenlin stumbling back several steps. A bitter metallic taste filling his throat. Grinding his teeth, a ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. You left me no choice. He slammed his sword into the ground, the rune light surging wildly. With both hands, he formed a seal and chanted his incantation rapidly. Using blood as the conduit, rune forbidden art. 10,000 swords exterminate evil. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he splattered it onto the blade's surface. The rune longsword suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light. Multiplying rapidly, 1 became 10, 10 became 100, until countless blood-red sword shadows filled the sky like a reversed river of blood, emanating a chilling aura of destruction. This was the Lu family's secret forbidden technique. Using one's essence blood as a catalyst to temporarily boost all attack judgments with terrifying power, but at the horrific cost of permanently reducing all attributes by 10. Go. Lu Wenlin's face turned pale, his fingers trembling as he pointed fiercely at Wang Hai. The blood swords rained down like a torrential storm. Each sword shadow howled as it tore through space, carving trenches several meters deep into the valley floor. Rocks flew, cliff faces trembled, and even Yi Zhuxian in the distance felt her chest tighten, her heart pounding uncontrollably. The cumulative damage on the monitoring screen surged past 5 million. Yet when the sword rain finally ceased and the dust settled, Wang Hai remained calmly standing in place, not a speck of dust settling on him. Not a bad skill, he said with a half-smile, brushing his hand over the faint golden shield surrounding him. But still a bit short. In that moment, Lu Wenlin's spirit nearly shattered. There was no way to break a defense even the family's forbidden technique couldn't penetrate. Just then, system notifications flooded the screen. Trait 2 triggered successfully. Acquired talent Rune Mastery SS. Rune Mastery SS. Able to analyze, copy, and create any rune. Rune effects 500. Can instantly draw observed runes by consuming mana. For each activated rune on the body, all skill effects 10. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow lightly. That talent dropped fast. Seems the more emotional you get, the higher the drop rate. His playful smile faded as his tone grew serious. Game's about over. Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin were both seized by terror. That previously unremarkable priest's staff suddenly seemed colder than the Grim Reaper's scythe. Wait. Wei Xiang's hoarse voice cracked, all pride and anger swallowed by survival instinct. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. The staff froze in midair. Wang Hai tilted his head with mild amusement. Oh? Weren't you just telling me to die? It was my blindness and rudeness. I offended you. Wei Xiang's face drained of color as he spoke rapidly. In boss fights, there are kings and losers. I accept defeat. But killing me won't benefit you. It will only enrage the Wei family. Spare me, and am willing to pay any price. Beside him, Lu Wenlin's spirit was all but shattered. Seeing Wei Xiang's submission, he immediately threw down his rune longsword, kneeling slightly. Same here. Please show mercy. The situation was beyond their control. They knew resisting further meant certain death. Wang Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. In an open-world dungeon, one slash to kill would be safest. But here, death only meant being teleported out, with no true root cause elimination. Given that, negotiation wasn't off the table. He slowly retracted his staff, his eyes cool as they swept over the two. He'll consider it. Tell me, how much are your lives worth? All our points and the loot we earned in the dungeon can be transferred to you. Wei Xiang charged forward, his voice trembling as he quickly operated his wristwatch. I have 32,000 points under my name. I can transfer them immediately. Lu Wenlin followed close behind, cold sweat dripping from his temple. I have 41,000 points, all of which I'm willing to offer. Wang Hai tapped his staff lightly on the ground and sneered. Killing you means these things belong to me anyway. Trying to bribe me with my own spoils. You've got quite the nerve. Both men's faces turned ashen instantly. According to the dungeon rules, when a player is killed, all their points and drops are automatically transferred, a trick they had planned to use against Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian, but it had now backfired on them. Besides that, my Wei family is willing to pay an additional ransom. Wei Xiang said urgently. Resources and credit points from the real world can all be negotiated. Lu Wenlin hurriedly added, my Lu family too. You understand, having multiple friends is better than having multiple enemies. If you show mercy today, I, Lu Wenlin, will owe you a great favor, and the Lu family will remember this kindness. Wang Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. If these two heirs escaped, their families would surely come after him later. But for now, their value in the outside world might still be squeezed a little more. At that moment, Yi Zhuxian quietly approached, her voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to everyone. Don't trust them. Aristocratic heirs never forget a grudge. Once out, they'll definitely cause you trouble. If you're going to offend them, better kill them outright. After all, no one knows if you die inside the dungeon. She paused, then added, before you act, have them transfer their points to my account first, then I'll transfer them to you later. That way outsiders won't be able to trace the source. She had thought of everything. The Yi family was not afraid of the Wei and Lu families. Wei Xiang and Lu Wenlin heard every word clearly, their faces growing even paler as a flash of menace crossed their eyes. Wang Hai laughed loudly and glanced at Yi Zhuxian. Yi classmate, you seem cold on the outside but your methods are quite ruthless. Yi Zuxuan's expression remained calm. Just stating the facts to avoid future troubles. Makes sense, Wang Hai nodded, spinning his staff lightly in his palm. The points and materials are trophies, so they rightfully belong to me. As for your lives, he dragged the words out and looked at Yi Zhuxian. Do you have any way to make sure they honor the contract? Yi Zhuxian was about to say no, but caught Wang Hai's persistent glance, prompting her to think for a moment. Then her eyes brightened slightly. Yes, the legacy of the Starry Arrow Messenger contains a star soul contract. It uses the power of the stars to imprint the agreement on the soul's essence. If the terms are broken, the stars retaliate at best, causing attribute regression, at worst soul shattering. Her calm explanation sent chills down Wei Xiang and Lu Wenlin's spines. A soul contract. This was almost the highest level of binding once signed. Life and death were entirely in someone else's hands. Oh, sounds interesting. Wang Hai lightly tapped his obsidian staff against the rock, eyeing the two pale-faced men before him with amusement. So geniuses, what'll it be? Die now, or sign the Star Soul Oath and cut your losses. Sir, could you offer different terms? We could. Wei Xiang's voice trembled as he tried to bargain. The staff hit the ground again, sending pebbles flying. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes, his tone turning cold. My patience has limits. 3 seconds to decide. 3. He'll sign. Lu Wenlin shrugged, the first to yield. He gritted his teeth, fully aware of the saying a wise man avoids immediate losses. Surviving to leave the instance was more important than anything. The risks of a soul contract could be dealt with later. Wei Xiang saw Lu Wenlin bow his head and felt his last trace of hope shatter. He whispered, he'll sign too. Smart choice. Wang Hai nodded with satisfaction, gesturing to the girl beside him. Yi, can you handle this? Yi Zhuxian stepped forward, delicate fingers raised. Starry light gathered at her fingertips like quicksilver in the air, solidifying but not dispersing. She carefully drew the characters one stroke at a time. Relax your mind. No resistance allowed. By the stars I swear within 3 days after leaving the instance, each party's family must pay. She glanced at Wang Hai, silently asking for the name. Wang Hai. Pay Wang Hai an amount equal to. She sought confirmation again. Wang Hai stroked his chin and named an exorbitant price, 5 legendary items each. That shouldn't be too much. 5 legendary items. Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin's hearts bled. To them, this was practically a treasure trove only their families could muster. But the situation was out of their hands. They could only grit their teeth and nod. Yi Zhuxian completed the contract. To pay 5 legendary items, and to never hold Wang Hai or his associates accountable for today's events, nor seek revenge. Violators will suffer star soul backlash and soul collapse. The final line of runes took shape, silver light suddenly dispersing. Focus your mind, she intoned. 2 beams of starlight shot like meteors, entering the brows of Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin. Done. The deal is sealed. Wang Hai waved his hand. Transfer the points to me, and you're free to go. Remember to prepare the ransom. They'll contact you after you exit the instance. Feeling as if they'd been granted amnesty, the two hastily accessed their watches and instantly transferred all their points to Wang Hai's name. Vibrations rang out repeatedly. Their points surged by over 70,000, pushing Wang Hai's total past 150,000, just shy of overtaking Yi Zuxuan's top rank by 10,000. After the transfer, Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin dared not linger, turning hastily and leaving Hurricane Canyon filthy and beaten, fearing Wang Hai might renege. As their figures receded, Wang Hai smiled and gave Yi Zhuxian a thumbs up. Thanks. If you hadn't cooperated, I couldn't have pulled this off. They'll split the ransom with you. Please handle their coordination later. Yi Zuxuan's usually cold face softened with a hint of a smile. She knew Wang Hai was merely leveraging the Yi family's name, but 5 legendary items were precious to her too. I hope they actually believe the things I said, she said, still frowning slightly. Her profession could use soul contracts, but only after 5 stages of advancement, not yet. Doesn't matter, Wang Hai shrugged. If they believe it, everyone's happy. If not, I lose nothing. The girl pondered quietly, seeming thoughtful. All right, now let's deal with our real target. Wang Hai lifted his gaze toward the boss at the canyon's center, fully healed after the harassment from Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin. But to him, this simply meant, looks like we get to fight it all over again. Wang Hai raised his staff and struck the boss. 1, 1, 1. A string of nearly meaningless forced damage numbers flickered above the Storm Lord's head. Yi Zuxuan's eyes twitched involuntarily. Treating an elemental lord like a punching bag was nothing short of blatant humiliation. The Storm Lord, hammered repeatedly, roared furiously toward the sky. Hurt your feelings? Here, have some healing. Wang Hai lightly waved his staff, sending a stream of emerald green light toward the boss. 22,170. The Storm Lord's health bar shuddered and instantly refilled. With a sharp screech, the Storm Lord desperately gathered wind elements as dozens of razor-sharp wind blades whistled toward him. But to Wang Hai, its fury felt like mere tickles. He stood his ground without dodging and repaid rage with kindness, healing the boss once more. Overwhelmed by intense humiliation, the boss was finally forced to reveal its trump card. Trait 2 activated successfully. You have acquired the talent Elemental Body. Wind Grade A. Elemental Body. Wind Grade A. While in Wind Elemental form, physical damage taken is reduced by 50, and Wind skill effects increase by 50. Alright, enough fun. Wang Hai's expression turned serious as he ceased the healing. At this moment, the Storm Lord was covered with 100 stacks of the Burning Sky mark. Burning Sky Fury Strength. Fire skill damage 100, casting speed 50, skill cost 50. All attacks apply 1 stack of Burning Sky mark. Targets take burning damage every second equal to mark stacks spell power 50 for 5 seconds. If marks reach 10 or more, the marks can be detonated to deal fire damage equal to 5 times the target's lost health. Although Wang Hai's basic attacks were completely negated, doing only minimal damage, the Burning Sky mark still burned away 500,000 HP every second. After factoring out job bonuses and defenses, he dealt 40,000 true damage per second. As long as his attack frequency remained steady, he could grind down the boss in 125 seconds. Frequent mark detonations could reduce this time even further. With one final, wailing shriek, the Storm Lord collapsed with a thunderous crash. Defeated level 60 Lord Boss, Storm Lord Garuda. Awarded 150,000 points. The massive body froze for a moment, then shattered like broken glass into countless wind elemental particles, dissipating into the air. A fist-sized crystal and several glowing items of various colors fell to the ground. 1. Elemental Heart. Wind Legendary. Can be used for forging equipment or as a core alchemy material. Direct use grants a permanent 10,000 agility and 100 affinity with wind elements. 2. Wind Pattern Crystals 15 Epic. Premium materials for enchantments and inscriptions, greatly boosting the efficiency of wind-based spell conduits on equipment. 3. Wind Spirit Herb 8 Epic. Core ingredient for brewing advanced wind resistance and agility enhancement potions. 4. 3 skill books that Wang Hai couldn't use for now. 5. 5 pieces of epic equipment incompatible with his class. How do we divide these?
Wang Hai glanced at Yi Zhuxian. You killed the boss alone, so naturally it's all yours, Yi Zhuxian said without hesitation. Although she had previously weakened the boss, after being interrupted by Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin, the boss had already fully recovered its health. Even the point system within the dungeon hadn't awarded her any points. Feeling embarrassed to claim any loot, she quietly stepped aside. Seeing this, Wang Hai only smiled lightly, no longer insisting, and pocketed the elemental heart of wind along with the remaining materials. The crystal emitted a soft cyan glow and felt gently warm to the touch, with what seemed like a delicate whirlwind swirling inside, quietly pulsing with immense energy. Even just consuming it directly could permanently boost agility by 10,000 points and grant a 100 affinity to wind elements. Any adventurer would be tempted by such a treasurite. Was no wonder Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin risked everything for it. Wang Hai toyed with the elemental heart of wind, carefully sensing the surging power within, then neatly stored it, and the other drops. These were key resources for future breakthroughs. Next, he cast his eyes over the equipment left behind by Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin. As expected, the elite talents from these prestigious families carried impressive gear. After a quick inventory, he counted 12 pieces of epic-grade equipment. Unfortunately, most required too high a level or had strict class restrictions, leaving only 2 suitable for him at his current stage. The first was the Storm Guide Bracelet, epic quality. Requirements: level 10 or above, spirit 1000 or higher. Attributes: agility 250, spirit 250. Special effect 1 Storm Blessing. Spell critical rate 20, critical effect 50. Special effect 2 Graceful Bearing. Movement speed 50, casting speed 50. Special effect 3 Storm Affinity. Wine skill effectiveness 20, mana consumption 15. The second was the Pulse of the Earth Ring, epic quality. Requirements: level 20 or above. Attributes: Constitution 500, Strength 500, Defense 200. Special effect 1 Earth Guardian. Max HP 20, damage taken 10. Special effect 2 Steadfast. Immunity to knockback and knockup. Special effect 3 Fortitude. When activated, you cannot move for 10 seconds, but gain a shield each second equal to 50 of max HP, lasting 3 minutes. Cooldown 5 minutes. Neither piece was world-shattering, but both had relatively low entry requirements, perfectly matching Wang Hai's current needs. Without hesitation, he equipped the bracelet and ring, instantly boosting his stats another level. As for the remaining unusable gear, potions, and energy crystals, he planned to sell or trade them later, another valuable source of income. Not a bad haul, Wang Hai said with satisfaction as he closed his storage space, then looked at Yi Zhuxian. It was a pleasure working together this time. Yi Zhuxian nodded slightly, a trace of warmth shining in her usually cool eyes. After a moment, she suddenly spoke up. By the way, this dungeon, is it true that no one dies here? You figured it out? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow, surprised. She had grown suspicious from how he spared Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin earlier, and now her doubts were confirmed. So you really know the inside story? She didn't press further but asked instead, what are your plans next? As she spoke, she looked up at the night sky where the stars were sparse, signaling the passage of time. It was almost the 6th day. While Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian were tallying their rewards and discussing their next move, elsewhere on the wasteland, Li Yuan exhausted his last bit of energy and swung his blade to sever the head of the level 40 boss. The massive corpse crashed to the ground, and a 1000 appeared on his wrist device. He glanced at the rising score, a faint smile forming until his eyes caught the leaderboard. Wang Hai's points were skyrocketing at a visible pace, breaking through 300,000 in an instant and firmly holding first place, leaving even Yi Zhuxian far behind. 150,000 points. Li Yuan stiffly raised his wrist, fingers twitching involuntarily as his pupils constricted sharply. That glaring name and number burned into his retina like a hot iron. No matter how many times he refreshed, Wang Hai remained at the top. In just a few hours, Wang Hai had gone from near death with half points to a fierce comeback, hitting 2nd place, and now ascending dominantly to 1st. What on earth had happened? It must be Yi Zhuxian. Li Yuan's first thought was to blame Eros, if that would soothe himself that she must have helped Wang Hai hunt down some incredible target. But then he uncovered an even more chilling detail. Lu Wenlin and Wei Xiong, who had held 3rd and 4th places, were both reset to 0 points. They hadn't been eliminated, yet their scores were completely wiped. Could they have been sabotaged? Li Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed as possibilities flashed through his mind. Yi Zhuxian? Or Wang Hai? Reluctantly, he admitted that only Wang Hai's score had seen such a massive increase on the leaderboard. A chill crept up his spine. Li Yuan had originally planned on the final day to ambush the lucky dog Wang Hai by tracking coordinates from the wrist device to steal his points and wipe away previous humiliations to show everyone who the real genius was. But now that plan seemed a joke. A monster capable of wiping out Lu Wenlin and Wei Xiong while firmly clutching 1st place was not someone he could provoke. Approaching such a person wasn't just foolish, it was suicidal. He prayed Wang Hai wouldn't notice him, an old classmate,
and quickly shoved the idea of hunting him down out of his mind. Shame, points, glory all felt insignificant in the face of such a wide power gap. The smartest choice was to hold his current rank, pass the assessment safely, and nothing more. Humph. So what if someone's first in the dungeon's points? The gap in the real world isn't erased by one test. Li Yuan forced himself to stay calm, took a deep breath, and avoided looking at the name that made his heart race uncontrollably. At that moment, his only thought was to keep his distance from Wang Hai and survive the remaining time steadily, ensuring he made the top 10 and claimed his reward. Revenge? That idea he buried deep, not daring to dwell on it. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, struck by a terrifying, practical thought. With Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin both removed from the top 10, didn't that mean he was about to break into the top 10 himself? Li Yuan glanced at his watch again. His rank had climbed from 11th to 9th place. This should have been a cause for celebration, but instead, it felt like a cold, sharp blade hanging over his head. In just a few hours, the coordinates for the top 10 on the leaderboard would be revealed. If he remained in the top 10, Wang Hai would inevitably track him down using those coordinates. Wiping the sweat from his palm, Li Yuan's heart pounded wildly. I have to find a way to lower my points, even if it means falling out of the top 10. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the realm as the leaderboard's drastic shifts sparked uproar. Two top geniuses, Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin, suddenly had their points reset to 0, igniting heated discussions among the contestants. Damn, that special recruit Wang Hai is relentless, already surged to 300,000 points. Are Wei and Lu immune to death? They only got their points reset and weren't eliminated? If they really can't die, wouldn't the last day turn into a desperate race to snatch points? Within minutes, panic, suspicion, and greed spread among the crowd. Cautious contestants cracked their knuckles in preparation. Hidden powerhouses quietly targeted the top leaderboard names, while people like Li Yuan, who had been pushed into the top 10 by ranking alone, hurriedly transferred their points elsewhere, fearing becoming targets. Underneath the surface, turbulent currents stirred, and a storm was clearly brewing. Hurricane Gorge. Wang Hai tucked away his watch, glanced at the sky, then checked the countdown. The 6th day was nearly over, and only 24 hours remained until the top 10's coordinates were revealed. Chaos is good. Muddy waters make it easier to fish, he said casually, though his eyes burned with fierce determination. Even if they don't come looking for me, they'll go after them. Yi Zhuxian nodded in agreement. The last day is when the fiercest battles happen. Wang Hai scanned the surroundings, his gaze fixed on the gorge's depths. There's still some time before the coordinates drop. The Hurricane Lord's lair has to be hiding something good. We rushed in earlier and didn't search thoroughly, might as well grab some treasure while we wait. Yi Zhuxian did not object. As a starbound arrow user, her legacy made her particularly sensitive to energy fluctuations. She faintly sensed the presence of wind element pulses hidden inside the gorge, previously masked by the Lord's oppressive aura. After a brief resupply, the two set off. The terrain grew steeper deeper in, with cliff walls on both sides scarred by blade-like wind cuts, sharp as if hewn by knives. The lingering wind elements no longer attacked, but instead made the air feel light and refreshing. There. Yi Zuxuan's almond-shaped eyes brightened. A glint of starlight sparked as she pointed to the right. Wang Hai followed her lead, prying apart two fused rocks to reveal a narrow passage just wide enough for a single person. A subtle breeze flowed out, carrying a crisp, invigorating chill. They had found the right place. Wang Hai was the first to crouch and enter, followed closely by Yi Zhuxian. The cave was shallow but remarkably dry and clean. Narrow cracks ran across the overhead rock, letting in slender shafts of sunlight that illuminated every detail inside. In the center lay a natural stone basin, palm-sized and sunken, holding a thin pool of crystal-clear liquid. A faint pale blue glow floated on the surface, casting soft rippling reflections on the cave walls. Beside the basin, two small grass shoots were quietly sprouting, slender, streamlined leaves that shimmered with a pure jade-like green, swaying gently though there was no breeze. This is the wind spirit spring and the wind god grass. Yi Zhuxian instantly recognized them, her calm voice betraying a hint of surprise. Wind spirit spring epic. Drinking this instantly restores a large amount of magical power and boosts mana regeneration by 50 for an hour. Long-term soaking or consumption greatly enhances affinity with wind element and agility. Wind god grass legendary contains pure wind rhythm. Can be consumed directly to permanently increase agility by 5,000 points. Also a key ingredient for top-tier agility elixirs, windwalking potions, and certain musical skill scrolls. Wang Hai's eyes brightened. The wind spirit spring was already rare and highly coveted by magic users. The wind god grass, even more legendary though not as valuable as an elemental heart, it was still as scarce as a phoenix feather. As expected from a lord's lair, treasures hidden in secret. He carefully harvested the two wind god grass plants, handing one to Yi Zhuxian, then took out a specially made crystal vial and collected all the water from the stone basin enough to fill 10 standard potion bottles. We shouldn't linger here. Wang Hai noted the unrest of the wind elementals outside the cave entrance. With the Lord dead, their suppression was gone. The two quickly withdrew and returned to the main path of the Hurricane Gorge. Just as they stepped out of the cave, the ground shook lightly, and the chaotic wind element energy in the air surged instantly. With the Lord's death, the balance is broken. New elemental beings may emerge. Yi Zhuxian analyzed aloud as she quickened her pace. Right, let's move. Wang Hai didn't hesitate. They hurried away from the Hurricane Gorge. Not long after, deep within the canyon where the Hurricane Lord once thrived, a nascent wind consciousness quietly began to form amid the tumultuous elemental chaos. Away from the gorge, they settled into a hidden mountain hollow to rest. Wang Hai pulled out the wind god grass in his hand, preparing to consume it. Wait, Yi Zuxuan's cool voice interrupted him. He looked up. One wind god grass can be used to brew 10 top-tier agility potions. Consuming it directly is wasteful. If you trust me, I can take it back to my family and have it made into potions for you. Before she finished, Wang Hai tossed the grass to her. Yi Zhuxian caught the lush green plant, slightly surprised. This was a legendary material, worth a fortune. You're really just giving this to me? The flash of surprise showed in her eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll keep it all for myself? Wang Hai smiled indifferently, not bothered by the loss of a little attribute. Besides, didn't the reputation of the Yi family's eldest daughter count for something? He trusted her to handle things and maximize the gains. It saved him effort and worries. Why wouldn't he agree? Yi Zhuxian was amused by his tone and carefully packed the wind spirit herb into a special medicine container. All right, once we're out, he'll contact the family's master alchemist immediately. We'll brew the potion and send it to you. No problem. Wang Hai nodded approvingly. After a brief rest, they glanced at their watches simultaneously. The timer showed the 6th day, then a glaring crimson announcement popped up on all contestants' watches. Final stage of assessment begins. Time remaining, 23 hours 59 minutes. Top 10 contestants' locations on the leaderboard will update on the map every 30 minutes. Final rankings will be based on the results at the end of the assessment. Good luck to all. Their watches lit up with 10 glowing points, 2 nearly overlapping exactly where they were nestled in the mountain valley. The other 8 points swiftly moved apart, with widening distances. It started. Wang Hai stared at the map, a trace of excitement creasing his lips. Huh. Yi Zhuxian raised an eyebrow. Are you close with the Lin sisters? Why the sudden question? Wang Hai asked, puzzled. Look at the map. She raised her wrist to show him. Apart from their overlapping points, only the 5th and 6th rank points were speeding toward their location. The rest were all keeping their distance. We're on good terms. Wang Hai smiled. Too bad the wasteland is so vast we hadn't crossed paths until now. They decided to stay put and wait. After 20 minutes, 2 agile figures emerged from the fog at the valley entrance, Lin Jixia and Lin Tingxue. Their bodies bore marks of recent battles, but they looked spirited and full of energy. Wang Hai. The sisters waved together, their faces alight with joy. Wang Hai surveyed them. Looks like you've done well these past few days, 5th and 6th. Pretty impressive. Lin Tingxue immediately frowned. What's there to be proud of? Without you healing us, even fighting monsters was a pain we had to hold back, and our efficiency tanked. These rankings are just luck we happened to run into 2 level 50 bosses. Wang Hai. Without you, I seriously don't know how we'd survive. She patted her empty medicine bottle at her waist with a helpless expression. Her remark caught Yi Zuxuan's attention. Her cool eyes flickered toward Wang Hai. What kind of teammate was he, exactly? Compared to her sister's bluntness, Lin Jixia was more composed. When she found Wang Hai, she visibly relaxed. With you around, we can finally fight without holding back. Then she nodded politely at Yi Zhuxian. Ms. Yi. Yi Zhuxian gave a faint nod, her gaze sweeping over the sisters as if assessing their strength. Wang Hai raised his hand toward his watch. Our coordinates are public now. There will definitely be challengers eyeing the top 10. Instead of waiting to get attacked, we should take the initiative. Sounds perfect to me. Lin Tingxue clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling fiercely. I'd much rather fight for points with you than be hassled by others. Yi Zhuxian pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. Who in their right mind tries to rob the top spot? Haven't you seen those 6 points on the map all skittering away like plague spirits? All right, let's first decide who to visit. Wang Hai glanced at his wrist and pulled up the holographic map. 10 glowing dots were clear at a glance, 4 clustered tightly in the center, while the other 6 were drifting away from the central axis. His fingertip tapped the nearest one. This one ranked 7th. No problem. Lin Tingxue was the first to speak, eager to latch onto Wang Hai's strength. Lin Jixia nodded softly as well. As the 4 activated their teleport devices and left, the entire instance erupted into chaos. The moment the coordinates were revealed, the points scramble exploded. Hidden experts revealed themselves. Sniping and counter-sniping flared continuously. Temporary alliances were born and broken in a flash, and everything descended into a bloody, frantic melee. At that moment, number 7, the Holy Shield Knight, Shi Yue, was struggling to hold on. He had planned to rely on his turtle shell tactic to survive until the end, but after his position was exposed,
3 candidates swarmed him. Damn it. Think I'm easy prey. Shiryu roared, slamming his massive tower shield into the ground with a thud. Layers of holy light coalesced into a wall, blocking the concentrated barrage. His health bar was slowly bleeding, but no one could break through just yet. The 3 attackers grew increasingly impatient, unaware that death was quietly closing in. Hey, things are getting lively. A relaxed voice cut through the deadlock. The 3 attackers shuddered and spun around Wang Hai. Yi Yunshe and the Lin sisters stood silently a short distance away. While Wang Hai, their faces instantly drained of color. Not willing to risk the suddenly appearing big fish, they abandoned their prey and fled in panic. Shiryu stood frozen, swallowing hard. Opposite him were the top 2 on the leaderboard and the team tied for 5th and 6th. He retracted his tower shield and forced a wry smile. Wang Hai, Yi and Shaylin, what's this? Just passing by, thought we'd stop for a look. Wang Hai approached, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Need me to help you stretch your legs? There was no kindness in that smile. Shiryu's last hope vanished like smoke. If Wang Hai's team could take down Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin, his defense was probably paper thin. I admit defeat. He pulled up his watch and transferred points without hesitation. Here, take my points. Just don't kill me. Let me limp along until the end. Ding received a point transfer from Shiryu, 18,500 points. Wang Hai's score surged again. But Wang Hai's goal wasn't simply grabbing points. He waved a hand. Don't rush to quit. Let's have a fight first. If it's fun, they'll let you go. Shiryu's face fell immediately. Wang Hai, my little body can't take much abuse. Relax, it'll go easy. I've got plenty of healing. Wang Hai's staff glowed with soft white light, ready to cast healing spells at a moment's notice. Before the words finished, Wang Hai vanished from the spot. Shiryu's pupil shrank as he instinctively slammed his tower shield down, shouting holy barrier. Boom. The staff crashed heavily on the shield, a deafening sound. The unstoppable brute force swept through, dragging Shiryu and his shield several meters back with 2 deep scrapes gouged into the ground. 1. A pitiful damage number floated overhead. But Shiryu dared not relax. He could clearly feel a searing heat spreading through his shield. Mark of the burning sky. Not bad at all. Wang Hai's voice cut into Shiryu's ear from the side. Here, some healing. His staff touched the ground, but instead of launching an attack, a healing spell surged out. 38,170. Shiryu's health bar, which had dropped to below half, instantly refilled. Yet his expression looked worse than when he was nearly dead after all. He was a proud holy shield knight. Being treated like a punching bag and a walking health pack was an insult to his professional dignity. Roar. He growled low, and a dusty yellow light exploded around him. The earth trembled violently. Centered on Shiryu, the ground rippled like waves, scattering rocks in the air in an attempt to disrupt Wang Hai's footing. But Wang Hai stepped lightly between the wave crests, moving as steady as on flat land, his figure fluttering as if the wind might blow him away at any moment. His staff tapped again. 1. 38,170. 1. 38,170. 1. 38,170. After several cycles, Shiryu's defense completely broke down. He couldn't land any effective hits, couldn't escape, and Wang Hai kept restoring his health to full while leisurely scraping away at him. That helpless feeling was more torturous than being instantly killed. In just a few minutes, the layers of the mark of the burning sky on Shiryu's body skyrocketed to hundreds, the burning sensation like countless fine needles scorching his skin. I give up. I truly surrender. Shiryu shouted hoarsely, begging for mercy. Give me a way out. I'll give you all my points. If you want my gear, you can take it. Please, stop playing with me. His almost tearful expression finally made Wang Hai stop attacking, though he still seemed a bit reluctant. Your shield is definitely solid, but your attack power is just weak. Shiryu almost burst into tears right there. He was a holy shield knight. What kind of attack power was he supposed to have? Then the system notification popped up. Trait 2 activated successfully, gaining the talent Fortress S. Fortress S temporarily converts all current attributes into defense value. Wang Hai glanced at his own stats panel. His pure strength was over 90,000 points. Converted entirely into defense, any damage under 90,000 would be reduced to just 1 force damage point. Add constitution, agility, and spirit on top, and his defense became absurdly high. Yet he knew well the upper limit of a pure defense level talent had its restrictions. A single source of true damage could break through, and some explosives level talents could tear right through as well. Without Shiryu's unique skill that linked defense to attack, he wouldn't even break into the top 10. Pleasure doing business. Wang Hai accepted the talent with a satisfied nod. It's the last day, and it's too dangerous outside. Let's find a place to hide. Dangerous? Shiryu twitched his mouth. The greatest danger was right in front of him. But he dared not argue and nodded repeatedly. Thanks for the heads up, Comrade Wang. They'll go hide now. With that, he hoisted his tower shield and sprinted away at a speed rivaling an agile class assassin. Watching that dust-covered figure disappear, Lin Tingxue suddenly burst out laughing. Wang Hai, you're too cruel. You scared him half to death. Wang Hai shrugged.
Better to let him feel the harshness of society early, so it won't be worse later. Yi Zhuxian wiped the smile off her face and calmly scanned the projection map. Who's our next target? The few people left are all far away from us and moving fast, clearly trying to hide. Looks like we're like the plague, Lin Tingxue said with a smirk. Nobody dares touch us. Wang Hai swept his hand over the map and locked onto the 8th-ranked blip. Then let's be proactive. This one seems like a Maginot very fast, should be easy to chase. With the target confirmed, the 4-person squad set off immediately. Somewhere in the wasteland, Li Yuan kept his eyes glued to the glowing dot representing Wang Hai on the map. The moment that showed the slightest movement toward him, he would immediately change direction and flee. To lower his visibility, he had gradually transferred away his points, dropping out of the top 10 rankings. Only then did he dare to catch his breath after all. The monster Wang Hai only targeted the top 10, so a small fry like him should be safe. Before his thought could settle, the leaderboard refreshed in an instant, pushing him back into the top 10. The points of those originally ahead of him had been completely wiped out. Li Yuan's face drained of color as he frantically searched for the nearest glowing dot, desperately rushing toward it, hoping to transfer his points away before Wang Hai noticed. But just as he feared, trouble came. Light, quick footsteps approached from a distance. Li Yuan's heart sank. Peeking through the bushes, he saw 4 figures heading straight for his hiding place. At the front was a gentle, smiling face Wang Hai himself. Behind him, Yi Zhuxian and the Lin sisters followed closely. Li Yuan's hands and feet went icy cold. The locator updated only once every half hour. How could they have arrived so fast? Huh, looks like there's a little mouse over here, Wang Hai said with uncanny precision, his gaze fixed on the bushes. Lin Tingxue immediately drew her bow excitedly. Where? Let me drag him out. No. Li Yuan's defenses collapsed. He scrambled out of the bushes, tumbling. Wang Hai no hai ge hai yi. Spare me. I'll give you all my points, just don't kill me. He hurriedly fumbled with his wrist device, transferring all the thousands of points he had painstakingly accumulated. The device vibrated lightly and chimed. Wang Hai glanced at the incoming transfer, then looked at the tear-streaked Li Yuan with a faint shake of his head. Li Yuan, I remember you at the plaza. You weren't like this. Recalling his past arrogance, Li Yuan turned pale, wishing he could slap himself. Hai yi, it was my blindness. Please forgive me and spare me as if I were nothing. Lin Tingxue scowled in disgust. Wang Hai, why waste words on someone like this? Just send him out immediately. Li Yuan trembled all over, begging Wang Hai with desperate eyes. After a moment of silence, Wang Hai smiled faintly. Fine, there's no point in killing you. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Li Yuan felt as if he had been given new life. He kowtowed repeatedly in thanks, and was about to turn. Wait, Wang Hai's voice stopped him, nearly making him fall to his knees. Hai yi, you still have something to say? My gear and storage ring. Wang Hai pointed to him. All right, right, I foolishly took them by mistake. Li Yuan shuddered, quickly stripping off his armor and clothes to offer both hands. Let's go. Wang Hai nodded with satisfaction. Li Yuan didn't dare linger, staggering away until he disappeared at the edge of the wasteland. Just let him go like that? Lin Jixia looked surprised. She had expected Wang Hai to take care of this troublemaker on the spot. He's just a buzzing fly. Killing him would be dirty work. Wang Hai shrugged indifferently. Besides, wouldn't it be more interesting to let him live and watch us climb to the top of the leaderboard with our own eyes? Upon hearing this, Yi Zuxuan's lips twitched into a barely noticeable smile. This man still had his wicked sense of humor. But she knew deep down that Wang Hai hadn't said everything after all. No one could be killed inside the instance. And if anyone was going to make a fatal move, it would have to be after leaving the instance. For most of the next day, Wang Hai's team became the most terrifying scavengers on the wasteland hunting ground. The top 10 bright dots on the map, the only exceptions were their own, would go dark one by one, only to light back up somewhere else. Those were the unlucky souls who had been looted, revived, and sent back out to the battlefield. Although the Lin family sisters' scores didn't increase much, they solidly held 3rd and 4th place thanks to the team's collaborative effects. Spots 5 through 10 kept changing hands, but whenever a newcomer tried to rise, Wang Hai would bring 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place over for a friendly visit, quickly reducing their opponent's points to 0. The candidates in the instance fell into complete panic. The devil. Wang Hai is a devil. Run. Stay away from that bright dot. Damn, how are we supposed to pass this test? The top player dragging 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. How are we supposed to survive? In reporting this severely breaks the balance. Yet the rules never forbade teamwork. Wang Hai's methods were ruthless but perfectly legal. Before long, someone discovered a loophole. Pressing the emergency call button on your wristwatch would immediately have your points. Though painful, it was better than losing everything. So whenever someone squeezed into the top 10, they'd cut their own points first thing. Soon, this survival tactic became widely known, and everyone frantically hammered the button just to avoid being targeted by Wang Hai. The result? Except for the 4 in Wang Hai's squad, everyone else's points were zeroed out. Only 4 close-knit bright dots remained on the entire map, hanging at the top of the leaderboard, shining unbearably bright. Wang Hai, Yi Zhuxian, Lin Tingxue, and Lin Jixia. The top 4 spots on the leaderboard were completely monopolized by this small team. More accurately, the entire instance's points belonged to them. The wasteland hunting ground fell into silence. All the previous chaos seemed erased by an invisible giant hand. Survivors hid in their corners, staring at the hopeless leaderboard and the empty map, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Deep down, they all admitted that priest named Wang Hai had given them a lesson they would never forget, one delivered with borderline brutality. "It looks like we overdid it," Lin Tingxue muttered softly, sticking out her tongue as she looked at her steady third place. "What do we do now? There's no one left to fight over points. We might genuinely be public enemies now," Lin Jixia said with a bitter smile, imagining being vilified by everyone after leaving the instance. If looks could kill, would be drowning in death stares. Yi Zhuxian remained calm, though her eyes flickered with a faint smile. Within the rules, nothing to criticize. Just it's unprecedented. Wang Hai spread his hands with innocent confusion. "I didn't expect they'd be so passionate. If I knew earlier, I'd have left them half the loot after every fight. That way, they wouldn't despise us so much, and people would keep making it into the top 10, letting me farm talents more. What a pity." Despite some regrets, the gains were substantial. From Shiryu, he consecutively obtained 3 strength talents. 1. Multicast S. When casting a skill, there is a 100 chance to cast the same skill once more without consuming mana or triggering cooldown. Additional triggered skills continue this effect, but with halved probability. 2. Indomitable Fighting Spirit S. For every 1 health lost, damage dealt increases by 1, agility increases by 1, life steal increases by 1, and damage taken decreases by 0.5. 3. Heart of Ice S. All ice-type skill effects are increased by 100, mana cost reduced by 50, with a 50 chance to freeze the target on each ice skill cast. Aside from Heart of Ice requiring ice skills, the other 2 were absurdly powerful, especially multicast. With luck, any skill could chain 7 or 8 casts in a row. Even more surprising, multicast also affected the second characteristic of Words of Life. Life Echo. All healing skills have a 50 chance to trigger an additional cast without consuming mana. Furthermore, skills triggered by Life Echo will re-roll for the multicast effect. In other words, once Life Echo activates, his healing spells could trigger up to 4 times guaranteed. Looks like there's nothing left to do. For the next 20+ hours, we can finally relax and enjoy the break. Wang Hai stretched out lazily, his gaze sweeping across the rolling wilderness in the distance. "How about we find a nice scenic spot for a picnic? I've got some high-end ingredients liberated from Wei Xiong and the others tucked in my bag." After several days of intense, nerve-wracking trials, this suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the Lin sisters. Even Yi Zhuxian didn't object, simply nodding slightly. The hunting ground in this vast expanse is huge. Without a map, let alone stumbling on rare spots like the Herb Garden or Hurricane Canyon, it's hard to even encounter many powerful bosses. The rest of the mobs are just point-grinding fodder. Instead of running around aimlessly, it's better to just unwind completely. The 4 followed the stream upstream and settled on a flat meadow. After clearing out some concealed toxic toads and sand trap scorpions, they set up a makeshift camp that looked surprisingly well put together. A fire was lit, the flames flickering. Wang Hai wasted no time and laid out the spoils. Delicately marbled crimson wolf leg meat, thunderbird breast with golden streaks, shimmering spirit fruits, and a pot of fine wine exuding a faint aura, all premium supplies contributed by their sponsors. The savory aroma filled the air freely, accompanied by the gentle babbling of the creek. The Lin sisters occasionally burst into uncontrollable laughter, the atmosphere light and easy, something long missed. Yi Zhuxian sat cross-legged by the fire, nibbling quietly on a spirit fruit. Her eyes reflected the flames, as if lost in thought, or maybe simply spacing out. Wang Hai raised his cup and handed it over. "Want to try? It has a mild restorative effect on spiritual power." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Zhuxian accepted the cup and gently clinked it. "Thank you." Outside the dungeon, the scene was entirely different. In the assessment monitoring center, a giant screen displayed the bizarre leaderboard for everyone to see. The top 4 spots were held high, while every other candidate's score was 0. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Major Wang Zhun, General Zhao Qiming, who had yet to leave, and a host of examiners were locked in a long, thoughtful silence. They had overseen countless assessments, witnessed prodigies dominating, dark horses rising, intense battles between peers, but never a situation like this. A single team, or rather a single person, had forced every other candidate in the dungeon to self-sabotage by pressing the emergency rescue button to stop their resources from being looted. "Is this even within the rules?" muttered one deputy examiner, his expression dazed. Major Wang rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. "There's nothing in the rules forbidding them from using the rescue button. It was originally supposed to be a last resort, but now it's become a loss mitigation tactic. Wang Hai really is that terrifying? They'd rather waste their opportunity than fight him?" Another examiner smiled bitterly. This ranking barely serves any filtering purpose beyond the top 4. Everyone else ties for last place. How is that meaningless? General Zhao smiled softly, eyes fixed on Wang Hai's name on the screen. This year, we've truly unearthed a monster. Notify the higher-ups, proceed with results as the leaderboard shows. If only 4 remain by the end, only those 4 will advance to provincial-level competition. Yes, sir. Also, block the points earned from killing monsters during the last half hour. If you don't have the courage to fight, don't embarrass yourselves at the province. Understood. Outside the exam venue, all the major powers and clans who had special channels to monitor the trials were in an uproar. Insane. Absolutely insane. The wasteland hunting ground was completely overrun by a priest, leaving everyone except the top 4 with 0 points. What about the prodigies from the Wei and Lu families? They have double steer talents. They shouldn't have been eliminated so easily, right? Double steer? That's nothing. Even that girl from the Yi family, with triple steer talent, only ranked 2nd. Who exactly is this Wang Hai? We've never heard of him before. Investigate. Get all his information immediately. The heated discussion spread throughout the monitoring hall, the flickering lights casting uneasy shadows on everyone's faces, especially the representatives from the Wei and Lu families, whose expressions were as pale as the projections on the wall. Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin, 2 flagship figures, had their scores completely wiped out, their names buried at the bottom of the leaderboard. This was nothing less than publicly tearing down the golden reputations their families had built over many years. If we lose the province-wide resource allocation spot, how can we even compete with other cities and counties? The Wei family steward growled lowly, his knuckles turning white from gripping the table. Even if Lin City always ranks last, those scraps are enough to sustain several families. We absolutely cannot let this chance slip away. Everyone nodded in agreement, but deep down they all knew that the first step to holding on to their place was figuring out exactly what had happened in the hunting ground. Once Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin were brought out, they would have to explain everything openly. Meanwhile, in sharp contrast to the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the 2 families, the Yi and Lin families in Lin City were much more relaxed. At the Yi family's star-gazing pavilion under the night sky, the tall tower's window frames were inlaid with dark silver carvings that gently chimed in the breeze. Yi Hongduan, the Yi family's eldest elder, sat composed at his desk. The encrypted communication stone in his palm glowed with a golden halo, clearly displaying the rankings. Seeing Yi Zhuxian placed only 2nd, he felt no anger. Instead, a flash of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Zhuxian has done well, Yi Hongduan said calmly, his tone carrying undeniable authority. Below him, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, Yi Zuxian's 3rd uncle, Yi Zingling, looked up in confusion. Eldest elder, isn't it a failure for Zhuxian to place 2nd? Foolish. Yi Hongduan sharply rebuked, his piercing gaze making Yi Zhongling lower his head slightly. Rising, he walked to the window and pushed it open, letting the cool breeze laced with starlight fill the study. Do you think the Yi family has remained unshaken by chasing empty first-place titles every test? Our legacy lies in understanding the vastness of the starry firmament, in astrology and fate, in vision and the future. He pointed toward the night sky. Wang Hai alone, priest, managed to dominate the entire field, forcing the younger generations of Wei and Lu families to fall, and even pushing back Zuxuan's triple steer talent. Do you think this youth is some small fish in a pond? Zuxuan's ability to recognize him early and form an alliance, to fight side by side in the hunting ground, that kind of insight and courage is far more precious than a hollow first place. As his words fell, the disciples in the pavilion were silent. Yi Zhongling suddenly understood and hurriedly bowed. Eldest elder, your wisdom is clear. So Zhuxian did not fail, but rather achieved merit? Of course he did. Great merit at that. Yi Hongduan stroked his beard with a smile and turned to give orders. From today on, family resources will be prioritized for Zhuxian. Whatever she needs must be supplied first. As for Wang Hai, no need to intervene too heavily. Leave everything to Zhuxian to handle. Yes, eldest elder. Yi Zhongling respectfully accepted the command. The Lin family, council hall. Beneath the towering vaulted ceiling, lights blazed brightly, and the atmosphere was so intense it felt like the very air might melt away. Ha! Excellent! Excellent! Lin Xiaodian, the Lin family patriarch, towering and solid as an iron pillar, his voice booming like a great bell, clapped his hands, his whiskers trembling as he laughed. On the crystal screen he held, the freshly released rankings gleamed. Tingxue and Jixia, those 2 girls really bring honor to the Lin family. 2 of the top 4 spots belong to us. Ha! All around the hall, Lin family members cheered in unison, applause and whistles rising and falling. Compared to elite old clans like the Yi and Wei families, who leaned heavily on their deep academic traditions, the Lin family, rooted in military backgrounds, were straightforward and direct. Their emotions were written plainly on their faces. No, if someone had only squeezed into the top 10, their excitement wouldn't be so extreme. But this time, aside from the Yi and Lin families, no other clans had anyone selected. This was a golden opportunity to widen the gap. Patriarch, the real key is Wang Hai. And Steward pointed at the rankings, finger nearly poking the glowing screen. According to the assessment office, Ting Xue and Zixia's scores aren't actually that high. If it weren't for Wang Hai's FO Zhao, I doubt many of them could even keep a spot in the top 10. Wang Hai. Exactly. That's the key. Lin Xiaodian slapped his thigh so hard the table trembled. I told you. When Ting Xue came back shouting there was a monster priest at school, I didn't believe her. But now, the young people's eyes are sharp. This isn't a monster, it's a god among men. Nearby, Lu Shi, the gentle yet spirited mother of Lin Tingxue and Lin Zhixia, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. The children are fine, and to achieve such results thanks to Wang Hai, we must thank him properly. Thank him. We must thank him properly. Lin Xiaodian waved his large hand. Bring the family treasury inventory. When Wang Hai appears, let him choose whatever he wants. Didn't Ting Xue say she wanted that broken army halberd? Give it to her. Consider it a celebration of their success. And prepare a set of the latest legendary swords for Zhixia. Also, ask around what skill books or materials Wang Hai needs if the Lin family has it. Get it out without hesitation. His frank and generous orders filled the room with even more grandeur. Unlike the Yi family, who preferred cautious planning and weighing pros and cons, the Lin family lived by the principle of repay a drop of kindness with a spring. To them, Wang Hai had protected their children and brought unprecedented honor. They owed him the most tangible gratitude. In the wilderness hunting grounds, the last 20+ hours passed in eerie silence. The coordinates where Wang Hai and his 3 companions stayed had become an absolute forbidden zone that every other candidate avoided. On the map, the 4 remaining glowing dots stood like silent giant peaks, pressing down so heavily others dared not make a sound. No one wanted to risk bad luck by approaching. Everyone was hiding desperately, just hoping this nightmare of an assessment would end soon. Of course, a few crafty ones had already staked out their chosen bosses early, grinding the bosses down to near death, planning to finish them off in the final minute to squeeze into the top 10. Time slipped by second by second. By the stream, the green grassy slope backdropped by blue sky and white clouds. Wang Hai lay on a rock with his eyes closed, resting and recovering his strength. Lin Tingxue and Lin Zhixia sparred in an open patch, trying to master the power they had suddenly gained over these past few days. Yi Zhuxian held his wristwatch, glancing around occasionally to make sure no careless fools were sneaking close, though that was unlikely. When the countdown for the final 10 minutes began, the entire wilderness hunting grounds suddenly grew tense and subtle. Candidates hidden everywhere, like crouching leopards ready to pounce, began to move silently. Their target was the bosses they had worn down to the brink of death, but deliberately left alive. This was the final window to reverse their fate. If they could land the finishing blow just before the finish line, their points would instantly surge, possibly propelling them into the top 10. Li Yuan was one of them. At this moment, he was lurking outside a damp, dark cave where a level 45 rock drake lay gasping its last breaths. Its gray stone scales were cracked and bloodstained, seeping into the soil. To bring it to this nearly dead state, Li Yuan had paid a heavy price, running out of potions, shattered armor, and even each breath he drew was tainted with blood. Yet, to avoid revealing his position, he hesitated to deliver the killing strike. The electronic second hand on his wristwatch ticked 3 minutes left. Cold sweat drenched the palm of Li Yuan's hand, and his heart pounded as if hammering against his chest. He knew that if he eliminated the rock drake now, he would instantly gain at least 2,000 points, definitely breaking into the top 10, and with some luck, the top 5. That would mean reclaiming family resources and honor, standing tall again, and even gaining leverage to seek vengeance against Wang Hai in the future. People like him, fighting with their backs against the wall, were not alone. The entire map of the wasteland seethed with undercurrents and lurking dangers. Time drained away slowly, the countdown on the watch finally hitting the last 3 minutes. Elsewhere, Wang Hai and his 3 companions had finished their picnic long ago. They lounged by the stream, lazily watching the faint blush of dawn on the horizon. 3 minutes to go, Lin Tingxue murmured, chewing a spiritual fruit, her voice muffled as her eyes flicked to the watch map. I bet some people are about to lose their patience. At the exact moment the countdown entered its final phase, the starved wolf that was Li Yuan finally broke free. Die? The points are mine. His long sword flashed brilliantly, a silver streak carrying all his frenzy, cleaving straight into the rock drake's skull. At the same time, in 2 other corners of the wasteland hunting ground, former prodigies Wei Xiang and Lu Wenlin also erupted into madness. They each guarded their own near-dead Basiza shadow leopard and a mountain war bear. The last chance. If I break into the top 10, my family won't abandon me. Wei Xiang's face twisted with determination as elemental energy surged around him. Lu Wenlin gripped his rune sword tightly, the dark wounds from the forbidden technique he used last night still tearing at his internal organs, but he no longer cared. Boom. Crack. Whoosh. The 3 battlefields froze almost simultaneously. The rock drake's head toppled, the shadow leopard shredded by a storm of elemental power, and the mountain warbear pierced through the chest by the rune sword. The piercing roars echoed across the wasteland before falling into sudden silence. Li Yuan, Wei Xiong, and Lu Wenlin glanced at their watches, their eyes wild with ecstatic joy. Made it. Points incoming. Li Yuan was already envisioning the future in his mind. The notification sound, his name soaring into the top 10, a celebration banquet thrown by his family's elders, and finally settling old scores with Wang Hai. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. The watch remained dead silent. No kill confirmation, no points update. On the leaderboard, the glaring zero stayed stubbornly behind their names. Li Yuan's crazed laughter crystallized into frost, then shattered like porcelain. No, no way. I killed it. The system must be broken. He slammed his watch furiously, screaming hoarsely. Wei Xiong stared blankly at the shadow leopard's fading corpse, then glanced down at his watch, facial muscles twitching as he roared upward. Evaluation system. Are you messing with me? Lu Wenlin's throat filled with blood. The backlash from last night, combined with the sudden blow, forced him onto one knee. His sword hand trembled uncontrollably. Looking at the blank points column, his gaze utterly dimmed, reduced to absurd and desperate emptiness. They had risked everything, bet their futures on this final strike, only for it to hit like a fist against katana response whatsoever. This void felt far worse than being outright eliminated by Wang Hai. Just then, a system message flickered across all their watches. No points will be awarded for killing monsters in the last half hour before the end. Meanwhile, Lin Tingxue kept glancing at the leaderboard on her wristwatch. With only 1 minute left, the rankings remained completely unchanged. No one had killed any monsters or earned points. That's strange. Are they really able to stay so calm? She muttered quietly, her gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. Lin Tingxue wasn't the only one puzzled. Wang Hai was equally confused. Logically, just one more monster kill could push someone into the top 10, yet no one was making a move. Though Wang Hai's agility was high, he wasn't invincible and there was no way to reach other areas within a minute. Suddenly, a new rule popped up on the wristwatch. Killing monsters in the last minute would be considered a violation, resulting in 0 points. I didn't expect a rule like this. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. That's not bad, it prevents people from cheating, Lin Tingxue agreed with a smile. The eerie silence persisted as the countdown on the wristwatch hit 0. Boom. A majestic voice echoed through every inch of the wasteland hunting grounds. Time's up. The wasteland hunting instance is closing. Final rankings are confirmed. First place, Wang Hai, 389,500 points. Second place, Yi Zhuxian, 185,000 points. Third place, Lin Tingxue, 35,000 points. Fourth place, Lin Jixia, 32,000 points. Fifth place and beyond, all others, 0 points. A blinding pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping all survivors. Feeling the tremor in space, Wang Hai nodded to his 3 teammates beside him. See you outside. With a flash, the 4 disappeared from the wasteland. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, solid ground caught their feet. The barren winds and sand were replaced by dense forest. Damp earth and a faint metallic scent filled the air. Thunderous beast roars blasted the ears. Roar. Several black iron wolves lunged out from the bushes on the side, their eyes glowing red and claws tearing through the air. The 4 had just completed teleportation, still slightly disoriented, before plunging into deadly danger. Watch out. Lin Jixia drew her sword, the blade flashing like molten mercury as she fiercely blocked 2 black iron wolves. Yi Zhuxian gathered a starry light on her fingertips. Starry arrows shot forth, piercing the head of a 3rd black iron wolf with deadly precision. Lin Tingxue leapt back lightly, her blood blades striking in rapid succession to seal off another gap. Wang Hai didn't even raise his staff. Sidestepping the last black iron wolf's attack, he landed a crushing punch to its ribs. 105,420. A terrifying damage number appeared as the black iron wolf's bones shattered, shrieking as it collapsed. The wristwatch vibrated, syncing a new message. Urgent mission released. Black Iron Mountain Beast Horde Outbreak. Mission objective: resist the beast horde and defend the temporary safety points. Coordinates have been sent to the map. Mission details: performance during the defense including number and level of monsters killed and assistance to defending troops will determine the regional resource allocation and battle qualification. Mission fails if all safety points are overrun. Current safety points remaining, 3. The Black Iron Base Army is en route. Hold your ground. Warning: this beast horde is massive and extremely dangerous. Proceed cautiously. Death is permanent. The beast horde is finally here. Wang Hai's eyes burned brightly as his gaze passed over the treetops, as if already seeing the surging black tide closing in. Let's split up temporarily this time. They'll come find you later. Wang Hai's words made the 3 women pause for a moment. Splitting up? In this dense forest, almost overwhelmed by the tide of beasts, breaking formation was a gamble with death. Yet Wang Hai didn't elaborate.
He took off his watch and casually tossed it to Yi Zhuxian. Hold on to this for me, he said. Yi Zhuxian caught the watch, her cool gaze meeting his. Her tone remained calm as ever. All right. Be careful. Lin Tingsnow looked worried but punched her chest lightly. Got it. You have to come find us quickly, don't go off and get yourself killed. Lin Zhixian nodded solemnly. We'll head to safe zone number 3 to provide support. Wang Hai, stay safe. The three understood Wang Hai's capability-ish was more than capable of protecting himself. Acting alone would actually be more efficient than sticking with them. Don't worry, Wang Hai said with a faint smile as he surveyed the swirling beast horde around them. Just some personal business. It'll be quick. With that, his body suddenly surged with wind elemental energy. His form blurred and vanished in an instant, merging with the currents, transforming into an invisible gust that swept deep into the shadows of the trees. Li Yuanzheng stumbled through the forest. Having just been teleported in, he had collided with the vanguard of the beast tide. Despite his injuries, he barely escaped, his clothes torn and stained with blood. Despair churned in his chest. His assessment points had dropped to 0. Why no points, Wang Hai? It's all because of Wang Hai. He gritted his teeth, running while unleashing all his resentment onto Wang Hai. If Wang Hai hadn't stolen his points, he would at least be in the top 10, not in this sorry state. Suddenly, the wind ahead twisted strangely. The chaotic air currents seemed to be manipulated by an invisible force into a spiral. 10 meters away, a figure formed quietly from pale blue era humanoid wind spirit. Its features faint but distinct, surrounded by sharp wind blades, its aura as chilling as a deadly scythe. Boss. Li Ye's face turned pale. Convinced this was a new beast tide commander, he immediately turned to flee. The wind spirit silently watched him. Then, in an instant, its body shattered as if it had never existed. At the same moment, the air around Li Yu boiled as countless invisible wind blades materialized, cutting off all escape routes. No. His scream was cut short. His protective skills were ripped apart instantly, and his body was sliced as though by thousands of blades, scattering blood mist everywhere. Not a single intact bone remained. When the wind blades dissipated, only bloodstains and the heavy scent of iron remained on the ground. A cold breeze blew through, carrying away some fallen leaves as if silently cleaning up after this execution. Wang Hai never lingered. This had been nothing more than swatting an annoying fly for him. Finally dealt with that disgusting guy. Only Su Mu remains, he murmured to himself, regretting that she was not in the Black Iron Mountains. His gaze swept towards the end of the ridge, where the clang of blades mixed with bestial roars and intermittent shouts the location of the temporary safe point. After dealing with the threat posed by Li Yuan, Wang Hai didn't linger. His wind element form surged again as he slipped through the dense forest of the Black Iron Mountains, his figure a faint blur of teal. With the fierce gusts trailing behind him, stray beasts along the way were shredded by the sharp wind pressure before they could even cry out. On the wristwatch projection, the coordinates of 3 temporary safe points stood out clearly like lone boats in a storm, each surrounded layer by black shadows representing the surging monster tide. Black iron wolves and bloodthirsty boars served as the vanguard, followed by tougher high-level fiends like rock golems and shadow leopards, as a black flood flowed continuously from deep within the mountains. Head to point 3 first. Resolute, he transformed into an almost invisible current of wind, racing toward the fiercest fighting. The closer he got to safe point 3, the stronger the scent of blood and chaotic energy waves in the air became. Fallen ancient trees lay scattered and burned earth steamed beneath, torn limbs of monsters littering the ground in such a short time. The battle had already turned brutal. Safe point 3 was built at the narrow entrance of a valley, with makeshift defenses set against the rock face. Over a dozen candidates were desperately holding the gate. The monster tide crashed like successive waves, but these beasts were weaker than the mutated creatures from the wasteland hunting ground. Meanwhile, the candidates who made it this far had all reached level 30. Their advancement was temporarily halted due to a transfer quest restriction. Yi Zhuxian, after completing her transfer, had already surged to level 53 and was on the verge of her second transfer. Wang Hai flew like the wind over the treetops, and low-level monsters were torn apart by invisible wind blades wherever he passed. He climbed a high ground to survey the battlefield. The valley entrance defense was organized by 13 candidates. Yi Zhuxian, Lin Tingxue, and Lin Jixia stood at the front, their combat effectiveness far above their peers. Yi Zhuxian stood in the rear, unleashing a volley of arrows from her longbow that felled large groups of monsters instantly, only to be replaced quickly by the incoming waves behind them. Lin Tingxue guarded the left flank, her blood-red long blade flashing sharply. Agile as a leopard, each strike found vital points precisely, and the bloodlight on her blade fueled her courage with every fight. Lin Jixia held the right flank steady, her longsword weaving an impenetrable silver screen. The sword energy formed an invisible wall that pushed back charging monsters one by one. Under the leadership of these 3, the others gradually stabilized their formation, casting skills and confronting the beast tide heathen. On the high ground, 2 officers observed through binoculars.
A middle-aged man with the rank of captain nodded quietly. These candidates have surpassed expectations, especially the e-girl. Calm and decisive under pressure, she definitely has her father's bearing. The young lieutenant focused his lens on the Lin sisters. Those two from the Lin family aren't simple either. They have plenty of real combat experience, probably grew up scrambling around the barracks since childhood. The beast tide had only just begun. According to the reconnaissance reports, there were still 100-level monsters and bosses ahead. No one knew how long they could hold out. They kept a close watch on the 3 safe zones, ready to launch a rescue at any moment. Major Wang Jun stood on the high ground, eyes fixed beyond the flickering line of fire. His voice was low but firm. Having served for years guarding the Black Iron Mountains, he knew well the terror of a beast tide, an endless tide of monsters that slowly erodes morale. And the moment the soldiers falter, the lurking bosses would tear through the entire defense line in an instant. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison. Suddenly, the forest ahead in the valley exploded with a violent tremor, a roar tearing through the air like thunder. Trees were uprooted and thrown aside as a massive bear, the size of a small mountain, crashed through the woods, revealing its imposing form. Its body was covered in blackish-gray iron-like plates, each step shaking the ground beneath it. Ironstone Giant Bear. Level 90, second Ascension Boss. A test candidate shouted in alarm. Its armor is too thick, we can't break through. Amid panicked screams, the giant bear charged the defense line. Normal ranged attacks glanced off its plates, only sparking faint flashes. With a single paw swipe, a makeshift wooden barricade was instantly shattered. 2 candidates caught off guard were slammed to the ground hard, their fate uncertain. The breach widened, and more monsters surged in, putting the safe zone in grave danger. Fall back. Reorganize the defense. Yi Zuxuan's cold voice cut through the chaos. A streak of starlight shot from her fingertip, forcing the giant bear to retreat half a step, though it was still pressing forward relentlessly. Yi Zhuxian furrowed her brow. Between second and first ascension, level suppression cuts damage by half. If the boss were any stronger, suppression could reach up to 90%. Lin Tingxue and Lin Jixia fought their way backward on the flanks, shielding their comrades as they fell back. On the high ground, an officer gripped his weapon tightly. Should we intervene? Major Wang Jun shook his head. Wait a bit longer. Each safe zone has a second ascension priest stationed. It's temporarily secure. The real test is just beginning. Let's see how they handle this. At the critical moment, a figure moved like a phantom and appeared atop the giant bear. It's Wang Hai. Yi Zhuxian and the Lin sisters' eyes gleamed with hope. The exhausted candidates clung to him like a lifeline. The top-ranked monster, can he pull this off? Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Wang Hai raised his staff and slammed it down hard on the giant bear's head with a whistle through the air. Bang! Only a dull, muffled sound responded. The next instant, a mocking red number appeared. 1. The air froze suddenly. The hopeful expressions on everyone's faces turned to stunned disbelief. 1 damage. Even Wang Hai can't break its defense. That's right, he hasn't ascended, yet hopeless whispers spread through the ranks. The gap between 0 and second ascension was an unbridgeable abyss. Level suppression, attribute differences, enough to reduce any talent or skill to dust. The ironstone giant bear barely registered any pine, it only felt like a mosquito bite on its head. Irritated, it shook its massive head and swung a huge paw wrapped in a violent gust straight at the tiny human perched above. Wang Hai furrowed his brow, using the momentum to glide backward, deftly dodging the powerful, heavy strike. Wang Hai, watch out. Lin Tingxu's shout cut sharply through the chaotic battlefield. The giant bear snapped at empty air in frustration, then reared up and roared fiercely. Its massive paws gathered a swirling surge of earth-colored energy before slamming down hard on the ground. War stomp. Boom. The earth trembled violently as if struck by a colossal hammer. A visible shockwave radiated rapidly outward, engulfing dozens of meters. The candidates were thrown off their feet, shields, swords, and staffs clashing wildly. Health bars plummeted to critical levels, and the formation shattered in an instant. Suspended in midair, Wang Hai remained calm under pressure. He raised his staff, and the tip instantly blossomed with a dazzling, pure white light. 1 second before the next shockwave hit, he lowered his wrist and pointed the staff downward. Group heal. A low hum filled the air as thick life energy exploded outward from him, forming a shimmering emerald barrier that encompassed most of the candidates below. 16,170. 16,170. 16,170. Green numbers cascaded like a waterfall, healing echoes repeating 8 times in total, each burst instantly restoring critically low health bars to full. My goodness, that's an insane amount of healing. Feels like we could get slapped by that bear and not even flinch. With healing like that, even a second-tier boss isn't impossible. The morale, teetering on the edge of collapse, was forcibly stabilized by the surging green light and even began to rise faintly. At the safe point, a second-tier healer stared in disbelief as over a dozen candidates suddenly healed to full health,
secretly questioning their own role. Weren't I assigned by the military to save people? I might be redundant. On the high ground, Major Wang Jin squinted, eyes gleaming sharply. Such powerful healing ability. Strong in combat, yet still excellent at his job. This kid is definitely no ordinary player. An officer nearby clicked his tongue in admiration. The recovery amount is even stronger than our second-tier priests back at the safe zone. Pity that healing alone won't bring down that ironstone bear. Using the slight recoil from the healing spell, Wang Hai slid backward and landed beside Yi Zhuxian. The girl said nothing but handed him a wristwatch. Wang Hai slipped it on naturally, as if nothing had happened. Then, he raised his staff. Aga, and a burst of the same white light landed on the roaring bear, outwardly healing, but secretly scanning. Ironstone Giant Bear Boss. Level, 92nd tier. Job bonus, 150 damage to targets below 2nd tier, 50 damage taken. Job bonus, 250 HP, 50 defense. HP, 103.5 million. Attack, 90,000. Defense, 450,000. Passive, Ironstone Body B20 less physical damage. When critically hit, further halves the crit bonus damage by 50. Skills, Rock Throw, War Stomp, Furious Roar. The terrifying health and defense stats were utterly discouraging. If not for its relatively average attack power, even one paw swipe would turn everyone into lifeless corpses before Wang Hai's healing could react. Though Wang Hai's massive group heal calmed the chaos from War Stomp, the overwhelming level gap loomed like a mountain. The candidate's attacks barely sparked on the bear's rocky hide, unable to even break through its defense. Wang Hai, this guy's hide is way too thick. We can't break its defense. Lin Tingxue shouted anxiously, slashing down a charging black iron wolf. Yi Zuxuan's luminous arrows struck the giant bear's eyes once again, but only managed to make it even more enraged without causing any real damage. She frowned slightly, fully aware that the gap between levels and class changes couldn't be bridged by talent or skill alone. Hovering in midair, Wang Hai looked down at the roaring ironstone giant bear, fiercely tearing at their defenses. His gaze was as calm and still as a placid lake. A little damage? Sure. But is damage only dealt through attack skills? The thought flashed through his mind as he activated the Symbiosis Pact, forcibly establishing a connection with the Ironstone Bear, then issuing a single command: turn around and clear the minions. To him, wild monsters without any mana were nothing more than discarded puppets. The massive bear suddenly froze, its furious red eyes flickering with brief confusion. It shook its head as if trying to discern the source of the voice, then instinctively obeyed. In the next moment, to everyone's disbelief, the once ferocious level 90 boss slowly spun around, raising its enormous bare paw like a millstone and fiercely slamming it down on several black iron wolves rushing their lines. Smash! A few unlucky black iron wolves were crushed into a pulp before they could even scream. 102,345. 98,761. The bear's attacks also affected the Beast Wave companions, and the terrifying damage numbers caused the defenders to pause in shock, even halting their weapon swings for a beat. What would just happened? That bear is helping us. Boss in fighting. All eyes quickly snapped to Wang Hai hovering above. Lin Tingxue slashed a shadow leopard attacking in the chaos, then looked toward the bear sweeping through the horde, her mind struggling to catch up. Wang Hai, what did you do to it? Taming magic? But you're a priest. Wang Hai offered no lengthy explanation, his calm voice carrying clearly to everyone. Focus on clearing the minions quickly. The control isn't stable. He deliberately kept his tone cautious, though he knew exactly what he was doing as long as the pact wasn't broken or distance exceeded. That dumb bear had to obey him obediently. The reason he could forcibly control it was because the bear had no mental attributes. If the target had even a bit of mana, he could only form a pact but not interfere directly with its actions. Though the students didn't grasp the full intricacies, they understood this was their lifeline. Brothers, clear the minions. Use this big guy as our heavy hitter. Someone shouted. In an instant, the pressure on the defenses plummeted dramatically. The ironstone giant bear was like a moving mountain of flesh, bulldozing through the beast wave. Each swipe of its paw cleared large swathes of enemies. The low-level monster's claws only left shallow white scratches on its rocky skin, while its counterattacks instantly killed foes. The students only needed to mop up stragglers or pick off distant targets with ranged attacks, boosting their overall efficiency multiple times over. Yi Zhuxian relaxed her furrowed brow and quickly commanded, mages and archers, focus fire on the beast packs behind the giant bear. Warriors, finish off any stragglers. Everyone keep your distance from the bear. With clear orders, everyone immediately complied. Arrows and magical blasts erupted at the rear of the beast wave, while warriors executed clean finishing strikes. The tide of battle visibly reversed. In the command post on the high ground, military leaders stared in stunned silence. Controlling the boss? The young lieutenant's voice cracked in disbelief. What kind of talent is that? If he's got this ability, why isn't he a summoner? Major Wang Zhen's eyes were sharp as a hawk, fixing on Wang Hai in midair.
He whispered under his breath, "It's not simple control." As a fifth-stage professional, Wang Jun naturally saw things far beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Although he hadn't fully figured out the details of Wang Hai's abilities, he clearly noticed one fact: Wang Hai's damage intake was drastically reduced, or rather, brutally absorbed by a gigantic ironstone bear standing in for him. Interesting, Wang Jun murmured in admiration. This student named Wang Hai kept shattering his expectations. Terrifying base stats, outrageously high healing output, and now an added ability resembling some kind of enforced contract. Could all these really be pulled off by a priest who hadn't even undergone a job change? Record everything. Wang Zhen immediately ordered. Mark all of Wang Hai's actions, especially the duration, strength, and possible limitations of this control ability, in red for emphasis. Yes, sir. The tactical officer responded swiftly, syncing data to the combat display. Meanwhile, the battle rhythm at Safe Zone 3 took on a strange pattern. The Ironstone Bear had become the candidate's strongest ally, barreling forward under its heavy rocky armor, tirelessly tearing through the swarming monsters. The candidates followed close behind, finishing off foes and scooping up kills, their experience and score skyrocketing. Wang Hai occasionally raised his hand to cast healing spells. Green light poured down like life-giving rain, ensuring no one fell. Those receiving his healing felt a searing surge of vital energy flooding their limbs, wounds closing in moments, even their ragged breathing instantly steadying, rejuvenated and alert. Brother Hai, your healing is unreal. Thanks so much. Someone shouted excitedly. Wang Hai nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with the effect. Time slipped by amid slash and beast roars. The monster tide seemed endless, but the Ironstone Bear's relentless charges held Safe Zone 3's defenses unbreakable. Meanwhile, at Safe Zones 1 and 2, the situation was growing dire. Their defenses were breached multiple times, and the station's second-stage priests were stretched to their limits. This control effect lasts way too long. Zone 3 is basically a score farming paradise, a lieutenant remarked watching the monitors. The others can't hold much longer. Dragging this out won't do any good, another officer agreed. Wang Zhen pondered deeply. He had hoped this beast tide test would reveal undiscovered geniuses who hadn't yet shined in the dungeon. Instead, Zones 1 and 2 performed poorly and only barely held their ground, while Zone 3 was completely dominated by Wang Hai personally. Continuing would only increase casualties unnecessarily. Order the rescue forces to intervene immediately and terminate the test, Wang Zhen commanded decisively. Understood. The order spread swiftly. Deep in the Black Iron Mountains, a powerful bugle blast soared. The Black Iron Base Legion, long on standby, surged onto the battlefield from 3 directions like a steel flood. The soldiers formed tight battle formations. Their area effect attacks exploded in dazzling light, melting the monsters like frost and sunlight. The candidates at Zones 1 and 2, seeing the reinforcements, felt as if pardoned from doom. Many collapsed to the ground, their faces a mix of relief and regret over their mediocre performance. At Safe Zone 3, the candidates busy farming monsters all froze in surprise. Wang Hai felt the overwhelming presence radiating from the Legion and instantly knew the trial was over. With a thought, his symbiotic contract with the Ironstone Bear quietly dissolved. After all, the bear's unique talents were now his to keep, and leaving it around would only be trouble. The giant bear, which had just slammed down a rock golem, suddenly froze mid-action, its blood-red eyes clearing to a vacant stare. It shook its head as if confused about why it had just helped the two-legged beasts fight their own kind. But when it saw the overwhelming ranks of troops surrounding it and the deadly intent in the air, its primal survival instinct instantly took over. Roar! The bear unleashed a roar filled with fear and warning, then turned its back to everyone and sprinted wildly into the depths of the mountain range. Its towering toise-hang-tall frame crashed through the forest, snapping thick trees in its path, and soon it vanished into the dark woods. It ran away. An examinee exclaimed. Good, let it go? That's a level 90 BOS. We couldn't have killed it anyway. Getting it to hold off the beast tide for us is a guaranteed win. Someone sighed in relief. All thanks to Wang Hai. Fighting alongside Hage is solid as a rock. Yeah, a priest controlling a boss. Who would believe that if we told them? Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Hai, who was slowly descending from the air. Their admiration and gratitude shone clearly, though no one dared to mention the things he had done inside the dungeon. Shortly after, an officer arrived at Safety Point 3 and shouted loudly, "The beast tide test is over. Thank you all for your fierce resistance. Based on your performance, the judges will determine your scores. Those rated excellent will earn a spot in the competition. Now, everyone, return to base with the troops." Escorted by fully armed soldiers, the examinees evacuated in an orderly fashion along the mountain path back to the military base at the foot of the Black Iron Mountains. The atmosphere at the base was noticeably heavy. The examinees from Safety Points 1 and 2 arrived first, most injured, their armor tattered and stained with blood, silently gathering in a clearing. In stark contrast, the group from Point 3 was spirited and energized. Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin mingled in the crowd, their faces dark enough to drip water. They had fought bitterly at point one, nearly losing ground. Now, seeing Wang Hai's team return unscathed and even center stage, their jealousy almost overwhelmed them. News of Li Yuan's death had not yet spread. Amid the chaos, one or two missing persons went largely unnoticed. Outside the base, representatives from major families and factions were already waiting. They sighed with relief as their young members returned safely. But the Wei and Lu families wore grim expressions. There was no hiding the glaring zero score on the leaderboard. Wei Xiong, what happened? An elder from the Wei family growled through suppressed anger. Wei Xiong opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to explain. There was no way to admit had lost points to a priest, or that had mysteriously failed at the final moment. Lu Wenlin was equally silent, his gaze sharp and resentful. Meanwhile, the Li family had noticed Li Yuan's absence and immediately inquired with the military. Their reply was, Li Yuan did not report at the safety point and is suspected lost during the beast tide. A search party has been deployed. So useless. The safety point was only 500 meters away. How do you get lost so easily? Someone whispered mockingly. Li Yuan is at least in strength talent. He shouldn't have died so quickly, others murmured. Wang Hai listened calmly to the murmurs. Li Yuan's disappearance only stirred fleeting ripples in people's minds before quiet settled again in the treacherous Black Iron Mountains. With the beast tide still lingering, losing one or two people was nothing unusual. Soon, everyone's attention shifted to the real highlight: the announcement of spots available for the province-wide resource allocation battle. Major Wang Jin stepped onto the makeshift platform, surrounded by a group of officers, his gaze sweeping over the candidates below whose expressions varied widely. Through the loudspeaker, his voice was deep and clear. First, congratulations to all of you for successfully completing the Wildlands Hunting Grounds assessment and the Beast Tide emergency test. Your performances have all been recorded. The noisy training ground fell instantly silent, hundreds of candidates holding their breath in unison. Based on the comprehensive evaluation, the list of those selected to represent Lin City in the provincial resource allocation battle is as follows. Major Wang unfolded the list and read aloud. First place, Wang Hai. The unsurprising result caused many to breathe a quiet sigh of relief, and a few suppressed whispers of delight echoed from a corner of the training ground. Second place, Yi Zhuxian. Among the crowd, Yi Zuxian's cold expression remained unchanged. She merely nodded slightly towards the platform. Third place, Lin Tingxue. Fourth place, Lin Jixia. The Lin sisters exchanged glances, their restrained excitement suddenly igniting in their eyes. At this point, Major Wang paused briefly, his steady gaze sweeping over the remaining candidates, each young face a mixture of hope, anxiety, and tension. Fifth place, he enunciated clearly, vacant. What? Low murmurs of surprise rippled through the crowd. Sixth place, vacant. Seventh place, vacant. 10th place, vacant. After reading the final vacant, Major Wang closed the list, his eyes cold as steel. This concludes the entire selection. Only 4 candidates have qualified for the competition. Why? Wei Xiong lost control first, his voice shattering the silence like a bombshell, his face flushed bright red. Even if our assessment points were 0, what about the Beast Tide test? We fought to the death at point 1. Does that not count for anything? Lu Wenlin stepped forward, restraining his anger but speaking with sharp respect. Major Wang, isn't this evaluation standard a bit farcical? Deciding qualifications solely based on instance points. What then is the meaning of the Beast Tide test? Isn't it supposed to assess our overall compatibility? Others who had fiercely battled at points 1 and 2 chimed in agreement, their voices mixing into a chaotic chorus of doubt and protest, thickening the tense air. Quiet. Major Wang barked, his military authority cutting through the noise like a blade, instantly silencing the crowd. His eyes locked sharply onto Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin. The Beast Tide test is indeed meant as a comprehensive assessment. But unfortunately, your performances failed to meet our expectations. Failed expectations? Wei Xiong rejected the claim. We held the safety point. Held? Major Wang sneered. In just 1 hour, the defense at point 1 was breached 3 times, 5 seriously wounded, 3 lost arms. If not for the timely military intervention, the entire force would have been wiped out. You call that holding the line? Wei Xiong opened his mouth, but no words came out. Major Wang turned his gaze to Lu Wenlin. Point 2 fared slightly better, but was also breached twice, with 3 serious injuries. Command was chaotic, and everyone fought alone. This is the so-called combat effectiveness? Lu Wenlin's face drained of color, his lips pressed tight in silence. By contrast, at point 3, Major Wang's tone grew affirming. Under Wang Hai's leadership, the defense was rock solid, with no serious injuries. He also made effective use of the battlefield environment, greatly improving the efficiency of the sweep. This is the performance we expect to see in the Beast Tide. Using the battlefield environment? That's cheating. He controlled the boss. Wei Xiong roared, unwilling to accept it. Cheating? Major Wang's gaze cut like lightning. Which rule states controlling wild monsters is forbidden? Talent and abilities are part of true strength.
You simply cannot achieve that. So you call it cheating? Wei Xiong, it's your mindset that's the root cause of your failure. Those words hit him like a punch to the gut. His face turned pale, his chest heaving violently, but not a single word of retort escaped his lips. Major Wang Jun grew tired of looking at him, scanned the entire room, and spoke with razor-sharp finality. The roster is set. No changes allowed. Those selected will depart with the team in 3 days for the provincial capital to compete in the resource allocation battle. The rest can return to Lin City on their own. Seriously wounded can stay in the medical room for treatment. Dismissed. The officers immediately followed Major Wang out, leaving the room plunged into a deadly silence. The Wei and Lu families, among other factions, wore dark expressions, but no one dared argue on the spot. They represented their clans, not just themselves, and speaking rashly would only bring trouble. Anger and disappointment churned silently in their hearts. Meanwhile, Wang Hai, surrounded by Yi Zhuxian and the Lin sisters, became the sharp focus of Wei Xiang's and Lu Wenlin's fury. Their hostile gazes seemed to pierce through him. Wang Hai glanced back calmly and, without a word, raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers wide. Both Wei Xiang and Lu Wenlin paled even further. In the dungeon, Wang Hai had spared them, but only after forcing them to shoulder the debt of 5 legendary items. Once they returned to base, they realized no one actually died in the dungeon. So this mercy was nothing but an empty shell of a free ride. They wanted to back out, but feared the soul contract Yi Zhuxian signed on the spot. All they could do was regret it bitterly. Wanga, you finally made it out. Sun Lei led Li Jing and 3 others forward with smiles tinged with regret. Wang Hai smiled back. Too bad you didn't last until the end, or the spot would have been yours. That's enough. Li Jing waved her hand. This time we saw the gap between us and the geniuses. We doubled our attributes with the potions and gear we got from the dungeon. Who still cares about spots now? Sun Lei scratched his head in agreement. Right, the geniuses in Lin City alone are that strong. Competing with the whole province might just lead to disaster. Though eliminated early, these 5 had significantly boosted their stats and could now dominate opponents of similar level and talent. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. No sooner had Wang Hai freed his hands than representatives from the Yi and Lin families approached with beaming smiles. The Yi steward spoke first. Wang Hai, thanks to you for looking after our Zhuxian this time. The eldest patriarch insisted we invite you to a thank you banquet. From the Lin family came the father of Lin Tingxue and her sister. The burly middle-aged man clapped Wang Hai on the shoulder heartily and laughed. Good kid. Tingxue and Zhixia owe you big time. When we return to Lin City, the Lin family must thank you properly. If you need anything, just say the word. Facing the warmth of the 2 great families, Wang Hai smiled politely but firmly. Uncle Yi, Uncle Lin, we're teammates. It's only natural to watch out for each other. Thank you. But I have some personal matters to take care of, so I must decline the banquet. He just wanted to process his gains quickly and prepare for the battle in the provincial capital in 3 days. Seeing his resolve, neither family pressed further. They reiterated that their family treasure vaults were open to him anytime, then left with Yi Zhuxian and the Lin sisters. Before parting, Yi Zhuxian whispered softly, see you in the provincial capital. Lin Tingxue raised her fist. Wang Hai, don't forget to come visit us. Let's team up again for the provincial battle. Lin Zhixia smiled and nodded in agreement. After seeing off the 3 visitors, Wang Hai politely declined all other approaches from various factions and boarded the military vehicle alone. As the door closed, only 3 people remained inside the cabin. Major Wang Jun in the driver's seat, General Zhao Qiming in the front passenger seat, and Wang Hai sitting quietly in the back. The armored vehicle pulled away smoothly, leaving behind the noisy base, and the atmosphere inside grew heavy and tense. Wang Hai, no need to be so formal. Zhao Qiming spoke first, his tone calm, but carrying undeniable authority. We've called you here to ask for a favor. What kind of favor? Wang Hai asked politely, sensing there was more to it than met the eye. To identify cult members within the base, Zhao Qiming said bluntly, eyes narrowing slightly. The military had clearly reviewed the intelligence Wang Hai had previously submitted, but they hadn't expected the enemy to be so deeply infiltrated. Zhao Qiming followed up. What's the highest level your detection ability can reach? Wang Hai paused thoughtfully, weighing his words carefully, deciding not to reveal everything at once. I can directly detect anything below the 3rd level. Above the 3rd level requires special materials and more effort. Below 3rd level? Zhao Qiming's eyes brightened. That already exceeds our expectations. Most people in the base fall within that range. Major Wang Jun, glancing through the rearview mirror, chimed in. Based on your earlier reports, we found some clues internally, but nothing conclusive. The enemy is extremely well hidden. Lie detectors and mental scans barely work. So you want me to confirm using my detection skill? Wang Hai asked, now fully understanding their plan. Exactly, Zhao Qiming nodded. Blood curses, abyssal corruption, sacrifices, decay. These marks of demonic powers can't hide from your ability once activated. But if they suppress these talents, there's almost no trace. We suspect there are far more sleepers than we realize.
Understood, Wang Hai agreed readily. But I'll need an appropriate cover identity, something that lets me closely access all key suspects without exposing myself. No problem, Zhao Qiming reassured him immediately. You'll be assigned to the medical unit. We'll arrange for the suspects on our list to be sent there as needed. Wang Hai added one caveat. I can't guarantee 100 accuracy. If someone lacks even the divine evil talents, I won't have a way to detect them. That's understood, Zhao Qiming acknowledged. Let's get started without delay. Major Wang Zhan finally spoke after a long silence at the wheel. The sweep begins tonight. Go rest in your dorm first. They'll take you to the medical unit this evening. By the way, this is your reward for earning first place. He handed over a silver-gray spatial ring with one hand, while controlling the steering wheel with the other. The vehicle drove deep into the base and stopped in front of a standalone single dormitory. Wang Hai stepped out, watching the military vehicle drive away. The dorm was clean and simple, equipped with a bed, desk, and wardrobe. After closing the door behind him, Wang Hai immediately began to review his spoils from the wilderness hunting grounds. Raising his hand, he infused spiritual energy into the spatial ring. Instantly, its interior opened like a window. Inside, the contents were abundant and impressive. 3 epic materials, a batch of skill upgrade items, a legendary piece of equipment, and 4 bottles of top-tier potions. And most importantly, a ticket to enter the Origin Secret Realm. This ticket is the ultimate goal pursued day and night by nearly every professional adventurer. Once inside the realm, hidden classes, mythic level gear, mythic pets, and even a second talent awakening could all appear. Unfortunately, the entrance is strictly locked at level 90. Being even slightly below or above means getting denied entry. Wang Hai still had some way to go before reaching level 90, so for now, he carefully stored the ticket in his spatial ring. His gaze then shifted to the 4 bottles of top-tier potions on the table. 1. Top-tier strength potion, legendary quality, grants 1000 strength upon consumption, with a personal limit of 10 doses. 2. Top-tier constitution potion, legendary quality, grants 1000 constitution, personal limit 10 doses. 3. Top-tier agility potion, legendary quality, grants 1000 agility, personal limit 10 doses. 4. Top-tier spirit potion, legendary quality, grants 1000 spirit, personal limit 10 doses. A total of 1000 to every attribute at once, even for someone like Wang Hai with already sky-high stats. This was jaw-dropping. This was not a number you could just grind monsters to earn casually. Without hesitation, he twisted open all 4 bottles and downed them in one gulp. The hot, yet soothing energy surged from his throat into every limb and bone, spreading like a warm current. The system spread the attribute boost evenly over the next 24 hours to prevent an uncontrollable sudden spike. After the potions took effect, Wang Hai turned his attention to the legendary Itima gray-black staff. The wooden surface was smooth and delicate, like fine jade, yet he could feel the ancient rings of time trembling lightly beneath his fingertips, as if a primordial giant tree had been condensed into this segment of root. The Staff of the Ancient Life Tree. Quality, legendary. Requirements, level 30, spirit 5000, mastery of at least 1 max level healing skill. Attributes, 3000 spirit. Special 1 life, resonance, all healing skill effects 100. Special 2 life bloom 10 chance to reset the cooldown of a random basic skill when casting a healing skill. Special 3 nature's reprisal 30 chance for healing overflow to convert into a 3-second natural shield. Special 4 Heart of the Ancient Tree awakens the staff's origin, making the next healing or shield skill 1000 stronger, reducing its cost by 50, and removing all negative effects. Cooldown 1800 seconds. Another terrifyingly powerful artifact for healers. 3000 spirit alone was lavish, and the 4 special bonuses completely altered combat dynamics. For Wang Hai, Specials 1 and 3 fit his style best. Special 2 was of limited use, and Special 4's half-hour cooldown meant it was a last resort lifesaver. Lastly, there was a pile of skill upgrade materials. Except for his basic healing skill, which was already maxed out, all his other skills remained at level 1. To advance further, he needed to collect rare materials, each pricey and scattered far and wide. At the moment, he had no time to hunt them all down. Since level 1 could suffice for now, Wang Hai simply put the matter aside. Wang Hai checked the skills he needed to upgrade. There were 6 in total on the panel, all stuck at level 1. 1. Group Healing LV1. 2. Holy Light Barrier LV1. 3. Holy Light Purification LV1. 4. Flesh Reconstitution LV1. 5. Mind Barrier LV1. 6. Source Surge LV1. He raised his hand and touched the storage ring, and the stacked upgrade materials came into view. Roughly calculating, even if he maxed out all 6 skills, it would only consume about 1/3 of the materials. The remaining 2 large boxes held upgrade resources for various classes, including warriors, mages, and assassins mixed in with the typical priest items. The military probably assumes I have multi-class skills, Wang Hai thought, stroking his chin. That made sense. His performance didn't exactly fit the traditional priest mold. Confirming he had enough resources, he went ahead and upgraded all 6 skills straight to level 10. The panel refreshed with new detailed descriptions. Group Healing LV10. Cost, 1 mana point. Effect, restores 3200 spell power HP to all units within a 15-15 area. Holy Light Barrier LV10. Cost, 1 mana point. Effect, applies a sturdy Holy Light Barrier to the target, absorbing 1500-300 spell power damage for 100 seconds. If the barrier expires naturally without breaking, it deals damage equal to the absorbed amount in a 11 area. Holy Light Purification LV10. Cost, 5 mana points. Effect, removes all negative effects from the target and grants 10 seconds of immunity to debuffs. Flesh Reconstitution LV10. Cost, 1 mana. Effect, channels life energy to promote flesh regeneration on the target. Mind Barrier LV10. Cost, 1 mana. Effect, constructs an indestructible mental barrier on the target, increasing spirit resistance by 90 and granting 6 hours of immunity to mind control, fear, charm, and telepathy. Source Surge LV10. Cost, 0.1 of own HP. Effect, instantly restores the target's mana by 60 of one heist max mana plus 35 of the target's max mana, then continues to regenerate 5 of the target's max mana per second for 150 seconds. Among the 6, only Flesh Reconstitution's upgrade effects were hard to grasp from the description. It was inherently a support healing spell, a bit abstract, and Wang Hai had never cast it on others formally, so the exact improvements weren't obvious at first glance. Next, his gaze fell on the 3 remaining epic materials: Life Crystal, Holy Light Crystal, and Mana Crystal. These corresponded to the 3 common priest specialization paths. 1. Life Crystal increases max HP. 2. Holy Light Crystal increases healing effectiveness. 3. Mana Crystal increases max mana. Using one of these materials would start the corresponding specialization quest, and completing it meant successfully specializing. After leaving the wilderness hunting ground, his level had already shot up to 30. Before advancing further, the specialization had to be completed. Wang Hai summoned the panel again, and sure enough, a flashing specialized button appeared next to his level number. With a slight mental command, "Ding, your current level has reached 30. Please select the specialization quest you wish to undertake." 1. Consume 20 blue crystals to unlock the priest class level cap to 60. Each level up grants 20 points to all attributes, 10 free attribute points, and a base class bonus. For ranks below first tier, damage dealt increases by 20 and damage taken decreases by 20. 2. Consume life crystals to change class to Life Apprentice, with a level cap of 60. Each level up grants 20 points to all attributes, 20 points to Constitution, 10 free points, and a life blessing that increases maximum HP by 20. 3. Consume mana crystals to change class to Meditation Apprentice, level cap 60. Each level up grants 20 points to all attributes, 20 points to Spirit, 10 free points, and a mana blessing that increases maximum MP by 20. 4. Consume Holy Light Crystals to change class to Healing Apprentice, level cap 60. Each level up grants 25 points to all attributes, 10 free points, and a healing blessing that increases healing effect by 20. The priest's basic class advancements are almost effortless. You just place the required materials on the panel to complete the change. This is much simpler compared to rare or hidden classes that demand difficult challenges. However, with less effort comes lower rewards, as Wang Hai fully understood. He recalled the stat panels of other players he saw in the dungeon. Yi Zhuxian, the Starry Bow user, gained 100 increased arrow damage after changing classes. Wei Xiong, the mage, saw spell power soar by 100. Lu Wenlin, the martial artist, had physical attack power boosted by 100. In contrast, all 4 options before him offered a mere 20 increase, just 1/5 the magnitude, not even counting the attribute disparities. Before level 30, the priest only gained 10 points to all attributes and 5 free points per level. Even after job change, while those numbers doubled, it was still inferior. Meanwhile, Yi Zuxuan's Starry Bow user gained 100 points all attributes, 50 strength, 50 agility, and 100 free points at a single level. The difference was glaring. Good thing I'm cheating, Wang Hai thought to himself. Otherwise, being an ordinary priest had no future. Setting distractions aside, he carefully evaluated the 4 options. 1. Base bonus is a godsend for low-tier classes, but useless to him, could ignore it. 2. Mana bonus? He could never deplete his mana pool, discard it. 3. Healing bonus? His healing was already overflowing, so that would be wasted as well. 4. The only remaining option was Life Apprentice. Though his shield stacked into the tens of millions within seconds thanks to his cheat, the shield couldn't block true damage, so extra HP still held some use. His finger moved to confirm the Life Apprentice choice, when suddenly the panel flickered. Detected possession of Demon God Energy Crystal. Generating Quest 5. Demon God Energy Crystal? Wang Hai's expression turned sharp as he pulled the black crystal from his storage ring. It was loot head seized from a cultist in the dungeon.
Item: Demon God Energy Crystal. Quality: Demon God. Effect: a mysterious crystal infused with the power of demon gods. Prolonged possession risks corruption from its energy. After acquiring this crystal, his plan was simply to leave the dungeon and decide later either consume it to enhance his talents or use it to activate the favor of the Lord of Flesh and Blood coin. He never expected it would unlock a new class change option. The panel quickly updated. 5. Consume some Demon God Energy Crystal to unlock the class change challenge. Upon success, become a chosen priest. Level cap raised to 60. Depending on challenge difficulty, each level grants 4080120160200 points to all attributes, 4080120160200 free points, and a healing bonus that increases healing effect by 100200300400500. Note: each level gained while in this class causes demon god energy to further corrupt the user. The higher the level, the stronger the corruption. This path is extremely dangerous and should be chosen carefully. Wang Hai's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the fifth option on the panel. All attributes increased by 40 to 200 points plus free attributes, along with a 100 to 500 boost in healing effectiveness. This string of numbers stabbed his senses like a razor, utterly crushing any ordinary job change. Even Yi Zuxuan's famed hidden class couldn't compare when it came to attribute growth. But anything tied to divine and demonic power was never straightforward. No matter how dazzling the bonuses were, Wang Hai's interest remained limited. He knew well that benefits and risks always walked hand in hand. Such ridiculous increases surely hid a bottomless trap behind them. Still, the note about a stable source of divine and demonic power stirred something within him. Wang Hai did not fear divine and demonic power itself. What truly worried him was a lack of strength that would prevent him from continuously upgrading his talents. Becoming a chosen priest would effectively connect a non-stop supply line to his grace talent, which was undeniably tempting. He instinctively rubbed the black crystal in his palm. The cold, rough texture transmitted through his fingertips, and the crystal trembled lightly, as if responding. The panel refreshed again a moment later. Option 6. Consume all divine and demonic crystals to initiate the job change challenge. Success grants promotion to divine favored priest, raising the level cap to 60. Depending on difficulty, each level up awards 100200300400500 points in all attributes and an equal amount in free attributes, along with 2040-608-0100 all attribute amplification. Note: upon job change, each level gained increasingly corrupts the character with divine and demonic power. The higher the level, the deeper the corruption, posing extreme danger. Choose carefully. The sixth option? Wang Hai's gaze sharpened as he focused on the black crystal. Had this option appeared at the start, he might have accepted without hesitation. After all, percentage boosts to all attributes were extremely appealing. But the constant shifting of missions kept him clear-headed. The stronger the job, the deeper the trap. No shiny numbers on a panel could outweigh the reliability of his defiant talent. The surface risk was divine demonic corruption, but lurking in the shadows might be the chance of being truly targeted by real divine or demonic forces. Even if the odds were slim, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would never gamble. He wasn't a desperate soul forced into a last-ditch choice. With grace on his side, steady progress would bring him to the peak. Why throw everything away for a slight attribute edge? With this resolve, a wave of clarity washed over him. Wang Hai raised the black crystal before his eyes, no longer hesitating, and directly triggered his talent to begin absorbing the contained energy. Divine and demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress 69.1100. Divine and demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress 69.2100. The pitch black energy flowed invisibly, inch by inch consumed by grace. The progress bar slowly climbed from 69, finally stopping at 79. Only this much? Wang Hai frowned, clearly unsatisfied. After all, this is material from a summoning flesh master. This is too stingy. The energy I extracted from that malformed heart was at least 7 or 8 times more. As the last trace of energy was drained, the black crystal in Wang Hai's palm suddenly changed color from deep ink black to a dull, pale red. Just as he thought the object was utterly worthless, something unexpected happened. The pale red divine demon crystal suddenly dissipated, and Wang Hai's expression changed sharply. He quickly glanced around. The air only held lingering energy fluctuations, no unusual phenomena, no direct threat to his body. Before his doubts could fade, a new prompt automatically popped up in the corner of his vision. Ding! Infused with the power of the divine demons, the job change quest is now locked. Would you like to start the job change challenge immediately? Successful challenge grants the job divine afflicted priest and raises the level cap to 60. Depending on the challenge difficulty, each level up awards 100200300400500 points to all attributes,
100-200-300-400-500 points to free attributes, plus an additional 2040-608-0100 bonus to all attributes. All other selectable job routes on the panel instantly grayed out, leaving only the crimson-hided divine afflicted priest shining like a blood-red chain that couldn't be broken. He snorted coldly, eyes sharp. They want to force this on me. Let's see what kind of trick it really holds. Rather than wait helplessly, he chose to take the initiative. His innate grace talent was naturally resistant to divine demon corruption, so this divine afflicted mark might even be something he could turn to his advantage. With a thought, the detailed options for the job change challenge appeared before him. 1-star difficulty. Go to the land of ghosts and stay on the divine demon altar for 1 minute. 2-star difficulty. Go to the land of ghosts and stay on the divine demon altar for 5 minutes. 3-star difficulty. Go to the land of ghosts and stay on the divine demon altar for 10 minutes. 4-star difficulty. Go to the land of ghosts, stay on the divine demon altar for 30 minutes, and defeat the boss. 5-star difficulty. Go to the land of ghosts, stay on the divine demon altar for 1 hour, and defeat the boss solo. Whichever level he chose, he had to step foot in the land of ghosts. Evidently, that place was deeply tainted by divine demon energy. Wang Hai immediately opened his dorm computer and quickly searched for related information. Records flashed across the screen. The land of ghosts lay about 200 kilometers southwest of Lin City, formerly known as Grey Valley, a level 30 regular dungeon. Half a year ago, an unknown anomaly struck the dungeon, causing chaotic energy fluctuations inside. The types and attributes of monsters suddenly changed. Gray mist spread endlessly, accompanied by persistent mental interference. After an emergency evaluation, the Adventurers Association raised the danger rating and renamed it the Land of Ghosts. The military database had extremely high-level access. Glowing blue streams of data rippled across the holographic screen as Wang Hai's fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual keyboard, instantly pulling up all the files on the Land of Ghosts. Dungeon name: Land of Ghosts Original Ashen Valley. Level requirement: 60. Recommended: teams of first-tier advanced classes. Dungeon type: Secret Realm. Known monster distribution: 1. Whispering Ghosts Common. Level: around 35. Traits: 50 physical immunity, specializes in mental attacks. Activity area: outer perimeter of the dungeon. 2. Grudge aggregates elites. Level: around 40. Composition: fusion of multiple ghosts. Attack style: area mental shockwave. Activity area: screaming forest. Known resource drops: soul crystal materials, used to craft mental type equipment or brew potions. Concentration herbs, core ingredient for potions that resist mental interference. Abnormal conditions: persistent mild mental corrosion. Prolonged exposure causes fatigue, auditory hallucinations, and disorientation. Internal communication signals severely blocked. Standard communication devices fail. Military records: 3 months ago, a standard 5-person first-tier team averaging level 45 went missing in the Land of Ghosts. Subsequent rescue attempts failed. The Professioners Association maintains periodic clearing missions, but overall exploration progress is slow. Energy monitoring shows a stable negative energy source in the area, with no signs of abyssal or demonic contamination so far. Suspected awakening of a powerful undead lord. Risk assessment: Rank. Official advice is for level 60 teams equipped with mental resistance or purification abilities only. Entry strictly prohibited for anyone below level 45. Wang Hai scrolled through the dense data, tapping his fingers on the desk in rhythm with his heartbeat. Mental attacks, environmental interference, structural shifts, classic high-risk realm, he muttered quietly. Public files only mention negative energy and unknown anomalies, with no hint of godly or demonic power traces. His gaze hardened: either the god-demon power is too well concealed for normal equipment to detect, or the report has been tampered with. This database has been hacked into a sieve, he sighed softly. If it weren't for his own career transition task pointing him here, by the time anything really happened, the outside world would still be clueless. Thinking this, he wasted no time and scrolled down to the task list. Task name: God Demon Altar 5-star Career Transition Challenge. Objectives: 1. Stay at the God Demon Altar in the Land of Ghosts for 1 hour. 2. Defeat the boss solo. System warning: 5-star difficulty challenge is extremely dangerous. Solo completion death rate is 99.9. Proceed with caution. Confirm? Wang Hai's face was cold and hard as cast iron under the screen's glow. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. System response: Career Transition Challenge accepted. Time limit: none. The infusion of God Demon power meant immense risk and equally great reward. This was a gate he couldn't avoid, so he might as well aim for the highest step. But Wang Hai didn't rush to set out. After all, the dungeon was still there. Waiting a little longer wouldn't matter. He glanced once more at the god's favor coin, the one tied to the Lord of Flesh and Blood. He was about to advance to a god's favor bearer anyway, so a few more divine or demonic incidents wouldn't make much difference. After all, once you've got lice, you don't fear itching. Since the coin could grant one resurrection upon activation, he planned to use it simultaneously with his job change. After securing the coin, Wang Hai turned his attention to the gear head snatched from the dungeon. In total, he had acquired 23 pieces of epic equipment, most of which he had wrested directly from other players. Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin alone had 12 pieces taken by him, and Li Yuan contributed 2. Along the way, he had already equipped 2 pieces himself. Of the remaining 21, most had class restrictions, so he selected just 3 with no such requirements. 1. Windstride Boots. Quality, Epic. Requirement, Level 30. Attributes, 1500 Agility. Trait 1 Swiftness, 50 Movement Speed. Trait 2 Wind Affinity. Wind element skill effects boosted by 50. Trait 3 Windwalk Active. Upon activation, grants an extra 300 movement speed and allows brief gliding through the air for 100 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. 2. Dragon Scale Gauntlets. Quality, Epic. Requirement, Level 30. Attributes, 1500 Strength. Trait 1 Dragon Power. 15 chance on attack to deal 50 damage. Trait 2 Intimidation. Reduces aggression of wild monsters except dragons. Ineffective against bosses. Trait 3 Dragon's Fury. Triggers automatically when health drops below 50. Instantly restores 20 max health and raises defense by 30 for 80 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. 3. Natural Sanctuary Cloak. Quality, Epic. Requirement, Level 30. Attributes, 1500 Spirit. Trait 1 Clear Mind. Skill cooldowns reduced by 10. Trait 2 Nature's Guard. Upon receiving lethal damage, generates a shield equal to 50 max health for 5 seconds. Cooldown 36 hours. Trait 3 Soul Guardian. Provides 1 shield that blocks mental control, restores 24 hours after triggering. Not bad, a little more strength gained. He quickly equipped these 3 pieces and stowed the remaining 19 epics in his bag. Although he couldn't use them all immediately, selling a few would easily fund several sets of epic priest gear. Besides this, the level 30 golden armor the military had previously awarded him came in handy. Wang Hai pulled out the Radiant Glory set and swapped on the helmet and chest plate. Though the set's stats were mediocre, its traits were exceptional, directly boosting spell power by 30 and max health by 30. Percentage boosts like these were top tier at any level or quality. With his current stats, these 2 bonuses alone surpassed the combined attributes of the 3 epic pieces. He lowered his head to ponder whether to unequip the epic gear first. His eyes scanned the rest of the Radiant Glory set. The robe increased max mana by 30, the boots raised movement speed by 30, and the gauntlets boosted attack power by 30. The cloak and boots didn't need replacing, and the epic gauntlets dragon power proc was inconsistent, clearly no match for the reliable 30 attack boost. After a moment's thought, he swapped the dragon scale gauntlets for the Radiant Glory's devotion gauntlets, thereby activating the set's 3-piece bonus, 500 spirit and 50 max mana. After finishing organizing his equipment, Wang Hai opened his character panel again, his eyes scanning the rows of glowing dots that made up his talent list. On this dungeon run, he had acquired 24 new talents, plus 1 more looted from the Ironstone Giant Bear, bringing the total to exactly 25. A quick glance revealed that at least half of them were below strength quality. Though the tiers were modest, he had no intention of breaking them down hastily. These small talents seemed ordinary, but stacked together, they could still rival higher tier talents in effectiveness. The real challenge was the S-strength talent called Elemental Fusion. This talent originally belonged to Wei Xiong and had an absurdly powerful description. It allowed the user to infuse attack skills with different elemental attributes, doubling the skill's power for each element added. Each infused element also applied corresponding debuffs like burn, slow, paralysis, armor break, and healing suppression. 1 element meant power x2, 5 elements meant x32, making it comparable to Yi Zuxuan's SS strength talent. If all 6 elements were combined, the multiplier reached x64, outright surpassing Yi Zhuxian. Given Wang Hai's current knowledge of elemental categories, 5 elements plus wind, lightning, ice, light, dark, poison, and blood, totaling 12, theoretically, the multiplier could stack up to 4,096 times, the most outrageous figure he had ever seen. Unfortunately, the talent lacked the prerequisite elemental mastery skill, which explained why Wei Xiong wielded it so effectively. His hidden class naturally came with 5 elements. But for a normal single-element class, the talent only doubled power once. This was probably why it ranked as SS instead of SSS. Wang Hai thought to himself that if he could someday copy a talent like Elemental Mastery, maybe he could tap into the full potential of Elemental Fusion. The catch was he himself leaned toward support and had few solid damage skills, so he had nowhere to apply Elemental Fusion. After much consideration, he decided to toss it into the smelting furnace. With the current lowest S-tier yield standard of talent smelting, even failure wouldn't be terrible, so he had no hesitation. Besides this SS talent, he selected a few other abilities he rarely used. 1. mental focus crank. 2. Elemental body, wind brank. 3. Sharp arrow shrankenly effective for arrows. 4. Heart of ice spirit shrankenly for ice skills. 5. Life conversion rank. The last two strength talents were basically niche buffs, perfect as height ear fusion materials. He dragged the glowing icons of all 6 talents into the interface, and the system pop-up appeared. Confirm smelting talents. Elemental fusion SS, mental focus C, elemental body. Wind B, sharp arrow S, heart of ice spirit S, life conversion A. Smelting will consume a small amount of mana and cannot be undone. Confirm, Wang Hai replied without hesitation. The next moment, he felt the 6 glowing dots forcibly torn away and pulled into an invisible furnace. A subtle hollow sensation swept over him, quickly replaced by a faint heat. The smelting completion notification quickly flashed. Elemental Avatar S rank. Can control ice and wind elements. Completely immune to ice and wind skill effects and damage. Actively absorbs ambient ice and wind elements, slowly regenerating own status. Can devour other elemental talents to increase the elements controllable by this talent. Seeing the newly forged S-tier talent before him, Wang Hai's eyes flickered with surprise. Although it fell just short of the coveted SSS tier, this defense-oriented talent came with a built-in growth mechanism. It could consume other elemental talents and eventually evolve into a god-tier form, granting complete immunity to all elemental damage, which pleased him greatly. Ice and wind. The thought crossed his mind as a pale blue whirlwind silently spun up in his left palm, its sharp edge barely visible. In his right hand, icy crystals formed and cold mist spread, dropping the room temperature sharply. The elements of ice and wind felt as natural to him as his own flesh and blood, fully responsive to his will. Even from this brief test alone, he was certain the talent's practical value and potential far exceeded others of the same rank. Reigning in his elemental power, Wang Hai pulled up his personal status panel. He currently had 6 talents connected to elemental attributes. 2 were already wind-based, while the remaining 4 were 1. Blazing Wrath of Heaven, Steer. 2. Samsara All-Encompassing, Steer. 3. Bed of Venom, Attire. 4. Fire Resistance, Tire. Blazing Wrath was one of his rare burst skills, relied upon heavily to stack damage and break defenses against bosses he otherwise couldn't chip away at. Without it, he could hardly kill enemies beyond his level through basic attacks alone. Samsara All-Encompassing was his only crowd control method. Though had yet to face anyone faster than himself, control remained indispensable. After some thought, he dragged Bed of Venom and Fire Resistance talents into the newly formed Elemental Avatar. A flash of light, and the 2 old talents vanished as the Elemental Avatar's panel instantly updated. Elemental Avatar, S-tier. Controllable elements. Ice, wind, fire, poison. Immunity. Absolute immunity to all ice and wind elemental skills and damage. Resistance. 30 reduction to fire elemental damage and effects. 50 reduction to poison damage and effects. Passive. Nearby elements of the same type gradually gather, providing continuous slow regeneration. Growth. Can consume additional elemental talents to expand controllable elements and enhance resistances. Still no full immunity, huh? He quickly ran the numbers. Tire talent grants only 30 resistance, Attire about 50. To achieve full immunity for fire and poison, he'd need to absorb at least 2 additional Attire talents in each element, meaning a lengthy collection process. Fortunately, complete ice and wind immunity alone was more than enough to utterly overpower certain foes. To speed things up, he considered a bold approach fusing the elemental avatar with future elemental talents in the hopes of hitting full immunity across the board in one go. Yet failure in such a fusion would cost him dearly. After weighing the risks, he resolved to proceed steadily for now. With that settled, he settled into a cross-legged position to rest while awaiting his next move. By evening, a gentle knock came at the dorm door. Wang Hai's eyes snapped open, gleaming with sharp focus. Rising, he opened the door to find Major Wang Jun standing there. Ready? Major Wang asked succinctly. Always, Wang Hai nodded. The two proceeded through the base's labyrinthine corridors, descended in an elevator, and arrived at the underground medical zone. The lighting here was cold and clinical, guarded even more strictly than above ground, with a sharp scent of disinfectant hanging in the air. Post-battle screenings were still underway. Military command ordered that all frontline rotated soldiers and high-suspicion personnel in logistics undergo mandatory health examinations. Wang Hai was assigned to an observation room adjacent to the infirmary. Through one-way glass, he could see the examination area and next door clearly, while remaining invisible to those outside. General Zhao Qiming was already inside, sitting in front of a list. The room was brightly lit, and the cold metal tabletop made the paper appear stark white. Wang Hai pushed open the door, still carrying the faint smell of disinfectant from the corridor. Wang Hai, thank you for your hard work, Zhao Qiming said, looking up as his fingertips tapped lightly on the pages. This is the screening list for 5,769 people.
They will enter exam room number 3 one by one for blood sampling and basic checks. You can observe each person up close. After speaking, he handed over the list. The thick stack of papers felt heavy in Wang Hai's palm. The edges were worn from being flipped through. Understood. Wang Hai nodded and walked to the one-way glass. On the other side, exam room number 3's floor gleamed from disinfectant, and medical staff in full protective gear quietly waited for those to be tested. Soon, the first soldier was guided into the room by the staff. He was about 30 years old, broad-shouldered and solidly built, his face showing faint signs of fatigue, but his eyes remained sharp. Wang Hai concentrated, silently casting a healing spell. Name, Zhang Tai. Level, 77 second transfer. Transfer bonus 1, defense 50. Transfer bonus 2, damage taken 50. Class, heavy shield warrior. Talent, iron will grade B. Normal. Normal, Wang Hai reported softly. Zhao Qiming quickly checked the name off the list. Major Wang Zhen gestured toward the door for the next person to enter. The screening proceeded steadily. All the soldiers and logistics personnel so far showed nothing unusual. Their talents matched their professions. Combat, support, or occasionally life skills, but none had any trace of demonic or divine traits. Wang Hai observed carefully, making secret notes. Abilities like speeding up digestion, regulating temperature, or discerning kindness in people might seem mundane, but were quite useful in daily military affairs. The army truly hid talented individuals. He silently strategized how to acquire these talents if he got a chance. Time passed, and more than half the names had been crossed off. Next, logistics, Lu Ming, the medical staff's voice announced over the speaker. A thin young man in logistics uniform entered the room, head lowered, moving cautiously. Wang Hai raised his hand in routine, the healing spell flowing over him like a gentle stream. Name, Lu Ming. Level, 61st transfer. Transfer bonus 1, speed 20. Class, Gale Assassin. Talent, stealth grade C, flesh curse initial inactive. When active, slowly increases all body attributes. Current limit tenfold. Can absorb other curses to upgrade flesh curse level. Wang Hai's pupils contracted sharply. He lowered his voice. This one is a problem. Zhao Qiming and Wang Jin instantly became alert, eyes returning to the list. Lu Ming, warehouse manager in logistics. Are you sure? What's going on? Major Wang asked quietly, voice like a blade in the dark. There's a low-level flesh curse inside him. Currently dormant and undetectable by usual methods. Wang Hai reported succinctly. Zhao Qiming's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he made a discreet gesture to his aide, who silently left the observation room to begin external arrangements. In the adjacent room, Lu Ming remained unaware. He cooperated with blood draws and tests, politely thanking the medical staff before walking away calmly. Don't raise alarm. Send him back. General Zhao Qiming spoke in a deep voice, eyes fixed intently. Track him closely. Investigate his social connections, recent contacts, and every movement he's made. I need to know who else is backing him. Yes, sir. Major Wang Zhen straightened up, his voice firm and resolute. Comrade Wang Hai, you've done a great service. General Zhao turned to Wang Hai, his gaze a mix of approval and gravity. This Lu Ming has worked at the base for nearly 10 years, always maintaining a model appearance. Unexpected, he paused briefly. 10 years of infiltration. At the mention of 10 years, the temperature in the observation room seemed to drop sharply. Everyone realized how terrifyingly deep the cult's infiltration capabilities truly were. With Lu Minga hidden thorn finally exposed, the atmosphere instantly turned grim and tense. Continue. Zhao's command was curt. The investigation began immediately. Over 4 hours that night, intelligence and inspection personnel rotated in and out, screening all 5,769 suspects one by one. In the end, 3 more cult members were identified and apprehended. Just as the report was finished, Zhao Qiming and Wang Jin fell into silence heavy with the weight of witnessing the network's depth once again. Relieved because, without Wang Hai's nearly superhuman detective skills, these hidden threats might have persisted far longer. Comrade Wang Hai, on behalf of the military, I thank you for your tremendous contribution. Zhao stepped forward and gave a formal salute. You flatter me, General. Eliminating hidden dangers is also protecting myself. Wang Hai replied with a modest smile, showing no arrogance. Zhao exhaled deeply and patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. This time, we owe it to you. The military will take full charge of those 4 cult members. Tomorrow morning, we will investigate all personnel above level 3 clearance. What materials do you need for your detection technique? Wang Hai paused for a moment before remembering his earlier mention of materials in the car. He reflected quietly. In truth, the Grace talent requires no external items, but this was a good opportunity to acquire top-tier resources. I need some materials related to engraving Rinshai quality preferred, and any type will do. No problem. Zhao immediately nodded. The strategic reserves should have plenty of good stuff. Wang Zhen, personally take Comrade Wang Hai to select what he needs. Elevate his clearance to the highest level. Whatever he requires gets top priority. Yes, sir. Major Wang accepted the order once again. Thank you, General, Wang Hai thought with quiet satisfaction. He was indeed in urgent need of rune materials, not for his detection technique, but for the rune mastery talent he had acquired earlier. A few minutes later, he followed Major Wang Jin deep into the base's strategic material reserve. Along the way, heavy guard posts and biometric scanners opened and closed step by step. After the final identity verification passed, the massive alloy gate rumbled low and slid open slowly, floods of light illuminating the warehouse stretching hundreds of meters inside. Rows of towering shelves stood like ready steel formations, countless sealed crates stacked layer upon layer. With each step, the steel floor reflected a cold gleam. Every breath carried faint but sharp fluctuations of energy. This is one of the strategic reserves, primarily storing rare materials, advanced medicines, and some equipment. Wang Zhen gave a brief introduction. Rune materials are in Section C. Follow me. The two navigated between the shelves. Labels on the crates glowed with a faint blue light. Serial numbers indicated origin and grade. Feeling the power radiating from the stored items, Wang Hai silently admired the military's formidable depth. Any single item taken from here would likely spark fierce competition among professionals. Arriving at Zone C, Major Wang Zhen summoned the virtual display and entered commands to pull up a list of all rune-related materials, sorted by rarity and energy level. A translucent screen unfurled like a waterfall, dense with rapidly scrolling item information. On the right side, vivid holographic projections appeared. 1. Void Stardust Legendary, a strange powder infused with spatial power, ideal for forming stable rune structures, especially compatible with space and summoning runes. Remaining stock, 3 units. 2. Dragonblood Ink Legendary, a spiritual ink made from ancient dragon heart blood mixed with rare minerals, containing immense life, energy, and dragon might. Runes inscribed with it are highly potent and oppressive. Remaining stock, 2 units. 3. Holy Light Crystal Legendary, highly concentrated crystals of sacred light energy, the best medium for crafting holy runes. Remaining stock, 4 units. 4. Abyssal Demon Iron Legendary, a mysterious metal from the abyss capable of holding strong negative energy, often used for curse or shadow runes. Remaining stock, 2 units. Beyond these, the screen listed hundreds of materials ranging from common to legendary, each with distinct attributes and dazzling colors. Wang Hai stood before the display, quickly scanning through the list, his heart involuntarily picking up pace. Can I choose all of these? He raised his hand to tap the screen again for confirmation. Of course, Major Wang said with a smile. The general has granted you full access. But legendary stock is limited, take only 1 unit per type. Epic level materials you can take more freely, just don't empty the warehouse. Understood. Wang Hai nodded knowingly. Legendary items 1 each, the rest at will. These materials were both a reward for his magical work and assistance in rooting out cultists, so he would not hesitate. His gaze locked first on the 4 legendary materials and selected them in order. Then he scrolled down to the epic tier and promptly cut the available quantity in half with 1 tap. In the end, he took 3 kinds of legendary materials and over 30 units of various epic materials, nearly drawing out half the high-tier rune reserves. For lower-tier supplies, he took only 20 of each, given the ample stock. Will this be enough? Major Wang furrowed his brow while looking over the massive outbound orders. If he had just said Wang Hai could take more. Wang Hai withdrew his hand, smiling gently. This is more than enough, far beyond expectations. Besides, the base needs to keep some strategic reserves. I can't go overboard. A flash of approval appeared in the Major's eyes. Since that's the case, ITLLB as you say. He'll arrange for everything to be packaged and delivered to your quarters immediately. Thank you, Major Wang. Wang Hai nodded seriously, then remembered something else. By the way, can I get a copy of all rune records held on base? No problem at all. Major Wang responded promptly. He'll send the data along with the materials. By evening, shortly after Wang Hai returned to his dormitory, 2 large, tightly sealed boxes of high-tier materials arrived, along with a stack of rune documents encrypted with security chips. On his wooden desk, bottles, jars, and glowing crystals formed small piles reflecting prismatic light. Even with his usual composure, Wang Hai's heartbeat quickened at the sight of such precious resources. He took a deep breath, carefully sorted the materials into his spatial ring, and then began a quick read through the thick stack of rune knowledge stored electronically. A total of 1,038 books on basic rune diagrams, low-tier rune structures, and energy fundamentals, and ancient rune secrets. Wow, so many books. Good thing I have the rune mastery talent. Otherwise, I'd never become a runesmith in this lifetime. Rune Mastery SS rank allows parsing, copying, and creating all known runes. Boosts basic effects by 500. Consumes mana to instantly inscribe any rune once seen. For every activated inscription on the body, all skill effects increase by 10. With this talent, even knowing nothing about runes, one can replicate runes purely through mana. Of course, essential materials like metal plates, magic crystal powder, and magical beast components are still needed. Otherwise, it's just drawing an empty outline.
Wang Hai opened the comprehensive rune patterns. Instantly, countless runes appeared on the computer screen, from simple dots, lines, and circles to intricate, three-dimensional designs resembling star trails and tangled veins, every type imaginable. For an ordinary beginner, no matter how gifted, seeing such dense patterns would be overwhelming, likely causing a headache, and requiring years of hard study to barely master a few. But Wang Hai was different. As soon as the first rune diagram lit up, his talent exploded into full activation. Every stroke, every energy flow of the rune transformed into clear algorithms and trajectories before his eyes, rapidly deconstructed, recombined, and imprinted. He wasn't merely memorizing, he was truly understanding. The patterns seemed alive, leaping, spinning, and assembling in his mind, producing countless new combinations. He finished browsing the entire comprehensive rune patterns in under a minute, barely blinking before turbocharging into the next book. Time ticked by as night deepened then faded. When he flipped to the last page of the rune concept's electronic document, dawn's faint light was glowing outside the window. Wang Hai had studied the entire night. What he gained that night was something ordinary runesmiths could spend a lifetime trying to reach and still fall short. Releasing a long breath, fatigue glimmered in his eyes, but couldn't hide the overflowing confidence. He hadn't expected the talent to work this way. In just a few hours, he had memorized every rune recorded in the repository. Tens of thousands. From apprentice level to mysterious runes, even the original creators could only guess at their uses. Though high-level and special runes were a minority, this foundation alone was enough to amaze any master. But after sorting through the connections, a hint of dissatisfaction arose. The practical battle value of runes hadn't quite met his expectations. The current system grades runes from 0 to 9 tiers, and effects only stack downwards. A Tier 1 rune is useless for second-tier professions. Only Tier 2 runes can benefit first-tier professions. More frustratingly, runes could only be inscribed on equipment, and once activated, couldn't be removed. The whole gear had to be scrapped and redrawn to change runes. Switching equipment meant spending money all over again. The cost was exorbitant. Take the Divine Strength rune. For instance, once activated, it boosts strength by 25. If inscribed on 4 pieces of gear, the effect doubles. But crafting one Divine Strength rune requires epic dragon blood at minimum. From Tier 3 onwards, materials double. Tier 6 demands legendary dragon blood. Tier 9 needs mythic dragon blood. Prices skyrocket terrifyingly. This is such a money-burning profession, but luckily I'm not short of materials right now. Wang Hai took off his 2 legendary pieces of equipment, the Lives Whisper necklace and the ancient tree staff. Engraving runes on legendary quality gear is widely recognized as the best balance between performance and cost. The number and quality of runes that equipment can hold directly depend on its rarity. Anything below silver simply can't withstand the strain of runes and will shatter if forced. Silver allows 1 slot, gold 2, epic 3, legendary 4, and mythic as many as 5. His 2 legendary items combined had 8 slots, so which 8 runes should he choose? Divine Strength, Divine Speed, Skill Amplification. The 3 rune types flashed alternately before his eyes. Putting them all on would cover all bases, but balanced often means average. Only by pushing attributes to the extreme could he experience the ultimate thrill. After a brief hesitation, he settled on Divine Speed runes. Without life, high damage is useless. 8 Divine Speed runes combined with his innate talents could grant him 10 times his normal speed, allowing him to escape even the toughest bosses unscathed. With a clear plan, he wasted no time. Wang Hai laid the Lives Whisper necklace flat on the table and took a deep breath, calming himself to a steady, clear state. His rune control talent activated, a soft white glow appearing at his fingertips as intricate rune patterns unfolded automatically in his mind. He dipped a finger into the mixture of finely ground wind crystal powder blended with a specially crafted spiritual solvent, forming a thick ink. Gently tracing the back of the pendant, magical energy flowed like a thin stream, and the rune lines formed seamlessly. In moments, a Divine Speed rune had perfectly taken shape, as if it had sprouted from the metal itself. He repeated the same process to inscribe the remaining 7 slots with Divine Speed runes. All 8 were 3rd-tier runesh, could have crafted higher tiers, but the materials required would skyrocket, and these 2 pieces would only serve him until the 3rd advancement anyway. 3rd tier was more than enough. Let's test the effect. Wang Hai put on the necklace and staff, channeling his mana. One by one, the 8 Divine Speed runes lit up, pale green patterns spreading across them like ripples in water. A sudden lightness enveloped his whole body. In contrast, his mana pool visibly drained at a rapid rate. By his calculation, the full effect would only last about 120 seconds at maximum output. Fortunately, his spring of renewal talent essentially gave him infinite mana, so this cost was negligible. His gaze shifted to his other gear. The golden quality Sanctified Praise set could only accept 2 runes, and its base stats were average. It would be replaced sooner or later, so wasting wind crystals on it wasn't worth it. As for the 4 epic pieces he wore, They could hold 12 runes total, but his wind crystals were depleted, so he couldn't add more divine speed runes. He settled for more affordable advanced speed runes instead. Each boosted movement speed by 10, so 12 runes meant 120, plus his talents boosting that to 600. With all the runes activated, Wang Hai could move at 16 times his normal speed. The path of runes is truly profound. No wonder the top rune masters hold such exalted status. Unfortunately, runes can only be inscribed on gear, limiting their quantity, and the materials are ridiculously expensive. Just the few runes in Wang Hai's possession had already cost over 3 billion. Without snagging a batch of rare minerals from military stockpiles, he couldn't have afforded the initial training for this profession. Thankfully, these runes were enough to maintain his current combat strength. Once he completed his job transfer, he could adjust as needed. Knock. Knock. The dormitory door was tapped. Major Wang Jun stood outside. His military collar slightly crumpled, fatigue evident between his brows, but his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Wang Hai, hope I'm not disturbing you. All third-tier operatives are assembled and waiting. We just need you for the inspection. No problem, I'm ready. Wang Hai closed his rune pen. After staying up all night, he wasn't weary. Instead, the surge in strength kept him energized and alert. The two walked down the corridor together, returning to the observation room. Compared to last night, the atmosphere in the hall was noticeably more intense. All third-tier elites, or above, with several exuding pressure that made Wang Hai frown inwardly. These were the base's top-tier forces. General Zhao Qiming was already waiting, his expression graver than before. Wang Hai, this screening covers all 103 personnel of third tier and above in the base, he said with a low voice that brooked no refusal. I'm counting on you. Wang Hai nodded silently and stepped before the one-way glass. Starting the screening. The panels of third-tier warriors were far more complex than ordinary soldiers. Unique abilities and transfer bonuses flashed continuously, data streams dancing across the glass, overwhelming to the eyes. Wang Hai forced his concentration, verifying each detail carefully. Suddenly, the door slid open and an older man in a white lab coat entered the room. His gray hair was combed neatly, a senior researcher badge gleaming on his chest. His steps were steady and assured. That's Professor Li Weiman, head of the base's Arcane Energy Research Center and a fourth-tier scholar, whispered Major Wang Jun. He's done a lot for the military. Wang Hai acknowledged with a nod and raised his hand, releasing a healing spell. A green light washed over the observation interface. Name, Li Weiman. Level, 151. Fourth tier. Transfer bonus 1, elemental damage 50. Transfer bonus 2, spell power 100. Transfer bonus 3, spell critical chance 50. Profession, elemental mage. Talent, elemental affinity strength, flesh curse high not fully activated. Wang Hai's pupils suddenly contracted. Professor Li Weiman, there's a problem. The air in the observation room went thin, silent except for racing hearts. Zhao Kaiming's face turned grim as iron. Li held vast classified knowledge if even he was a cultist. Are you sure? Major Wang's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice hoarse. Absolutely. Wang Hai stared unblinkingly at the still smiling figure behind the glass. And his level is high? The flesh curse is advanced only second to the aberrant hearts of origin level. Zhao Qiming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he reopened them, his determination was steel hard. Contain him immediately, but keep it strictly confidential. Don't alert anyone else. Notify the covert division to take over. I want to know how much intel he has leaked and when the corruption began. Yes, sir. Major Wang responded instantly, turning to issue commands over an encrypted channel. Two men dressed in plain gray work uniforms, their badges showing only numbers, quickly pushed the door open and entered. Holding medical examination forms, their tone was polite but firm, leaving no room for refusal. Citing the need for additional health checks, they escorted Professor Li Weiman out of the room and led him down the corridor. Li Weiman's expression remained calm, even making casual small talk, as he disappeared without resistance behind another security door. In the following individual screenings, Wang Hai found no further anomalies. Only after the last third-level expert left the conference room did General Zhao Qiming remove his military cap and press his fingertips heavily against his brow. With the 3 from yesterday included, a total of 4 cult members have infiltrated the base, including a core figure like Li Weiman, he said gravely, looking at Wang Hai. Wang Hai, you've once again saved the entire base and quite possibly averted an even greater disaster. It was my duty, Wang Hai replied calmly. Though the rising and falling of his chest betrayed his tension, the cult's infiltration ran deeper than he had imagined. The military will not forget your contribution, Zhao Qiming continued. We will promptly discuss rewards and follow-up arrangements. For now, go rest. As for your transfer mission, the military will provide full support if needed. Thank you, General. Back in his quarters, Wang Hai still couldn't relax. The distorted heart, the ghost lands, the lurking cult members layer upon layer of crisis weighed down on him like a storm cloud, pushing him to grow stronger faster. He efficiently packed his gear, sorting the rune materials he had recently acquired by attribute and sealing them, checking weapon edges,
armor inscriptions, and remaining potions. After confirming everything was in order, he climbed into a military off-road vehicle and headed straight toward the frontline base of the Ghostlands dungeon. This dungeon's supposed to be in Steer, right? Why are there so many people? As soon as he got off the vehicle, Wang Hai frowned at the crowds filling the entrance plaza. Major Wang Jun, walking alongside him, pointed toward a stone tablet inscribed with dungeon information in the distance. It did upgrade to Steer after mutating, but the danger is mostly concentrated in the inner zone. The outer area hasn't changed much, and it's a rare leveling spot for priests, so naturally the crowds gather here. A leveling spot for priests? Wang Hai asked, puzzled. Priests don't have much damage output, but mainly use holy light skills. Holy light is the bane of ghosts. Even basic healing spells can deal terrible damage to them, Wang Jun explained with a smile. Wang Hai suddenly understood. Ghosts belong to the shadow attribute. Being scorched by holy light was like being poisoned. A simple healing spell could often pack more punch than attack spells of the same tier. He nodded in acknowledgement, then surveyed the area around him. Booths crowded the plaza, filled with noisy voices. The plaza had turned into a makeshift marketplace. Priests and clerics in white robes dotted the crowd, while other classes held up recruitment signs, their calls ringing out one after another. Looking for strong warriors. First-tier shield guard. Tank and pull. Priests welcome, let's roll. Efficient mob clearing group needs one more. A priest potions guaranteed. Buying soul fragments dropped by wailing ghosts. Fair prices for all. The lively, bustling scene was a stark contrast to the grim and deadly atmosphere Wang Hai had imagined for Steer dungeon. Wang Jun pulled an encrypted electronic tablet from his tactical backpack and handed it to Wang Hai. He erased the base's map for the inner area and intelligence on known mutation points. It's incomplete, but better than going in blind. Thanks. Wang Hai took it and stored it away in his dimensional storage. Good luck. The base still needs to handle Li Weimin and those cult members. I'm heading back now, Wang Jun said, patting Wang Hai's shoulder and handing him a compact communicator. If anything urgent happens, contact me with this. After giving his instructions, Wang Jun turned and got into the vehicle, departing. Wang Hai put away his electronic tablet and, holding the ivory-colored staff of the ancient tree of life in one hand, headed toward the central portal marking the dungeon entrance. The Twilight Plaza was brightly lit and bustling with people. Banners waved amid the clashing colors of battle armor, and the air was thick with the sense of potions and metal. Hey, brother, going solo? Want to team up? Our tie-in squads assured a priest grade for efficient mob clearing, and we split loot by contribution. A burly man carrying a huge axe pushed through the crowd, slapped his breastplate, and called out enthusiastically. Wang Hai didn't slow down, merely shaking his head gently. No thanks, I'm solo. Solo? The big man froze briefly. A tall, thin assassin standing nearby sneered, flicking his dagger thoughtfully. Man, this place's priest grind is tough. If the ghosts swarm and you don't have a front line, you'll just get worn down. This isn't a game. Before the assassin's laughter died away, a slightly arrogant young voice echoed from the crowd. A frog at the bottom of the well, how can you understand the might of a true dragon? The gathered onlookers turned toward the voice. A youth clad in a deep purple and gold mage's robe approached confidently, flanked by several guards. A silver-white priest's medallion hung from his chest, eyes alight with pride. That's someone from the Qin family. Whispers spread quickly. Qin Ming? Here again? The axe wielder recognized him and muttered under his breath. This has got to be his 7th time entering the dungeon. Is the inner area really that tough? Qin Ming stopped directly before Wang Hai, looking down on him. His gaze lingered on the ancient tree of life staff for 2 seconds, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Friend, you're heading into the Ghostlands too? Qin Ming's tone remained proud, but softened from scolding to persuasive. My Qin clan is forming an elite team to explore the inner region. If you join us, loot will be distributed fairly, you won't be shortchanged. The crowd fell silent. The Qin family's reputation in Wind City was legendary, and Qin Ming had just ascended to the peak of the first awakening level within days. In this dungeon, priests were far more valuable than other classes. Everyone wanted to side with the powerhouse. Wang Hai remained calm, shaking his head again. Thanks for the offer, but the class change quest requires solo completion. His words stunned not only Qin Ming's guards, but also the spectators. Everyone understood this was a polite refusal. After all, priest transfers usually meant either sacrificing materials or group dungeon clear. Solo runs were unheard of. Qin Ming's smile momentarily faltered but quickly returned. His voice was cool and even. If that's the case, no pressure. But note, the Ghostlands inner area has recently become unstable and more dangerous. Please be careful going alone. No worries. Wang Hai tossed back, then strode toward the portal, his staff striking the stone floor with a crisp echo. A flash of light swallowed his figure as he stepped inside. Near the portal, one of Qin Ming's attendants, a youth, whispered discontentedly, Young master, he's only level 30. Is it really necessary to recruit him? That staff girl standing next to Qin Ming eyed the portal intently. It might be legendary quality. Another scoffed coldly. Legendary or not, Lone wolves don't stand a chance against real forces. Hell learned the futility of solitude after suffering inside. Exactly, someone agreed. If not for the young master awakening as a priest, Wind City's resource war would have been settled long ago. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes, gazing at the now-calmed portal with renewed arrogance. Let's proceed as planned. This time, we'll conquer this dungeon for sure. His team responded in unison, clustering around Qin Ming as they moved toward the portal. The moment he stepped through the portal of light, a chilling coldness assaulted him, as if being dragged from the height of summer into the depths of autumn. The brightness dimmed abruptly, a gray, gloomy sky pressed down overhead, and cracked, parched earth stretched beneath his feet. Thick, dense mist rolled just above the ground, limiting visibility to less than 20 meters. System notification. You have entered the secret dungeon, land of ghosts wailing wilderness. Warning. The dungeon has undergone unknown mutations. Parts of the area are extremely dangerous. Detecting mental interference result. Immunity. Wang Hai glanced at the prompt, but didn't pause. Following the map Major Wang Zhen had drawn in advance, he strode directly toward the inner zone. The outer area swarmed with ghosts, level 35 to 45, their human shapes barely discernible shadows drifting everywhere. A typical team of first-tier players would have to proceed with extreme caution, step by step, but before Wang Hai, he didn't even bother slowing his pace. Group healing. Pure and gentle holy light radiated outward in waves centered on him. Hiss. Howl. The holy light brushed past, and the wandering wailing ghosts shrieked pitifully, as if snow melting under a blazing sun, turning to blue smoke and vanishing one after another. Wailing Ghost LV-28 defeated. Experience 2,800. Wailing Ghost LV-31 defeated. Experience 3,100. Notifications flooded nonstop. Wang Hai made no aiming motions, simply maintaining the healing light barrier that carved a straight path through the sea of mist. The absolute dominance of holy light over the undead shone through clearly. Occasionally, larger, more vicious spirits lunged at him, but he effortlessly unleashed a potent healing spell to instantly obliterate them, often triggering his grace talent and steadily boosting his attributes. He moved extremely fast, as if casually strolling in his own backyard. If average outside players saw this scene, their eyeballs might pop out. This didn't look like conquering in strength dungeon. It was more like mowing the lawn. Still, Wang Hai wasn't in a hurry to rush deeper. It was the first time had experienced such a clean, efficient monster-slaying flow, so he methodically cleared the outskirts at a leisurely pace. The experience had stockpiled before job changing wouldn't be lost. It would all return after completing the transfer. He had plenty of time. Ding. Trait level 2 triggered successfully. Talent acquired. Ghost form B rank. Description. Can transform into a ghost, reducing physical damage taken by 50, increasing magical damage received by 50, and boosting holy light damage by an additional 100. Wang Hai glanced at the description and promptly treated this talent as a one-time consumable. Its benefits overlapped with his wind element body, but its drawbacks were more severe. He pressed onward. Wherever the holy light passed, ghosts vanished in waves. Only scattered spirit fragments, soul crystals, and other materials occasionally made him pause to gather briefly. Time passed. Most of the outer zone had been swept clean. Only then did he truly step into the core area. As he advanced, the mist thickened, the cold seeped deeper into his bones, and visibility dropped to just a few meters. The number of ordinary wailing ghosts began to diminish. The ghostly figures grew increasingly solid, their presence more powerful, most of them above level 50, and even some elite-level vengeful spirits beginning to appear. Suddenly, fierce sounds of battle echoed from within the thick, gray mist ahead. Hold the line. Don't break the shield wall. Healer, keep up the heals. Shaoling, do you still have enough mana? No. There are too many of these ghosts. My holy light is almost depleted. Blue potion, hurry and restore her mana. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. Just from the voices, he recognized this was the Iron Rock squad that had invited him at the dungeon entrance not long ago. He moved lightly through the mist, which parted slightly around him under the influence of his holy power. Soon, he saw the battlefield ahead. Under a massive, weathered boulder, the 5 members of Iron Rock squad stood back to back, barely holding the collapsing shield wall. Opposite them, 18 bloodthirsty, vengeful spirits flickered in and out of the retreating mist, their ghostly eyes glowing a fierce red. Each spirit was around level 55, more solid than typical wailing phantoms, their snarling faces nearly pressed against the protective shields. Every charge hammered the shield wall with a rumbling buzz, sending clouds of dust swirling. Its over-desperation flickered in Captain Tai Yan's eyes. He hadn't expected that they'd be trapped by elite monsters so close to the inner perimeter. At that critical moment, a beam of blazing white holy light fell from the mist behind them, piercing through the gloom like a dawn ray. Group healing 7. 7 layers of radiant holy light exploded, the waves of light instantly flooding the battlefield, enveloping the 18 bloodthirsty spirits and Iron Rock squad alike.
SSSSSSSSS. A continuous high-frequency sound of purification rang out as the spirits barely had time to scream before dissolving like ice sculptures melting in the scorching sun, breaking apart into countless points of light. Bloodthirsty Spirit LV 55 defeated. EXP 5500. Bloodthirsty Spirit LV 56 defeated. EXP 5600. System notifications flashed rapidly before Wang Hai's eyes. 7 consecutive group healing hits cleared the entire field. In an instant, the battlefield was silent except for swirling gray mist. Iron Rock Squad remained frozen in their defensive stance, their faces blank. Those 18 bloodthirsty spirits that had trapped them and nearly driven them to despair were wiped out in a single skill. As the holy light faded, a young, calm figure stepped through the thinning mist. It's him. Tai Yin was the first to recognize Wang Hai. His shock made his voice tremble. The young priest they had mocked for being cocky at the dungeon entrance was actually this powerful? The assassin recalled his earlier sneering and blushed furiously, wishing he could disappear on the spot out of embarrassment. Thank you so much for saving us. Tai Yin led the group forward, all 5 stepping up to bow deeply to Wang Hai. We were short-sighted before. If we offended you, please forgive us. Don't mention it. Wang Hai waved them off. You're already close to the inner perimeter. It's far more dangerous than you think. Leave quickly. With that, he didn't stay longer, vanishing deeper into the gray mist. Watching the figure disappear, Wang Hai's mind quickly calculated. These people had average talents at best, probably only Brangso not worth much of his time. But thanks to the purification, he had successfully acquired 2 talents. 1. Sprint C, movement speed 15. 2. Flame enhancement B, fire skill damage 30. He immediately absorbed flame enhancement to boost his elemental avatar's fire resistance to 70. If he could copy one more crank fire talent, his fire resistance would reach maximum. Back near the boulder, Iron Rock Squad still stood stunned within the fading points of light. Captain, who exactly was that? The female mage's voice trembled. One skill wiped out 18 bloodthirsty spirits over level 55. Is he really a priest? Tai Yin gave a bitter smile. I don't know. But that light's strength, he's at least second rebirth. I check it is only level 30. That's a genius. The assassin stared into the depths of the mist, his gaze burning with awe and longing. If only one day, I could be like him. Stop daydreaming. Tai Yin inhaled deeply to interrupt his teammate. Like the big shot said, retreat immediately. This place isn't anywhere we belong. Everyone nodded quickly, hurriedly gathering their gear and retracing their steps back the way they came. As he ventured deeper, the fog grew thicker, almost solidifying into substance. Gray-white mists wound around his ankles like cold, damp bandages, constantly rubbing against his skin. The surroundings began to warp, their exposed rocks corroded into dark brown hues, with cracked, bleached bones half buried in the soil, silently warning trespassers of the lurking danger. In no time, Wang Hai had crossed the wailing wilderness and reached the boundary of the inner zone. A visible energy barrier stood before him, surging like a black tide, sharply dividing the outer and inner rings. Most monsters in the outer area were undead or spirit-related, perfect for gathering materials. He had already cleared the outer zone of monsters and gained 3 talents along the way. Spirit Assault Grade B, Terrifying Screech Grade C, and Mental Corruption Grade B. All 3 enhanced mental attacks, which were useless to him and served only as or for refining. Is this the boundary of the mutated zone? He raised his hand to touch the barrier. The moment his fingertip made contact, it was as if plunging into icy, viscous mercury. A chill rushed along his veins straight to his brain. The energy level here was on a completely different scale from the outer zone. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Crossing the barrier, a heavy resistance pressed down on his shoulders, while system messages flashed rapidly. Under mental assault, judging complete immunity. A few meters ahead, new information appeared. You have entered the Wraith Domain Inner Zone Bone Burial Wasteland. Warning. High concentration of abyssal aura and unknown curse field detected. This area is extremely dangerous. All non-abyss darkness skill effects reduced by 20. Holy light skill effects reduced by 50. Health and mana regeneration reduced by 50. Low probability to trigger fear and confusion states. The oppressive pressure felt like a massive stone on his back. Even the flow of his internal mana became sluggish. Wang Hai glanced at the panel, calmly assessing. Reduced skill effects, slower recovery, plus status interference. No wonder the previous teams couldn't get through. Though naturally immune to mental control, the 50 holy light debuff was still a tough hurdle. Before the thought finished, the mist barrier ahead suddenly rippled. A piercing scream shattered the silence. A shadow streaked through the air at a lightning-fast speed. This was no mere ghost, but a bone demon with a skeletal frame. Its pale spine arched like a crescent moon, and dark claws slashed toward his face. Not bad speed. Wang Hai commented calmly, his staff conjuring 4 beams of gold-white light in midair. Heal 4. The holy light struck the bone demon, but unlike in the outer zone, it did not evaporate instantly. A dark, glowing membrane appeared over the demon's shell, blocking most of the purifying power. It was blasted backwards several meters, black smoke curling up from its bones on impact. Interesting. A slight smirk appeared on Wang Hai's lips. The debuff was clearly effective, which meant fights here would no longer be one-hit affairs. After a few moments, he finished off the bone demon. Its shattered bones turned to black ash and scattered in the wind. Retracting his staff, he pressed onward into the wasteland's depths. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bone burial wasteland, a trio reached the inner barrier. The burly man bearing a giant axe, Agia, laughed heartily. Huh? Master's gotten stronger again. This time it only took half as long to reach the inner zone. This dungeon's definitely ours. His rough voice echoed through the thick fog. Nearby, a lightly armored girl smiled softly. Aji's right. Last time it took us 2 hours to get here. This time, just 15 minutes. Qin Ming gestured for silence, a modest smile on his face. Just luck. There really were fewer monsters along the way. His humility was sincere, yet a flicker of pride shone in his eyes. Agia casually swung his axe, chopping down a wandering wraith with pride. Those wild monsters must have been scared off by Master's earlier fights. That's why they're giving us a wide berth. Qin Ming nodded slightly, then serious again. Don't get careless. The inner zone is where the real challenges begin. Stick to the plan, hold the formation steady, and advance steadily. Qin Ming issued the order in a deep voice, and over 20 elite Qin family warriors behind him responded in unison. The entire squad, clad in gleaming armor with synchronized steps, quickly carved out a small safe zone in the bleak, bone-strewn wasteland. Ajay marched up front, gripping a massive axe, eyes scanning for threats. Xiaoling followed closely, staff raised high, skilled at detecting magical fluctuations. Qin Ming recalled their last ambush by bone mages on the eastern side and decisively changed course. This time, we go west. Wise decision, young master. Ajay grinned, muscles bulging. With me clearing the way, those skeletons won't get up again. A pale blue glow rippled from the tip of Xiaoling's staff, sending a circle of light over the barren ground. She quickly reported, detecting 3 high-energy signatures at 10 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 5 o'clock around 300 meters out. Focus on 10 o'clock first. Ajay draws their attention, the rest get ready to fire. Qin Ming commanded crisply. The squad moved like thunder. Aji's heavy boots crushed scorched earth, his axe slicing through the air with a roar. Just as they neared contact, Xiling's face paled suddenly. Young master, something's wrong. The energy spiked sharply. It's not 3, it's 30. They're burrowing up from underground. Before the words faded, the ground trembled. Pale bony hands broke through the soil, followed by dozens of skeletal warriors clad in tattered armor, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie blue flames. Skeleton Legion. We're surrounded. Ajay bellowed, swinging his axe in a wide arc, splintering 2 skeletons instantly. Hold the line. Give me 3 seconds. Qin Ming's eyes stayed cold as he crossed his priestly staff before his chest and chanted swiftly. The skeletons furiously hammered at the magical shield, but couldn't break through the united defense of the elite fighters. When the 3 seconds elapsed, a blazing holy light erupted centered on Qin Ming, reducing dozens of skeletons to ash on the spot and simultaneously healing his companion's wounds. You're amazing, young master. My health's fully restored. Xiaoling exclaimed in awe. Qin Ming panted slightly, nearly a third of his mana was spent on that strike, but it was well worth it. He rallied the team. Clear the battlefield and keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Wang Hai fought alone against monsters, sensing the flow of energy around him. His job change quest required locating the divine demon altar inside the dungeon, not an easy task. As he ventured deeper, he detected a pulse of energy that clashed with the prevailing undead aura. That way, he changed direction and quickened his pace, but came to a halt before a strange area. The mist here was no longer gray but dark red. The air reeked of blood and decay, making him gag. The ground turned into sticky, dark red sludge that bubbled ominously. Trees around twisted grotesquely, their trunks bearing pained, human-like faces, branches swaying like grasping tentacles. Give up resistance. Embrace the power. Flesh and blood is eternal. Join us and be reborn. Outside the dungeon, Wang Zhun had just returned to base when his phone rang. He answered, and an urgent voice of a military scout came through. Major, the beast swarm has retreated. We found Li Yuan's watch on the battlefield, but the person is likely dead. Understood. Wang Zhun's expression darkened slightly. Notify the Li family and provide humanitarian compensation according to regulations. After hanging up, he stood in the empty corridor, his mind racing. Li Weiman was part of the Li family. If something had happened to him, the Li family might not be as clean as they appeared. The Li family would almost certainly suspect Wang Hai once they learned of Li Yuan's death. Although Wang Hai had covered his tracks flawlessly, how many high-level operatives really rely on evidence? He needed to warn the Li's first. In Lin City, the Li family estate, the study was brightly lit as the patriarch, Li Zhengxiong, wore a grim expression listening to his subordinate's report.
Master, the military just sent word. During the cleanup of the beast swarm, they found young Master Yuan's watch, but no sign of him. The preliminary judgment is that he was unfortunately killed in the swarm. There was a sharp crack as Li Zhengxiong slammed his hand on the rosewood desk, splintering a crack across its surface. Nonsense. My son carried plenty of protective gear. There's no way he died to some mere beast swarm. The subordinate's forehead was dripping sweat. The military also said they'll provide humanitarian compensation in accordance with regulations. Compensation? Li Zhengxiang's eyes turned ice cold. Does the Li family need money? Investigate. Find out exactly who my son was with last. Was it that so-called Pastor Wang Hai? His voice was low but carried a savage rage. Yuan clashed with him before. In the dungeon, he must have given him trouble. Now the Bodis Gonathir's no coincidence here. The subordinate bowed his head in fear, not daring to speak. A soft knock sounded on the study door. The butler reported from outside. Sir, Major Wang Zhan is here to see you. He says it's urgent. Suppressing his fury, Li Zhengxiong straightened his collar. Show him into the parlor. Moments later, the parlor filled with the scent of incense. Major Wang Zhan sat with a formal smile, calmly pouring tea. Clan leaderly, please accept my condolences. We're all saddened by your son's fate. Li Zhengxiang's knuckles whitened as he crushed his fingers together. Major Wang comes all this way just to remind me of my son's death? Not quite. Wang Zhan set down his cup, his gaze sharp. I'm here to remind you that the past is past. The military has officially declared Li Yuan dead in the beast swarm. That is the final conclusion. We hope the Li family can accept it. Li Zhengxiang's eyes narrowed. Is that a threat, Major Wang? Not at all. Wang Zhen's tone was measured but resolute, like a nail driven home. Wang Hai is a key protected asset of the military. His value to Lin City and the entire war zone is irreplaceable. Any irrational actions against him amount to defying the military and harming humanity's overall interests. Wang Zhen's voice was steady but carried undeniable authority. He sat facing Li Zhengxiong, his gaze sharp like a blade. Clan leader Li is a wise man. You should understand what this means. He paused briefly, seemingly giving his counterpart a final moment to consider. Value? Just because he's a mere priest? Li Zhengxiong sneered coldly, the fury over his son's death boiling within him. My Li family has a heritage spanning centuries. Countless strong warriors, resources contributed, and monsters slain are beyond count. My eldest uncle, Li Weimin, devoted his entire life to your base. And yet you dare compare that to some boy with a so-called special talent? Hearing Li Weimin caused the smile on Wang Zhan's face to fade instantly. He leaned forward slightly, exuding a steely aura. Clan leader Li, there are some things I prefer not to make too clear. The military has shown the Li family respect, hoping you can see reason Li Yuan's death was an accident. That is the final conclusion. If anyone in the Li family refuses to accept this and insists on underhanded actions, don't blame the military for showing no mercy. At the last word, Li Zhengxiang's expression darkened abruptly. Wang Zhan stood, adjusting his uniform calmly, his tone polite but icy. I have delivered my message. Farewell. I sincerely hope Clan leader Li makes wise choices. The door closed quietly behind him, footsteps fading into distance. Li Zhengxiong sat alone, his expression shifting between gloom and madness until only a deathly silence filled the room, saturated with overwhelming hatred. He dared not openly challenge the military, but the vengeance for his son's death was a grudge that could not be pardoned. Wang Hai spat through clenched teeth, knuckles whitening with force. Do you really think the Li family is made of clay? You touch my son, then you must die. You must be buried with him. The military may protect you for a while, but not forever. Give up resistance, embrace power, flesh and blood is eternity. Join us, and you will be reborn. From the depths of the mist, fragmented whispers slipped into Wang Hai's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. The voice bypassed mental barriers with ease, but wasn't a pure spiritual attack, it was more like someone softly tempting him. Dark red fog surged as a figure emerged slowly. It retained a roughly humanoid shape, yet was composed entirely of writhing dark red flesh and twisted tentacles. Countless eyes opened and closed on its skin. Innumerable mouths whispered quietly. A violent, filthy aura hit Wang Hai's face, far more intense than any undead he had ever faced before. Corrupted Fallen 1, Sarlu. Level, 60. First job bonus. Against first job and below, damage dealt 90, damage taken 90. HP, 2 million currently 200 million. Attack power, 50,000 currently 5 million. Spell power, 50,000 currently 5 million. Speed, 10,000 currently 1 million. Defense, 0. Talents, Flesh Curse 100x max limit, Mental Corruption. Rank B skills, Flesh Entanglement, Corrupting Breath, Mental Shock. Current state 1. Corrupted by Divine Demonic Power, all attributes increased 100x. Current state 2. Affected by environment, regenerates 1 max HP per second. A fully evolved Flesh Curse monster, regenerating 2 million HP every second. Wang Hai's gaze turned serious. Sarla's stats far exceeded those of every other monster he had faced combined before.
In the entire dungeon, he had encountered only this single monster infected by the flesh curse parasite. All others were soul-based creatures. Souls lack a flesh body and cannot be infected by the flesh curse, which is why the anomaly was concealed initially. Now that the parasite had matured to this stage, the flesh curse-infested boss had evolved into a complete form. By that point, even if someone noticed something was wrong, they would be utterly destroyed by Sarlu in an instant, with no chance of escape. Wang Hai narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Whoever summoned the Flesh Lord's power here truly is a formidable talent. Lost Lamb, you have felt the summoning. Dozens of mouths on Sarah's massive body opened and closed simultaneously, emitting overlapping, distorted sounds. Wang Hai followed the sound with his eyes. Behind Sarah's towering, mountain-like figure stood an ancient altar built from black monoliths. About 3 meters tall, its surface was carved with deep grooves filled with twisted, blasphemous runes. A dark red glow slowly crawled along the engravings, seeming to both devour and radiate energy at once. This must be the source of the divine and demonic power within the dungeon, or at least one of its nodes, he judged quietly. The boss before him was terrifying in every way, but so far showed no sign of aggression. Suddenly, all of Sarah's eyes focused on him. The hoarse, layered voice rang out mockingly. Your perception is sharp, mortal. Wang Hai's gaze swept over Saru and locked tightly on the altar. The job change prompt on his internal task panel, along with the Lord of Flesh divine coin, gave him a faint sense of the answer. The next moment, Sarah's huge body shifted aside, revealing a passage leading to the altar. Shifting flesh and tentacles instinctively retracted like a receding tide. The full altar stood before him. Dark red energy undulated in the gaps of the runes, and the swirling aura in the air grew thicker with an ancient, primeval allure. Without hesitation, Wang Hai stepped onto the stairs, maintaining full alertness and ready to retreat at any moment. The instant his toes touched the first step, an icy, viscous force wrapped around him. The runes on the altar flashed violently as the dark red energy transformed into several tentacles that clung to him. It was like being thrown into a vortex made of pure energy. Warning, you are contacting unknown divine and demonic power. Please leave immediately. Warning, you are contacting unknown divine and demonic power. Please leave immediately. Warning, you are contacting unknown divine and demonic power. Please leave immediately. The alert sounded 3 times, but he ignored it completely. Another message caught his attention more. Divine and demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 79.01100. Divine and demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 79.02100. Divine and demonic energy detected. Talent grace upgrading. Current progress, 79.03100. Wang Hai frowned. Progress is too slow. Polluting the corrupted heart was far more efficient. At this rate, ITLL take another 2,100 seconds. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk. He lifted his head and looked directly at the fallen colossus, shouting without restraint, Saru, this baptismal power is too mild. Can you turn up the altar's intensity a bit? The dark red energy on the altar suddenly stalled. Sarah's dozens of eyes blinked in unison, as if encountering such an impatient sacrifice for the first time. His layered voice tinged with rare confusion. Mortal, you desire more blessings? Yes, too slow. What's the use of this little energy? If the other demon gods see this, they'll think the master's lost his edge. Wang Hai stood at the center of the altar, letting the dark red tendrils of energy wrap around him. Crank up the power to the max. Let me truly feel the strength of the master, he said in a low voice, laced with uncontrollable excitement. Opposite him, Sal's massive body composed of flesh and entwined tentacles began to writhe. Mouths covering its entire form stretched wide, emitting a hissing, mocking chorus as if countless voices jeered together. We will satisfy you, arrogant lamb. In the next instant, Salu raised an arm made of shredded flesh and bone spikes, pointing at the altar. Boom. A few once-dim desecration runes on the altar's base suddenly erupted with blinding blood-red light. A piercing resonance filled the air, followed by a deep, thunderous hum that shook the entire altar violently, as if awakening a slumbering beast. The dark red energy, once merely coiling, now surged like a living tide of blood from cracks in the base, instantly engulfing Wang Hai. It was no liquid, yet thicker and colder than any liquid, carrying a psychic poison that tore at his sanity. It forced its way into every inch of his skin, seeping into his marrow and soul. Warning, divine demonic power erosion accelerating. Evacuate immediately. Talent grace upgrade progress, 79.57100, 80.57100, 81.07100. The progress bar shot up suddenly, accelerating by a factor of 50. Yes, that's it. Wang Hai lifted his head, facing the raging torrent with nothing but ecstatic joy in his eyes.
Sal's countless eyes gleamed with cruelty and mockery as they fixed on the blood-covered figure at the altar's center. It seemed to foresee the next moment Wang Hai's flesh exploding, his soul tearing apart and its dense mouths mimicked chewing and swallowing in scorn. Ignorant and foolish. To seek destruction so boldly. The Master's blessing is no mortal can withstand. Soon, you will become the sweetest feast. 1 minute passed. The energy vortex still raged, the altar trembled without pause. Yet the expected screams and blood mist never came. Some of Sal's eyes showed confusion. 2 minutes passed. The figure remained unmoving, even seeming stronger and more solid. How is this possible? A trace of doubt crept into Sal's overlapping voices. How can a mortal vessel bear such immense power? 3 minutes, for minutes. Wang Hai showed no pain, only a slight tilt of his head, as if savoring an invigorating energy bath. For him, the divine demonic flood that would drive any novice mad was merely nourishment. All of Sal's eyes suddenly widened. The whispering and chewing ceased abruptly. Impossible. A mortal shell cannot contain this divine power. It finally sensed the anomaly. The raging divine demonic force was neither resisted nor dispelled, but was actively absorbed by Wang Hai, consumed in a way beyond its comprehension. The immense energy surging from the altar poured into that seemingly insignificant body like 100 rivers converging into the sea, yet not a single ripple was stirred. This isn't a baptism. It's theft. Sacrilege. You're stealing the supreme power that belongs to the Lord. What are you doing? Sarah's voice sharpened abruptly, filled with a mix of fury and shock. Thief. All the mouths on its body opened at once, their deafening roar echoing above the altar. Stop. Despicable thief. How dare you steal the Lord's power? Wang Hai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Saru below the altar. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. Stealing? Didn't you willingly give it to me? Power output at maximum, that was your exact promise. Saru lost all reason. It had always regarded sacrifices as insignificant ants, yet now this insect treated the Lord's bestowed power as nourishment. Humiliation and rage exploded inside its massive form. Its huge flesh swelled, new tumors and tentacles bursting through the skin. Dark red energy churned beneath the membrane, all its eyes bleeding simultaneously, murderous intent boiling over. Spit out the Lord's energy, then give me your soul as atonement. The violent pressure swept over like a storm, the air around the altar seeming to freeze solid. Any practitioner caught in this devastating presence would be reduced to bloody mist in an instant. But Wang Hai only sighed softly. Sigh, still can't calmly finish this experience pack after all. Glancing at the status panel, the progress bar stuck at 24.45100, he showed a hint of regret. The third talent upgrade had already triggered. Trait 5. You may choose one target you have healed to transfer your negative effects to them. If they die as a result, this trait enters a 24-hour cooldown. If the boss had been just a moment slower, he might already have unlocked the 6th trait. Boom! Sarah's furious strike smashed at the center of the altar. Dark red energy exploded into a tangible wave, causing the altar to tremble. The sacrilegious runes flickered uncertainly as mud was churning into waves several meters high around them. Twisted, dead wood was torn apart. This blow alone was enough to level a small mountain. But in the next instant, all of Sarah's eyes froze at the altar's center. It was completely empty. Wang Hai had vanished. Behind you. The calm voice came like a ghost from behind Sarah's immense body. Hundreds of eyes spun rapidly, finally catching sight of the figure. 100 meters away, Wang Hai stood with his hands behind his back. His robes were clean, untouched by dust, his expression serene. With Sarah's incredible speed of millions per second, there should have been no room for mockery. Yet Wang Hai had activated the swift rune, moving 16 times faster and instantly escaping the attack's range. What? Hundreds of mouths roared in fury, blood-red eyes fixed unblinkingly on that composed figure. Speed? How could it be this fast? He couldn't comprehend how someone who hadn't even mastered the basic moves of a profession could move at such a terrifying speed. Salu stared blankly at Wang Hai, unable to grasp how Wang Hai had suddenly appeared right beside him. Now, Wang Hai was lifted lightly by ethereal energy, moving at 16 times normal speed, making the world seem to slow down. To Salu, his own wild and erratic swings were full of glaring gaps. Is this what ultimate speed feels like? Wang Hai thought to himself. Sure enough, survival is the greatest productivity. If I hadn't carved the rune of divine swiftness, I probably would have been done for. He swung his staff mercilessly at the writhing mass of blood and flesh. 10,234. 10,198. 10,457. 11,203. A series of damage numbers, just over 10,000 floated up inconsequential, compared to Sal's staggering 100 million health points. Just superficial wounds. Yet, the heavy thud still made the giant creature hesitate for a moment. Hundreds of mouths suddenly stretched wide open, their overlapping jeers deafening. Foolish. Foolish thief.
Do you think your attacks tickle me? The grace of my master grants me immortal life. Your struggles are utterly meaningless. Before the words even faded, Salu noticed his health bar visibly dropping. Wang Hai's attacks were absurdly fast, slicing off over 10 million health in the blink of an eye. What? How are you so fast? Aunt, you have angered me. Sal's eyes instantly bloodshot. No longer wasting effort chasing Wang Hai, he suddenly raised a massive arm made of flesh and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Boom. The entire altar in the ghostly land shook violently. A dark crimson shockwave burst out from Sal's feet, churning mud, fracturing the earth, and making the air thick and sticky. System alert. Fallen 1 Salu activates skill corrupted earth. Targets within range suffer 50 speed reduction and continuous corruption damage. Wang Hai's feet sank as if caught in quicksand. His movements slowed drastically. Though still holding the upper hand, he could no longer move with the same ease as before. Got you now. Salu snarled. Dozens of massive mouths opening simultaneously. Dark red energy concentrating into a dense barrage that sealed off all of Wang Hai's escape routes. Holy light, purify. Wang Hai raised his hand. A radiant cleansing light instantly dispelled the slow effect. The barge's projectiles moved so slowly they looked like turning pages. He dashed to Sal's side and continued striking. 10,234. 10,198. 10,457. 11,203. Damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall, Sal's health steadily dropping. A furious roar erupted. Humiliated by being treated like a punching bag, Salu lost control completely. System alert. Fallen 1 Salu activates skill Bloodstorm. System alert. Fallen 1 Salu activates skill Whispers of the Abyss. System alert. Fallen 1 Salu activates skill Corrupted Breath. In an instant, the altar turned into a living hellblood and flesh flying. Energy explosions, layered psychic shocks, black and crimson airwaves howling fiercely. The ghostly land quaked as corruptive poison mist, chaotic whispers, and tearing gales simultaneously assaulted Wang Hai. Yet all of it was useless. Under Wang Hai's relentless assault, Sarah's health bar plummeted like an avalanche. No matter how fiercely Saru lashed out with its spiked tentacles or unleashed corrosive flesh storms, its death seemed inevitable. At that moment, 5 figures appeared at the edge of the distant ruins Qin Ming's team. The moment they stepped onto the scorched battlefield, they froze in shock at the cataclysmic scene ahead. Beneath the dark red sky, the twisted corrupted Saru, composed of countless chunks of flesh and tentacles and towering over 10 meters tall, thrashed the ground with brutal force, kicking up clouds of dust. Each roar was accompanied by blood mist and razor-sharp bone spikes shooting in all directions. And at the heart of this savage onslaught, a figure clad in a black and white robe moved so swiftly it was almost a blur, darting like a shadow across the battlefield. That's the lone priest. The female mage Xiaoling gasped. He's fighting the mutated boss alone. Are you kidding? 200 million health. The Vanguard Aji's throat went dry as he stared fixedly at the rapidly fluctuating damage numbers. These stats rival a tier 3 boss at least. The assassin member whispered his doubts. Don't overthink it. This boss probably just has a huge health pool. The other stats should be normal or even lower. The dungeon cap is only level 6 if it were fully powered up. No priest could handle it solo. Yeah, the archer chimed in. Let's not scare ourselves. If only our scouting skills were 1 level higher, maybe we could see Sarah's full stat sheet. Despite their reassurances, the shock in their eyes was unmistakable. The dense stream of damage numbers formed a shining curtain across Sarah's massive health bar. Each hit's value wasn't enormous, but the frightening frequency of attacks made it almost seem like a system glitch. Qin Ming remained silent, his face so dark it looked wet. Earlier, he had dismissed Wang Hai as a reckless lone wolf, even hoping the guy would be wiped out before reaching the inner zone so that his own invitation would seem more valuable. But the scene before him was a stinging slap instead of being overwhelmed. Wang Hai had single-handedly penetrated deep inside and was suppressing a boss their whole team struggled to handle. That inhuman speed, those impeccably precise attack patterns. Could a mere level 30 priest really pull this off? A surge of indescribable jealousy and humiliation welled up in Qin Ming's chest, the Qin family's top-tier SSS talent, who had to lead his elite through every careful step in the inner zone, while Wang Hai was forcing that monster into a corner all alone. Master, that boss health, it's dropping way too fast. The assassin inadvertently raised his voice. Everyone's gaze followed his line of sight to Sarah's giant health bar, steadily sliding down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The damage prompts flashed in rapid succession: 1325, 1289, 1311, with barely a pause. He seems to be only using normal attacks? Xiaoling's voice trembled. A priest wielding just a staff, knocking off that much health from the boss. This completely shattered her understanding. Qin Ming stared fixedly at the battlefield, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Jealousy, resentment, and a reckless idea bloomed in his mind.
This mutated boss was clearly the core of the entire dungeon, worth more than a fortune. If he could claim the first kill, not only would there be massive rewards waiting, but the name Qin Ming would be broadcast across the entire server, catapulting his reputation to new heights. Besides, that lone priest, despite his strange agility and tricky movements, was only chipping away at the boss health with extremely fast attacks. His single-hit damage wasn't impressive, which meant they had a real chance to swoop in and finish the boss when it was nearly dead. As soon as the thought formed, it spread wildly through Qin Ming's mind like untamed weeds. Young master, we the assassin Jian noticed Qin Ming's intent, his tone hesitant. Going to steal the boss now. If word gets out, our reputation will take a hit. Qin Ming's eyes suddenly grew cold, his mind made up. He commanded quietly but firmly, prepare to fight. That lone warrior is about to give out. We move in and take over the boss. We can't let this chance slip away. With that, he forced an excuse for himself and his team. Yes, years of following Qin Ming's lead made the other four respond instantly despite their doubts. At the center of the battlefield, the corrupted Saras' fleshy wings flailed uselessly, whipping up swirling dust. Wang Hai lightly tapped the tip of his toes, gliding like a shadow out of attack range. His staff vibrated fiercely, hurled out rapid-fire damage numbers. 10,891, 10,458, 11,084. He arched a brow, noticing from afar the 5 unfamiliar presences intruding, but didn't care much. With Sarah's stats, anyone who dared come close could be flattened with a single slap. He'd rather not waste energy unless they invited death themselves. At this moment, Sarah's health bar was down to less than 1. Then, in the blink of an eye, go. Qin Ming's eyes flashed with ruthless determination, shouting the command. The ready team exploded with full force. Assassin Jie became a blur, dagger aimed at Sarah's back. The sorceress Xiao Ling finished her chant, hurling a blazing fire gunshot. The berserker roared and charged, with the shield warrior close behind, ready to hold aggro. Their goal was crystal clear to land the final blow before Wang Hai. Wang Hai glanced at them with a strange expression, surprisingly not stopping them. Instead, he dashed several hundred meters away, ceding the battleground. Qin Ming's team shot forward like 5 sharp arrows loosed from a bow, driven by both desperation and greed toward the flickering flame that was Saras' remaining health. The last hit is ours. Qin Ming's hand trembled slightly around his sword from excitement, as if he could already see the server-wide announcement flashing his name and the dizzyingly generous rewards his clan would receive. But in the very next second, something unexpected happened. The sluggish Saru suddenly snapped its countless crimson eyes onto the 5 intruders. It wasn't the despair of a dying beast, but the furious rage of an unstoppable giant infuriated by mere ants daring to challenge it. Ants seeking death. Its overlapping, twisted roar shattered the air. Its massive body trembled violently as dark red energy surged outward. Ignoring Qin Ming's team's damage entirely, its massive flesh arm swung with brutal force, targeting the berserker and shield warrior who led the charge. Danger! Fall back! Qin Ming's heart pounded fiercely, overwhelmed by a terrifying pressure far beyond their estimates. But it was already too late. Boom! The boss' massive flesh-covered arm slammed into the shield with a thunderous crash. The shield warrior's gigantic shield, wrapped in a golden glow and strong enough to block hundreds of hits from bosses of the same level, shattered on the spot like fragile paper, sending shards flying everywhere. The shield warrior didn't even have time to let out a scream before the terrifying force crushed him into a bloody mist, droplets of blood steaming as they hit the ground. Before the shockwave from the broken shield faded, the next warrior was struck. His signature 100,000 shield burst like a soap bubble. His chest caved in instantly, ribs piercing through flesh, blood gushing wildly as he was sent flying dozens of meters away, collapsing to the ground. Fate unknown. No. The female, Mage Xiaoling screamed, her voice tearing through the air. Seizing the chaos, the assassin struck with a dagger aimed for Sarah's back. The blade sank less than an inch before being forcibly stopped by writhing flesh and hard bone. Sarah didn't even turn. One thick tentacle suddenly lashed out with a rushing roar. The assassin could only bring up his sword to block, but the unstoppable force flung him through the air, his arm twisting at a grotesque angle mid-flight as the sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. Qin Ming was a fraction slower, but still managed to survive. Just one encounter, his elite squad was left with 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. Only he and the Mage Xiaoling, positioned further back, were barely intact, though even they were shaken by the oppressive power and shockwave, their faces pale as blood churned in their veins. Why? Qin Ming stood dumbfounded, his mind blank. The damage this boss dealt was clearly not the high health, low attack they had expected. That sweeping blow alone far exceeded the normal power of a level 60 boss. In the distance, Priest Wang Hai watched quietly, shaking his head slightly, as if mocking their arrogance. Another wave of attacks thundered down. Qin Ming snapped out of his daze, crushing the pendant at his neck. A tough golden shield instantly unfolded, enveloping him and the terrified Xiaoling nearby. Saris' massive tentacle struck hard, shaking the shield violently and sending ripples through its surface, but it held firm. Young master, it's the life-saving gift from the family head. Xiaoling shouted through tears, relief flooding her voice. Qin Ming's face turned ashen. The sacred light talisman was a last resort treasure his father had paid dearly for, able to block attacks from rank 4 elites for 3 seconds. Yet here they were, forced to use it now. He stared grimly at Saris' twisted, terrifying form beyond the shield, then glanced toward Wang Hai standing calmly afar. His eyes burned with resentment and confusion. Why were they breaking instantly while that priest stayed unharmed? With a roar, Saru grew even more frenzied at the shield's endurance. Countless sharp teeth gnashed open simultaneously as dark red energy surged wildly. An even more fearsome attack was about to unleash. Young master, the shield won't hold the next hit. Run. Xiaoling warned desperately, her face drained of color. Qin Ming snapped awake, feeling the shield's glow dimming. He cast one last glance at the indifferent Wang Hai nearby, humiliation and terror tearing at his chest. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xiaoling and crushed another precious random teleport scroll. A faint spatial ripple flickered and vanished in an instant, and the two figures disappeared from sight. Almost simultaneously, Saris' long-accumulated corrupting breath crashed down, a dark crimson pillar engulfing the very ground where they had just stood. The earth and rock were eaten away, forming a massive, deep crater. Did they get away? Wang Hai cast a casual glance toward the direction where Qin Ming had vanished, making no effort to pursue. His gaze immediately snapped back to Saru, who grew even more furious at losing his prey. By now, Sarah's health had passively regenerated up to nearly 5%. Good, some peace and quiet. Wang Hai gave his wrist a slight twist, activating the swift rune once again. In the next moment, his figure evaporated like a ghost, instantly teleporting to Sarah's massive side. His staff left a lingering afterimage as it rained down strikes on the writhing flesh. 10,987. 11,204. 10,765. With no outside interference, Wang Hai focused all his attention on outputting damage. Sarah's tentacles whipped wildly, unleashing wide-range skills like Corrupting Earth, Bloodstorm, and Abyssal Whispers in an attempt to catch the slippery thief. Dark red energy raged outward from the altar, turning the area into a deadly no-go zone. But bolstered by a 16-fold speed boost, Wang Hai continuously slipped through fatal strikes, as if he were dancing on a blade's edge, each attack from the boss missing its mark. With every burst of damage numbers, Sarah's health steadily sank 4%, 3%. Two fear flickered in the myriad eyes covering his body, and the once orderly whispers devolved into chaotic wails. No. The Master's power, immortal thief, the Master will not spare you. Saru let out one last venomous roar. Suddenly, all remaining eyes converged their gaze, glowing with dark crimson light, as if trying to brand Wang Hai permanently in their sight. Boom. The shattered flesh erupted like a barrel of explosives ignited. There was no deafening shockwave, only a condensed streak of dark red light slipping through the void like a venomous serpent, piercing straight into Wang Hai's chest. Ding. Defeated corrupted fallen Saru. Ding. You have successfully slain the Ghost Realm boss and completed part of your job advancement. Ding. Please remain on the Divine Demon altar for 1 hour. Warning. You are afflicted with the death curse of the fallen Saruth, gaze of the Lord of Flesh. The gaze of the Lord of Flesh. Curse special mark. You are watched by the Lord of Flesh from the abyss. This curse cannot be cleansed by any purification spells below level 6. Effect 1. Your location is continuously sensed by the Lord of Flesh and its zealots, with sensing accuracy inversely proportional to distance. Effect 2. All units aligned with the Lord of Flesh faction will permanently hate you and prioritize attacking you. Effect 3. When your HP drops below 100,000, there is a chance to trigger flesh mutation, causing involuntary, localized grotesque transformations of your body. A chilling, viscous sensation instantly wrapped around Wang Hai's heart. The cold aura slithered like a black serpent into his flesh, branding an eternal and vile curse deep within his chest. One that could not be purified, that would mark him for the cultists of the evil god to hunt, and that could at any moment trigger terrifying mutations. Worse, yet the curse contained no divine or demonic power, rendering his devouring ability completely ineffective against it. But Wang Hai didn't care, because the special trait he had just gained happened to directly counter this curse. Trait 5. Can transfer any negative effect on himself to a target he has previously healed. If the target dies as a result, the trait goes on cooldown for 24 hours. He opened his trait panel, seeing a long list of names he had healed before. His gaze stopped on the 3 characters Sumumu. A sly, almost wicked smile curled the corner of his lips. Since she was still alive, why not make her shine one more time? The thought barely formed when the trait activated instantly. An invisible thread of energy shot from his heart, piercing through space, reaching out to Sumumu far away.
The cold curse that had wrapped around Wang Hai's heart surged along this hidden channel, transferring itself quickly. The weight in his chest instantly lifted, and the lurking sense of being watched vanished. Almost simultaneously, in a dim room within Lin's city, Su Mumu, who was anxiously dialing on the phone, let out a heart-rending scream, raw and shattering. She felt an invisible giant hand clutch her heart, forcibly imprinting a wild, icy will onto her soul. Her flesh twitched uncontrollably under the skin, and her left eye suddenly flooded with blood and swelled, transforming in an instant into a dark red compound eye. Tiny flesh buds crawled out from between her fingers. No, go away. She curled up in agony, convulsing violently. The searing pain in her left eye nearly made her lose consciousness, yet she remained terrifyingly aware. A flesh-colored tiny hand, like a baby's, crawled out from her eye socket. Its palm was grotesquely embedded with her own eyeball, which spun in fearful circles, reflecting the pale light of the ceiling lamp. Su Mumu's whole body trembled, and with a shaking right hand, she reached out hesitantly, then pulled back sharply. Nausea and despair churned in her stomach, threatening to tear her apart. Li Yuan, save me. She grabbed the shattered phone on the floor and dialed the number from memory. Beep beep beep. Only a busy signal. Li Yuan was unreachable, and under the torment of the curse, she was slowly breaking down, turning into a monster neither human nor ghost. Ah! Her desperate wail echoed as the eyeball in the tiny hand spun violently, a sight grotesquely surreal. At the same time, a cold notification appeared on Wang Hai's panel. Ding! The gaze curse of the Flesh Master has been successfully transferred. Expressionless, he closed the list. Su Mumu's life or death was no longer his concern. Immediately, he turned his attention back to the boss he had just slain, searching the surroundings thoroughly, but not finding a single drop of loot, not even the lowest tier divine or demonic items. His gaze finally settled on the now silent black stone altar. The class change quest required him to remain on the altar for 1 hour. Now that the boss had been defeated, it was unclear whether any divine or demonic power remained. Wang Hai stepped onto the altar once again. This time, the altar was unusually silent. The veins in the stone were dim and lifeless, as if all energy within had been drained away. Sure enough, after the boss destruction, the altar itself was mostly ruined. He furrowed his brow slightly and poured his potent magic into the surface, but it was like casting a stone into the oceano ripple, no response at all. With no other options, Wang Hai took out the coin called the Favor of the Lord of Flesh. Already activated, dark red blood-like patterns swirled across the metal, reminding him of its 3 abilities. 1. One resurrection every 24 hours. 2. Random increase of 1 to 100 attributes every 100 hours. 3. Greater likelihood of getting involved in divine or demonic events. The third ability made his heart chill. It was clearly a drawback. Opening his talent panel, he saw Su Mumu's name still glowing. Without hesitation, he transferred the higher chance of divine or demonic events effect to her. Meanwhile, far away in Lin's city, Su Mumu was once again struck by that familiar suffocating distortion. The distortion in her left eye suddenly worsened, as if doused in raging fire. A ripping pain exploded, and she let out a piercing scream. Ugh ah ah! Her right eye's vision quickly clouded, sharp blades seeming to grind deep within the eye socket. Beneath her skin, tiny black shadows crawled, sending waves of agonizing itchiness and pain. Dark red, fine scales erupted from her neck, rapidly crawling over her entire body. WWHY me. Li Yuan, save Ho. Ho, her words broke apart into hoarse gasps amid the violent pain. Inside her left eye socket, the strange little hand twitched again. Its fingers stretched and curled like hooked claws. The eyeball on its palm had turned deep red, spinning greedily as it scanned the world. Her flesh was being gruesomely transformed by this terrifying power, sinking toward an indescribable new existence. Meanwhile, the instigator Wang Hai stood idly at the center of the ruined altar, bored as he awaited the countdown for his class change quest. Minutes and seconds passed, silence and mist blanketing the area, with no response from the altar. Ding detection. You have remained at the divine demonic altar for 1 hour. The class change quest is complete. Congratulations, you have become a divine favored priest. As the system message sounded, a purer surge of energy than before rushed through the void and struck Wang Hai in an instant, coursing through his entire body. Boom. His cells felt as if rejoicing, his very essence of life leaping intensely. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit skyrocketed wildly in the blink of an eye. Ding. Level cap unlocked. Each level up grants 500 to all attributes, 500 free attribute points. You have received a class change bonus. All attributes increased by 100. You have gained the Divine Favored Priest exclusive skill Divine Grace. Ding. Stored experience awarded. Current level, 4137.5. Ding. Talent Grace activated successfully. Divine Grace's mana cost reduced by 99. Cooldown reset. Divine Grace LV1. Grants a single target divine blessing.
increasing all attributes by 50 and reducing all skill cooldowns by 30 for 60 seconds. This effect can only be applied once per target. Mana cost, 500 points. Feeling the surging power within his body and the newly acquired formidable skills, Wang Hai's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. The combined effect of the Divine Grace spell and the Grace talent had almost no cooldown and barely consumed any mana. He could maintain a terrifying 50 to all attributes boost at all times, an absolutely godlike enhancement. With this realization, he didn't hesitate to cast Divine Grace on himself. In the next instant, a pure and warm golden-white radiance burst forth from his chest, flowing through his blood vessels and meridians. Within a single breath, it spread to every limb and bone, saturating his body like boiling battle blood and causing his strength, speed, and perception to surge dramatically. As he leveled up, the system prompted again he gained 5,500 free attribute points. After briefly considering, Wang Hai poured them all into agility. His muscles trembled slightly, bones creaked softly, and his movements seemed to align more closely with the rhythm of the wind. A pleasant mechanical chime followed immediately. Ding detected 11 waves of divine and demonic energy intrusion. Divine energy detected. Talent Grace is upgrading. Current progress 25.45100. Progress 26.45100. Progress 35.45100. The progress finally stalled at 35, refusing to advance further. Wang Hai sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the higher the level, the harder it was to upgrade talents. As a god-blessed priest, every level gained invited divine and demonic energy corruption. The ratio seemed small, but the accumulated amount was enormous. This was already the third upgrade of the Grace talent, and with each level, the required divine and demonic energy increased tenfold. He shifted his gaze to the dark stone altar before him. After all this effort, not a single reward had been gained, which was hard to accept. Wang Hai stepped forward and looked closely at the dim, twisted desecration runes. The altar had ceased functioning, but the runes might still hold secrets. His rune control talent quietly activated inside him, turning his eyes into highly efficient scanners. The curves of the runes, nodes, and intersecting energy veins were rapidly imprinted into his mind. These patterns are unlike any system in the basis database. He extended a finger and slowly touched the altar's cold, rough surface. As his fingertip brushed the runes, a faint but distinct energy pulse emerged from deep within the altar. Unknown rune system detected. Parsing 1515. Wang Hai was stunned. The rune control talent was automatically decoding these alien runes. 507,090. When the progress bar hit 100, a flood of information suddenly poured into his brain. You have mastered the special rune system. Abyssal runes incomplete. You have comprehended the special rune, energy transmission. It can communicate with abyssal energy and transmit the power of the demon gods. So that was these cultists of the evil gods were communicating with the demon gods through this set of runes. The altar was essentially a composite of coordinatibia conduit, using runes to lock onto coordinates, pry open fissures in the world's barriers, and then channel the filthy, immense power of the flesh lord inside. The mutations in the Phantom Realm dungeon were the result of this power's long-term erosion and alteration. Fallen One Salu was both the guardian of this place and the altar's controller. A clever method, like boiling frogs slowly in warm water, Wang Hai sneered inwardly. If this continues for a few more years, this place will probably turn into an outpost of the abyss. After the fallen Saru died, no one controlled the altar's passageway, and it automatically sealed shut. Wang Hai carefully searched around the altar, but never found the mechanism to reopen the passage. Although he had deciphered the energy transfer runes earlier, the information from a single rune was too limited. Figuring out how to activate the entire energy pathway was beyond his knowledge. Weighing the pros and cons, he decided to simply destroy the altar to eliminate any future threat. However, each strike of his staff against the black monolith only sparked a few embers. The altar itself remained unscathed. Physical damage wouldn't work, so Wang Hai focused on the energy-bearing runes. His innate ability accelerated his analysis. The complex, almost artistic rune patterns within his sight quickly unraveled. He pinpointed the fragile spots at the energy nodes. He had found them. Concentrating high-pressure mana at his fingertips, he precisely struck several critical points. A low hum surged. The runes on the altar's surface suddenly flared wildly, before flickering like a faulty electric bulb. The twisted lines shattered, the black stone lost its support, and the surface instantly cracked with countless fine fractures. With a thunderous roar, shards scattered as the altar collapsed into a pile of powerless dust. Wang Hai sifted through the rubble and uncovered a fist-sized shard, black as ink. Shattered Abyss Demon Stone, Divine Demonic Material Effect. Contains traces of abyssal power. Though structurally damaged and slowly losing energy, it can be used for special rune inscriptions or crafting equipment. Better than nothing, he muttered.
tucking the demon stone into his bag, his only tangible gain from this dungeon aside from the job change. Scanning the surroundings, the dense mist thinned slightly following the altar's destruction, but the cold, decayed atmosphere lingered. The mission was complete. His talent upgrade progress and abyss rune knowledge were secured. Despite many twists, the outcome was acceptable. Wang Hai didn't linger and stepped through the portal. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, his view shifted, and he found himself back at the entrance of the Phantom Realm dungeon. Experience surged in, leveling him up to 45. Only 4 levels. Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. It really does get harder the further you go. He allocated all 2,000 free points into agility, then stepped out through the stabilized light gate. The once noisy crowd instantly hushed, and varied gazes fixed sharply on him. He's out. Someone came out. It's that lone wolf priest. He actually survived and came back. Look how calm he-ish must have gotten a lot from inside. Of course, anyone who solo clears the Phantom Realm must get good rewards. Probably loaded up on experience. Makes you mad comparing our team of 5 almost wiped just in the outskirts. But seeing how relaxed he looks, maybe he only patrolled the outskirts. Surviving solo out there is strong enough. Going deeper alone is suicidal. Quiet whispers rose and fell, until someone remembered another group. What about the Qin family's prodigy? Didn't he enter with an elite squad? Why haven't they come out? Who knows? Maybe stuck trying to push deeper and delayed. He's already gone in 3 times. Will this one succeed? Before the question finished, a dazzling flash burst from the entrance again. Amid chaotic spatial turbulence, 2 figures staggered out: Qin Ming and the female maid Xiaoling. Gone was his former poise. Qin Ming's face was pale, his magnificent robes torn, hair disheveled, eyes still holding terror. Even after resting inside the dungeon, he couldn't forget the boss' terrifying strike. The female maid Xiaoling looked even more pitiful. Half of her body was scorched by some corrosive energy, her robe charred black, face pale and bloodless. She barely stood upright, trembling uncontrollably, propped up by Qin Ming's steady support. Their entire squad was now down to just the 2 of them. Suddenly, a shocked murmur erupted from the crowd. It's young Master Qin. How did they end up like this? My God, that's the elite Qin family squad. Where are the shield warriors and fighters? And the assassins? None of them are here. Judging by their state, did they run into that mutated boss? They must have suffered heavy losses. Hiss, even young Master Qin looks this bad. That boss must be terrifying. It's probably another impossible dungeon. The gazes around Qin Ming were filled with shock, sympathy, and even subtle doubt, like sharp blades piercing him. Listening to the hushed whispers, Qin Ming's cheeks burned, as if slapped countless times. He kept his head bowed low, avoiding eye contact with anyone, especially not with Wang Hai walking out calmly on his own, his clothes neat, and his aura somehow stronger than before entering the dungeon. The overwhelming sense of humiliation nearly swallowed him whole. Qin family prodigy, an SS steer talent, leading a full elite squad into the dungeon in high spirits only to be nearly wiped out, barely escaping by burning a precious last resort. Meanwhile, the lone priest he personally invited but who declined to join had come out completely unscathed, seemingly even having leveled up and grown stronger. That stark contrast shattered all his pride to dust. Soon after, the dungeon entrance glowed again, and a dozen more adventurers staggered out. These were the other teams who had entered earlier, each with torn clothes, injuries, and faces pale with shock. What's going on? Why was I suddenly pulled out of the dungeon? Same here. The monsters were almost dead. We were about to finish them off. Before the chatter died down, a cold system announcement rang out. Ding, the Ghostland's boss has been slain by Wang Hai. All contaminants eliminated. The dungeon will close now and reopen in 3 days. The scene instantly fell into stunned silence. The dungeon boss was killed? The contaminants cleared? The mutated boss? Who did it? Qin's squad just came out looking this battered. They couldn't have done it. All eyes instinctively locked back onto the calm, collected lone priest. Wang Hai? A priest? He soloed the terrifying boss that nearly wiped out the Qin family's elite squad? No way. Young master, let's leave here now, Xiaoling choked, overcome by the invisible pressure of the crowd. Go. Qin Ming spat the word through clenched teeth, having almost nothing left. Supporting Xiaoling, he turned without looking back, their retreat frantic and disheveled. Their bleak forms stood in stark contrast to Wang Hai's composed, leisurely walk, making his solo dungeon conquest weigh heavily on everyone's minds. The murmurs rose again, tinged now with undeniable awe. Did he really solo the boss? A priest by himself? That's insane. Qin Ming's squad was led by an SSS talent and almost wiped out. How on earth did he do it alone? No wonder he had turned down Qin Ming's invitation before he really had the confidence to back it up. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, Wang Hai? He's the top-ranked trainee from the 7 schools of Lin City. The buzzing scene instantly erupted as all eyes snapped over to Wang Hai. No wonder he's so strong. I heard that during training, he single-handedly took on every other trainee. Except for his teammates, no one else scored any points. Exclamations and whispers swirled together, mixed with whistles and murmurs.
Wang Hai was about to leave when a low, rumbling engine sounded in the distance. A rugged off-road vehicle marked with military insignia rolled steadily to a stop in front of him, gravel crunching under its tires. The door swung open, and a young second lieutenant leapt out crisply, his military boots striking the ground with precision. Standing rigidly, he gave Wang Hai a sharp salute and declared in a firm voice, "Student Wang Hai, under Major Wang Jun's orders, you are being escorted back to your unit." The lieutenant's presence was calm but edged with sharp intensity, at around a cultivation level of San Juan. The crowd once again inhaled sharply. The military personally sent someone? With Major Wang Jun himself? A priest capable of soloing mutant dungeons every faction wants him. Wang Hai looked at the matte black vehicle and frowned slightly. He had taken a civilian car to keep a low profile coming in, so why this high-profile escort going back? Still, he said nothing, just nodded briefly. "Thank you." With all eyes on him, he climbed in confidently. The door shut, the vehicle turned around, and a cloud of dust billowed behind it as it quickly vanished into the distance. Inside, the atmosphere was businesslike. The lieutenant asked, "Student Wang Hai, should we head back to base directly or stop by Lin City first?" "Directly back to base," Wang Hai replied. The engine roared as the car bounced over the barren terrain. Wang Hai closed his eyes, seemingly resting. But in truth, he was fusing his talents via the control panel. Spectral body brank, ghost attack brank, fearful screech crank, mental contamination brank. He dragged all 4 talents into the forge. Talent fusion complete. Congratulations on acquiring the A-rank talent mental shock. Skill description appeared simultaneously. Mental shock, a rank 35 chance to stun targets briefly when casting skills. Stun duration shortens as the target's attributes rise. Wang Hai evaluated it quietly. Control skill better than nothing, but nothing compared to Forest's all forms talent that forced a 2-second control. He was lost in thought when the lieutenant's voice broke in. "Student Wang Hai, we've arrived." The vehicle had passed through layers of checkpoints and stopped before a heavily guarded building inside the military base. The lieutenant opened the door for him. "Major Wang is waiting for you inside." Wang Hai thanked him and stepped inside. At the center of the room, a massive electronic map glowed brightly. Major Wang Jun stood before it, brow furrowed. Hearing footsteps, he turned sharply, his keen gaze immediately sensing the shift in Wang Hai's aura. "Back already? Looks like you brought something valuable." Wang Hai shrugged. "Not much gain. Plenty of trouble though, but it's all sorted." Thinking of the dungeon boss that dropped no loot at all, his heart still ached. That was a loss of billions. Major Wang raised an eyebrow. "And you found it troublesome?" Wang Hai, who ruled the wilderness hunting grounds like a storm, actually found the dungeon challenging? Wang Hai said nothing and pulled a chunk of black stone from his space ring, handing it over. Major Wang took it, rubbing the surface with his fingertip, frowning deeper. What was this? It looked oddly familiar. Suddenly, he shuddered all over. He remembered. This was the Abyss Demon Stone. When he completed the 5th level mission years ago, he had briefly set foot in the Abyss. If not for that experience, there was no way he could instantly recognize this pitch-black stone, its veins resembling blood vessels. Yet, there it was, right in front of him. Abyss Demon Stone? Impossible. How could an Abyss artifact appear inside the dungeon? He abruptly looked up at Wang Hai, his voice low but trembling with urgency. "What exactly did you encounter in the dungeon?" Wang Hai gave a brief summary. The altar, the fallen Saru, the permeation of the Flesh Lord's power, and how he discovered an aceton-formed energy channel deep within. As the story unfolded, Wang Jun's expression darkened incrementally, the furrow between his brows as sharp as carved by a blade. Abyss runes, energy channels. He drummed his fingers on the wooden table, producing a short, rhythmic tapping. "So it is. Those heretics are truly insidious, using the dungeon's rules as cover to set up outposts right under our noses." He raised his eyes to Wang Hai, the seriousness quickly softening into admiration and relief. "Thanks to your timely discovery and handling. If that channel had formed completely, it would have dragged the whole surrounding area into abyssal corruption in no time." "Just doing my job," Wang Hai replied calmly. "No, you did a great service." Wang Jun straightened up, speaking solemnly. "The military merit points will be fully recorded. As for the reward," he waved a hand, part exasperated, part indulgent. "Pick anything you want, but don't clean out the base." Wang Hai nodded in acknowledgement. "We'll go take a look right away." Leaving the office, he strode down the wide corridor towards the storage area. Thanks to the high-level clearance granted by Wang Jun, all security doors along the way automatically unlocked for him. Red indicator lights switched to green one after another. The door to the core reserve zone quietly closed behind him, cold white light illuminating orderly rows of tall racks. Gear, materials, skill tomes neatly categorized, each label flashing with different colored strips. Any ordinary adventurer standing here would be dazzled beyond words. But Wang Hai had a specific Gold Divine Grace upgrade materials. The Divine Grace skill was incredibly powerful and required extremely rare resources. He passed the weapons and skill book sections without hesitation, finally stopping at the shelf labeled Special Holy Attributes. On the second shelf, a soft cascade of holy light gently fell. 1. Angel Feathers Legendary 3. The tips still faintly hummed with sacred hymns, pure as snow and frost, yet containing extremely refined holy energy. 2. Holy Light Essence Epic 15. Suspended in high-pressure crystal containers, golden liquid flowed slowly, occasionally crackling with arcs of electricity. 3. Starshine Spirit Ink Epic 21. Deep blue, semi-solid crystals sprinkled with glimmers like stardust. This will be enough to max out divine grace, he muttered, raising his hand as the light skimmed his fingertips, storing all the targeted materials into his personal space. After a brief silence, the upgrade interface appeared on his personal panel. A massive surge of holy energy poured into the skill nodes like a raging tide, the skill icon flashing with a dazzling aurora 10 times in a row. Divine Grace LV10 grants a single target God's favor for 160 seconds, increasing all attributes by 150 and reducing all skill cooldowns by 50. This effect can only be active once per target. Mana cost, 500 points. Watching the nearly exaggerated stats at max level, Wang Hai's eyes reflected a faint but unmistakable satisfaction. The attribute boost increased from 50 to 150, the duration extended from 60 seconds to 160 seconds, and the skill cooldown reduction improved from 30 to 50. The cold numbers on the skill panel flickered as Wang Hai's eyes blazed with intensity. He quickly dismissed the upgrade notification, swept some runecrafting materials into his backpack, then turned and left the warehouse. Just as he stepped outside, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Wang Hai opened the screen to see a message from Yi Zhuxian. Lu Wenlin and Wei Xiang's compensation has been transferred, and the agility potion made from wind spirit grass is ready. Where are you? He'll bring it to you. Without pause, Wang Hai replied, I'm at the military base, heading back to school shortly. Soon after, Yi Zhuxian responded, okay, we'll wait for you at the school training hall. Pocketing the phone, Wang Hai quickened his pace, striding down the base's main road. After leaving the warehouse area, he headed straight back to Lin City No. 3 Middle School. In a mysterious place, the air was oppressive and thick with the sharp scent of rust. The dim walls of the chamber twisted with writhing shadows. A figure in a dark red robe stood in the center. Before him floated a dismembered body, the arms, legs, and torso sliced into segments, yet connected by countless dense, dark red flesh nodules that hung the corpse suspended like veins. The head was missing, but the remains radiated a strange life force as if about to move again. Suddenly, a faint dark red light blinked several times in the corner before going out completely. HM. The voice beneath the robe paused softly. His gaunt fingers pointed into the void, and a map formed from dark red energy appeared, dotted with dozens of glowing spots. One of them had already gone dim. Another instance beacon lost contact. The one in the land of spirits that's the node Saru is guarding. Nearby, a writhing mass of flesh gave a muffled sound. Master, should we send someone to investigate? With beacons failing one after another, could it be? The dark red figure fell silent for a few seconds. Then the red light in his hood flickered. Saru is formidable. Even as a low-tier guardian, with the altar and the flesh lord's granted power, he can hold his ground against peak third-stage professionals. He should be invincible in that low-level instance. For him to be completely killed and the energy node precisely destroyed is no ordinary professional's doing, nor mere coincidence. The flesh mass uttered an agitated gurgle. Could it be the military discovered our plan? Unlikely. The dark figure rejected the notion. If the military were acting, they wouldn't hide it from me. It's more probable that an individual powerful being accidentally disrupted our layout. His gaze fixed on the still floating corpse, his tone grew colder. The heart of God is destroyed. The cultivation progress is severely delayed. If we lose the God's brain next. In the next moment, his voice turned icy like a sharp blade slicing through silence. The master's arrival will be indefinitely postponed. Search, he commanded harshly. The writhing shadows in the space momentarily froze. Deploy all our informants in Lin City. Focus on thoroughly investigating any practitioners who have shown unusual activity recently in the Wild Plains hunting grounds and the Ghost Realm dungeon. Yes, my lord. The flesh and blood construct responded immediately, then hesitated in a low voice. But, the cultivation of the god's brain. Speed it up. The figure in the dark red robe spoke coldly. Pour in all the reserved nutrients. The preliminary activation of the god's brain must be completed before the next node is destroyed. Once the brain takes shape, even without a heart, we can begin initial summoning, allowing a fragment of the master's will to manifest in this world. But forcibly accelerating the process carries extremely high risk of failure and backlash. A trembling hum echoing from within the flesh and blood entity's cavity. We can't afford to care about that now. The dark red figure spun around sharply, his sleeve whipping up a stench of blood. Our only goal is to create a body as quickly as possible and eliminate all unforeseen factors. Yes, my lord. The flesh cluster shrieked and dispersed into a flesh-colored mist, retreating along the shadows.
The dark, re-robed figure lifted his gaze again toward the half-floating, dismembered divine body hovering in midair. Its ruined chest cavity lay hollow and empty, and the spot where the head should be was utterly void. His eyes burned fiercely, as if trying to fill that gap with blood and fire. No matter who you are, whoever dares to trespass into the divine realm, only eternal agony awaits you. Lin City Number 3 Middle School, Training Hall. Yi Zhuxian had been waiting for a long time. When Wang Hai pushed open the door, she hurried forward and handed him a black gold storage pouch. Everything's in here. Wang Hai took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. The pouch opening shimmered with flowing light. Inside were 10 items of legendary grade materials neatly arranged, alongside 10 vials of glowing blue-green potions. 1. Ice Spirit Pearl 3 quality. Legendary, containing pure ice elemental energy, can strengthen ice skills or be used to craft top-tier potions. 2. Earth Vein Dragon Lizard Shedding 2 quality. Legendary, extremely tough, infused with potent earth energy, core component for top-grade armor or earth element scrolls. 3. Immortal Sunflower 3 quality. Legendary, grows in extreme sunlight regions, petals forever burning, a treasure for fire element practitioners. 4. Deep Sea Sediment Silver 1 quality. Legendary, a rare metal condensed under immense deep-sea pressure and dark energy, balances magical conductivity and physical defense. 5. Scorching Sun Gemstone 1 quality. Legendary, formed under high temperature and pressure deep in volcanoes, boosts fire skills or crafts elite potions. Top-tier Agility Potion 10 quality. Legendary, each vial permanently increases agility by 1,000 points, limited to 10 uses per person. Didn't you say we'd split it 50-50? Why are you giving me everything? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow, pulling out 5 of the legendary items and handing them back to Yi Zhuxian. He knew well that there was never any real hope of getting all 10 items. Wei Xiong and Lu Wenlin might be intimidated, but neither the Wei family nor the Lu family would easily part with these materials. Since the supply was so complete, obviously Yi Zhuxian had put in a lot of effort. He felt awkward keeping everything for himself. You should keep these, Wang Hai said sincerely, returning the 5 items. But I want to ask you for a favor. Are you available? Yi Zhuxian didn't immediately retrieve the 5 shimmering legendary materials. Instead, she looked at Wang Hai seriously and said, the favor I need might be a bit tricky. Go on, Wang Hai replied calmly as he put away his storage pouch. I've reached level 60, but the second job transfer quest is quite difficult. I'd like your help. Level 60 already? That fast? Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. Leveling took more effort the higher you went. He had spent nearly all his time clearing the Phantom Lands just to barely gain 4 levels. By his estimate, reaching 60 would still require clearing 3 or 4 more dungeons. Yi Zhuxian added softly. The Yi family owns a leveling dungeon where monsters continuously respawn as long as resources are invested. If you're interested, I can take you there on the way. A leveling dungeon. Wang Hai's interest peaked. Such resources were reserved only for major families. It saved the long journey times of normal dungeons and allowed for continuous experience farming. What exactly is your second job transfer quest? He asked further. Given her skill and talent, ordinary quests shouldn't trouble her. Yi Zhuxian possessed the SS Steer talent Endless Critical Hit once fully stacked. It granted 50 strength, 100 critical rate, 2,000 attack speed, and 3,000 critical damage combined with her combat prowess. Challenging higher-level foes was routine. Yet she shook her head, her expression unusually serious. It's not a normal quest. I was given a hidden second job transfer quest. A hidden job quest. Wang Hai's curiosity sharpened immediately. These quests were notoriously difficult, but offered tremendous rewards similar to when he transferred to Divine Priest and saw his stats jump significantly. The quest is located in the Chaotic Realm, Yi Zhuxian continued. It's a special small-scale secret realm with severe mental interference. Even 4th-year professions find it hard to stay long. She then looked at Wang Hai. But I remember you have a skill that strongly resists mental effects. Wang Hai nodded knowingly. His mind barrier completely immunized against negative mental effects and reduced mental damage by 90, making him well-suited for that environment. All right, when do we leave? He agreed without hesitation. Just the leveling dungeon in the Yi family domain alone would make the trip worthwhile. If it's convenient, we can leave now. The Yi family's private teleportation array can take us directly to the outskirts of the Chaotic Realm, Yi Zhuxian said, a hint of excitement in her eyes. Wait a moment. Wang Hai raised his hand and took out 9 bottles of top-tier agility potions glowing with a bluish-green light. He popped the cork, releasing a fresh breeze of elemental wind energy. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank all 9 at once. Ding. Consume top-tier agility potion. Agility 1000. Ding. Consume top-tier agility potion. Agility 1000. 9 system prompts sounded one after another as 9,000 agility points surged into his body, stacking with free attribute points from leveling, making him feel almost weightless as if gravity no longer applied. As for the 10 legendary items, he didn't need them immediately.
But legendary gear always had buyers, so he could trade them later. Feeling the explosive power granted by his newfound agility, Wang Hai clenched his fist. His bones rang crisply with the force, a satisfied look crossing his face. All set. Let's go, Wang Hai said to Yi Zhuxian. Lin City, inside an apartment. The air was thick with a sickly sweet metallic stench, bitter and cloying like syrup stuck in the throat. Su Mumu huddled shivering in a corner of the living room, wrapped tightly in a thick blanket, unable to stop trembling. Scratch scrape. A harsh, grating sound tore through the still night once more, coming from her left eye. From the eye socket, a strange little hand was emerging, clawing fiercely at the wall. Its palm held a rotating compound eye, reflecting the flickering neon colors outside the window. Her consciousness flickered between clarity and haze. Hundreds of hoarse whispers swirled in her ears. Slaughter, devour, offer everything to the master of flesh and blood lurking in the shadows. No, I'm not go away. Su Mumu clawed at her hair, blood and debris caught in her fingers, yet still unable to quiet the madness within. Outside, two figures in gray trench coats appeared silently beneath the building. They subdued their presence, melting into the night, their eyes sharp as hawks. One held a palm-sized compass in his hand. Its needle was a dark red fleshy growth, writhing continuously, now trembling lightly as it locked onto Su Mumu's room. This is the place, he rasped, voice like a curse echoing in the dark. Let's check upstairs. Be careful, maybe she killed Salu. The other frowned, nostrils flaring as he sniffed the lingering scent in the night air. The aura's weak, strength average. Could she really have killed Salu? I'm more suspicious of Wang Hai. The files say he killed the boss. Either way, the curse landed on her. Better safe than sorry. They moved up the stairs like ghosts, triggering no motion-activated lights. At the door, they exchanged a glance. The one with the compass raised his hand, a faint dark red glow seeping from his fingertips as he tapped the lock. Click. Metal seemed corroded from within, and the door swung open gently. A wave of blood, decay, and madness hit them like a sickly sweet gust. The bedroom light was dim and yellowed. Su Mumu curled up, knees drawn to her chest, trembling violently. The little eye-handed appendage by her left eye kept scratching, sending flakes of wall plaster drifting down. Just as we thought, the compass holder's eyes gleamed sharply. The curse is on her, and she's become a mutant. The other cultist scanned the room and noticed the shattered phone next to her. He bent down, picked it up, and quickly swiped the cracked screen, retrieving the remaining data. Su Mumu, student of Lin City No. 3 High School, level 24, talent grade B. He paused, narrowing his eyes. Wait, a clue. The last person she contacted before the curse was Li Yuan? The compass holder shook his head. Someone from the Li family, not a problem. Keep looking. Without more questions, the other continued searching the records. Found it. She had contact with someone named Wang Hai. Wang Hai? The compass holder frowned deeply. That name again. Their sharp gazes locked onto the twisted figure of Su Mumu lying on the floor. It seemed they had found the real culprit. The follower holding the compass spoke coldly, pointing directly at the girl writhing on the ground. This Su Mumu is nothing but a pitiful scapegoat. That man named Wang Hai, using some unknown method, not only killed Lord Salu and destroyed the altar, but also transferred the curse onto her. What a ruthless tactic. Another follower's anger surged, grinding his teeth as he added, he can resist the curse and even transfer it? This man must not live. He will pay the price for desecrating our Lord. The compass holder's bloodshot eyes flashed with a crazed light. Kill him. No choice but to kill. And perhaps he holds even more secrets of our Lord in his hands. On the ground, Su Mumu's body writhed oddly, her skin rippling like waves, bones cracking out of place. Another follower wore a cruel smile. This abomination might still serve a final purpose. He bent down and pulled from his chest a palm-sized, dark red rune stone. Twisted abyssal runes pulsated on its surface like a heartbeat. Pressing it firmly to Su Mumu's forehead, he whispered an incantation. In the name of the Lord of flesh and blood, awaken the deepest pain and hatred within you. Go find the one who harmed you, and reveal his location to us. Suddenly, the rune stone glowed with a fierce crimson light, its surface writhing like a living thing before seeping into her skin. Ugga! Su Mumu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her limbs convulsed, spine arching painfully. A small hand covered in fine scales twisted wildly within her left eye socket. The compound eye spun like a camera lens, abruptly focusing, unleashing thick waves of malice and rage. Her remaining consciousness was thoroughly twisted and corrupted, her hatred for Wang Hai magnified endlessly, transforming into a cursed spirit that existed solely for revenge. Go, find him. The compass follower's voice was low and hypnotic. Suddenly, Su Mumu's head shot up. Her eyes no longer human, now pure serpentine madness. She dropped onto all fours like a beast, coiled and leapt forward with blinding speed, leaving only a blur behind. In an instant, she dashed out the door and vanished into the darkness of the corridor. The two followers exchanged glances. The one in gray sneered coldly, follow her. She'll lead us to Wang Hai.
He'll report to our lord and request reinforcements. This man must be executed by our own hands to atone for Lord Salu and the broken altar. The night was heavy and dark, the narrow alleys near the city twisting like a spider's web. Su Mumu's deformed figure darted swiftly over the damp stone slabs, each landing leaving distorted bloodstains. Her movements no longer human, more like a wild beast out of control. The small dark red compound eye in her left socket twisted and opened continuously, scanning like radar to guide her path. In the distance, the experienced gray-clad follower stalked behind her like the most precise hunting hound. His footsteps silent, his figure merging with the shadows along the wall. He held his breath almost to stillness to avoid detection by his elusive prey. The Yi family mansion was located on the outskirts of the eastern district of Lin City, sprawling over a vast area with towering walls and grand courtyards, exuding an imposing presence. The grayish-blue perimeter wall stretched for several hundred meters, its top embedded with defensive crystals that shimmered with a dark golden glow under the sunlight. Dozens of fully armed guards patrolled back and forth at the entrance. After passing through multiple hidden array verifications, Yi Zhuxian led Wang Hai through the front courtyard and corridors, arriving finally at an almost 1,000-square-meter training ground within the family estate. On the training ground, iron forging platforms and wooden stakes were scattered about, and dozens of young disciples were sparring or honing their skills. The sharp whistle of long blades cutting through the air mingled with the hum of elemental magic arrays, rising and falling continuously. When Yi Zhuxian arrived with an unfamiliar man, everyone stopped what they were doing and instinctively turned their gazes toward the pair. Zuxuan's back. Who's that with her? Looks unfamiliar, doesn't seem like one of the Yi family. For Zhuxian to personally escort someone, their status must be extraordinary, right? Whispers quickly spread through the crowd. Yi Zhuxian held an extremely high position among the younger generation, the heir apparent, and a top-tier SSS talento. Anyone she brought along naturally attracted intense attention. Several probing spells subtly scanned Wang Hai, and soon someone spotted the bold characters displayed on his profession tag. P-priest? Did I read that right? I can't see his level, probably hidden, but his profession is definitely priest. Surprise, confusion, and even a hint of disdain rippled through the onlookers. In this world where strength ruled all, priests were essential support members, but rarely stood out alone. Moreover, the Yi family revered martial prowess above all, making it difficult for them to respect an outsider priest. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a tall, proud-faced young man parted the crowd and stepped forward. He was Yi Liang, a level 100 berserker. Though a distant relative, he earned considerable prestige among the young generation last year as a rising star. Harboring feelings for Yi Zhuxian, he couldn't help but feel displeased seeing her place such importance on a stranger, a priest, no less. Younger sister Zhuxian, Yi Liang said as he stopped with a scrutinizing gaze on Wang Hai, his tone full of doubt. Who is this? Everyone held their breath, eager for the unfolding drama. Yi Zuxuan's expression remained calm and detached. His name is Wang Hai. He is a partner I invited to assist with the second stage mission in the Chaos Zone. Partner? A priest? Yi Liang scoffed. His voice was low but cut sharply through the quiet training ground. Zhuxian, you're not seriously fooled, are you? You and I both know how terrifying the mental interference in the Chaos Zone is. Even I have to rely on the family's treasured artifacts just to barely resist it. What can a single priest do besides buff and heal? You expect him to fight the entire corruption of the secret realm with his meager spiritual power? His contempt was completely unmasked. The Yi disciples behind him dared not mock so openly, but silently agreed with his doubt, their eyes shifting between Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian, filled with curiosity and disbelief. Wang Hai remained silent, his expression calm and detached, as if unaffected. But Yi Zuxuan's eyes darkened instantly, a coldness emanating fiercely. Yi Liang. Her voice was icy sharp as a blade. Watch your words. Wang Hai is a guest I, Yi Zhuxian, personally invited. I know his abilities better than you do. You have no right to question him. Her words sliced through the heavy air of the Yi family's training arena like a razor-sharp blade. At that moment, Yi Liang, who had been standing straight, stiffened slightly. Intimidated by Yi Zuxuan's commanding presence, but unwilling to show weakness in front of everyone, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm only trying to protect the family and your safety. What if he? Shut up. Yi Zuxuan's sharp command echoed across the spacious stone arena, making the gathered clanspeople flinch. She stepped forward, her tall figure casting a sharp shadow in the sunlight. Her cold gaze cut across Yi Liang and the onlookers like a blade. Yi Liang, who gave you the audacity to openly question and provoke my guest? Her voice was low and frostbitten. Looks like you've gotten too complacent from all the family resources you've been handed, forgetting the rules. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply toward a steward rushing over and issued her order clearly. Steward, take note. Yes. The steward in a gray robe immediately bowed, sweat beading on his forehead, but not daring to look up. Effective immediately, cut Yi Liang's family resource allocation for the next 3 months as a warning to others. Anyone else who disrespects my guest will be severely punished. The announcement caused an uproar. Losing 3 months' worth of resources was like pulling the rug out from under a genius in the golden stage of cultivation. Yi Liang's face turned ashen, pupils shrinking abruptly, his throat hoarse as if blocked. Zhuxian. You used the little family master's authority for an outsider. He is my guest, and the helper I brought. Yi Zuxuan's gaze was unwavering. Insulting him is insulting me. Her words rang out, unassailable and firm. Carry out the order. Yes. The steward didn't hesitate and immediately took out a jade tablet to record it on the spot. The Yi family disciples who had been watching with amusement suddenly sobered, rooted to the spot. Their eyes darted between Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian, filled with fear and confusion. What kind of power did this seemingly ordinary priest have to make the little family master burn through one of the only 3 uses he had all year? The stunned whispers lasted only moments before fading under Yi Zuxuan's indifferent gaze. Everyone lowered their heads and quietly dispersed, afraid the next victim would be themselves. Yi Liang received a meaningful glance from the steward and clenched his fists, his pale, strained face full of humiliation. He stomped away heavily, leaving with a hateful back turned. Once the crowd had completely dispersed, Yi Zhuxian finally relaxed her stern demeanor and nodded slightly to Wang Hai, her expression tinged with apology. Sorry, my family members can be ignorant sometimes. I hope they didn't embarrass you. Wang Hai simply waved his hand lightly, smiling faintly. Just a bunch of clowns, nothing worth minding. In his eyes, Yi Zuxuan's decisive handling added a spark of respect. No matter. Let's head to the teleportation array. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable confidence. Right this way. The Yi family's teleportation point was hidden deep within the estate. The entire structure was forged from a dark, special alloy, with walls covered in dense spatial stabilization runes that radiated shifting light under the dim rune lamps. The circular magic array resembled the tracks of stars, interwoven in hues of pale blue and silver white, perfectly embedded into the ground. Several spatial mages clad in blue-lined robes stood around the formation, their staffs glowing as they adjusted coordinates and channeled pure magical energy into the core. The Land of Chaos is a small, independent secret realm, Yi Zhuxian quietly explained to Wang Hai. Its internal space is extremely unstable, and the mental interference is very strong. Our Yi family only discovered the entrance by chance and built this targeted teleportation array. Even professional cultivators find it hard to last more than 10 minutes inside. Wang Hai nodded calmly, his eyes flicking over the runes as he sensed the rapidly accumulating spatial fluctuations in the air. A hum suddenly surged as silver-blue energy shot straight through the center of the array. The teleportation formation pulsed like a heartbeat. After a powerful vibration, the figures of Yi Zhuxian and Wang Hai blotted out into streams of light. The teleportation array flared and brightened as their forms vanished in an instant. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, Wang Hai found himself standing in a gray, desolate wasteland. The sky above was a distorted dark purple, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. Instead, pulsating veins of energy, like exposed blood vessels, sprawled across the canopy. The most tormenting was the noise drilling directly into his consciousness like countless tiny needles scraping his soul, tearing his thoughts apart, amplifying hidden fears, making it nearly impossible to focus. In a place like this, ordinary professionals wouldn't stand a chance in battle. Staying lucid would be a miracle. The interference was even worse than the intel had described. Yi Zuxuan's face paled as she was forced to dedicate most of her mental strength to resisting the corruption, causing her power to plummet. Wang Hai said nothing, raising his hand to create a psychic barrier for the two of them. The invisible shield snapped shut instantly, the piercing mental noise muffled as if trapped beneath the sea's surface, reduced to faint ripples powerless to touch their minds. Yi Zhuxian exhaled deeply, admiration flickering in her eyes. Your skill is incredible. Without you, I wouldn't have even made it this far. What's the mission objective? Wang Hai looked toward the bizarre area ahead. Enter the heart of the secret realm, find the soul stabilizing stone, and eliminate the phantom lord born from the chaotic energy. Yi Zhuxian spread out a map, pointing to a flickering light. This was sketched out by our clan a few days ago. The internal environment shifts constantly, so it's only a rough guide. Let's move. Wang Hai nodded, and the two stepped shoulder to shoulder into the chaotic zone. Though the mental barrier weakens the psychic assault, the physical strangeness remained everywhere. The ground suddenly gave way into quicksand. Corrosive acid rain intermittently fell from the sky. Spatial rifts tore open like jagged blades, and monsters formed from pure chaotic energy leapt from the rainbow-colored mist. Their forms varied twisted shadows, coalescing bubbles. Most were above level 60, nearly impossible foes for ordinary first-tier adventurers. But for Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian, they were mere obstacles along the way. They pressed forward at full speed. Yi Zuxuan's long bow was drawn like a full moon, endless criticals stacking rapidly, her eyes shining silver. Each arrow fired unleashed a piercing sonic boom. The kinetic energy attached tore the energy creatures apart effortlessly. Critical hit flashes blazed in succession, shredding swarms of illusions. Wang Hai took a more direct approach, swinging his staff in sweeping arcs. Each strike broke a monster into scattering shards of light within a few blows. Their combined ranged and melee firepower was flawless, any sudden threat wiped out in an instant. Deeper inside, the scenery grew more surreal. Huge transparent spatial fissures appeared in the ground like broken glass embedded in the wasteland, reflecting shattered, distorted images. Newly emerging monsters were not only stronger, but also launched psychic shocks, though they were ultimately futile against the mental barrier. It's just ahead. Yi Zhuxian pointed to the final mark on the map. It was a depression filled with countless colorful crystals. In the center of the hollow, a stone about the size of a human head floated gently, emitting a soft, milky white glow. The space around it felt unusually stable, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding chaos of the secret realm. This was the Soulbind Stone. Beneath it lay a massive shadow, sprawling and writhing, constantly shifting its form, at times like rolling dark clouds, at others sprouting countless tendrils. Even through the mental barrier, Wang Hai and Yi Zhuxian could clearly feel the overwhelming spiritual pressure surging like a tidal wave. Phantom Nightmare Overlord. Boss level, 70. Second class job bonus, 50 damage to opponents below second class, 50 damage received. Second class job bonus, 50 to all spiritual attack damage. HP, 14 million. Attack, 1,240. Spell power, 200,000. Speed, 30,000. Defense, 0. Talent Mind Ruler Grade A. When attacked, if the attacker's spiritual power is at least 50 lower than yours, absorb one of their HP and one of their spell power. Skills, Mental Storm, 1,000 Illusions, Light of the Mind. It's here. Yi Zuxuan's gaze sharpened, her bowstring taut until her knuckles turned white. Sensing the intruders, the Phantom Nightmare Overlord suddenly solidified into a gigantic, bloodshot eyeball. Buzz. An invisible, yet nearly tangible spiritual spike shot out with a speed like teleportation, reaching the two's brows in the blink of an eye. Yet, the transparent shield formed by their mental barrier remained unshaken. The spike only left a chill on their foreheads before shattering. A flash of surprise flickered deep within the giant Ite's signature killing move had been blocked. Starmoon Piercing Arrow. Yi Zhuxian shouted, her voice ringing clear as her fully charged, endless critical talent caused the bowstring to snap with a thunderous sound. An arrow encircled with silver storm shattered the air, ripping a vacuum channel even through the chaotic space. 3,247,851. Critical hit. Despite the damage being halved by the boss bonus, the arrow still made the Phantom Nightmare Overlord's shadowy body violently tremble, letting out a silent soul-wailing shriek, all blocked from reaching them by the mental barrier. Top me up. Yi Zhuxian dodged the boss retaliation, calling out quickly. Without hesitation, Wang Hai pulled her close by the waist and leapt tens of thousands of meters away, landing steadily behind a large crystal that remained relatively stable. The warmth of his breath brushed her cheek, coloring it crimson. Instinctively, she gripped his collar tightly, her heart racing faster. What are you doing? Her voice softened, tinged with barely concealed nervousness. Don't worry, let me handle this first. The final blow will be yours. Wang Hai interrupted her, turning back toward the battlefield to start activating talents. With 14 million HP, the boss couldn't last long against Yi Zuxuan's burst damage. He had to buy time. The Phantom Nightmare Overlord rampaged in retaliation, unleashing mental storms and flailing tendrils. But Wang Hai moved as if strolling in a heavy rain, healing, dodging, then healing again with perfect rhythm. Seconds ticked by like hours as he worked tirelessly, a tireless engine pumping healing amidst devastation. Finally, after some unknown number of skill activations, the system alert sounded sharply. Ding. Trait 2 activated successfully. Acquired Talent Mind Ruler Grade A. Got it. Wang Hai's eyes flashed with determination. With the objective achieved, Wang Hai no longer hesitated. He pushed off with his toes, springing backward like a coiled spring, instantly returning to Yi Zuxuan's side. Your turn, give it everything you've got. Yi Zhuxian had long been ready. She immediately drew her bow, knocked an arrow, and silver light exploded from her fingertips. Star Moon Constellation, 9 stars. With a sharp cry, blazing silver light surged from her body. 9 energy arrows streaked like meteors, linked tip to tail, forming a ripping silver torrent that tore through the sky and crashingly charged the Nightmare Lord. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 547,430. 578,104. 548,701. Massive critical damage numbers rolled through the air at incredible speed, nearly blinding the sight. The Nightmare Lord let out a mournful wail as his shadowy form shook violently. Then, boom, a silent shockwave exploded, scattering the dark figure into countless black-purple specks, drifting apart like shattered ink clouds before dissipating into the chaotic winds. In the center of the hollow, the disturbed, soul-calming stone regained its gentle glow, floating lower and lower. Yi Zhuxian wiped the sweat from her brow, cheeks flushed with excitement. She stepped forward and carefully cradled the fist-sized crystal. The cool touch transmitted vast and pure power into her limbs and bones. Her aura flared like a flame fanned by a gale, visibly surging. The job starting. Wang Hai's mind sharpened as he stepped forward half a pace to guard her. Seconds ticked by as the energy surged like a tide before slowly subsiding. After several minutes, Yi Zuxuan's eyes slowly opened. Stars seemed to flicker in their depths, sharp, ethereal, and otherworldly. Her entire demeanor now carried a mysterious, transcendent grace. It worked. She looked at Wang Hai joyfully, her voice sincere. Thank you, Wang Hai. There's no way I could have finished this without you. The hidden second job transformation had triggered a qualitative leap, dramatically boosting her attributes far beyond a normal peer, while unlocking several powerful new skills. As she spoke, Yi Zhuxian laid all the loot before Wang Hai. He raised an eyebrow. All for me. Of course. Yi Zuxuan's gaze was firm. Without your help, I wouldn't have gotten this hidden job. The equipment and materials are valuable, but they don't compare to what I gained. He didn't hesitate, taking the items and scanning their mental attributes. 1. 3 epic items: a longbow, leather armor, and a ring, all well-ranked but bound to a specific profession and thus unusable for now. 2. 7 epic materials: 2 phantom crystal cores, 3 mind fragments, and 2 spatial crystals, all rare items tied to mental and space elements. 3. 1 legendary material: a crystal that constantly shifted colors. Heart of Chaos. Grade: legendary. Effect: contains the essence of the realm of disorder. Can serve as a top-tier core for space or mental equipment, or for upgrading some special skills. Consuming directly grants 10,000 mental attribute. Another legendary item that could directly boost attributes. Yet Wang Hai didn't rush to consume it. He still had the Heart of Wind element from the Wilderland's hunt in his bag, and didn't want to waste potential value lightly. By comparison, the Heart of Chaos might suit Yi Zuxuan's new profession better. Her current Star Moon Wanderer job already involved rare spatial attributes, and when she unlocks her third job quest in the future, this crystal would very likely prove useful. He weighed the options silently, eyes shifting between the crystal in his hand and Yi Zhuxian, already made up his mind. This actually suits you quite well, Wang Hai said as he placed the Heart of Chaos, glowing with a faint bluish-gray pattern, into Yi Zuxuan's palm. The icy yet pulsing sensation made her hesitate for a moment. This legendary spatial material perfectly matched the route she had just finished transitioning into. Instinctively, she wanted to pull back, such a precious item, and after already gaining plenty from the dungeon, taking this core material felt like getting an unfair advantage. Keep it. I won't be needing spatial stuff for a while, and leaving it with me would just let it gather dust. Wang Hai saw through her hesitation and waved it off. Later, just go pick something of equal value from the Yi family's inventory to trade with me. Yi Zhuxian met his eyes and finally stopped refusing. She nodded solemnly and stored the Heart of Chaos inside her spatial ring. Mission accomplished. It's time for us to head back. Wang Hai glanced around the still bizarre and distorted realm. The colorful energy storms churned in the distance, and the warped terrain shimmered with an eerie glow. Even with their mental barriers up, lingering too long in this distorted space gave him an unsettling prickling sensation. After exchanging a knowing look, the two retraced their steps. Thanks to their earlier experience, they moved faster. When energy monsters popped up, they dispatched them swiftly with a few strikes, and the scattered fragments of light were immediately absorbed by the realm. Before long, they reached the teleportation landing point. A Yi family spatial mage had been maintaining the portal from afar, and sensing their return signal, the runes of the teleportation array burst into a soft white glow. The weightless sensation vanished in an instant, and the two were standing once again inside the heavily guarded teleportation chamber of the Yi estate. The dungeon experience and rewards synced, and Wang Hai's level jumped to 46. Miss, you did it. The steward who stood guard at the door noticed Yi Zuxuan's energy surge and looked at her with delight. Yi Zhuxian gave a simple nod, exchanged no further pleasantries, and turned to Wang Hai. Follow me. He'll take you to the family's leveling dungeon. Guided by the steward, they crossed several corridors and arrived at a deep valley in the estate's back mountain, shrouded in a translucent barrier. At the entrance stood a stone tablet over a meter tall, inscribed with the characters 100 Battles Valley in sharp, bold strokes. This is one of the family's core leveling grounds, the 100 Battles Valley, Yi Zhuxian briefly explained. The rune arrays here simulate various combat environments. You can adjust monster levels, types, and spawn rates. After killing monsters, the energy is recycled by the array base, and it takes about 3 minutes to respawn. She took out an ink black gold token and infused it with energy. The barrier rippled like water and slowly opened a passageway. You now have access and can come and go freely. The central control console lets you customize the leveling mode. I'll head to the storage room to pick out some materials for you. She handed over the token. Thanks. Wang Hai accepted the token without a word and stepped into the valley. The ground beneath was hard and dry, and looking up, he saw an artificial blue sky dome. Beyond that, forests, deserts, swamps, and other terrains connected like a giant puzzle. At the valley's center, a silver-green hexagonal platform floated midair, surrounded by glowing runes. Wang Hai leapt onto the platform and reached out with his spirit energy. The light screen unfolded, and the selection options appeared clearly. Please select monster level range. 30-40, 40-50, 50-60, 60-70, 70-80. Please select monster type. Humanoid, beast, undead, elemental, demon. Please select spawn frequency. Low 15 per minute, medium 5-15 per minute, high 15-30 per minute, extreme 30-60 per minute, hell 1-0-0-2-0-0 per minute. Please select monster difficulty. Low all normal monsters. Medium 1 elite per 1,000 normal monsters. High 10 elites and 1 boss per 1,000 normal monsters. Hell 10 elites and 1 boss per 100 normal monsters. Please select environmental interference. None. Increased gravity, elemental disorder, poisonous miasma, extreme weather. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.